He spoke, drawing everyone's attention to himself. Fellow disciples, he drew the longsword in his hand, respectfully bowed and continued. Are you still willing to follow your senior brother down the mountain to slay demons? Hearing this, everyone did not answer, but instead a smile appeared on their faces in unison. They were ready. Immediately after, their sword tips were bravely pointed towards the sky. Everyone bowed their heads and shouted loudly, Ready? Sun Kijing smiled at everyone. Good. They uniformly pointed their sword tips to the sky and their magic power violently converged. Qingzhou Mojian Mountain drew its sword, finally converging into a huge and magnificent longsword, piercing the sky. At this moment in Qingzhou, a person sat cross-legged on the water, with fish still happily swimming below. This was the sect that ranked first among the 100 sects in Yin-Yang sword fingers. At this time, flame-like text also appeared, still the same information as before. It appeared before the message-transmitting woman. Was it meant to summon everyone to battle? 9 bell tolls, a great calamity of heaven and earth. The woman immediately leapt into the sky. She stopped, floating before the crowd. All of them bowed respectfully to the sect master. The woman conjured a black light orb in her hand, her gaze fixed on the text high in the sky, her jade-green eyes wide open. This beautiful and astute woman was Mu Jing. Standing before her disciples, she asked, Are there any among my Yin-Yang sword pool disciples who are unwilling to draw their swords? At this, all the disciples looked at her, their faces showing a trace of bewilderment. Mu Jing raised her hand, holding her magic power aloft, and with a solemn expression she continued, The ancestral teachings of Yin-Yang Swordfinger are engraved in our hearts. No sooner had she spoken than the disciples below immediately responded, all raising their longswords in unison and shouting loudly, Demons plague the world, kill. Fellow disciples plague the world, kill. Evil cultivators plague the world, kill. Exotic beasts plague the world, kill. Hearing the answer she desired, Mu Jing also turned around, radiating powerful determination. Qingzhou Yin-Yang Swordfinger, draw your swords. As she spoke, the long swords were also raised. Sword Venerable now stood atop a mountain, a faint smile gracing his lips as he overlooked the scene from high above. Under his gaze, long swords of various colors were powerfully raised. Seeing this, a strong sense of pride naturally swelled in Sword Venerable's heart. 300 sects all drew their swords. This was the spirit of Qingzhou's sword cultivators. 10,000 swords soared high in the vast sky, colorful and radiating immense power. With determination and unity, Qishan's sect is willing to obey Sword Venerable's command and collectively quell the calamity. Ghost Tribulation Valley is willing to obey Sword Venerable's command and collectively quell the calamity. Yin-Yang Swordfinger is willing to obey Sword Venerable's command and collectively quell the calamity. Qingzhou shines brightly, its mighty aura reaching the heavens. Facing such heroic momentum from all sides, Sword Venerable clasped his hands and bowed sincerely. My Qingzhou sword Dao, to possess such spirit, this millennium-rare spectacle was also quickly witnessed by the common people. Everyone was astonished, filled with curiosity about this strange event. Discussions buzzed everywhere. Everyone, look, holy cow, the new storyline has started. Soon the system popped up a notification. New storyline established. World main storyline initiated. Qingzhou calamity approaching. The 100 sects of Qingzhou have collectively drawn their swords, ready to face the calamity. Upon hearing this, Lin Ali's eyes widened in surprise, saying, How terrifying, many people will die in this calamity. However, she was merely scared, while the big-haired guy and some fearless individuals happily said, What's there to be afraid of, just do it. If we don't practice swords to be heroes, then what have we been practicing for? He was right. Lin Huaqin, standing beside him, also fully supported with crossed arms. Exactly, becoming a sword cultivator is to save the world. The three of them wore faint smiles, yet they appeared very resolute and full of fighting spirit. For some reason, though they usually seemed to be messing around, today they looked incredibly cool. On the other side, Lu Keaj also perceived this magnificent sight in good time. With crossed arms he gazed into the distance and said, No need to count. Qingzhou's sword cultivators have all drawn their swords. A faint smile played on his lips as he murmured to himself, It seems those peripheral players are a bit confused. He recalled the scene of meeting them earlier, still smiling. No wonder when I was still a player, those sword cultivators were all so arrogant and supercilious. So that's how it is. Discovering an extremely interesting truth, Lu Keaj's previous smile gradually became somewhat meaningful. Sword cultivators inherently possess their own pride. Just then, Lu Dongli and Ji Changkong also ran over, panting. Lu Dongli shouted, Brother, you're so reckless. The people around, seeing them appear, also discussed amongst themselves, Look, that's Ji Changkong, one of the 4 divine swords of Qingzhou. He's actually in Mo Gate. Lu Dongli must have been worried sick about him, but Lu Keaj showed no sign of worrying about himself. Instead, he was quite confident, merely saying calmly, Does little Lizzie think I made a mistake by drawing my sword? Hearing Lu Keaj ask this, her facial and body muscles stiffened for a moment. But then Lu Dongli immediately reacted. She straightened up and looked Lu Keaj directly in the eye, saying solemnly, Brother, you did the right thing. Even old man Ji Changkong, stroking his beard, praised, as expected of my disciple, discerning right from wrong. While they were still bickering back and forth, the woman who had been watching from the side also recognized Lu Dongli. and she was surprised again. Wait, disciple, that woman is Lucaoge's sister, and Lucaoge's sister is a disciple of the 4 divine swords. Ji Changkong had just finished praising, but now he changed the subject and became suspicious. He squinted his hand, still habitually stroking his beard, and asked, Caoge, I have something to ask you. Does a young man like you know what drawing a sword means? You seem so relaxed, without a hint of hesitation. Asking was somewhat redundant. Lucaoge certainly knew what he was doing, or he wouldn't have done it, so his answer was without hesitation. Seeing his attitude, Ji Changkong could only say, young people don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Hearing this, Lucaoge immediately looked up at the sky and leisurely retorted, young people, why need to know the immensity of heaven and earth? His words stunned both of them, leaving them wide-eyed. One of them was the woman from before who repeated Lucaoge's words. Young people, why need to know the immensity of heaven and earth? Ji Changkong, upon hearing this, had a different expression. He burst out laughing. What a young people, why need to know the immensity of heaven and earth? Good, however, his eyes then showed a trace of sadness, completely devoid of laughter, filled with sorrow. This disciple indeed reminded him of his own past. A reckless and bloody past many years ago. The current Lucaoge was just like Ji Changkong back then. This indeed made him very nostalgic for his younger self and the words he once spoke. Senior brother is my senior brother, why care about those groundless rumors? Just now, Ji Changkong's eyes revealed many emotions. There was sadness, joy, and now they were tightly closed. I was as young as Caoge back then. Lucaoge was indeed reckless, but also quite audacious, prompting Lu Dongli to sigh worriedly. Given brother's personality, I must work harder in my cultivation to protect brother. Everyone was lost in their own thoughts at this moment. Lucaoge suddenly turned to look at Ji Changkong with a hint of an unknown meaning in his eyes. In a daze, Martial Uncle Ji, I actually have a question, but I don't know if I should ask it. Hearing this, Ji Changkong didn't mind, yawning and waving his hand. What's there to ask or not ask? Just ask boldly. If Ji Changkong dared not answer, Lucaoge would not hold back and asked directly, then why is there such a huge difference in appearance between you and Sword Venerable Martial Uncle, despite your cultivation realms not being far apart? This matter seemed to make Ji Changkong somewhat uncomfortable. His face instantly flushed with panic and he stammered, which caught Lu Dongli's attention. Noticing a second gaze on him, he turned and asked, you want to know too? Lu Dongli nodded repeatedly without hesitation. His face showed a hint of worry and he kept stroking his beard. Ji Changkong turned his back to them. Since you both want to hear, there's no harm in me telling you. When my senior brother and I were young, we weren't like this. He began to speak to the 2 pairs of attentive eyes behind him. Going back many years, the setting was a dense bamboo forest. A wooden sword was tossed up, twirling gracefully. That was the time when Ji Changkong and Sword Venerable practiced swordplay together. He vigorously attacked with his longsword. Sword Venerable defended empty-handed, and thus they diligently sparred. Ji Changkong's face showed a victorious smile as the wooden sword touched Sword Venerable's body. He happily said, Senior brother, I won again. Sword Venerable's face wore a familiar smile and he clasped his hands sincerely saying, Junior brother is formidable. However, Ji Changkong was naturally dissatisfied with Sword Venerable's attitude, and immediately scolded him. Senior brother, you're still so quick to give up. Our black bamboo forest lineage is the strongest in the sword sect. Can't you be a little more serious? Seeing Ji Changkong's attitude, he simply smiled happily, leisurely returning the wooden sword to its sheath. All right, I'll be serious next time. Junior brother won today. These words only made Ji Changkong angrier. He almost wanted to roll on the ground for Sword Venerable to see. Darn it, not serious at all, so noisy. Sword Venerable simply ignored him. He found a comfortable and suitable spot and sat down to rest. Once comfortably seated, Sword Venerable habitually took out a book to read, happily enjoying himself. Ji Changkong, however, became even more furious. Look at him always reading. You're a sword cultivator, not a scholar. However, even if he wasn't a scholar, it was his freedom to enjoy reading, and no one could stop him. So Sword Venerable continued reading happily, leaving Ji Changkong speechless even in his anger. Watching his 2 disciples bicker like cats and dogs every day, the old man must have long grown accustomed to it, taking a sip of hot tea to calm his mood. My eldest disciple, from the perspective of comprehension, is a once-in-10,000 years genius, but why is his cultivation realm progressing so slowly? The old man sipped his tea and sighed and asked himself, alas, did I misjudge him? Suddenly, the golden bell rang out at this very moment, reverberating through heaven and earth, also attracting the attention of Sword Venerable and Ji Changkong. They abruptly stood up and listened. The myriad people's bell is ringing. The common people down the mountain have encountered an insurmountable disaster and have come to our sword sect for help. At this point, Ji Changkong couldn't help but feel excited, holding his sword and murmuring to himself, I must go see. Sword Venerable seemed less interested. He didn't say, Senior brother don't go, but rather, with Junior brother's presence, any disaster can be resolved. Senior brother will wait for your good news right here. This made Ji Changkong's face as black as a pot. Are you kidding? In life, how can one simply say go or not go? Sword Venerable couldn't escape at all. He was immediately grabbed by the wrist by Ji Changkong, who gritted his teeth and said, You're coming with me. Then he directly dragged Sword Venerable away, leaving him looking bewildered. Only 2 people, yet they're making such a racket. Junior brother, listen to me. My senior brother's cultivation is less than 1/10,000th of yours. Going will only be a hindrance, he offered his reason. but in the next second Ji Changkong cut him off. I love having people hinder me. At this moment, Sword Venerable looked back and saw his master standing there. He wanted to call for help but was stunned by a single sentence from his master. Go together. Ji Changkong can't always be out by himself. After all, you are also my eldest disciple. Thus, even though unwilling, Sword Venerable knelt down with Ji Changkong. Yes, master. After a period of flying on swords, Ji Changkong finally arrived at the residential area on the ground. As expected, it was bustling, completely different from the mountain. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking up at the scene below. Seeing him arrive by flying on his sword, everyone couldn't help but discuss. The most striking among them was Li Suifeng, a disciple of the Sword Sect, who said, Senior Brother Ji has actually learned to fly on a sword. How elegant. It seems Senior Brother Ji is likely to become the next Sword Venerable. I don't know why Sword Venerable always says his eldest disciple is a genius of 10,000 years. I think Senior Brother Ji is clearly the genius. And the world's evaluation of Sword Venerable is not groundless either. Sword Venerable is still running on the ground. Junior Brother, wait for me. Seeing this, the mortals couldn't help but be astonished. Lord Sword Venerable must have seen it too, thus one running one flying high naturally attracted attention. And it's a bit noisy. Hurry up and learn to fly on a sword. I won't wait for you. The disciples of Ningsheng Sword Sect also couldn't help but smile at this rare scene, asking themselves, is that the genius of 10,000 years? Seeing Ji Changkong arrive, the men there respectfully knelt. Senior Brother Ji, you are actually my relative. Ji Changkong slowly descended from the sky before them. It's not just me, someone else is here too. Is this the plea for help? The young man, hearing this, immediately looked bewildered, glancing around for who else had arrived at this moment. He didn't pay much attention to the young man, focusing instead on the scroll in his hand. Let me read it first. Just then, Sword Venerable also finished climbing to the scene, panting with various gasps, almost out of breath. Phew, Junior Brother. Junior Brother, you really? Sweat dripped profusely from his forehead. He could barely speak, complaining to Ji Changkong. Phew, you didn't wait for me at all. The young man, seeing Sword Venerable in such a state, must have been secretly judging him a lot, his face blank, clearly showing it. Ji Changkong must have long anticipated this, merely handing the scroll to Sword Venerable to read. Ferocious exotic beasts have appeared on Baiyun Mountain. Surrounding hunters have suffered countless casualties, unable to continue hunting, making it difficult to sustain their livelihood, so they need our help. Hearing this, Sword Venerable's face instantly turned pale, slightly better than before but still panting. Phew, Baiyun Mountain, that's very far. I won't have to run all the way there, will I? Phew. Sure enough, Sword Venerable wanted to run away again, so Ji Changkong glared at him, making Sword Venerable himself feel guilty. Junior Brother, then we immediately saw this scene. Ji Changkong flew on his sword, carrying Sword Venerable. It must be admitted that Sword Venerable was truly old-fashioned, complaining incessantly from fear of falling. Too fast. Slow down, Junior Brother. Ji Changkong was very strict with Sword Venerable. He knew he was afraid, but his speed didn't slow down. He just considered it practice for Sword Venerable. What's the big deal? Senior Brother, hold steady. We can't slow down. There are still people waiting for us to eliminate the menace. Sword Venerable was trembling all over, his face pale, and he quickly said, Junior Brother, let's switch places. You stand in front. I feel a little dizzy. I think I have acrophobia. Sword Venerable really knew how to make Ji Changkong curse. Who on earth lives on a mountain and has acrophobia? How could a sword cultivator have acrophobia? Wouldn't that be laughed out of existence? Shut up, Ji Changkong said, and Sword Venerable had no choice but to comply. If he dared to speak again, Ji Changkong would probably kick him right off the mountain. Sword Venerable did indeed shut up obediently, but the look of fear was still evident. Ji Changkong held his arms and secretly assessed. He actually shut up when I told him to, but his body is still trembling intensely. After much thought, he felt that his senior brother was truly hopeless, so Ji Changkong could only let out a long sigh. Truly having no way to deal with his senior brother, Ji Changkong suddenly placed his hand on his senior brother Sword Venerable's extremely trembling shoulder. Sword Venerable was greatly startled, thinking Ji Changkong was going to help him, so he turned around, smiling happily. Junior Brother, although it's a bit reluctant, I still feel more for you, my senior brother. If you fall, the reputation of our black bamboo forest will be ruined. Hold on tight. Baiyun Mountain is just ahead. Hearing these words, Sword Venerable couldn't help but be moved, looking straight into his junior brother's eyes. This was the legendary brotherhood. Junior Brother, on the peak of Baiyun Mountain in Qingzhou, amidst the hazy scenery, two men stood gazing at the mountains below. The trees were lush and green, and suddenly one said, the mountain's topography is peculiar, perennially shrouded in clouds and mists, hence its name Baiyun Mountain. The man beside him glanced over, seeing his face flushed red and sweating profusely. Ji Changkong said, what nonsense are you spouting? If you want to vomit, do it now while no one's around. Suddenly a voice rang out, are you two cultivators from the Sword Sect? We have been waiting for you. Hearing the voice from behind, the two turned around and saw a group of people clasping their hands in greeting. The man with the flushed face had turned purple. He covered his mouth and said to Ji Changkong, Junior Brother, I can't hold it in. Ji Changkong was startled and told him, no, there are people here now. An elderly man in the middle asked, who is this? Ji Changkong gritted his teeth, thinking, if he vomits, our black bamboo forest will lose all face. Seeing Sword Venerable puffing his cheeks ready to vomit, Ji Changkong quickly covered his mouth and said to the newcomers, "It's nothing, please tell us the situation quickly." With his mouth covered, Sword Venerable couldn't vomit and was so flushed that he swallowed with great effort. Then both forced a smile at them. The crowd wondered why these two were acting so strangely. The elder stepped forward and asked, "Are you truly all right?" Sword Venerable smiled and said, "I'm fine now." Ji Changkong was astonished and secretly cursed. Hearing Sword Venerable say he was fine, the elder gratefully clasped his hands and said to the two, "Esteemed cultivators, that is our Baiyun mountain. Our Baiyun village has relied on hunting wild beasts at its foot for generations. Recently, exotic beasts have appeared in the village. No one knows when these exotic beasts appeared. They not only eat the wild beasts in the mountains, but even the skilled hunters sent by the village to capture them have been injured and some have died. The entire village is immersed in sorrow." The two brothers listened to the elder frowning and were moved. The elder wiped away tears as he spoke. "Our Baiyun village has always revered Baiyun mountain, never resorting to overhunting. Now with exotic beasts, the wild beasts in the mountain are dwindling, and our village can no longer survive." The junior brother stepped forward to comfort the elder. "Old man, don't be afraid. Since we have come, we will definitely eliminate this menace." Hearing their willingness to help, the elder clasped his hands and said, "You two have come a long way, why not rest in the village first?" Ji Changkong waved his hand and said to the elder, "No need, we will eliminate the menace immediately." The elder's eyes widened in surprise. The senior brother was deep in thought when he suddenly remembered something. At this moment the senior brother smiled and said to the elder, "We are indeed a bit tired, so we'll enter the village for some tea." Ji Changkong exclaimed in surprise. "Senior brother," the villagers quickly made way. The elder happily welcomed the two. "Excellent, excellent. Please follow us." As they walked, Ji Changkong whispered to his senior brother, "Instead of eliminating the menace first, you want to trouble them for tea." "What are you thinking?" the senior brother countered. "Striking the myriad people's bell and inviting cultivators to eliminate a menace requires silver or spirit stones. Do you think they have any silver or spirit stones?" Ji Changkong said in surprise. "I had never considered that." In a small house they were boiling a pot of water, steam rising, indicating the water was nearly boiling. The two picked up their teacups, relishing the taste and praising it repeatedly. The elder explained, "These are just some rough mountain provisions. I apologize for the poor hospitality." Outside, the villagers whispered to each other, one saying, "Last time we invited the cultivators from the Feathered Sword Sect to slay demons, they turned and left as soon as they heard there were no spirit stones or silver. These two are dressed lavishly and are Sword Sect disciples. I'm afraid they'll leave soon too." Another whispered, "Hush, keep your voice down." The atmosphere outside suddenly fell silent. The villagers stopped their discussions. Ji Changkong then realized his senior brother was right. The elder said nervously, "You two, we don't know how much silver you need to eliminate the menace. We also know that menaces are difficult to eliminate." But here he paused. Before the elder could finish, the senior brother said to Ji Changkong, "You've expended quite a bit of effort, why don't you tell him?" The elder looked nervously at Ji Changkong. Ji Changkong picked up his teacup, finished his tea, set the cup down and said, "This is enough." The elder asked in surprise, "What does that mean?" The two brothers stepped out of the house. The senior brother turned back to the elder and said, "Old man, my junior brother means that a good cup of tea is enough." After the two walked out of the courtyard, the elder finally reacted. He means no silver?" At this point, the villagers had retreated to both sides, making way for the two brothers. The villagers still didn't understand the two's meaning. They talked amongst themselves, one saying, "He won't just leave without eliminating the menace, will he?" Another said, "If that's the case, we truly can't survive." Ji Changkong heard this and said to the crowd, "Listen clearly, all of you, my name is Ji Changkong, and we are disciples of the Black Bamboo Forest of the Sword Sect." The two brothers walked together towards the mountain's edge, saying, "If we cannot eliminate the menace in your mountain, my name will be written backward." In a forest, two Sword Sect disciples were patrolling. They walked and chatted to alleviate their fatigue. The black-haired man spoke first. "Junior brother just now had a bit of an ancient hero about him." The green-haired man heard this, waved his hand and said, "No, don't praise me anymore. What if the exotic beast in the mountain is of a high realm? At that time at most I'll drag you along when I run." He thought everything would be peaceful, but unexpectedly, the black-haired man asked a soul-stirring question, "Then aren't you going back?" Faced with this question, the green-haired man completely erupted. "I called Master to eliminate the menace, do I have to say it?" "Shut up." Since the other party was like this, the black-haired man had to agree. Senior brother, shut up." After the conversation, the two walked a bit further and stopped in a misty area. They stopped and the person Sword Venerable sniffed with his nose. Then the green-haired man observed the surroundings before saying, "The scent of an exotic beast." Having confirmed, the green-haired man was the first to fly in a certain direction, and the black-haired man followed. In the mist there truly was a huge figure standing blankly. It lowered its head, diligently gnawing on a mysterious object. Then the wolf turned its head, looking at the two intruders with blood-red, murderous eyes. With a single glance its entire body turned, revealing two ferocious heads. The wolf and its enormous body weighed heavily before the two brothers. The green-haired man's expression was solemn, longsword in hand, ready to enter kill mode. "Monster. Found you." The person behind him was also in position. As soon as he finished speaking, the green-haired man drew his sword, pointing it directly at the wolf and shouted, "Senior brother, stand back. Its aura is only mid-second realm. It's no match for me." Because Ji Changkong was early third realm, the black-haired man hadn't broken through the first realm yet. So he followed his junior brother's instructions and retreated. Just then, the wolf let out a giant roar and the mist dispersed. However, the green-haired man had finished his preparations and looked at the monster with murderous eyes. HMPH, I'll make you unable to scream later. Standing behind, the brown-haired man witnessed this scene and couldn't help but stop, a look of shock on his face. This is junior brother's strongest move. The monster also rushed forward at this moment, opening its mouth full of sharp teeth. The black-haired man standing by was extremely anxious. Junior brother, be careful. However, in his eyes a peculiar light flashed. All beings are equal. Immediately, a white energy sphere appeared from which countless energy streams emanated, and those energy streams successfully severed all the trees along their path. Not only the trees, but one of the wolf's heads suffered the same fate, separating from its body. Although powerful, after performing the move, the black-haired man held his longsword, panting. The wolf, having lost a head, turned and fled. Watching it escape, the black-haired man was not at all satisfied. It got away again. I almost killed it. The brown-haired man next to him quickly comforted his junior brother. Junior brother, quickly regulate your breathing. It can't escape. We just need to follow the blood trail, others kindly reminded him, but the green-haired man still had that irritable temper. I know, shut up. Then he sheathed his sword. Although he was given a cold shoulder, the brown-haired man was still very happy, as if nothing had happened. Junior brother. The two then followed the blood trail on the ground. The trail eventually led to an incredibly tall and large cave entrance. The blood trail ended here. It seems it must have entered this cave. The green-haired man speculated as usual. The brown-haired man praised endlessly. Junior brother's analysis is very reasonable. Senior brother is impressed. Can you use your brain when you praise me? Your praise makes me look stupid, He Chongkong retorted irritably. The complained about brown-haired man chuckled, scratching his head. He. Junior brother, don't blame me. The green-haired man opened his mouth in displeasure, unable to speak. In the end, there was nothing he could do but angrily demand, let's go into the cave. Yes, junior brother. Walking into the cave, his mood was already bad, and now it was even worse. It was pitch black, he couldn't see anything, and somehow a ball of flame appeared on the brown-haired man's fingertips. Junior brother, is it better now? Looking at the flame, it was now his Chongkong's turn to be bewildered. When did you learn that move? I once read about it in a book and just tried it casually, and it worked, the brown-haired man replied with a smile. Hearing this answer, Chongkong showed a look of doubt and couldn't help but question life itself. Just by casually trying, he could convert spiritual energy into fire and continuously supply it. This kind of spiritual energy control was difficult even for himself. Suddenly, an unbelievable thought flashed, a strange and bold idea forming in his mind. Has this guy finally awakened his understanding? Soon he shook his head, continuing to search for the reason. But this kid hasn't even broken through the initial realm yet, showing no signs of awakening his understanding at all. The brown-haired man ignored his junior brother's strangeness and continued to stride forward. After walking for a while, the two arrived in the center of a spacious area. Looking around, the brown-haired man exclaimed, "This place is so big." The other person, Chongkong, secretly assessed the area. How is this not like a naturally formed cave? As soon as he finished speaking, a strange voice rang out. You are right, this is indeed not a naturally formed cave. Hearing the third voice, the two quickly entered a state of alert. Who, standing on a nearby rock, was a man with pointed ears, his face wrapped in white bandages, only his mouth exposed. Did you two injure my lovely Schwanger? You truly have some nerve. Seeing the stranger appear, the green-haired man Chongkong immediately entered battle stance, stepping forward to shield the brown-haired man's sword. Venerable senior brother, stand behind me. He's a demon cultivator and above the third realm. The brown-haired man's sword Venerable stood behind, finally seeing clearly the person who had just appeared, but at first glance he was stunned. Third realm, how does he compare to junior brother? Though the green-haired man Chongkong had a hint of fear on his face, he still spoke stubbornly. Of course I can beat him. Saying this, he even drew his sword, indicating he was ready to fight at any moment. The man demon cultivator heard this and scoffed. Oh, looks like a boastful fellow. He no longer observed from above. This time he jumped down directly. The two, seeing this, cautiously retreated. Although they truly had some reservations, they still had to fight to find a way out for themselves. The man Chongkong at this moment had a white aura gathering around him. You'll soon find out if I'm boasting or not. As soon as he finished speaking, countless swordlights scattered. All beings are equal was the name of this move. However, despite the powerful slash, he the demon cultivator stood there unharmed as if nothing had happened. He the demon cultivator even provocatively praised. Good sword move, good. Behind him the demon cultivator, countless sword marks both large and small appeared on the cave walls. The attack stirred up dust which filled the air, obscuring their vision. The brown-haired man's sword Venerable asked with difficulty, did it succeed? No one answered his question. The green-haired man Chongkong merely turned his head, panting as he demanded, Phew. Senior brother, run. Faced with his junior brother's demand, the black-haired man's sword Venerable looked bewildered and asked incredulously, aren't you more than capable of defeating him? Hearing this question, though his face was grim, he still refused to admit the truth. Of course I'm more than capable of defeating him, I just didn't want you to see the gory scene, fearing it would scare you. Anyway, run. Despite saying this, the black-haired man's sword Venerable still hesitated. Seeing him remain motionless, Chongkong angrily pushed him and loudly rebuked, when I tell you to go, go. Scram. Unlike before, the black-haired man's sword Venerable no longer passively accepted. Instead, he struggled fiercely. Since we came down the mountain together, we must return together. Even if you scold or hit me, junior brother, I will still answer you this way. Stunned by his words, the green-haired man Ji Changkong didn't know what to say. Fearing his junior brother would continue to persuade, the black-haired man Sword Venerable firmly replied, "This time I cannot listen to you, junior brother." Seeing his reaction, the green-haired man Ji Changkong could only smile wryly and give up. "Alas, having a senior brother like you, I'm truly unlucky. Remember, I still have one last sword strike. All beings are equal, that will be my limit." With that, he charged forward, drew his sword and prepared to meet the enemy. Thinking of a certain outcome, his face immediately clouded with sorrow. "If I can't kill him with this sword strike, then the rest is up to you, senior brother." The black-haired man Sword Venerable also drew his sword at this moment, his expression resolute. The man-demon cultivator observed the two for a moment and then emerged from the dust. "Your sword move is formidable, but unfortunately my son is too strong." No sooner had he spoken than an oversized three-headed wolf dog appeared. Seeing the monster before them, the two brothers retreated in horror. "A third realm ninth heaven exotic beast, this is not something we can defeat right now." Seeing the two react like this, Herlong the demon cultivator raised a hand and flicked. As he had said before, this was not a naturally formed cave. With his flick, a stone door slowly closed, completely blocking their path before their bewildered faces. He, the demon cultivator, had stood on the wolf dog's back at some unknown point, smiling sinisterly. "Now you can't escape, son, give them an appetizer." No sooner had the command left his mouth than the wolf dog's three heads each spat out an energy ball. Watching it, the black-haired man Sword Venerable gasped in alarm, pushing the person beside him back. "Junior brother, quickly dodge." Subsequently, the wolf dog's three heads let out deafening roars and a huge energy blast shot forth. "Junior brother," dust once again filled the air. However, fortunately, the green-haired man Ji Changkong was enveloped in a shield and emerged unharmed. Although protected, his Sword Venerable was still covered in wounds. "Junior brother, I'm sorry. Senior brother's realm is too low to dodge." With that, he fell to the ground. The green-haired man Ji Changkong began to enter kill mode. "I'm going to kill you." Countless all beings are equal slashes flew out. He, the demon cultivator, the one who had to endure everything, merely sneered, "Your sword move is indeed powerful, hey, but don't forget, this cave is mine." With that, the entire cave plunged into darkness. The green-haired man Ji Changkong looked at the pitch-black surroundings somewhat flustered. Standing in the center of the cave, he shouted furiously, "Demon cultivator, if you have the guts, fight me head-on. What kind of skill is turning off the lights?" Suddenly, a sharp painful scratch appeared on his body and he frowned. "Sneak attack." To avoid being attacked again, he unleashed countless moves. "Bastard." Watching his reaction, he, the demon cultivator, smiled gleefully. "Don't waste your energy. My three sons' eyes have long adapted to the dark, but unfortunately, you're about to be played to death by us." He Ji Changkong clutched his bleeding chest wound even more enraged. "Bastard, you cowardly trash, your realm is higher than mine, yet you don't dare to take a single sword strike from me." These taunting words did not anger him, the demon cultivator. Instead, they made him even more maniacal. Curse away, curse away. No matter how you curse, after we've played you to death, we'll slowly enjoy your corpse." Suddenly, a small ball of flame appeared. Noticing a light behind him, he quickly turned around. It was senior brother Sword Venerable and many similar flames. "Junior brother, now there's light." Seeing the light appear, the man-demon cultivator finally shed his triumphant expression, replaced by panic. "Not good, Schwanger." As he spoke, when the distant light appeared, the wolf dog charged furiously. However, a slash had already been unleashed. The green-haired man Ji Changkong had leapt above at some unknown point, thrusting his sword into the wolf dog's remaining head. "You dare to ambush me, die." Suffering the same fate as the previous head, the remaining head also swiftly detached from its body, dropping to the ground with a thud. The man-demon cultivator watched his beloved treasure being defeated, shouting loudly, "Schwanger successfully defeated a wolf dog." The green-haired man Ji Changkong quickly rushed in a certain direction, instructing as he went, "Senior brother, keep the flames steady." The black-haired man Sword Venerable on the other side agreed. After a while, the man-demon cultivator recovered from his psychological trauma, covering his face and shouting furiously, "I'm going to kill you to avenge my Schwanger." Ji Changkong ignored his words, having already leapt from his position. His goal was to attack that man directly, striking at the leader first. But before Ji Changkong could get close, the three-headed wolf dog shot out a stream of energy, which Ji Changkong struggled to resist. The black-haired man Sword Venerable stood behind, observing all this, and shouted anxiously, "Junior brother." The man-demon cultivator at this moment remembered there was another person pointing at him, Sword Venerable, and said loudly, "There's still someone." With that, an energy ball identical to the one earlier shot from the wolf dog's mouth, the energy stream went straight for him, Sword Venerable. At that moment, the black-haired man Sword Venerable could only stand there and endure. Powerless, however, something blocked that attack. Feeling no pain or scratch, the black-haired man Sword Venerable slowly opened his eyes. What met his gaze was the figure of the green-haired man Ji Changkong, who he thought had been defeated but was now holding his sword to block. "Open your eyes, we are disciples of the Black Bamboo Forest, junior brother." The black-haired man Sword Venerable was speechless. The green-haired man Ji Changkong ignored those astonished words and instructed, "Senior brother, listen to me. I truly only have one last sword strike left, whether this strike wins or not. We must find a way to escape, at least you, senior brother, must escape." Faced with his junior brother's words, the black-haired man Sword Venerable didn't know how to react. "Junior brother, The green-haired man Ji Chongkong turned around, smiling at his senior brother, and his final instruction was, "Anyway, senior brother, your master's chosen genius, a talent seen once in 10,000 years. If something happened to you, I don't know how I'd explain it to master." The black-haired man Sword Venerable realized what the green-haired man Ji Chongkong's words meant and was astonished. Is junior brother talking about his final wishes? Are there no other instructions? The green-haired man Ji Chongkong stopped resisting and charged forward. "Only one chance. This is my strongest sword strike. Prepare to die." With that, his Ji Chongkong's grip on the sword tightened involuntarily. All beings are equal. The sword plunged into the ground, and unlike previous times, the power of this strike was on a completely different level. The ground where the sword plunged had already shattered. All beings are equal. He, the demon cultivator, was riding on the wolf's back, and upon sensing danger he ordered, "Three Sun, unleash your strongest defensive technique." The three heads roared simultaneously, and a black-green barrier appeared before the wolf dog, separating it from the green-haired man Ji Chongkong. Ji Chongkong feared the black-haired man's Sword Venerable might forget, so he turned back for one last reminder. "Senior brother, remember my words." Then he used all his strength to unleash a killing blow. All beings are equal. The stone door separating the cave from the outside gradually cracked open. Seeing this scene, the man-demon cultivator finally understood the two's intention. Their target was actually the stone door. They wanted to escape. The attack gradually dissipated, leaving only the shattered ground and a tattered, exhausted green-haired man Ji Chongkong. Phew, completely drained. As long as senior brother can escape, master will surely avenge me. Thinking this, Ji Chongkong lost his balance and fell to the ground. If this were to happen, he would die without regrets. However, he didn't painfully embrace the ground. Instead, he was carried on someone's back. Looking at the person carrying him, Ji Chongkong was incredulous. Senior brother Sword Venerable didn't answer, nor did he want to answer his Ji Chongkong's countless questions, simply saying concisely, "If we go together, junior brother." Sword Venerable carried the green-haired man Ji Chongkong and ran towards the entrance. "No matter what happens, I will not abandon you, junior brother. Whether you scold me, hit me, or resent me, I will not abandon you." At this point he paused before continuing, "This is senior brother's responsibility." Seeing his senior brother like this, the green-haired man Ji Chongkong could only sigh helplessly. "Fool, you're so weak." The dust in the cave was now gradually being sucked out through the hole in the stone door. The black-haired man Sword Venerable carrying the green-haired man Ji Chongkong saw this scene and couldn't help but beam with joy. "Junior brother has opened the entrance. Before he could finish, a slash went straight for his chest. He widened his eyes in horror, blood splattering from the wound even onto his Ji Chongkong's face. Even the green-haired man Ji Chongkong behind him was equally shocked, watching the man's hand pressing on the black-haired man's Sword Venerable's chest. He, the demon cultivator, had landed at some unknown point, standing before the two. "You thought you could escape, didn't you? Do you find your little trick so clever?" With that, the demon cultivator violently withdrew his impossibly sharp claws from the black-haired man's Sword Venerable's chest. After a moment, the green-haired man Ji Chongkong recovered, looking frantically at the wound on his chest. "Senior brother," the demon cultivator wiggled his fingers, saying in a dangerous tone, "Neither of you will leave." The three-headed wolf dog had also appeared behind him, looking at the two dying prey. Ji Chongkong, covered in wounds, struggled desperately to get down from his senior brother Sword Venerable's back, shouting anxiously, senior brother, quickly put me down." Ji Chongkong's senior brother Sword Venerable was even more severely wounded, his eyes blurry as if they would close at any moment, his body swaying as if he would collapse at any time, and he said weakly, "No, I am senior brother." The two brothers walked step by step. The bandaged villain merely waved his hand, sending the Ji Chongkong brothers flying backward, and coldly rebuked, "You're about to die. Why are you still putting on airs?" No sooner had he spoken than he swung his hand and slapped senior brother Sword Venerable. One side of his face immediately swelled red. Ji Chongkong had no time to do anything but shout, "Senior brother." Two loud bangs boomed. The demon cultivator clutched Ji Chongkong's senior brother Sword Venerable's neck, pinning him against the wall, and laughed loudly. "Ha ha, how ugly." Ji Chongkong lay weakly on the ground, watching his senior brother Sword Venerable in critical condition, eyes tightly shut, enduring the pain of the hand clutching his neck. Ji Chongkong could only shout, "Senior brother." The bandaged villain smiled and called out, "Three Sun." The three-headed monster appeared, its eyes blood-red like fresh blood, 6 sharp fangs, an enraged expression as if craving something. The demon cultivator gently tossed Ji Chongkong's senior brother Sword Venerable towards the three-headed monster's mouth, smiling. "Come, have an appetizer first." The demon cultivator coldly turned to look at Ji Chongkong, who was lying on the ground in fear, and said through gritted teeth, "For the main course, we'll eat you together later." Ji Chongkong, though defeated, would never surrender. Despite being covered in wounds, he still persisted in shouting at the demon, "You dare, quickly release him or I will tear you to shreds." Man-demon cultivator scoffed mockingly. "Not only do I dare, I'll even make you watch him get eaten." Heh. Ji Chongkong's senior brother Sword Venerable lay on the ground, almost unconscious, being licked by the monster's giant tongue, his eyes revealing helplessness and resignation, regretting inwardly, "If only I had practiced sword fighting as desperately as junior brother." Ji Chongkong lay to the side, able only to reach out a hand hoping to save his senior brother, but the distance between them suddenly became infinitely vast. Ji Chongkong shouted helplessly, "Stop, stop." Ji Chongkong lay helplessly on the ground, watching his senior brother Sword Venerable slowly being eaten, truly pitiful. Ji Changkong's senior brother Sword Venerable was probably truly beyond saving. He Sword Venerable had been swallowed by the monster's sharp fangs, his face showing resignation yet filled with regret and sorrow. Junior brother, I'm sorry. Senior brother shouldn't have neglected the way of the sword. The three-headed monster swallowed Ji Changkong's senior brother Sword Venerable without hesitation. The bandaged villain laughed loudly. Oh my, why do you still like to swallow everything whole? Ji Changkong was stunned, unable to believe his eyes, his body trembling, witnessing his senior brother's life come to an end. The monster swallowed Ji Changkong's senior brother Sword Venerable in one gulp, licking its chops with relish. Ji Changkong struggled strongly to his feet, walking towards the villain. He, the demon cultivator, turned his head scornfully, mocking, "What? With that body, what else can you do?" Suddenly, a glowing energy ball appeared in Ji Changkong's hand. He, the demon cultivator, asked in shock, "What is that?" No matter how painful it was, Ji Changkong used his last ounce of strength. Gritting his teeth and saying, "It's my Dao Foundation," Ji Changkong's eyes were like an eagle's, wanting to charge at the opponent to avenge his senior brother. "It's my potential, it's my future." A dazzling light emanated, encircling Ji Changkong, making the demon cultivator wary. He, the demon cultivator, shouted incredulously, "How can this Dao Foundation materialize?" Ji Changkong's entire body emitted a green light, a power that made everyone feel fear. Ji Changkong roared, "I must kill you." Ji Changkong's sword flashed and he disappeared into the air, leaving only a wisp of white mist terrifying the demon cultivator. He searched frantically, saying in horror, "He disappeared." Suddenly a wisp of black mist appeared above the demon cultivator's head. He shouted in terror, "Three Sun!" Suddenly Ji Changkong's figure appeared and with a single sword slash he cleaved the monster's head in half, causing it to wail. Ji Changkong appeared with infinite power, roaring, "Give me back my senior brother!" The monster still had two heads left and it roared, trying to swallow Ji Changkong again. Ji Changkong merely had to swing his sword again. With his own strength, the monster's two heads flew from its neck. Ji Changkong's eyes gleamed with hatred. He vowed to avenge his senior brother. Ji Changkong furiously wielded his sword, delivering continuous slashes that covered the monster's body with sharp wounds. The demon also quickly released its own power to block. Ji Changkong fearlessly confronted the opponent head-on, unleashing a powerful sword strike that instantly shattered the monster like crumbling stones. Fortunately, Ji Changkong saw his senior brother's body. He lay motionless in the rubble. Having completed all this, Ji Changkong proudly looked at his senior brother lying there and couldn't help but bite his lip in self-reproach. Suddenly, Ji Changkong's entire body went limp and he fell to the ground, but he still struggled to crawl towards his unconscious senior brother. Ji Changkong's scarred hands, covered in wounds large and small, gently held his senior brother's hand and he whispered, "Senior brother, I'm old now, much older than you." The scene shifted to a lush, endlessly stretching bamboo forest with a simple empty house in its center. This was the Sword Sect's black bamboo forest, and a voice sounded, "He still hasn't come out," the Sword Sect Vice Elder said with anxious concern. "It's been 7 days without food or water." Ji Changkong, with his arm severed, loudly declared, "I think he's just scared, frightened by the demon cultivator. Even with a severed arm I'm still bouncing around, aren't I?" A strong voice came from inside the door. "Yes, junior brother says I'm scared, so I'm scared." The two outside were startled by this voice. The Vice Elder was even more surprised. "What is this aura?" The figure of Sword Venerable senior brother appeared, full of power and a completely different demeanor. He bowed his head to his master and firmly said, "Junior brother, master, I've worried you both." Ji Changkong opened his mouth in surprise. Fourth realm, the Vice Elder next to him was equally horrified. "This boy, you've already broken through to the 4th realm," Sword Venerable senior brother said with dignity. "Yes, master," he replied, his face filled with determination. "From now on I shall wield a sword." Lu Dongli was equally shocked, wide-eyed. Sword Venerable martial uncle went from the initial realm to the 4th realm in 7 days. Ji Changkong, now an old man, simply extended a finger and said, "Not 7 days, but 1 day. The other 6 days were just for recuperation." Lu Keaj next to him couldn't help but sigh. Sword Venerable martial uncle is truly worthy of being the #1 genius in 10,000 years. Ji Changkong next to him also praised him without reservation, admiring Sword Venerable senior brother's talent in swordsmanship beyond measure. Yes, if he didn't want to wield a sword, he couldn't break through the initial realm, but if he wants to wield a sword, he will become the best in the world, Lu Dongli asked. "Then do you regret it, master?" Ji Changkong, sipping his tea, suddenly froze. He struggled to swallow a mouthful of water to moisten his throat. Ji Changkong sighed, "I just wanted to kill it." Lu Dongli understood, bowed her head and said, "Thank you for your guidance, master." But Ji Changkong was puzzled. "What guidance did I give you?" Lu Dongli turned to look at her brother, smiling. "If one day a great calamity befalls unavoidable, I too will be like master with no regrets." Hearing Lu Dongli say this, Ji Changkong couldn't help but laugh. "Little Lizzie, ha ha ha, truly worthy of being my disciple." Ji Changkong, Lu Keaj next to them, also praised her greatly, stroking Lu Dongli's head and laughing. "Then I, your brother, will definitely draw my sword before you." Suddenly a voice from outside called out, "Sect Master Lu, may we enter?" It was Namu the monk and a swordswoman. Hearing the call, Lu Keaj suddenly froze, realizing he had forgotten about them both outside. He had truly forgotten them. Lu Keaj loudly said, "Come in." The two gently descended, cupped their hands and said, "Thank you, Sect Master Lu." Seeing the three of them, one old and two young, the two respectfully bowed to Elder Ji. Ji Changkong proudly stroked his beard, thinking, what underworld are it? The disciples they raised are not even as good as mine. Indeed, when it comes to teaching disciples, I, Ji Changkong, am unmatched. Watching Ji Chongkong laugh to himself like a landlord collecting rent, Lu Dongli was speechless and puzzled. Master is having another strange moment of superiority. Suddenly Ji Chongkong leaned closer, saying with a somewhat frivolous and immature attitude, "Your silent meditation is quite interesting," which even startled Nemu the monk. Then old man Ji looked at Nemu the monk winking as if he were still young and chuckled. "Little monk, why don't you open your golden mouth and say something to this old man?" Nemu the monk was extremely nervous. Of course, Nemu the monk dared not speak, quickly shaking his hands and head with all his might. Ji Chongkong laughed heartily. "Ha ha 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 ha." Lu Keaj, still very serious, asked from the side, "What brings you two to my Mo Gate?" Mu Beilu thought to herself, "We originally wanted to ask for guidance from the Tianquan realm's #1 new star, but now that Qingzhou is in trouble, it seems inappropriate to discuss such matters." But she decided to answer anyway despite the awkwardness and confusion of the situation. "Sect Master Lu, let's talk about urgent matters. I see that the cultivators of Qingzhou have all drawn their swords. Is there anything we can help with?" Lu Keaj seriously replied. "This matter concerns more than just Qingzhou." Both of them were shocked upon hearing this, secretly lamenting, "If it's not just Qingzhou, then it's a great calamity of heaven and earth." Lu Keaj, seeing their expressions, immediately understood but calmly said, "No need for such concern. The great calamity is approaching, but it won't arrive immediately. We still have time to prepare." Mu Beilu also relaxed a little, looking at Nemu the monk and saying, "As long as there's time to prepare and it doesn't descend suddenly, there will be a way." She hadn't finished speaking when Ji Chongkong interrupted her. The old man stroked his beard and said, "There's still time, so stop being so secretive." Then, winking proudly, he directly stated the purpose of their visit. "I see you two have come to Mo Gate, just like that brat Yu to spar with this young man, haven't you?" Mu Beilu couldn't believe it and asked in return, "You saw through us?" Ji Chongkong, not at all serious, humorously countered, "Why need to see through even now? I still often spar with my senior brother." Seeing her true intention exposed, Mu Beilu smiled awkwardly. "This was indeed our original intention, but is it appropriate to ask for guidance so suddenly?" Lu Keaj, however, didn't want to get tangled up. Glancing at the meddling Ji Chongkong, old man Ji was clearly adding fuel to the fire. Obviously not yet satisfied with watching his sword domain, but then he had another thought, a smile playing on his lips. "Since the great calamity of Tianquan is approaching, I'll be the rhythm setter." Recalling the images of Yu and Qianqin, Lu Keaj thought, Yu and Qianqin are already fired up. Their little horses are galloping at full speed. Although I don't want to get entangled, the hand of fate has brought them together. Lu Keaj then drew his powerful sword. These two will also be important figures in the Tianquan world in the future, but for now it's time for a beating. Lu Keaj said to the two with a smile, "Since it's a request for guidance, there's nothing inappropriate about it." Mu Beilu was delighted by this, cupping her hands and saying, "Then please guide us, Sect Master Lu." No sooner had she spoken than Mu Beilu stepped forward, extending her hand to block Nemu the monk, and said imposingly, "I'll go first." Lu Keaj, however, felt that who went first or last didn't matter and said coldly, "There's no order, you two come at me together." With that, Lu Keaj swung his sword and a dazzling light flashed. He continued, "To avoid trouble, just one sword," and a massive force appeared. This alone startled Mu Beilu, who exclaimed, "What powerful sword energy!" Lu Keaj activated the system. The system detected Nemu the monk level 53, Mu Beilu of the underworld level 51. Lu Keaj looked down on everyone, thinking, a level 53 and a level 51, this level of strength is not enough, let's give them a shock. Thinking this, Lu Keaj used his sword energy to amplify the surrounding power. A mysterious blackness enveloped the area, and Lu Keaj began to calculate. However, only Lu Dongli present knew this was all a bluff. She helplessly thought, the way he releases spiritual energy is truly grand, but apart from being showy, it serves no purpose. Brother is still not composed at all. A group of disciples also looked up, feeling the undeniable power. One person loudly said, "Everyone look at the sky." Another disciple secretly lamented, "They're fighting again, is it 2 against 1? Someone with a clearer view excitedly said, "Here it comes, Mo Gate's classic move." Another disciple was equally excited, practically jumping up and down. The Sect Master against 2, classic protagonist comeback. Others added, "This time it's a showdown between experts above the 5th realm. Although we know the Sect Master will win, we still want to see how he'll win." Mu Beilu and Nemu the monk both unleashed their powerful and skilled moves to confront Lu Keaj. Mu Beilu didn't believe Lu Keaj could defeat them both alone, so she spoke, "If Sect Master Lu insists on fighting 1 against 2, then we will not hold back." Lu Keaj seriously and kindly reminded them, "I suggest you both get serious from the start, otherwise you'll lose quickly." Mu Beilu, displeased, said, "Sect Master Lu, although you have a renowned reputation, don't—" She was interrupted by Lu Keaj, who continued her sentence, "Don't underestimate others too much." Lu Keaj smirked victoriously. Seeing Lu Keaj's attitude, demeanor, and confidence, Mu Beilu was momentarily stunned. Lu Keaj's eyes turned different colors, revealing a serious and combative expression, and he said coldly, "I'm not underestimating you, I'm just telling the truth. So those 2 different colored eyes represent 2 sword domains." This was almost unprecedented. Nemu the monk and Mu Beilu were both dumbfounded before the battle even began, stuttering in shock. 2 sword domains? The disciples below were equally shocked. No one understood what was happening. What is that? Someone said. It looks like a clone technique, another disagreed. No, that's a summoning technique. Someone who seemed well-read said, I saw it on the forums. That's a domain awakened at level 51, but this is an unprecedented case. He continued, disbelieving, but it clearly states that a person can only have one sword domain. So why does our sect master have two? One person spoke. A disciple again doubted the sect master's abilities. Does the sect master have a cheat? This is simply a chosen one. A standard protagonist. Mubelu had just stood still when she was entangled by Lukeage's domain. Mubelu was horrified to find that his domain was sinister, absorbing her spiritual power. No sooner had she spoken than she entered her own domain. Monk, he's no ordinary person, don't hold back. Nemu the monk also nodded, highly vigilant. Mubelu then made her move, a unique yet powerful technique. Mubelu loudly declared, I'll attack first. 10,000 arrows flew, shooting towards Lukeage. Lukeage secretly calculated. Mubelu's domain has a guaranteed hit characteristic. This arrow rain isn't an attack, but rather my life-slaying value accumulator. Two forces clashed, but perhaps everything was within Lukeage's calculations. He gazed intently, smiling, and thought, guaranteed hit effect. Bring it on. Lukeage's sword seemed to have a will of its own, precisely and swiftly striking Mubelu's 10,000 arrows. Indeed, as Lukeage expected, the stacking power was activating. Lukeage was surrounded by a mysterious and powerful black force, and the life sword stacking progress had increased to 13. Ludongli and Ji Changkong watched from below. Ludongli said worriedly, this girl's domain seems to have the ability to lock onto aura. Old man Ji next to her remarked that the girl's domain was also quite good. Suddenly the old man turned to ask Ludongli, startling her. Little Lizzie, what is your domain? Ludongli firmly refused to say. Master cannot ask. Article 3, Clause 13, subsection 23 of the Mogade Constitution. Ji Changkong was stunned. He secretly thought, I've forgotten the rules I set when I took this little girl as a disciple. Ji Changkong sighed helplessly, turned away, and pouted. Then I won't ask, master, he thought gloomily. What kind of situation is this, not even knowing what my own disciple's domain is? Ludongli then smiled appeasingly. I'll let master see it when there's a chance. Ji Changkong's expression changed faster than flipping a book. He turned back, overjoyed, and said, You said it, okay. The life sword stacking progress had increased to 50, and the damage quickly stacked up. With the life sword stacked, Lukeage's power became even greater. After enduring a few blows from Lukeage, coupled with the life sword stacking, Mubelu felt weak and her hands and feet trembled as she said, What's going on? Ordinary people blocking my flying arrows would gradually tire, but he just gets stronger the more he fights. Just now, Mubelu's flying arrows were almost ineffective. He secretly felt, and as this the ability of his other domain. Mubelu watched her spiritual energy being gradually drained, worrying, My spiritual energy is constantly draining. Even the consumption during battle wouldn't be this much. Lukeage triumphantly asked, Hey, do you still want to shoot arrows? Mubelu firmly refused to give up, raising her bow and arrows and saying, I can still shoot many arrows. The red glowing arrows were aimed at Lukeage, and Mubelu shouted, Take this! Unexpectedly, Lukeage was faster, appearing and disappearing beside Mubelu's arrows, saying, Your movements are too slow, it's my turn now. Lukeage swung his sword, and Mubelu fortunately dodged the clash of two powerful forces which generated a dazzling light. Lukeage said disdainfully, This little spiritual energy is no longer enough to absorb. Both sides fought mercilessly. At this moment, Nemu the monk intended to intervene and help Mubelu. Nemu the monk only managed to utter one word, domain. Before Lukeage casually sealed his mouth with two fingers, it turned out Nemu the monk wanted to say, Domain shatter, and Mubelu also realized this, secretly lamenting. He wanted to say, Domain shatter. How clever. Even in the instant Lukeage's domain shatters, we could get a temporary reprieve to counterattack. Nemu the monk was instantly unable to speak, as if he had become mute, his mouth no longer able to open. Ji Changkong, witnessing this scene from below, couldn't help but burst into laughter. How interesting, but Ludongli beside him didn't understand. She asked blankly, Master, what's wrong with that monk? He seemed to want to say something just now. Ji Changkong stroked his beard and explained, That monk practices the Buddhist divine ability, closed mouth Zen. Normally he cannot speak, but once he opens his mouth it will surely cause heaven and earth to resonate. If he says make fire, fire will appear. If he says make wind, wind will rise between heaven and earth. Ludongli was immensely shocked by this Buddhist divine ability. Does that mean whatever he says can come true? Ji Changkong continued. That is indeed quite interesting, but this divine ability is closely related to one's own realm. If there is a single mistake, one will surely die. Ludongli already understood what her brother intended to do. The greater the power, the greater the backlash. No wonder her brother sealed his mouth with water power. Brother is only at the 5th realm now, so sealing his mouth is the safest, Ludongli said, her heart filled with joy, for finally her brother also knew how to act cautiously. Mubelu, seeing Nemu the monk in such a state, asked worriedly, What happened to your mouth? Before she finished speaking, Lukeage swung a powerful sword, unleashing a forceful palm strike. Lukeage said, Your closed mouth Zen is troublesome, so I'll deal with you first. Nemu the monk, though fearful, would not sit idly by. Thus Nemu the monk also countered Lukeage's powerful force. But he couldn't resist for long. Nemu the monk sighed inwardly, even more powerful than the sword chi from before. With that, Nemu the monk was struck far away, disappearing into the void. The disciples below cheered excitedly. "Look, that monk got a good beating from our sect master." Another person was equally excited. "Indeed, when it comes to real combat, our sect master is the best," a slightly more clear-headed person said seriously. "Everyone look over there, don't celebrate too early. After all, they are also protagonists of this world." Mubelu still refused to give up, unleashing consecutive moves, but she also worried. Is Lucage's power a new skill? It looks completely different in momentum from before. Lucage, seeing Mubelu like this, saw through her intentions. It turned out the beautiful woman wanted to move aside and use a grander move. So it was this move. In the previous life storyline, this was a famous scene. At this time, the city market was bustling with people. The cries of vendors rose and fell, and in the lively streets one could hear premium zongzi, hot steamed buns, giant mega buns fresh out of the oven. Passers-by, don't miss out. Today we have young men and women again. Fresh rock sugar gourds, fresh and sweet rock sugar gourds, mixed with customers' calls and children's clamor. "Mommy, I want rock sugar gourds." Amidst this bustling and lively scene, something suddenly appeared in the sky. Someone noticed it and muttered, "What is that?" Then gradually everyone pointed to the sky, exclaiming, "How strange. It feels so oppressive." Upon closer inspection of the crowd, red-eyed demonic beasts with wings soared in the pitch-black sky, looking fierce and terrifying as they circled. Only then did the surrounding people realize that a beast tide had arrived, not only in the sky but also on the ground. "Help, help, run, run," accompanied by piercing shouts. In the eyes of these beasts, humans were like plump prey, just waiting to be devoured. As everyone ran in panic, one beast targeted a woman and her child. The woman and child kept calling "Mommy," only knowing to run with their heads down. However, heroes always appear at the most critical moment, and in a remarkably handsome fashion. Suddenly, a wave of white spiritual energy swept across the wolf's body. Instantly, the wolf fell backward, its body splitting in half. Only then did the mother and daughter look up in surprise at the sky. The little girl, still holding an unfinished rock sugar gourd, also had her mouth agape. As they gazed at the sky, besides the demonic beasts preparing to attack humans, countless streaks of white sword chi also appeared in the sky. Their power was not immense, but after the sword chi penetrated, the demonic beasts were defeated. Whether in the sky or on the ground, none were spared. It turned out this move originated from a girl in red. All the villagers, upon seeing this person who eliminated exotic beasts and knew how to use spiritual energy, excitedly shouted, "It's the Cultivator. We are saved. Thank you, Cultivator, for saving our lives." The scene switched back to Lucage's location. He stood in the distance, still able to observe the girl's move. Lucage thought as soon as this move appeared, it could shoot out endless arrows without needing to draw a bow until all targets were defeated. For an archer, this is undoubtedly a rapid-fire spiritual flame mechanism with infinite ammunition. Can even contend with the all beings are equal rapid-fire mechanism. Lucage looked at the red-clad girl's move, excitedly thinking one person's ultimate move can wipe out an entire beast tide. Today I must personally test her abilities. On the other side, the red-clad girl, while using spiritual energy to maintain the bow's balance, carefully said. The center of the arrow rain move seemed even more powerful than before, shooting out a vast number of arrows. The players also noticed this, discussing amongst themselves, "Look, the arrows from this move fly like locusts, even more exaggerated than before. But the key is that they can be generated continuously." Another person also said, "Holy crap, the thing this red-clad sister is using must be a rapid-fire spiritual flame mechanism, right? Can the sect master withstand her powerful attack?" Ludongli, seeing such a powerful move capable of wiping out an entire beast tide alone, couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. However, Ji Chongkong, stroking his beard next to her, thought, good, at her realm she still cannot breach my mountain protecting formation." Thinking this, he added, "If this move were used in wartime, that would indeed be quite convenient." On the other side, the monk was still pressed to the ground, covered in dirt, sitting there, still holding that seemingly mysterious unsheathed sword. He thought, can this move defeat him? I cannot retreat, I must await victory. With that, he flew into the air, intending to help the red-clad girl. Indeed, at this moment, the red-clad girl was already struggling, thinking, "How will you deal with this move? As long as my spiritual energy doesn't run out, the arrows won't stop." Lucage seemed to see through her thoughts and immediately used spiritual energy. As he used spiritual energy, he said, "Sword, come." No sooner had he spoken than not a single fixed sword flew, but countless streaks of blue sword chi encircled Lucage. A circular spiritual energy shield formed around Lucage. After gathering enough sword chi, Lucage commanded them to attack the red-clad girl. Instantly, blue and white sword chi clashed. The two streams of chi, after colliding, mutually cancelled each other out like waves. Both the monk and the red-clad girl, seeing Lucage's move, simultaneously broke out in cold sweat, thinking, "Is that the power of heaven and earth?" The players below were not to be outdone. They transformed into a cheering squad, shouting, "I told you our sect master wasn't simple. This time he's directly playing the strongest role. Sword, come is just too cool. What could be cooler than that?" After the two chi streams collided, the red-clad girl seemed to be losing ground. Lucage's sword chi was extremely powerful, constantly pushing forward, suppressing the red-clad girl's white chi stream. Indeed, though the red-clad girl maintained her bow-wielding posture, her entire body began to tremble, thinking, "Why is his heaven and earth power so boundless? My spiritual energy is almost depleted. This is bad." Just as the red-clad girl was about to be overwhelmed, a yellow spiritual energy suddenly intervened. It was the monk coming to her aid. The monk stepped forward to assist, holding a longsword, looking very handsome. The red-clad girl, seeing this, loudly said, "Great monk, give me some time, let my spiritual energy recover." With that, she sat down to circulate spiritual energy and replenish her exhausted chi. Although the monk remained silent, holding his longsword in a defensive stance, it was a silent affirmation. Seeing this scene, Liu Keaj said, "Back again with a red name." At this moment, the system prompted, "Congratulations, your skill, Qingqing Man, has reached mastery. Do you wish to consume 1 million experience points to unlock the Qingqing Man ultimate form?" Liu Keaj was somewhat surprised to see the system prompt, but he quickly composed himself, thinking, "Excellent, how interesting. So this skill has a hidden move. Unlock immediately." The system also immediately unlocked the skill for Liu Keaj, and he instantly learned the ultimate form. Around him were the sword trajectories and movements of unleashing the ultimate form, accompanied by what appeared to be very powerful black chi. After a while, the system prompted, "Qingqing Man ultimate form unlocked, consuming 10,000 experience points." After learning the ultimate form, Liu Keaj opened his eyes wide and said, "So this is the ultimate form, I'll try its power here." No sooner said than done. He drew his sword, and the sword, like the center of a vortex, immediately drew in the surrounding black spiritual energy. Liu Keaj seemed to perceive something and said, "So this is the ultimate form." Having circulated his spiritual energy, Liu Keaj closed his eyes to think. The ultimate form required practicing the previous moves. Black spiritual energy churned, enveloping Liu Keaj. The monk, seeing Liu Keaj's current posture, was somewhat wary. Is Liu Keaj about to unleash an even more powerful attack? I cannot sit idly by, I must use that move. With that, he plunged his sword wrapped in white cloth into the ground. Instantly, from where the sword was inserted, the surrounding ground cracked. From those cracks, yellow spiritual energy surged forth. One could say the monk was borrowing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to perform his move. Not only that, after a while, these Buddhist scriptures had spread, occupying an area large enough to cover a mountain. Not only did the surrounding space and ground change, but flames also ignited in the monk's eyes, containing a vast amount of spiritual energy. Instantly, with the monk and the abundant spiritual energy, an extremely terrifying phantom appeared, one of the representatives of Buddhism. This move was called Great Buddha True Body, and as its name suggests, it manifested the image of the Buddha. Despite the grandiosity of the move, Ji Chongkong showed no surprise. He stroked his beard, feigning profundity as he said to little Lizzie, "This is the strongest defensive technique of Buddhism, Great Buddha True Body." Lu Dongli also commented, "The strongest defensive technique of Buddhism, I don't feel it's very strong." Ji Chongkong then stroked his beard and explained to little Lizzie, "Of course it depends on the realm. If a Buddhist arhat were to unleash this move, even my senior brother, would probably be unable to breach his defense." Little Lizzie, after some instruction, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Is it that strong?" Ji Chongkong further explained, "The 4 great sacred lands of the Tianquan realm, Sword Sect is sharp. Spring-Autumn Mountain is majestic. Underworld is peculiar. Buddhism is steadfast." As Ji Chongkong introduced them, each of the Tianquan realm's sacred lands was envisioned. For the Sword Sect, it was a sect specializing in swordsmanship, and the current sword venerable martial uncle. Furthermore, Spring-Autumn Mountain and the Underworld had not yet shown particularly prominent activities. However, looking at the imagined scenes, their appearances were quite cool. Lastly, there was Buddhism, represented by the monk who was currently using Great Buddha Avatar. Ji Chongkong added that Buddhism excels most at defense, and of course its defense is also the strongest. After speaking, he only then noticed Liu Keaj stroking his beard and saying, "But Keaj's move also seems extraordinary." Returning to Liu Keaj, he was repracticing the first move of Qingqing Man in order to use the ultimate form, accompanied by those gentle yet sharp sword-dancing trajectories. This move was bound to be terrifying. However, this took a significant amount of time. Liu Keaj couldn't help but lament, "This move's charge-up time is too long. If not activated during combat, it feels a bit clunky." Next, he continuously slashed, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. Finally, he gripped his sword, condensing spiritual energy. Liu Keaj looked at the sword filled with black spiritual energy, thinking, "Is this the final sword?" The players from Earth below were also discussing. "The monk below seems to have used his ultimate move. That defense is very strong, and the Sect Master's sword dance can't break through. What is the Sect Master doing, dancing his sword up there?" Although they didn't know what Liu Keaj was doing, they vaguely guessed, the Sect Master isn't just dancing his sword. That movement seems like he's preparing to unleash an ultimate move. That's right, I don't know since when. After Liu Keaj prepared to use the ultimate form, the sky suddenly turned gray. The players from Earth below also noticed it, exclaiming, "Holy crap, I thought it was a dragon. Holy crap, this sudden roar is a powerful ultimate move." Another person's eyes suddenly gleamed, saying, "This move is the strongest I've ever seen from the Sect Master. Quickly record it. The forums are going to explode. This is truly a unique privilege for Mo Gate disciples. This scene feels too explosive. Your videos definitely won't capture the full experience." The monk used the Great Buddha Avatar move. He was in the defensive barrier formed by the move, but he was also frightened pale, secretly thinking, "What kind of move is this? It's not even fully formed yet, but it's already creating such immense pressure." Behind the red-clad girl, her spiritual energy was finally regulated. As soon as she opened her eyes, she said, "I've adjusted it. What's the situation now?" No sooner had she spoken than she gasped in astonishment, looking up at the sky. What is that thing in the sky at this moment? A gigantic dragon condensed from black spiritual energy had complete eyes, nose, mouth, and even an absurdly long horn. its head pointed directly at the red-clad girl and the monk. The red-clad girl, having just recovered a little spiritual power, had it depleted again. She summoned vines, forming a second layer of defense for the two of them. As she urged her spiritual power, she was extremely anxious, her face filled with panic, saying, "No matter what, great monk, we must block this move." However, the monk's face was as grim as the red-clad girl's, pale with a bluish tint, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. The sword in Lukeage's hand had already gathered enough spiritual energy, waiting only for his command to launch an attack at any moment. At this point, the giant dragon's phantom had fully materialized. An oversized giant dragon with its maw wide open stood behind Lukeage. Its eyes were of different colors, one white and one blue. Looking at this scene, Lukeage truly looked incredibly cool. All you female players, did your hearts flutter? After the long activation time, Lukeage couldn't help but sigh. It's finally formed. The charge-up time for this move is truly absurdly long. With that, Lukeage looked at the three-headed, six-armed Buddha phantom that had appeared before him. The Buddha was surrounded by rich, fiery, golden spiritual energy. Not only that, but the Buddha's halo also emitted a seven-colored rainbow light, appearing incredibly mystical. Despite this, Lukeage remained confident in his move, saying, "Then let's see if it can break through this turtle shell-like defense." With that, he commanded his transformed giant dragon to fearlessly charge straight at the three-headed, six-armed Buddha phantom. The collision between the giant dragon and the three-headed, six-armed Buddha caused massive aftershocks. The light emitted from the collision was dazzling, beautiful enough to be mesmerizing. Below, countless players activated their system recording mode, capturing this instant. Despite this, some still stood by, nervously awaiting the outcome. Or perhaps cheering for Lukeage. One said, "Sect Master will definitely not lose." Below, little Lizzie also clenched her fists, her forehead sweating as she cried, "Brother?" Meanwhile, Ji Changkong, seemingly having already foreseen the outcome, showed no worry on his face. Of course, after such a long charge-up, this move was bound to be incredibly terrifying. The strongest defensive technique of Buddhism, cast by its most outstanding young disciple, supplemented by the red-clad girl's second layer of defense, was utterly destroyed in an instant. The transformed giant dragon, like a hungry tiger, pounced on the red-clad girl and the monk. Of course, these two layers of defense were their last life-saving cards. After the last defense was broken, they were now like fish on a chopping block. The red-clad girl anxiously cried out, "It's over!" No sooner had she spoken than the transformed giant dragon directly attacked their position. After the collision, only rolling black spiritual energy remained. However, when the black spiritual energy dissipated and the sunlight reappeared, the two of them had miraculously survived, as if that terrifying move had not consumed them. Only a golden needle was embedded in each of their foreheads, nearly taking their lives. This indicated that Lukeage had held back, sparing them. Soon the black spiritual energy completely dispersed, leaving a clear blue sky. Lukeage descended from the sky like a deity, saying, "Gentlemen, the victor has been decided. In short, the woman stays to procreate and the man dies." No sooner had Lukeage spoken than he removed the hairpin from his forehead. The threat to the monk and the red-clad girl also vanished. Seeing this, the two were both surprised and delighted. After removing the golden needles, Lukeage immediately turned around and coolly said, "That's enough." It seemed Lukeage was no longer pursuing the matter. Perhaps he had shown off enough. The two unconsciously touched their foreheads, checking if there was still a threat. Faced with death so close, just one word away from perishing, both were drenched in sweat on their foreheads. After her defeat, the red-clad girl uttered words she had never expected. "Before him, we actually failed so completely." Although she said this aloud in her heart, she thought, "I'm truly unwilling." After calming down, the red-clad girl finally dared to ask, "Sect Master Lu, may I ask one more question?" It seemed she had something to say. Was she going to confess? Lukeage also turned around and replied, "Ask." He looked cool and handsome, captivating the girls. After receiving Lukeage's permission, the red-clad girl asked, "During the sparring just now, did Sect Master Lu still have strength left?" After receiving Sect Master Lu's answer, both were greatly surprised, thinking as expected he actually still had strength left. In fact, they asked this to compare their current strength against Sect Master Lu's. The final answer was that they didn't even possess half of Sect Master Lu's strength, which left them both astonished and sweating. Whether by design or coincidence, Sect Master Lu always walked against the direction of the sun. This made him appear in the sky like a reincarnation of a bodhisattva. Indeed, before leaving, Sect Master Lu left a few instructions. "The great calamity of Tianquan is approaching. Your talents are not weak, and we shall meet again at the peak someday." In truth, Sect Master Lu's words were not without ulterior motives. Thus, he secretly thought, "Now I have to unleash the potential of these two again. I am truly worthy, the guide of the children of the world." Upon hearing such an evaluation, the red-clad girl wasn't angry at all. Instead, she said to the monk who had been silent beside her, "He actually praised us like that. It seems I've indeed been too lax before." Although the monk didn't speak, he nodded in agreement with that. The red-clad girl bid farewell, saying, "Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for your guidance. We take our leave." As she spoke, the two of them flew into the sky and vanished, leaving Lukeage, who didn't look back, full of cool confidence. As soon as the two flew off, they both thought in unison, "It's time to cultivate with all our might." Back here, upon learning of their Sect Master's victory, the disciples immediately cheered, "Sect Master won again, so cool. Sect Master, look at me. I love you so much, Sect Master brother, I want to bear your children, or directly confessed, Kaj, I love you like a mouse loves rice. Sect Master Lu stood high above, taking in all these words. He secretly chuckled to himself. Cheer on, all of this is what you deserve. After landing, Ji Changkong was the first to speak. Not bad, not bad. Your Life Slayer sword domain has not disgraced the prestige of the ancestors' black bamboo forest lineage. For some reason, every time he spoke, he never forgot to stroke his small beard. After speaking to Sect Master Lu, he turned to little Lizzie and said, Little Lizzie, don't slack off in your cultivation. Your master is returning to the sect. The sword sect is also about to begin its sect assembly. With that, he soared upwards. Little Lizzie respectfully saw off her master, saying, Yes, master. After giving instructions to his disciple, he flew far away. Sect Master Lu didn't forget to stand by and tease little Lizzie. He nudged her shoulder with his elbow, adopting an arrogant posture as he asked, How was it? How did your brother do just now? Little Lizzie next to him was in a daze, too angry to speak. Indeed, she now finally opened her mouth to admonish her brother. You're too ostentatious, you're simply not cautious enough. Hearing such criticism, Sect Master Lu calmly replied, If I can become the #1 in the world, why bother with caution? Having just shown off, a smug smile appeared on his face. The words proud and complacent seemed to be written all over him. Then he continued, Furthermore, teaching those two a lesson just now was also to unleash their potential. I'm doing all this for the sake of the common people. You, on the other hand, have too narrow a perspective. Hearing her brother taunt her like this, little Lizzie retorted, What you're doing is too dangerous. With that, little Lizzie rummaged through her chankin bag. She took out an item from her chankin bag which looked like a substitute talisman. After taking it out, she placed it in Sect Master Lu's hand, saying, Take this. Sect Master Lu, knowing the item's purpose, said, Didn't I already say? This life and death puppet was a gift from Master to me. I can't accept it. In fact, this life and death puppet had a similar function to a substitute talisman. Little Lizzie, hearing her brother say this, stubbornly retorted, Sword Venerable Martial Uncle also gave me one. The extra one can be for you. Seeing that gentleness wouldn't work, little Lizzie shouted loudly at Sect Master Lu, Take it. As she spoke, she shoved the life and death puppet into Sect Master Lu's arms, then continued, If brother isn't here, I can't live either. You're so ostentatious, you need this more than I do. Little Lizzie meant that she preferred to live in seclusion and avoid conflict, while Sect Master Lu was the exact opposite, enjoying showing off and stirring up trouble. Hearing little Lizzie's words, Sect Master Lu was deeply moved, clutching the life and death puppet and softly calling out, Little Lizzie. Seeing Sect Master Lu like this, little Lizzie shyly turned away. As she ran, she said, I don't like to hear such cheesy words. I'm going to handle sect matters. Little Lizzie shyly ran off at once, leaving Sect Master Lu standing alone. Seeing little Lizzie like this, Lu Kaj was overjoyed, secretly thinking, This little Lizzie outwardly dislikes me, her brother. But in reality, she cares about me so much. Don't worry, your brother won't go offline so easily. Sect Master Lu then smugly looked up at the sky, thinking, I am the savior, I will surely save this land. With that, he began to ponder future matters. Since he had to deal with the calamity, the immediate priority was to cultivate players who could resurrect infinitely and level up crazily regardless of their comprehension. Those players, fearless of death and whose eyes lit up at the sight of exotic beasts, would be the most effective helpers when the great calamity arrived. Thinking of this, Sect Master Lu called out, Luo Bing, where are you? Luo Bing suddenly appeared from somewhere, saying, Sect Master Martial Uncle, your disciple is here. Her tone and demeanor remained as respectful as ever. Seeing this, Sect Master Lu coolly said, There's something I need you to announce to all outer disciples. Hearing this, Luo Bing respectfully replied, Please instruct Sect Master Martial Uncle. Sect Master Lu then looked into the distance, pondering some scheme, thinking it's time to provoke these shouting silly players. Mogate Outer Disciple Gathering Point. Speaking of which, this area of Mogate was arranged very poetically and mystically. It was located at the foot of a massive mountain range surrounded by floating clouds. This indicated its lofty cloud-piercing position. Inside were the outer disciples. A young man while sweeping dreamed aloud, Get rich by strength, I want to get rich by strength in the game too. Another, wielding a longsword, danced as if contemplating life, saying, Can't you all be a bit more serious? We are sword cultivators of the righteous path. Even the girls doing laundry below exclaimed in admiration. This is truly too enthusiastic, even washing clothes feels so real. Among the crowd there was a man named Lin Wachin who carried a sword on his back, looking very cool. Judging by his level, he was currently level 19, seemingly the highest here, therefore he scoffed disdainfully, putting on an arrogant air. This senior brother is almost level 20. When I get there I won't be in the same league as you all anymore. Pity those who were looked down upon. In real life the chairman would pretend to be poor, but in the game he was scorned by others, truly sigh-inducing. However, nearby a group of people had also gathered, all women. The most eye-catching among them was Lin Ali. Not only that, she was also level 19. Seeing Lin Wachin's smugness, she said, Don't think you're the only one who's level 19. Similarly, the girls next to her all looked at Lin Ali with admiring eyes. At this moment, Luo Bing descended from the sky, looking down at the squabbling disciples. Luo Bing waited for them to finish speaking before saying, All of you shut up. Although these players had been bickering incessantly just now, upon seeing Luo Bing, they all respectfully said, Senior Sister Luo Bing. However, it's normal for players to be happy when an NPC appears. Knowing this, Lin Wachin thought, Senior sister Luo Bing actually represents the intentions of the sect master and the elders. Is she here to announce something new for the sect? Has the sect master finally decided to take a concubine? Heavens, if Liu Keaj were to take a concubine, he'd be ruined. In their thoughts, only Lin Huaqin actually guessed partially correctly. Luo Bing picked up a scroll and read by sect master's order. From today, all cultivating players will undergo an assessment. If you reach the third realm within 1 month, I will personally impart sword techniques to you. Hearing sword techniques and the prospect of being personally taught by the sect master, everyone present was astonished. Perhaps with the exception of He Nian, they were all excited. Beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. No sooner had Luo Bing finished speaking than the system notification for players sounded. Sect Master's Personal Disciple Assessment Quest. Mo Gate Sect Master's Personal Disciple. Quest objective, reach level 30 within 1 month. Upon completing the quest, the reward for players will be a purple tier skill book. Seeing such a generous reward, everyone was ecstatic. Someone exclaimed, "Holy cow, I feel like I'm going to fly." Others were only concerned with the purple tier skill book reward, shouting, "Brothers, let's have a blast." That's right, let's have a blast. There are still plenty of resources. Also noticed Sect Master Lu saying the Sect Master's personal sword techniques. Have the real benefits finally arrived? Luo Bing ignored their boisterous discussions and continued, "If you can break through to the third realm within 2 months, we'll specially give 3 individuals a magic artifact personally crafted by the Sect Master." The system voice sounded again, apparently for a second quest. Mo Gate Sect Master's Personal Disciple Assessment. This quest's objective was different from the last. Reach level 31 within 1 month with Mo Gate magic artifacts as the reward, but with a limitation. Upon hearing the system notification, everyone was once again thunderstruck, and they started discussing amongst themselves. Someone said, "The magic artifacts have a limitation. Did you all see the word limitation? So there's a big move after all." Just moments ago, they were joyfully embracing each other, but upon seeing the words, "limited to 3 individuals," they warily glanced at one another. This time they noticed another key point. Only 3 spots and the artifacts are personally crafted by the Sect Master. After a brief exchange of glances they dispersed. "I'm going to cultivate right now. Kill monsters, lots of experience, I don't care. Whatever gives more experience, that's what I'll play." They were going all out for Sect Master Lu's limited edition magic artifacts. This was perhaps Sect Master Lu's true objective. Only pressure can forge a diamond. After completing her task, Luo Bing immediately reported to Sect Master Lu. She said, "Everything went as Sect Master Martial Uncle expected." Everyone was exceptionally excited. Sect Master Lu said coldly, "All right, you're dismissed, there's nothing else for you." He poured tea, maintaining a cool and arrogant demeanor. Hearing this, Luo Bing said somewhat dejectedly, "Young master, do you not need me to serve you tea?" Her face was already flushed, indicating her strong desire for Sect Master Lu's affection. As she spoke, Luo Bing thought, "It's been a long time since I've been close to young master. Today, no matter what." With that, she put on her act again. She stepped on her own shoe sole, pretending to trip. Luo Bing's fall was incredibly graceful, like a delicate maiden, making one want to protect her. In reality, Luo Bing used her pure desire technique, feigning a fall, her clothes slightly disheveled, appearing alluring and captivating. However, Sect Master Lu and Luo Bing had known each other for a long time, were accustomed to such allure, and paid it no mind. He prepared to pick up his teacup and said, "Forget it, stay and rub my shoulders for a bit, I'll need some exercise later anyway." Upon receiving permission, Luo Bing immediately dropped her spell, stood up and responded, "Yes, young master." Stepping forward, Luo Bing began massaging Sect Master Lu's back. As she massaged, she asked, "Young master, is this pressure all right?" Sect Master Lu replied, "It's fine." As Luo Bing attended to Sect Master Lu, she secretly rejoiced, thinking, "As long as I can help young master relieve a little stress, I'll be content." However, Sect Master Lu was currently immersed in the system space as if he had discovered he had been tricked by the system, thinking, "Oh system, you have this kind of function, tricking so many experience points out of me, you really put a lot of effort into it." The system interface displayed various forging techniques sequentially from low to high: basic artifact forging, novice artifact forging, intermediate artifact forging, and finally advanced artifact forging, all exchangeable with experience points. Sect Master Lu looked at the system panel and thought, these funny players, giving them some gold tier items should make them happy enough. With that, Sect Master Lu opened the advanced interface, which contained many categories. Sect Master Lu then thought, so many, which bright one should I choose? Suddenly a paper crane fell into Sect Master Lu's line of sight. Looking at the paper crane, Sect Master Lu smiled, thinking, this seems pretty good. Luo Bing, massaging his back nearby, asked hesitantly, "Young master, are you making dinner tonight?" Her face was clearly shy. Sect Master Lu, hearing this, also asked in confusion, "Why are you suddenly asking about this?" Hearing Sect Master Lu's question, Luo Bing nervously replied, "Little junior sister asked me to. She said she misses your cooking a bit." Hearing this, Sect Master Lu also understood Luo Bing's intention and replied with a smile, "Yes, I am." Luo Bing, hearing this, replied joyfully, "Thank you, young master." Sect Master Lu also noticed a change, thinking, the pressure is stronger. Is she waiting for my cooking too? By now it was late, and time flew by. Mo Gate's dining hall was filled with various delicacies, and all core members of Mo Gate had gathered there. Xiao Chu spoke first. So fragrant, Xiao Chu can't wait." Lu Keaj also brought out the last dish and said, "Here, delicious grass carp soup, dinner's ready." Liu Keaj stood there watching everyone eat, secretly delighted, seeing them as if a family gathered for a meal. Seeing everyone enjoying their food, Liu Keaj remembered someone, thinking, speaking of which, there are a few hungry folks in that lonely grave. I haven't given her homework in a long time, I'll go check on her later. Lu Dongli witnessed Luo Bing's flirtatious actions and couldn't help but think angrily, is this little girl still not giving up? She crossed her arms silently, assessing the situation. Brother already has senior sister C. Though creatures like sister-in-law are annoying, senior sister C is sensible, so I can accept her. Liu Keaj turned his gaze to Huo Ting, who was diligently working, thinking once the venerated spirit returns, I'll have Huo Ting absorb the soul jades and also test the new beads I refined with the human immortal bead. Now Liu Keaj's mind was only on the soul jades. 3 shimmering jade stones revolved in his thoughts. Liu Keaj calculated that Huo Ting should be able to absorb them, and as long as he can, I, your master, can protect him. Liu Keaj's heart blossomed with joy. From now on, the purple moon altar will be our master-disciple experience field. Having calculated everything, Liu Keaj stood up and instructed Huo Ting. Huo Ting, come to my residence after you've washed the dishes. I have something to tell you. Huo Ting received the command and hastily saluted. Unexpectedly, dishwater splashed all over Mu Dongfang's face and he shouted, Senior brother, dishwater splashed on my face. Lu Dongli, seeing her brother leave, curiously asked, Brother, where are you going? Do you need me to come along? Liu Keaj didn't turn back, coldly refusing, no need. Lu Dongli was puzzled by Liu Keaj's attitude, and he, Liu Keaj, could only sigh bitterly. Go together. If you saw me being drained of my essence blood, where would I, your brother, put my face? The night was eerily silent. Liu Keaj stood before a grave in an open field. He knocked on the tombstone and asked, Is anyone there? This scene was indeed a bit strange. No one responded to Liu Keaj's call, which made him wonder. Normally she'd come out with one knock. Why is there no movement today? He paced back and forth around the grave, restless. A thought suddenly occurred to him. Is she dead? Should I dig her up to see? Come to think of it, I've never even seen what she looks like. Liu Keaj cupped his chin, pondering, what would our family's venerated spirit look like? A series of images flashed through his mind. Would she be a charming, lovely, voluptuous fox spirit, or a strong, robust Amazon? Indeed, men are all lustful. Just thinking about it made Liu Keaj beam, his eyes narrowing into slits, suddenly overcome with curiosity. Without much thought, he picked up a hammer and began digging the grave. He even declared enthusiastically, action speaks louder than words. The first swing of the hammer, however, stopped abruptly in midair. Liu Keaj was conflicted, unsure of what to do. If she's not dead, would digging her up suddenly be awkward? Liu Keaj thought of the scene when the venerated spirit appeared. He opens the tomb and they stare at each other, scaring him witless. He broke out in a cold sweat, unable to imagine such an awkward situation, truly mortifying. Just thinking about it was embarrassing. Ultimately, Liu Keaj made a decision. He mercilessly tossed the hammer aside, calculating, I'll try using essence blood first. In the past, she would always appear as soon as essence blood was offered. He wasted no time in casting a spell, cutting his wrist to extract essence blood. The essence blood had been extracted by Liu Keaj. He now looked like an addict, pale-faced with dark circles under his eyes, his hands and feet trembling, yet still trying to entice. Venerated spirit, your favorite essence blood is here, do you want to drink it? At this moment a strange sound suddenly came from the tomb. HMPH, pat pat pat. This sound left Liu Keaj speechless. Holding the essence blood, he wondered, only the sound of her smacking her lips, but she hasn't flown out to eat, Liu Keaj guessed. It seems she's sleeping more deeply this time than before. Since that's the case, I'll visit her again in a few days. He no longer dwelled on it, deciding to return. The little venerated spirit in the tomb had been sleeping since ancient times. She thought, it smells so good, but my body can't move, it's so heavy. Some familiar scents are returning to this world. Liu Keaj arrived at the bamboo house to wait for Huo Ting. He stood there waiting in confusion for his disciple. Why isn't this kid Huo Ting here yet? Does washing a few dishes really take this long? Just then, as Liu Keaj was pondering, a figure flashed past him from behind, startling him and immediately putting him on high alert in defense mode. He majestically drew his sword and sharply asked, Who's there? The longsword pointed directly at the person, scaring them witless. It turned out to be Huo Ting. He trembled, daring not to move. Liu Keaj was equally startled. He asked, Why is it you again, you stinking brat? Liu Keaj erupted in anger, scolding Huo Ting. Now you can not only hide your aura, but also completely conceal your spiritual sense, to the point where even I, your master, didn't detect you. He yearned to give his disciple a beating. Liu Keaj smacked at Huo Ting on the head and commanded, Go in, find a place to sit. Poor Huo Ting, he could only timidly and obediently comply, though outwardly scolding. Liu Keaj secretly praised, This kid, even without actively concealing his aura, possesses such ability. If he actively concealed it, to what extent would it reach? Truly worthy of being my disciple, Liu Keaj. He resolved to help Huo Ting this time, thinking, then let me add fuel to his fire. Master and disciple sat opposite each other in the bamboo house. Liu Keaj asked with concern, You absorbed so many soul jades before. In my absence, have you experienced any discomfort in your body? He wanted to confirm Huo Ting's physical condition. After all, soul jades were the property of the malevolent king of the underworld, so he had to first inquire about the situation. Huo Ting patted his arm, indicating he was very healthy. Liu Keaj wasn't entirely sure, so he asked again, Do you mean your body feels even better? Soul jades shimmered in Liu Keaj's palm. He took them out and told Huo-Ting, if that's the case then absorb all of these. Huo-Ting was astonished to see the number of soul jades in his hand, a quantity beyond imagination. Seeing his panicked expression, Liu Kaiaj was triumphant. He thought, scared silly aren't you? These things are as numerous as trump cards. Huo-Ting was deeply moved, secretly thanking Liu Kaiaj for his sacrifice. My cultivation hasn't progressed at all. It's all thanks to Master who sought these things for me despite the danger. So many. I don't know how many dangers he went through. Huo-Ting suddenly bowed his head in respect. He wanted to repay his master's kindness. Huo-Ting was immensely grateful. His master's kindness was immeasurable. Huo-Ting was emotional. His master's kindness was immeasurable, and he bawled, tears and snot streaming like a waterfall, which Liu Kaiaj found unbearable. With a look of disgust, he slammed shut the box of soul jades and said disdainfully, "Hey, your snot's running out. You don't need to be so moved by me." He could no longer tolerate the sight of snot and tears flowing. With another smack on Huo-Ting's head, he severely scolded, "Stop crying, calm yourself. Tonight you need to preserve your energy to absorb all the soul jades." Huo-Ting, after being hit, immediately stopped crying, clutching his head and groaning painfully. HMPH, truly a detached master-disciple relationship. Eventually, Huo-Ting also calmed down, focusing on absorbing the soul jades before him. The soul jades glowed, gradually transferring their power into Huo-Ting's body. A mysterious cyan-black light seemingly capable of devouring everything around it. Huo-Ting seemed very uncomfortable. Sweating profusely, the light of the soul jades enveloping him, it appeared his power was gradually increasing. Liu Kaiaj observed the entire process very satisfied, thinking, Huo-Ting's aura is starting to grow rapidly again. So many soul jades, this kid is going to level up quite a bit. Just then the system suddenly prompted. System notification, due to your disciple Huo-Ting's progress, you have received experience point rewards. Hearing this prompt, Liu Kaiaj smiled contentedly. His heart blossomed with joy because with the master-disciple system, he had made a fortune. Liu Kaiaj looked at Huo-Ting's shadow on the wall. He suddenly noticed, this kid's shadow. His shadow seemed to contain hundreds or thousands of hidden shadows, looking very frightening. Those shadows appeared and surrounded him, staring at Liu Kaiaj, making him ponder. This kid's shadows are all looking in one direction, all looking at me. It seems Huo-Ting's shadows made almost no attempt to conceal themselves. They surrounded him, approaching him as if observing and probing. Seeing this, Liu Kaiaj began to explain, I am merely standing guard here. Not harming my disciple means no offense. Suddenly those shadows flew up abruptly, and Liu Kaiaj understood indeed they wanted more space, because as Huo-Ting's power grew, the range they could spread would also increase, and this also represents his pulse. His thoughts were interrupted by Huo-Ting's shadow growing larger and taking up more space. Huo-Ting's shadow was getting stronger. The power of the soul jade seemed to have been completely absorbed by Huo-Ting. He struggled to bear it, screaming in pain. Liu Kaiaj wasn't too surprised by this sight. He had already guessed his realm would halt at the fourth realm grand perfection. The fifth realm was indeed a huge bottleneck. Even with soul jade of Hao Shan's caliber, it couldn't be broken through. Just at this critical moment, someone hurriedly knocked on the door, anxiously calling out, Brother, something's wrong. Liu Kaiaj was startled, recognizing it as his sister Lu Dongli's voice. Liu Kaiaj opened the door and asked worriedly, what happened? She started explaining the situation to her brother. Something had happened outside the sect, but the scene inside the room left her speechless. Hearing the news, he immediately replied, I'll go take a look. Night fell, and the space was eerily silent. The situation before them was worrying, with thousands upon thousands of demonic creatures swarming in, a sight that sent chills down the spines of onlookers. Their faces are hideous, Liu Kaiaj thought. So many low-level demonic creatures all heading towards Danqing Peak. He cast his gaze towards the green light emanating from the sky. That light was coming from Huo-Ting. It was then that he fully understood. It was Huo-Ting. The aura Huo-Ting emitted had attracted this horde of demons. Liu Kaiaj looked at the scene before him. One might have expected him to be worried, but not only was he not, everything was within his calculations. He secretly rejoiced. They've arrived just in time. The Mo-Gate disciples had been assigned tasks, but they were bored with nothing to do. This work is truly dull. One cut severing roots. LV-17 complained boredly. The sect master suddenly issued an upgrade quest. There are too few wild monsters around Mo-Gate. The disciple likes digging earth. LV-16 sat cross-legged on a rock, trying to calm himself as he nodded in agreement. Now even the flies in this area have been killed off. Hearing this, Lin watching LV-19 retorted unhappily, You've got some nerve. I clearly spotted that fly first, but you snatched the kill. Shameless, neither gave an inch. Likes digging earth. LV-16 yelled, Whoever kills it first, it's theirs. Lin watching didn't back down. You stole my kill. I saw it first, so it's mine. This was truly the legendary clash of fire and water, a cat and dog fight. Just then an unlucky frog hopped ashore from the pond, breaking their argument. Everyone's gaze fell on the plump frog, scaring it into a cold sweat. The crowd rushed forward to snatch the poor frog, continuously yelling, Monster, it's a monster. Experience points. My experience points. Whoever kills it first, it's theirs. I saw it first, so it's mine. It was enough to give one a headache. The frog hopped around frantically, dodging the Mo-Gate disciples' sword tips. A voice rang out as if from a savior, saving this poor weak creature. Mo-Gate disciples, heed my command. All the disciples stopped, recognizing it as the sect master's voice. Someone who didn't understand what was happening asked, What's going on? Liu Kaiaj appeared in a burst of light like a protagonist. He commanded, Today's sect mission has been issued. This master has prepared a trial for you. quickly exit the sect formation and slay the enemy. After speaking, he left without a single explanation, leaving the disciples in an uproar. A trial? Did the sect master personally prepare monsters for us? Someone clicked their tongue in admiration. Wow, the sect master seems even more handsome than before. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, the frog slipped away while everyone was distracted. Lin Huaqin moved swiftly, taking the lead. There was an advantage to leaving early, he announced. Never mind, since the sect master said there are monsters outside the mountain, there must be monsters. I'm going first. The rest no longer hesitated, following closely. That's right, charge, don't try to get ahead. I won't be left behind either. Finally reaching their destination, the sight before them made them stop in their tracks. Filled with terror, these low-level demonic creatures look really disgusting. Seeing the Mogade disciples, they rushed over greedily as if seeing life itself, muttering, "Live humans, flesh and blood of live humans, blood need blood." As expected of Mogade disciples, they showed no fear. Instead, they displayed a strong interest in these demonic creatures. Someone excitedly shouted, "Monsters, we're rich." Another said, "So many, tomorrow I'll take a day off just to clear them all out." Everyone shouted in unison, "Kill, kill, kill." To be honest, at this moment, as the two sides met, both with green light in their eyes, it was hard to tell which was more terrifying. Both sides charged forward simultaneously, attacking with an unstoppable momentum, neither giving way. Someone wondered, "So many small monsters, I wonder how the sect master got them." Lin Huaqin LV9 wasn't concerned with this question. He fought and said, "Who cares? As long as the sect master is powerful, that's enough." Everyone shouted in unison. "The sect master is amazing, Liu Keaj is amazing." Lin Huaqin stood up incredibly firm. Everyone stand up. The battle was fierce. The two sides like two taiji. One side the Mogade outer disciples, the other fierce minor monsters. The battle ultimately ended with a victor. That day, the demonic creatures barely escaped. They would describe it to their descendants. The defeated old demon, standing there with incomplete limbs, recounted to his offspring. He drew a portrait of the Mogade disciples, warning in terror, "Those who live beneath Danching Peak are absolutely not human. They are the true devils. Never approach Danching Peak." After issuing instructions to the disciples, Liu Keaj leisurely returned to his residence. He told Lu Dongli that the matter had been resolved. She stood with her hands on her hips, judging incredulously. "Brother, can those outer disciples really handle it? What if there's a ghost king among that horde of demons?" Liu Keaj was unfazed. He had great confidence in his disciples' abilities. "Though they are only outer disciples, they are still my Mogate disciples." He opened the door and continued, "Furthermore, if there truly is a ghost king, this master will naturally slay it with a single sword stroke." Hearing Liu Keaj's arrogant words, Lu Dongli felt very helpless. When Liu Keaj started acting odd, silence was golden. "Brother's strange affliction has returned," she thought. "I'd best not ask too many questions." The bamboo hut door was slightly ajar, and at this moment a green light shot out from within. The sight before them astonished both. Liu Keaj was incredulous. He thought, "This is Huo Ting's aura. He has broken through fourth realm grand perfection and entered the fifth realm." Soul jades revolved in the air, encircling Huo Ting, forming a mysterious ring that emitted a powerful aura. As if about to devour Huo Ting, Liu Keaj was overjoyed, praising repeatedly, Good, that kid Huo Ting has indeed broken through to the fifth realm." Lu Dongli saw thousands of shadows, all moving towards Huo Ting. This sight made her a little worried, but she completely trusted her brother. "It feels truly sinister, but as long as it's brother, it should be fine." Liu Keaj stood before Huo Ting, continuously praising, "Not bad, not bad. The weakest grand sword cultivator in history has been born," he thought. Suddenly he felt something was off, and wondered, but he's already broken through to the fifth realm, so why is there no sensation of forming a sword domain? Liu Keaj guessed that whether or not there was a sword domain would probably depend on this shadow. After his calculations, he sent Lu Dongli out. "Little Lizzie, go check on the situation outside the sect. I'll just guard here." He didn't want his sister to see everything, which was why he found an excuse for little Lizzie to leave first. Lu Dongli found this reasonable and obediently complied with her brother's words. She also felt responsible for those outer disciples. Demonic creatures are attacking. Relying solely on those outer disciples is ultimately not proper. "I must go see for myself." She swiftly flew out of the bamboo hut. As she went, she worried that the outer disciples, being lax in cultivation and without guidance, might suffer heavy casualties. Arriving at the scene, the sight before her left her speechless with shock. These outer disciples are fighting, but their mouths won't rest. They're cursing as they fight. "HMPH, you dare to cross swords with us Mogade disciples? HMPH, I wouldn't even deign to draw my natal sword to kill you. 10 steps, slay a demon, 1,000 li, leave no trace." Truly master and disciple were of one heart and mind. As Liu Keaj was, so were his disciples, all overly confident. Listening to these arrogant words, Lu Dongli had a headache, wondering, how did these people learn so many strange things from brother? Returning to the bamboo hut, only Liu Keaj remained. He commanded, "Now that no one else is here, come out." Hearing this, a black shadow gradually emerged, slowly appearing. It was Huo Ting's shadow, and surprisingly it had a pair of horns on its head. Even the shadow had horns on its head, let alone the person. Although it was its first time meeting Liu Keaj, the shadow respectfully bowed to him. Liu Keaj seemed very satisfied with it. "A disciple's bow, this shadow has its own consciousness. Interesting. He looked at it curiously, his gaze sharp as if wanting to see through it. "Let me see exactly what you are," Liu Keaj thought. Liu Keaj used his cultivation to examine the true nature of Huo Ting's shadow. Amidst interweaving golden and green light, the image of a massive evil spirit wearing a skull necklace around its neck gradually manifested. It seemed its power was extraordinary. Liu Keaj learned its identity and was astonished, wondering, this fellow is a ghost king. Wait, a ghost king can absorb soul jades and has its own consciousness. Could it be? It was then that he suddenly realized and asked himself, is this fellow the underworld king? This thought, as soon as it appeared in Liu Keaj's mind, left him profoundly shocked, even a little uneasy. This exceeded his expectations. A bloody war had once occurred with countless casualties. Someone once said that the demonic creatures of the Tianquan realm originate from death qi and ghost qi, produced by the dead. The more dead there were, the denser the death qi and ghost qi, and the more powerful the demonic creatures formed. But demonic creatures differed from humans. They had distinct characteristics. They lacked thought and killed purely by instinct, slaying both their own kind and others. But the Underworld King was different. He possessed thought and independent consciousness, making him the only demonic creature in the world with such an ability. All things considered, the Underworld King was a formidable adversary for humanity. Liu Keaj stood face to face with the Underworld King, still immersed in thought and deduction. He repeatedly pondered a question, thinking, it clearly also has thought. Liu Keaj thought long and hard, chin in hand, a pensive look on his face, but could not resolve any of the issues. He hesitated. Since there were so many doubts, why didn't he firmly ask if this shadow had its own consciousness? He continued to think, but if it really is the Underworld King, what should I do? He couldn't be sure whether this Underworld King was a blessing or a curse, but Liu Keaj believed that for Mo-Bate and for all common people it was mostly a threat. He calculated the Underworld King's resurrection. Qingzhou would face calamity. The current main storyline for Qingzhou is the Sword of the Underworld King, because the people of Qingzhou have only one path, to kill. But Liu Keaj hesitated. It was Huo Ting's shadow. If he killed it, he would have to kill Huo Ting as well. He couldn't bring himself to harm his beloved disciple, such a kind and polite person. Liu Keaj struggled internally. Must I personally kill my only disciple? Liu Keaj couldn't make a decision. He cursed angrily. What kind of bullshit is this? Ultimately, he decided to trust his own abilities. He reassured himself, I am the only chosen one in this world. If it is the Underworld King, I will separate it from Huo Ting and then utterly destroy it. The chosen one never takes the difficult path. Liu Keaj walked step by step towards Huo Ting's shadow. He wanted to confirm again, asking, are you the Underworld King? Without waiting for the Underworld King to answer, Liu Keaj decisively drew his sword ready for battle. Since my mind is made up, it cannot change, he thought. Life or death depends on your answer. Meanwhile, the shadow remained completely unaware. Bowing its head in respect, it showed no fear at all. Instead, it was utterly bewildered, looking foolish as if wearing a hat, which left Liu Keaj feeling helpless. And he too was dumbfounded. Faced with the shadow's attitude, he had to threaten it again to save himself from embarrassment. Are you trying to be cute? Can you not understand what this master is saying? The shadow tilted its head to the side again, eyes wide, mouth agape like an idiot. It truly seemed to understand nothing. Liu Keaj frowned, a headache setting in. Turns out I overthought it. Seriously, I thought it had consciousness, but it's just an idiot. Just then, Huo Ting, who was absorbing soul jades, suddenly let out a muffled groan. He seemed to be on the verge of collapsing, startling Huo Ting's shadow, which quickly turned its head. In a blink, the shadow's figure had vanished. Based on Liu Keaj's experience, he guessed it had fled. It seemed Huo Ting was about to wake up. Huo Ting let out a shout. He had finally reached 5th Realm Grand Perfection. Liu Keaj was very happy to see this. This kid actually entered 5th Realm Grand Perfection. How many people in the cultivation world strive their entire lives and fail to enter this realm? He managed it just by absorbing soul jades. Those evil spirits were gradually absorbed into the darkness, according to Liu Keaj. Moreover, Huo Ting did indeed have a purifying effect on the evil aura of soul jades. These evil spirits consumed by darkness were perhaps the Underworld King's ghost qi and death qi. Huo Ting recovered somewhat, and the aura of the soul jades had all transferred into him. This is clearly a human-shaped ghost qi purifier, Liu Keaj thought. Huo Ting opened his eyes. He couldn't believe it was true. He had actually reached 5th Realm Grand Perfection, stepping into the realm of a grand cultivator. This was something he wouldn't even dare to dream of. He was profoundly grateful to Liu Keaj. All of this was bestowed by his master, a debt of gratitude as vast as mountains and seas. Huo Ting's tears streamed down again, and he kowtowed in thanks. In this life, Huo Ting vowed never to betray his master's kindness. He cried more easily than a girl, tears pouring down at the slightest provocation. Liu Keaj calmly said, "Get up, don't get too happy too soon." Huo Ting looked up, bewildered, but his resolve was firm. If his master had instructions, Huo Ting would carry them out even unto death. At this, Liu Keaj took out 3 jade stones of different colors and told Huo Ting, "I have more good things here. Let's see if you can use them. Come closer, there's even more to be happy about." Huo Ting was full of questions like a startled fawn, so his master said, "Don't get too happy too soon, because there were even more delightful things to come." His thought process was truly perplexing. Liu Keaj held the 3 jade stones and commanded, "Stand still, let me sense you." Huo Ting didn't understand, staring at the 3 jade stones, unsure of his master's intentions. Liu Keaj seemed to sense something, letting out and hum, and frowning, wondering why the system hadn't popped up a notification. Couldn't Huo Ting absorb this? The system had clearly indicated that a disciple from Mo Gate could absorb this pearl. It seemed it was fate. These pearls were not meant for Huo Ting. Lu Keaj could only accept it and said, "It appears this item isn't suitable for you. Go back and consolidate your cultivation for now." Huo Ting received the command and quickly bowed, thoughtfully concluding that it wasn't suitable for him. If he took all his master's good things, the other junior brothers and sisters might think his master was biased. He exited, gently closing the door for Lu Keaj and secretly resolved. As the sect master, his master naturally distributed his favors equally to everyone. He shouldn't overly rely on him. He must cultivate even harder in the future to repay his master's kindness. Inside the room, Lu Keaj rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. Since Huo Ting couldn't use it, he would call them one by one. By age, Luo Bing was next. Luo Bing was summoned by Lu Keaj. Her mind wasn't quite clear and her posture was alluring. She feigned a question. "Young master, so late at night, a man and a woman alone in a room." He didn't understand Luo Bing's meaning and asked unhappily, "Are you not ready yet?" This sentence was truly prone to misinterpretation. She shyly believed her fantasies were about to come true. Luo Bing didn't hesitate to lift her skirt, revealing her fair thighs and her proudly ample bosom, envied by countless maidens. Luo Bing teased Lu Keaj, lying on the floor in an inviting posture, feigning shyness as she softly said, "Reporting, young master, this humble servant is already ready." Lu Keaj secretly scoffed. Her pose is quite practiced. He deliberately teased, "Then just lie there, don't move, I'll go get something." Luo Bing shyly pursed her lips and smiled, already fantasizing about a passionate night. Does young master even want to use props? How exciting, how thrilling. Just at this moment of anticipation, Lu Keaj unsuitably took out 3 jade stones, making Luo Bing question reality. She still didn't know what these items were for tonight and curiously asked, "These, how do I use these?" Lu Keaj had been waiting for this moment. The system prompted, "A disciple capable of absorbing this item has been found. Allow absorption, yes, no." Lu Keaj thought, "Sure enough, it's Luo Bing. None of my Mo Gate disciples are simple." Lu Keaj was surprised, but what exactly was it about Luo Bing? Why could she absorb the law altar pearls? These pearls contained the power of ancient exotic beasts. Luo Bing's face flushed shyly, puzzled. Why is young master looking at me with such eyes tonight? Has my pure desire technique finally worked? She thought of the scene and was incredibly excited. Could such a thing really happen? Just as she expected, he reached out and handed her 3 power-infused pearls. "Calm your mind, then hold them tight." She misunderstood. Taking the 3 pearls, her cheeks flushed as she replied, "Young master, aren't these pearls a bit too large? After all, this humble servant is doing this for the first time." He solemnly closed his hand, interrupting her thoughts. "Go and calm your mind again. Don't think about anything. Feel it, accept it, absorb it. You just need to close your eyes, leave the rest to me." Luo Bing still misunderstood, looking at the pearls with apprehension. "Accept it and then absorb it. I just need to close my eyes and leave the rest to young master." She squeezed her eyes shut, holding up the pearls from earlier. "Yes, young master, please do as you wish." Lu Keaj's face stiffened. He couldn't help but inwardly scoff. This woman is hopeless. Her mind has completely turned smutty. The pearls, sealing ancient monsters, floated in his hand. One red, one purple, one green. Luo Bing showed a resigned expression. "Come quickly." The pearls flew towards her and her body accepted the power they released, emanating a red glow. Luo Bing, awed in surprise, her hair and clothes fluttering in the wind. He stood in front, his eyes dazzled by a circle of brilliant golden light, very puzzled as he muttered to himself, "Is this how one absorbs law altar pearls?" An unknowing person might think something had burrowed into her body. After all, these were the powers of ancient exotic beasts. To ensure Luo Bing's safety, he had to see what exactly it was releasing into her. The pearls were emitting an incredibly vast power. He was surprised. That power revolved around Lu Keaj's slender arm. It had already transformed into spiritual energy, and cultivator's spiritual energy at that. She was still absorbing it in a strange, chest-out sitting posture. He continued to be surprised. Luo Bing actually had the ability to transform the power of ancient exotic beasts into her own spiritual energy. He was startled, as if he had discovered something special, a flash of insight in his mind. This felt like vivid images of monsters tearing at each other. A red-eyed crocodile was biting a white wolf with its sharp teeth. The bear behind it opened its mouth wide, baring its claws as if to devour the 2 exotic beasts. Lu Keaj also sensed that the exotic beasts were devouring each other, a struggle for survival, to make themselves stronger. He commented, but Luo Bing was clearly human and the system had given no special prompts. Luo Bing was still receiving power, a glow emanating from her chest, her hair and sleeves fluttering. The light shone on his handsome face. He felt that even stranger things were yet to come. Despite absorbing so much, why hadn't Luo Bing's cultivation increased at all? She was still happily enjoying the power she was absorbing. Lu Keaj stretched out his hand, controlling more pearls, preparing to inject more power into Luo Bing. Luo Bing hadn't broken through the 3rd realm yet. He refused to believe that the power of these 3 ancient exotic beasts couldn't help her break through the 3rd realm. Absorb it fully. I refuse to believe it." Countless more colorful pearls appeared around her for her to absorb. One by one, the pearls were absorbed by her, until only a red, nearly depleted one remained. Lu Keaj was stunned. How could this be? All 10 had been absorbed. That was the power of 3 ancient exotic beasts. Luo Bing sat cross-legged on the floor, her eyes tightly closed, saying nothing. Despite all the power absorbed, he still felt speechless because Luo Bing's realm hadn't increased in the slightest. What in the world was going on? Was she a bottomless pit? A golden light flashed in Liu Keao's eyes. I really want to see where all that spiritual energy went inside Luo Bing's body. Through her body he saw the power within her. The law altar power and Luo Bing's spiritual energy were distinctly separate, not interfering with each other. This situation was too bizarre. How could a human body simultaneously contain these two powers, like drinking Coke and Sprite from the same bottle and tasting both? So, this was completely impossible. Liu Keao scratched his head in confusion. That very modern analogy had just popped out. Could a bottle of Coke really hold both Sprite and Coke without mixing? Luo Bing still naively asked young master, "Can I open my eyes now?" He replied, "You can." "Do you feel any discomfort in your body?" he thought. It's better to ask the person involved first. She looked at him, hands crossed. Luo Bing, blushing, said, "Young master, this humble servant feels particularly strong now, as if something has filled me here very tight." Liu Keao said coolly, "I'm asking you seriously, do you feel any discomfort?" She still replied with sweet, sickly sweet eyes, "If you're talking about discomfort, this humble servant does feel a little empty here." The door was open and the wind blew through the room, making his hair flutter. "It seems you're fine. Go back to sleep. If you really feel any discomfort, tell me immediately." Luo Bing bowed her head awkwardly. "Yes, young master." He watched her walk out the door, thinking, this little frame is quite resilient. I just don't know if she can actually use the power of the law altar pearl, so I need to find someone who understands exotic beast power to ask. A thought flashed through his mind and he clenched his hand. Don't demon cultivators have bloodlines that can control the power of exotic beasts? So I have to ask demon cultivators. They're the experts. Liu Keao showed a mischievous smile, his face full of excitement. Where can I catch some cute demon cultivators to play with? Immediately after, 4 people gathered around a small table in front of the Sect Master's hall, with another person seated at an adjacent small table. The one at the table was Lu Dongli. She picked up her teacup, took a light sip, then instructed those below. The Sect Master will arrive shortly. Everyone please calm your minds and enjoy your tea. Despite her words, Mu Dongfang seated below couldn't help but curiously turn to Luo Bing, who was drinking tea. Senior sister, is there something big the Sect Master wants to discuss, calling everyone for a meeting so early in the morning? Hearing his question, she put down her teacup, frowning slightly. I don't know either. However, Luo Bing already had a faint suspicion in her heart. Could it be related to the pearls she absorbed for spiritual energy yesterday? Not making everyone wait too long, a thick black smoke appeared in the air. As the black smoke completely dispersed, Liu Keao emerged. He stood above, hands clasped behind his back, and answered everyone's questions. No need to guess. The great calamity of heaven and earth is approaching, and I, the Sect Master, have decided to first do something for the people around Dragon Continent City. Seeing her brother appear, Lu Dongli hadn't even had time to be happy before his words stunned her. Brother, what are you planning? You can't be reckless. Right now, Danqing Peak is teeming with demons and monsters, and the outer disciples are still engaged in fierce battle, she tentatively asked. Liu Keao said, those are nothing to worry about. I am going to inspect Qinglongzhou, clear out the demon cultivators, and eradicate all demon cultivators hiding in our Qinglongzhou region. This way, when the great calamity arrives, our people won't be harassed by demon cultivators while we face the calamity. From his reply, Lu Dongli knew he was well prepared, and the stone in her heart gradually settled. That makes some sense, but it's too risky for you to go alone, Sect Master. Why not unite all the sects in Qinglongzhou to clear out the demon cultivators, she suggested. However, he disagreed with this suggestion, instead brimming with confidence in his own abilities. I have already entered the Grand Cultivator realm. For mere minor demon cultivators in Qinglongzhou, why would I need help from others? I alone am enough. Faced with her brother's words, she could only be speechless with dismay. In complete contrast to Lu Dongli, Xiao Chu's eyes shone like headlights as she looked at him. Sect Master Martial Uncle is too cool. Thinking this, Xiao Chu quickly and nimbly stood on the table. Xiao Chu crossed her arms, exuding an aura no less powerful than his. Sect Master Martial Uncle, you can go with peace of mind, protecting Mo Bait I. Xiao Chu alone am enough. Faced with Xiao Chu's affirmation, he silently gave a thumbs up and Xiao Chu returned the gesture. Only Lu Dongli on the side doubted the feasibility of this matter. Whose personal disciple is this kid? He's slow at learning everything except for being foolish, at which he's a master. Thinking this, she felt her worldview was about to collapse. Back to the main topic, Liu Keao stepped forward and instructed, this inspection will be carried out by Luo Bing and Mu Dongfang accompanying me. The two, hearing their names, were beaming with joy. Yes, Luo Bing and Mu Dongfang quickly rose to bow to him. Luo Bing's heart and face were equally excited to the extreme. It's been so long since young master took me down the mountain. He finally remembered me this time. I'm so happy. The person next to him was equally excited. Sect Master Martial Uncle taking me to slay demons this time clearly shows he values my abilities. Looking at the reactions of the two, Liu Keao couldn't help but feel satisfied. He took Luo Bing because she couldn't utilize the law altar pearls, which was why he was going to find demon cultivators. As for Mu Dongfang, he was a son of fortune. This kid was a human-shaped resource locator, and perhaps he could even incidentally lead him to some treasures. This was truly a windfall of resources. Thinking of that scene, Liu Keao couldn't help but reveal an evil smile. Only one person was unhappy, and that was Lu Dongli. She stood to the side, pouting pitifully. Brother, why aren't you taking me with you? Liu Keao had long anticipated this and replied with his prepared explanation. Demons and monsters infest the mountains. There are many outer disciples and you must reinforce the sect's mountain protecting formation. It's better for you to stay on the mountain. Besides, only with you guarding Mo Gate can I, your brother, be at ease." Fearing she wouldn't believe him, he even patted her shoulder. Lu Dongli finally understood the reason, shyly touching two fingers together. Is that so? Only with me protecting Mo Gate can brother be at ease." Seeing her agree, Lu Keaj summoned his flying tool, that leaf, then instructed, "Luo Bing, Mu Dongfang, accompany me on my patrol." Yes, with that the three jumped onto the leaf and whizzed away. Watching their figures gradually disappear, Lu Dongli shouted with all her might, "Brother, come back early, run if you can't win." Lu Keaj on the leaf felt quite insulted by his sister's words. Lu Keaj thought, just how weak am I in little Lizzie's eyes? Run if you can't win. That's just too outlandish, utterly absurd. As Luo Bing flew on the leaf, she recalled the purpose of their trip and couldn't help but ask Lu Keaj, "Sect Master Martial Uncle, since we're eradicating demon cultivators, do we have a specific destination?" Lu Keaj didn't answer her question. Instead, he turned to Mu Dongfang and said, "Little Mu, you steer the flying leaf. Just follow your intuition." Hearing this request, Mu Dongfang was incredulous, confirming it multiple times. But the answer remained the same, so Mu Dongfang ultimately stepped forward to control the flying leaf. As Mu Dongfang steered, he grumbled inwardly, "Follow my intuition? How would I know where demon cultivators are? Demon cultivators, come out quickly," he repeatedly muttered, focused on his goal. He didn't notice a golden light appearing behind him as he controlled the flying leaf behind him. A golden-clad general appeared out of thin air. No one but Lu Keaj could see the general's figure. He looked at the general and smiled triumphantly. Indeed, as long as little Mu thinks it, his luck will automatically activate. The three flew on peacefully, passing a crowd that was brawling, their ears catching hurried shouts of argument. "Surround her, don't let her escape. That despicable demon cultivator. She wounded so many of my fellow disciples, she deserves to die. She even stole the land cloud ore, which is excellent material for crafting cloud cannon treasures." The three stopped. Mu Dongfang stood above, pointing downwards. "Sect Master Martial Uncle, there are people surrounded by demon cultivators down there." Lu Keaj, though he had seen it countless times, couldn't help but sigh again. "As expected of you, son of fortune." Mu Dongfang, the best tool man. Below, a group of people were confronting an enormous giant turtle and a girl standing on its back. The girl stood there, looking at everyone with a face full of mockery. "You lot are nothing but blood food for me." Despite such contempt, they retreated not at all but pressed forward without fear. "My Jingjin sect is still a subsidiary of the Sword Sect after all. You openly cause trouble here. Aren't you afraid Sword Venerable will punish you with thunderous means?" However, the girl was not intimidated by these threats in the slightest. "Oh my lord, Sword Venerable is peerless in the world. I'm so scared, unable to tolerate it any longer." They all shouted in unison. "This is too much." Everyone attacked together. Standing on the turtle's back and watching this scene, the girl softly commanded the turtle, "Little turtle, take care of them." Upon receiving its master's command, the turtle opened its mouth. In an instant, a colossal water pillar shot skyward, trapping everyone. They cried out in alarm, "It's over. This demon cultivator has already entered the fourth realm. We are no match for her." Not only did the turtle not stop, but it launched an even more ferocious attack. The girl covered her face, laughing triumphantly. "Since you know you can't win, then obediently become our food." With that, a giant wave several times taller than them appeared before them. Looking at the impending wall of water, they lost all hope for life. "Fellow Taoists, I fear we shall all perish here today." With that, they raised their hands to shield themselves, awaiting the descent of the water pillar. However, they waited and waited, and nothing happened. He opened his eyes only to see an incredible sight. The water pillar before them had stopped at some unknown moment. Why isn't the water falling?" From within the water curtain, Lu Keaj's familiar figure emerged. He had descended at some unknown point, and he confidently said to the crowd, "With this venerable here, all of you may withdraw for now." The crowd looked up at the sky, astonished. "Is that Mo Gates Lu Keaj?" All sorts of clamorous voices rose. "It's him, the most famous cultivator recently," someone exclaimed. "He seems to have entered the grand cultivator realm." Another voice with a hint of delight added, "With him here, that demon cultivator definitely can't escape." Upon seeing Lu Keaj, the demon cultivator's face immediately filled with infatuation. "They say once you meet Keaj, your life is ruined. That rumor is truly accurate." With that, she shamelessly opened her mouth and said, "This body of flesh and blood, a single bite from me would surely be a great tonic." Still immersed in her fantasy, the demon cultivator excitedly shouted, "Little turtle, seize him." Hearing this, her turtle immediately launched a water attack. Looking at the swirling water streams right before him, Lu Keaj spoke with disdain. "Playing with water in front of this venerable?" As he activated his attack moves, he mocked the opponent for showing off before an expert. No sooner had Lu Keaj finished speaking than a series of water dragons appeared, attacking the demon cultivator's turtle, giving it no chance to retaliate. Seeing this, the demon cultivator cried out in terror. "Oh no, Lu Keaj's water control ability is stronger than Little Turtle's." She gnashed her teeth. In her fury, streams of red power swiftly coiled around Little Turtle, forming a protective shield. However, it didn't last long before the demon cultivator's power was swiftly shattered by Lu Keaj's water dragons. Seeing this scene, Luo Bing thought with a smile, "Young master's heaven and earth power has grown even stronger." Mu Dongfang, standing beside her, was also secretly proud. Sect Master Martial Uncle's water power. No matter how many times I see it, it's still so awe-inspiring. Lukeaj pushed his sword out of its sheath. A faint smile played on his lips. It's time to end this. The demon cultivator's turtle was already dazed from Lukeaj's moves. She was gasping for breath, terrified. No, the water Lukeaj controls is completely different from Little Turtle's water. It's suffocating. I'm definitely no match for him. I must escape. Just as she thought this, a cold sword tip was already pressed against her neck. The demon cultivator, surrounded by water streams, looked up from below at Lukeaj in the air. Hearing his arrogant declaration, in this venerable's hands no demon cultivator can escape. However, unexpectedly, facing the prospect of death by sword, the demon cultivator's face flushed with shyness. She gazed infatuatedly at the man pointing the sword at her. Why do I feel this strange sense of happiness even though he's pointing a sword at me? Indeed, once you meet Lukeaj, your life is ruined. Behind Lukeaj, a group of people stood on the ground, cupping their hands in thanks. Many thanks to Sect Master Lu for subduing this demon cultivator for us. We shall take her back to our sect and ensure she is properly dealt with. Lukeaj cast a disdainful glance, thinking inwardly, these guys clearly want to take advantage of me. Truly a bunch of freeloaders. Lukeaj looked down from above and said, no need. Everyone was stunned, asking, no need? What does Sect Master Lu mean? Lukeaj calmly stated. No need to thank me. This venerable has always personally carried out righteous deeds, never relying on others. Seeing that the situation was turning sour, the group worriedly pondered, what does Lukeaj mean? We've surrounded this demon cultivator for so long. Does he intend to seize the spoils of war as soon as he arrives? That demon cultivator also stole the land cloud ore from the storage ring. Absolutely cannot let Lukeaj take her. The resources in her storage ring are ours. Thinking this, the sect master standing in the crowd spoke. Sect Master Lu, the Mobade sect master, and I are of the same generation. By rights you should address me as senior. This demon cultivator was cornered by us after countless hardships. Your current actions attempting to seize her are surely inappropriate. Seeing this, the demon cultivator burst into laughter, scoffing, if it weren't for him, you'd all be dead already. The group was furious, yet speechless. She's absolutely right. Lukeaj's face suddenly darkened. Too much nonsense. With that, he attacked the turtle and the demon cultivator with his power. He seized the demon cultivator, while the turtle had its head severed by Lukeaj's sword and was thrown into the river. Seeing this scene, a series of exclamations rose one after another. Grab my hand. Damn it, how could Lukeaj do this? We must report this to the Sword Sect. In the crowd, a disciple asked doubtfully. Do we really have to report this to the Sword Sect? The sect master looked helplessly in the direction Lukeaj had departed and spoke. What good would reporting it do? Back then, I personally witnessed Chen Shao, a direct disciple of the Sword Sect, serving tea to Lukeaj. With that, he sighed skyward. That Lukeaj has connections. In another place, the bound demon cultivator was struggling to break free. However, Lukeaj's binding method couldn't help but evoke some improper thoughts in those who saw it. Seeing this scene, both Luo Bing and Mu Dongfang blushed to their earlobes. Luo Bing even thought shyly, if only young master would use this kind of binding method on me someday. Seeing this, the demon cultivator looked alluringly at Lukeaj's back and spoke. Could it be, sir, that you're interested in us? Although I am a demon cultivator, I can also transform into human form. Luo Bing froze upon hearing her words, looking nervously at Lukeaj, thinking, is young master really interested in her? Although she is quite ample, Lukeaj seemed completely unfazed by the demon cultivator's words, commanding, Luo Bing, search all the storage rings and pouches on her person. As Luo Bing walked menacingly towards the demon cultivator, she responded, yes. The demon cultivator cried out in terror. No, don't touch me, you cultivators are truly all scoundrels. Lukeaj paid no attention to what was happening behind him. Mu Dongfang meanwhile scratched his nose, pretending not to see the horrifying frisking. Lukeaj entered the system space. On the golden interface it displayed, you have slain the exotic beast three-tailed giant turtle LV-43, gaining 2 million experience points. Surprised old hag, Lukeaj couldn't help but quip. Damn system, are these numbers intentional or accidental? The search completed, only the demon cultivator lay weakly behind them, barely breathing. Luo Bing returned to her usual gentle demeanor, respectfully presenting the freshly retrieved items to Lukeaj with both hands. Young master, your disciple has searched her entire person. This demon cultivator has 2 storage rings on her. Please inspect them, young master. The demon cultivator struggled in a panic. One storage ring contains land cloud ore. The other has nothing valuable. Please, I beg you, return it to me, please. Lukeaj had just taken the rings. Hearing her words, a smirk played on his lips, and he thought inwardly, the more she says that, the more curious I am about what's hidden in the other ring. There's definitely something in there. Lukeaj's eyes emitted an unusual golden light like stars. These must be 2 extraordinary magic artifacts to command such focus from him. Let me see what's really in these 2 storage rings. The pink-haired girl suddenly tried desperately to stop him, her eyes wide, letting out a pleading shriek. No, on the other side, Lukeaj had already activated an extremely alluring dark green domain. Strangely, bone fragments were scattered below. Lukeaj looked very satisfied. Good. Land cloud ore is indeed an excellent material for crafting flying magic artifacts, perfectly suited for the yellow tier flying magic artifact paper crane I just selected. After the secret of the first ring was unveiled by him, a strong thrill and curiosity surged within him. If one ring contained land cloud ore, then what could be in this other ring that she begged so desperately? A peculiar space was opened once again. It had an indescribably fluffy sensation. Lucaoge's arm suddenly reached into it. What is this? How is it so full? After some strenuous fumbling, Lucaoge finally pulled his head out, but atop it sat a red women's undergarment, and all around were various colorful, dazzling pieces of sexy women's clothing, and what he held in his hand made him instantly freeze for 5 seconds. Thought awkwardly, if this weren't the demoness's collection, I'd think it was some high-level businesswoman's changing room. This moment of social death instantly petrified the demoness, making her too ashamed to speak. He went in. Those are all clothes I've worn. Lucaoge's change in expression attracted the attention of those around him. Luo Bing couldn't help but ask, Sect Master Martial Uncle, what was in that storage ring? Lucaoge regained his initial composure, glanced at the already petrified demoness, and coldly replied, nothing much, just a few clothes. With just a glance he understood her thoughts. That demoness actually cared about these things. It seemed she was also a person who knew shame. Perhaps Luo Bing could gain some breakthrough from her. Bound on the ground, the demoness felt powerless about the shameful secret in the ring, yet she defiantly provoked, since you already know what was in the storage ring, then just kill me. Hearing this, he made his request to her. Demoness, I see you are also a person who knows shame. I need your help with something. But she was no ordinary person either, and immediately retorted, Lucaoge, if I help you, will you release me? Impatience vanished from his face, replaced by arrogance. This venerable made no mention of terms for helping or not helping. She was in a dilemma, her face showing helplessness with no way out. Speak. However, something was still hidden in her heart, only held back by Lucaoge's captivating looks. As far as Lucaoge knew, demon cultivators controlled exotic beasts within them and also possessed the power of exotic beasts. He was very curious. How exactly do you cultivate? Can humans truly use the power of exotic beasts? His thoughtful demeanor attracted Luo Bing's adoration. Her eyes were filled with Lucaoge's figure, causing her to sigh emotionally. Deep down, indeed, young master came down the mountain just for me, someone as humble as me, and young master actually cares. HMPH Luo Bing's infatuated gaze was noted by the demoness, who seemed to want to use this to devise some scheme. The demoness began to feign weakness, saying, Oh, to be honest, demon cultivators are very different from you cultivators. But we can indeed use the power of exotic beasts because we have exotic beast bloodlines within us. As for our cultivation method, it is naturally to devour flesh and blood and also to absorb the power of exotic beasts. Lucaoge watched her actions intently without blinking. Is it that simple? The demoness took the opportunity to weakly plead again. You've tied me too tightly. It's inconvenient to speak. Can you untie me? I promise I won't run. No sooner had she spoken than he waved his hand and released her bonds. She stretched and stood up, striking an alluring pose, and said smugly, Of course it's not just that. To use the power of exotic beasts, one's mind will also be corrupted, becoming bloodthirsty and bellicose, gradually losing oneself. Lucaoge's doubt did not disappear. He then asked, If that's the case, why are you still so obsessed with the power of exotic beasts? She revealed a demonic and lustful expression, tempting him. That's because such power brings an ethereal pleasure. Once tainted, one cannot escape the feeling. It's like. Her temptation made Lucaoge almost unable to endure. He turned his head, cold sweat beating on his forehead. Just then a strange light flickered in her eyes. As if after a hard stealth she was about to capture her prey, her hands quickly grabbed Luo Bing, causing Luo Bing to panic, and she arrogantly shouted, Lucaoge, farewell, we'll meet again if fate allows. Then a ray of light swiftly flew away, terrifying his disciple Mu Dongfang, who hurriedly shouted, Sect Master Martial Uncle, quickly change direction. Senior sister Luo Bing has been captured again. He showed no panic at all. Instead, he remained calm about everything happening before him because her 2 treasures were still in his hands. He then turned to comfort his disciple. No need to panic, she can't escape. The red light from earlier was gradually flying towards a peculiar place. In a blink she had landed with Luo Bing but did not stop moving in a certain direction. She began to triumphantly reach out and tightly squeeze Luo Bing's neck. What, strongest new star? Wasn't he still fooled by me? Men are all like this, he's just a superficial guy. She opened a blue barrier leading to an unknown place. She desperately pushed Luo Bing into the barrier, but Luo Bing resisted with all her might. Let go of me. My Sect Master Martial Uncle will definitely find you, and then you will have no place to be buried. After the 2 entered the barrier, she turned around, mocking Luo Bing's beautiful face. Why say such unpleasant things? Do you want me to let you go? No sooner had she spoken than she released Luo Bing, allowing her to breathe with difficulty. For safety, Luo Bing immediately distanced herself from her, decisively retreating. What exactly do you want? Her triumphant expression grew more obvious, a provocative look on her face. There are no cultivators here. You don't need to pretend anymore. At this moment, Luo Bing's expression gradually became tense. She retorted, Don't talk nonsense, what am I pretending about? She closed her eyes, sensing something with her nose, and then said, How pure, this aura clearly only 2nd realm, yet it has an exotic beast aura even purer than my 4th realm demon cultivator self. Just her 1 sentence left Luo Bing dumbfounded. Unable to retort, she continued, Stop pretending, you're also a demon cultivator. I saw it at a glance. In an extremely dark small cave, 2 beautiful provocatively dressed women were conversing. One of them was Luo Bing. She shouted loudly, insisting she wasn't a demon cultivator. She cautiously retreated, guarding against the demoness before her. At this moment the demon cultivator woman still stood leisurely, arms crossed. The demon cultivator woman didn't believe the person before her, so she rushed forward, grabbed her neck, then raised her hand to absorb the magic power within Luo Bing's body. The action was extremely swift, yet it terrified Luo Bing. After extracting 3 streams of exotic beast spiritual energy, the demon cultivator woman's eyes became terrifying. Her face suddenly darkened, and she presented the 3 streams of spiritual energy before Luo Bing, forcing her. "If you're human, how can you contain these 3 things?" The demon cultivator woman's face was brimming with triumph. As if she had just found a delicious prey, she stated that a mortal consuming such exotic beast power would immediately die, clearly indicating that Luo Bing must be a demon cultivator, which terrified Luo Bing. She was grabbed by the demoness's hair. The pain was nothing compared to the shock brought by the terrifying spiritual energy within her. She looked at the 3 streams of spiritual energy swirling before her eyes and suddenly remembered that these 3 things had been given to her by young master. Luo Bing was both scared and suspicious. Did young master have some purpose in giving her exotic beast spiritual energy? The demon cultivator woman looked at the spiritual energy in her hand and thought, how can Luo Bing's small body withstand the power of ancient exotic beasts? There was once a demon concubine in the Purple Moon Altar who became deranged and a bloodthirsty monster after absorbing only 1 stream of spiritual energy, let alone 3 at once. The image of that monster emerged. Though she only gained 1 stream of spiritual energy at the cost of her sanity, she reached a peak that no one else in the altar could match. As she spoke, the demon cultivator woman suddenly realized something new and interesting, so much so that she leaned close to Luo Bing, her eyes filled with extreme desire. Luo Bing felt something amiss. She tried to clarify that she wasn't a demon cultivator, unlike what the demon cultivator woman claimed. Before she could finish, the demon cultivator woman flung Luo Bing far away, casually saying whether she was a demon cultivator or not didn't matter. What she was focused on was Luo Bing's powerful body capable of containing 3 streams of ancient spiritual energy. Luo Bing was heavily thrown against the wall, her hands and feet tightly bound. Even her desperate screams couldn't free her. The demon cultivator woman drew a magic array where Luo Bing was bound. She flicked her hair, licked her lips and looked at the plump prey before her. The demon cultivator woman very much wanted to devour Luo Bing to absorb her spiritual energy. The demon cultivator woman's smile grew increasingly sinister. She was tormenting Luo Bing's mind with a few words teasing her prey. She wanted the power of the exotic beasts within Luo Bing, so she had prepared the best magic array. This way, even if she absorbed 3 streams of spiritual energy, she wouldn't lose her sanity. The demon cultivator woman even narcissistically praised her own thorough planning. The demon cultivator woman had already activated the array diagram. She clenched her hand, drew blood and offered it as a sacrifice to the magic array. She couldn't delay her feast. A drop of fresh blood fell onto the magic array. As soon as the blood dropped, the magic array began to take effect. Luo Bing was bound to the wall, unable to do anything, letting the magic array drain the spiritual energy from her body. At this moment she looked like a lost soul. Her eyes had begun to turn pale. The demon cultivator woman watched the torturous scene before her as if watching a Hollywood movie. She happily watched Luo Bing's suffering, and even added an explanation that she had long known Luo Bing possessed spiritual energy. Only now she was mocking Luo Bing for possessing exotic beast spiritual energy but not knowing how to use it. She even triumphantly showed off her ability to absorb exotic beast power, attempting to embrace them. Why did she initially threaten that swallowing 3 streams of spiritual energy would lead to death? Just as she was clinging to life, she was interrupted by a sudden voice. The demon cultivator woman looked back in terror, wanting to know who had arrived. A sharp flowing sword light flashed. The sword light cut the demon cultivator woman in half, catching her off guard. A thunderous roar seemed to echo in her heart, signaling her impending death. Lukeaj made a handsome entrance like a Korean idol, walking out from the darkness, still holding the longsword with which he had just slain the demon cultivator woman. His posture looked incredibly cool. He cast a contemptuous and terrifying glance at the demon cultivator woman, as if reminding her of karma. Karma strikes. The demon cultivator woman lay dying on the ground, blood filling her mouth, her eyes full of fear at Lukeaj's appearance. Lukeaj walked past the demon cultivator woman, his face devoid of expression. He seemed to realize that this demoness was trying to make him lower his guard. Explaining cultivation methods and using sweet words to disarm Lukeaj's vigilance was truly showing off before an expert. Lukeaj had long detected that she was only focused on Luo Bing's extraordinary power. The demon cultivator woman couldn't believe it, nor dared to admit it. She thought Lukeaj didn't know from the start. If he had known, why would he have let her take Luo Bing? Lukeaj curled his lips in disdain. If he hadn't let the demon cultivator woman take her, how could he have heard those interesting pieces of information she revealed? The demon cultivator woman's heart was dead. She struggled to her feet as if wanting to clearly hear the cruel truth before her. Lukeaj, while untying Luo Bing, explained that as a cultivator, he didn't know how demon cultivators absorbed exotic beast spiritual energy. Liu Keage's purpose was to personally inquire about this method from the demon cultivator woman. After untying Luo Bing, Liu Keage picked her up like a princess, his gaze 3 parts gentle, 7 parts paternal, and he asked her with concern. Luo Bing was not only not touched, but instead asked if she was important to Liu Keage. Liu Keage affirmed that she was very important. But why did Luo Bing want to know this? He was also surprised by her question. If she was important, then why did he give her 3 streams of exotic beast spiritual energy? This was what she wanted to know. At the same time, doubt flickered in Luo Bing's eyes. Liu Keage was speechless. Luo Bing's question was truly brain-racking. Seeing Liu Keage's troubled expression as he tried to explain, Luo Bing cut straight to the point, asking if she was a demon cultivator, which was why Liu Keage acted this way. Her emotions were a mess of colors, sometimes green, sometimes red, and she held an expression of expecting a satisfactory answer. When under pressure, anyone would curse. Liu Keage was no exception. He was drenched in sweat before Luo Bing, desperately searching for a solution in his mind, because he feared her mind and emotions would become chaotic. Even worse, if it got out of control, Luo Bing might have her mind devoured by ancient exotic beasts, which forced Liu Keage to come up with a suitable answer. Luo Bing's face was filled with confusion and helplessness. "Young master, please answer me. Is Luo Bing really a demon cultivator?" Liu Keage sighed helplessly. He opened his eyes and looked at her, firmly saying, "Whether Luo Bing is a mortal, a demon cultivator, or even a demon race." Before he could finish, the ground suddenly shook. The soil and rocks on the hillside seemed unwilling to heed his comfort. They rumbled and fell one after another. Liu Keage was surprised. "What's happening? An earthquake?" Mu Dongfang rushed in a panic, his face as if he had just encountered a lone ghost on the 15th day of the 7th month. He fearfully pointed outside and shouted, "Sect Master Martial Uncle, something terrible has happened. All the exotic beasts on this mountain are rushing towards us." Liu Keage immediately sensed something was wrong. He looked at Luo Bing, thinking to himself that exotic beasts grow by devouring each other. These things had sensed the pure aura emanating from Luo Bing, so they were rushing over to devour her. Like lone ghosts on the 15th day of the 7th month, in an instant, a sharp monstrous giant hand broke through the cave ceiling, heading straight for Liu Keage and Luo Bing. The monster was as fast as lightning. Before anyone could react, it had already neared Luo Bing in Liu Keage's arms. "Audacious!" Liu Keage roared, and at the same time he swung his sword. The monster's giant hand, seemingly powerful, was cut off instantly like paper, blood splattering everywhere. Cut painfully by this sword strike, the monster groaned in agony and retracted its hand. But one left and thousands more rushed in. The cave ceiling was completely destroyed, and a group of monsters, each as huge as an elephant, jumped into the cave. Mu Dongfang was drenched in sweat, his eyes turning bluish-green, and he screamed, "Sect Master Martial Uncle, there's a 5th realm monster among this horde of exotic beasts." In this critical moment, Luo Bing still had the presence of mind to ponder her girlish heart. He gazed at Liu Keage's handsome face. This was the first time young master was so close to her. She could even hear her own heartbeat. The young girl's heart completely ignored the exotic beasts and monsters. She closed her eyes in pain, lamenting about love. But why at this precise moment, if she truly was a demon cultivator, would she have any face to remain by young master's side? At this moment the monsters had already surged to the front of the crowd. Suddenly, something as fast as lightning, too quick to see clearly, whistled out from the cave ceiling, which had a large hole ripped open. At this moment the monsters stared blankly upwards. Liu Keage had already left the cave with Luo Bing and Mu Dongfang hovering in midair. Liu Keage looked down like a monarch from above, smiling. "Excellent, excellent. So there are so many exotic beasts in this mountain. It's convenient for this venerable to eradicate them all at once." The monsters, their pride wounded by his disdain, surged towards the 3 vying for first place. Liu Keage's eyes were icy cold, flickering with dazzling purple light. Accompanied by the cry of "Execute," his sword domain of life-slaying was unleashed. A ferocious dragon-faced avatar, and 2 gigantic palms like those of Buddha Tathagata pressing Sun Wukong under the 5 Elements mountain. Powerful slashes crisscrossed into a sharp net, covering the horde of exotic beasts below. The exotic beasts couldn't even make a sound, instantly torn to shreds. Luo Bing gazed infatuatedly at Liu Keage's serious yet charming face, thinking to herself, "Young master, for my sake, actually slaughtered all the exotic beasts in this area." The exotic beasts were killed too quickly to even stick out their tongues. Liu Keage leaned down to look at Luo Bing. He continued their earlier conversation. "You must remember, no matter when or where, no matter what identity or appearance you possess, you will always be my Mo Gate disciple, Luo Bing." What girl wouldn't love that? Luo Bing seemed to see Liu Keage as he once was. He had also said these words. "No matter when or where, no matter what identity or appearance you possess, you will always be my Mo Gate disciple, Luo Bing." Luo Bing was so moved she almost cried, her eyes brimming with tears as she called out, "Young master." Then she smiled happily, wiping away the tears that hadn't yet fallen, and nodded to him. "Young master, I will always be your Mo Gate disciple, Luo Bing." Within Luo Bing's body, those distinctly separate chi streams also slowly merged. Liu Keage smiled lovingly, raised his hand to pat her head, and thought, "It seems this girl has come to her senses." The personal matter was settled. It was time for those exotic beasts to die. Liu Keage stood beneath the majestic dragon-shaped avatar, swung his sword and sneered, "Then it's time for the curtain call." The dragon-shaped avatar swooped down from the sky, opening its gigantic maw to pounce on the horde of exotic beasts below. Dazzling light flashed. In just an instant, a large expanse of land turned to scorched earth. Not even a tree shadow remained, let alone exotic beasts. Mu Dongfang looked down in astonishment. Sect Master Martial Uncle was now truly as powerful as an immortal and incredibly cool. Liu Keaj landed on the ground with the fragmented corpses of exotic beasts lying haphazardly at their feet. He instructed, "Clear the ground, don't waste these demon cultivators' inner cores, take all usable resources." Luo Bing respectfully lowered her head. Yes, young master. Her girlish heart had also hidden itself, she thought. Although she felt very comfortable in young master's heart, she couldn't cling too much, as excessive indulgence would make young master displeased. Mu Dongfang searched for a while and picked up a large handful of exotic beast inner cores. He ran to Liu Keaj, smiling radiantly like a flower. "Sect Master Martial Uncle, I've picked up many inner cores. My master told me these resources can all be used to refine elixirs and artifacts." Liu Keaj looked at him and earnestly instructed, "They are indeed useful. Then you must search carefully and not miss a single one." Mu Dongfang immediately agreed. Yes. Liu Keaj, however, secretly calculated. Would the Son of Fortune's search for spoils be blessed by the Tao of Heaven's fortune? After all, in the game, the Son of Fortune's blessing would increase by at least 30. At this moment, Mu Dongfang suddenly said seriously, "Oh, Sect Master Martial Uncle, there's something I don't know if I should tell you." Liu Keaj calmly said, "Speak." Mu Dongfang recalled Sword Venerable's words and honestly divulged everything. "Sword Venerable once guided our cultivation when you were not in Mo Gate. At that time he told senior sister Luo Bing that she seemed to have a relative in Luzhou, and that relative seemed to be an old acquaintance of Sword Venerable." Liu Keaj was surprised and quickly pressed, "Did Sword Venerable really say that?" Mu Dongfang nodded, confirming it without a doubt. Liu Keaj raised a hand to scratch his chin, his gaze turning to Luo Bing, thinking, Luzhou, a map never opened in the previous life's game, was the territory of the underworld and also the habitat of the Tianquan realm's most unique race, the demon race. Liu Keaj recalled the image of the demon race he knew. The demon race was different from demon cultivators and humans. They were human, but he also seemed to not understand them very well. Thinking of this, Liu Keaj smiled slightly. If that's the case, he would find an opportunity to visit the mysterious Luzhou. Would the old acquaintance with ties to Sword Venerable be of the demon race or from the underworld? He watched Luo Bing examining the demon cultivator's inner core, thinking that the matter of Luo Bing being able to absorb exotic beast power should also have an outcome. Whether she stayed or left was entirely up to her. Outside, a woman's pleading voice came, "Young master, please do as Luo Bing says." Inside the house, Liu Keaj stood with his hands behind his back, asking himself in doubt, "Have you thought it through?" Luo Bing sat upright, and after saluting firmly replied, "Young master, Luo Bing has thought it through. Luo Bing agrees to accept the power of the exotic beast. You don't need to force it. With me here, no one can bully you." Luo Bing understood Liu Keaj's intentions, but what she just said was from her own volition, not influenced in any way. She looked at Liu Keaj, earnestly persuading, Luo Bing doesn't want to be a burden to Mo Gate, and should also do something for the world. The great calamity is approaching. As a member of Mo Gate, Luo Bing cannot stand idly by. This time, young master even requires outer disciples to enter the third realm. Yet I remain stuck in the second realm. What face do I have to be a senior sister? Luo Bing poured out her heart's troubles. Liu Keaj accepted her thoughts and no longer persuaded, only agreeing, "All right, I'll help you regulate the exotic beast power within your body, but if there's any anomaly, stop immediately, no forcing it." Luo Bing nodded yes. She sat in meditation, hands folded over her abdomen, eyes closed to focus, immersed in her mind, just as the demon cultivator woman had said, accepting their existence. No sooner had she spoken than two exotic beasts, one purple, one green, and one red, erupted and appeared. They circled Luo Bing's body. Liu Keaj stood by, taking it all in, his thoughts clear, and he began to comment. Luo Bing was converting the exotic beast power into spiritual energy, but the demon cultivator also said that exotic beast power would corrupt one's mind. If there was an anomaly, he would abandon the power of that ancient seventh realm exotic beast and merely protect Luo Bing. Here, Luo Bing was surrounded by exotic beasts, seemingly completely covered. The exotic beasts clashed and erupted and immediately reached second realm grand perfection. The conversion of exotic beast power was very successful. She had broken through her realm, entering second realm grand perfection. Liu Keaj sighed with emotion, greatly pleased. The surrounding exotic beasts had disappeared. Luo Bing still maintained her previous posture. Liu Keaj keenly sensed something was amiss. Luo Bing's spiritual energy was surging, but her realm couldn't break through. How was this girl accumulating spiritual energy like saving up experience points? A moment later, Luo Bing slowly opened her eyes. "Young master, Luo Bing has completed the conversion." Her physical condition seemed a bit poor. She slumped slightly, supporting herself with one hand, and groaned. Liu Keaj reached out his hand, power surging, slowly extending it into Luo Bing's body. Liu Keaj asked with concern, "I see, is there anything else bothering you?" While saying this outwardly, he secretly pondered, "This girl seems to have matured, perhaps because of her supportive posture just now." From Liu Keaj's angle, his gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of her wide-open collar, revealing an endless spring scenery. Luo Bing closed her eyes, sensing a fullness in her body, but no other discomfort. Besides, she tilted her head, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes briefly flickered with a seductive charm, only to instantly return to her usual pure snow lotus-like demeanor. she said to Lu Keaj. Young Master Luo Bing truly wants to vent now. Lu Keaj was startled, greatly surprised, but still responded. All right, I'll satisfy you. Lu Keaj and Luo Bing walked forward together. A voice came. Master, are you looking for me? A man appeared before them, bowing to Lu Keaj. Lu Keaj was startled. His eldest disciple truly had no presence. He was standing right in front of him, yet still sent a voice transmission. Had he started playing tricks after reaching the 5th realm? Lu Keaj made a request. I need you to do something. I want you to spar with Luo Bing. Lu Dongli also flew to the three of them, smiling. Brother, the monsters on the mountain have been mostly cleared. She looked at Huo Ting, her expression changing drastically, completely stunned, stammering. Huo Ting, he broke through to the 5th realm. Lu Dongli was utterly shocked. Huo Ting scratched his head awkwardly. Lu Keaj on the side was smug. That's right, he broke through to the 5th realm. This master's eldest disciple has officially entered the Grand Cultivator realm. Lu Dongli couldn't help but ask in immense surprise. Brother, how is that possible? The Grand Cultivator realm isn't something you can just break through to, and he's at 5th realm Grand Perfection, no need to be so surprised. Next are the 6th realm, 7th realm. Lu Dongli's eyes lit up. Brother, is this the great fortune you bestowed upon Huo Ting? It seems I can now live a peaceful life on Danqing Peak. Lu Keaj said to Huo Ting and Luo Bing, you two, begin your sparring. The two bowed. Luo Bing responded, yes. With that, they both walked to the arena, leaving only Lu Dongli and Lu Keaj. Lu Keaj pointed at Luo Bing mysteriously, saying, look, this disciple of mine will also give you a huge surprise. Lu Dongli crossed her arms, thinking indifferently. As long as this wicked disciple doesn't treat me like her little aunt, I won't be scared. Here, the two had already assumed their sword-wielding stances. Luo Bing bowed to Huo Ting. Senior brother, please guide me. Huo Ting nodded, unable to speak. He merely made a gesture for her to begin. Luo Bing channeled her internal energy, charging at Huo Ting with her sword. Senior brother, watch out. Previously, Lu Dongli had considered herself fearless, but now she couldn't help but widen her eyes and gape. This sword chi seemed to emanate from someone in the 5th realm. Brother, what on earth did you do to Luo Bing? In the spacious courtyard, Luo Bing, holding a green sword, practiced her swordsmanship. Each of her strikes was as graceful as a flower petal, yet powerful. Is this the sword chi I'm wielding myself? Young master truly gave me a huge gift. Opposite Luo Bing, Huo Ting was sparring with her. He assumed a defensive stance, ready to receive Luo Bing's moves. Her moves became increasingly focused and her power grew stronger. Huo Ting held his sword in a blocking stance, his face turning serious. If it were me now, I should be able to take this sword strike, right? Then both charged at each other, creating a mysterious space. Huo Ting's move manifested as a fierce red dragon, while Luo Bing's move was like a graceful peacock, both clashing head-on. Beside them, Lu Keaj and Lu Dongli watched their practice. Lu Dongli asked in surprise, can that kid take this sword strike? Lu Keaj replied, of course. 1 second later, Huo Ting's sword chimed. He followed his sword with his gaze, and Luo Bing pointed her sword tip at him. Amidst the wind and flying petals of the aftershock, Luo Bing said, senior brother, admit it, after watching the fight. Lu Keaj thought blankly. Of course he didn't take it. Lu Dongli was also shocked after the fight. She rubbed her eyes in disbelief, saying, how can a 2nd realm defeat a 5th realm? How is that possible? Lu Dongli hadn't recovered from her shock when Lu Keaj continued. That instant just now seemed to freeze for 10 years, then suddenly erupted mercilessly. Somewhat like my old sword nurturing art. At this moment, a new power surged within Luo Bing. Lu Keaj hesitated, saying, as for Huo Ting. Then he looked directly at Huo Ting and said, Huo Ting, you don't need to hold back. Just spar normally, just don't let Luo Bing get hurt. After speaking, Lu Keaj continued to ponder inwardly. This kid wasn't serious from the start, just wanted to go easy on his junior sister. How can you not be serious? You're not me, you're just the weakest 5th realm. Huo Ting listened, immediately bowed in salute, accepting Lu Keaj's words. He thought hesitantly, Master saw through my thoughts, I can't go easy anymore. But Luo Bing looked at Huo Ting's expression, thinking, does he want another round? He became serious, ready to continue practicing. She said to Huo Ting, senior brother, then I will consult you again. No sooner had she spoken than Luo Bing immediately panicked because Huo Ting vanished from her sight in an instant. Just 1 second later, Huo Ting approached from behind Luo Bing, leaving her somewhat flustered. So fast, you used clones to transform into many Huo Tings. Luo Bing was completely panicked at this moment. Huo Ting's clones were swarming towards Luo Bing. She thought, holy cow, who's the senior brother here? Trapped, Luo Bing spun around, creating a small whirlwind-like move that enveloped her. She thought, if the burst of sword chi has no blind spots, I won't be attacked. As she danced her sword, Luo Bing's sword was suddenly blocked by Huo Ting's sword. She was astonished. Senior brother has seen through my thoughts. Huo Ting appeared from above, bringing with him eerie illusions. No longer his usual gentle self, at this point he had unleashed his true power. Luo Bing was immediately swallowed by countless ghostly arms summoned by Huo Ting. Is this senior brother's sword intent? It's terrifying, senior brother. He's serious now. How could I possibly defeat him? Lu Keaj witnessed the defeat just now, saw Luo Bing's pale face from fright, and immediately rescued. Stop, the victor has been decided. Huo Ting obeyed his master's command, lifted the mental seal, and respectfully bowed to Luo Bing after the match. Luo Bing praised Huo Ting. Senior brother is amazing. Lu Dongli also greatly praised Luo Bing. You're not bad either. That sword strike just now perfectly matched the 5th realm. Your senior brother is also 5th realm after all. It wouldn't be reasonable if he truly lost to you. Luo Bing listened, respectfully bowing her head in thanks. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. Lu Keaj walked up to Luo Bing and instructed. Luo Bing, you should further integrate the spiritual energy within your body, allowing it to flow freely, so you can break through sooner and have boundless prospects. Lu Dongli stood by, learning how her senior brother taught his disciples. Luo Bing listened to the guidance and joyfully said, Thank you, Sect Master Martial Uncle, for bestowing this good fortune. Luo Bing will surely heed your teachings. At this moment, Lu Dongli suspiciously glanced at Lu Keaj, extremely curious. What on earth did brother do to her? Lu Keaj seemed to see through Lu Dongli's gaze and openly winked at Luo Bing. Don't be hesitant to use what I've given you. Use it often and I'll give you more later. Lu Dongli's face was now completely unable to hide her curiosity, thinking, more later? What on earth is it? Luo Bing listened, her face beaming with excitement and joy as if 1,000 flowers had bloomed. Thank you, Sect Master Martial Uncle. And Lu Dongli was even more curious about her demeanor, thinking her current delighted expression makes this master very suspicious. Lu Dongli's gaze once again fell upon Lu Keaj's face. She continued to mutter to herself, I must ask brother clearly. Soon night fell, the moon was full and bright, illuminating everything. A gentle breeze rustled the trees within Mo Gate. This serene scene captivated everyone. In the kitchen, Luo Bing stood by the window, admiring the tranquil scenery. Huo Ting was washing dishes, while Mu Dongfang happily wiped the dining table. And Xiao Chu, her belly full, picked her teeth and patted her stomach, excitedly telling everyone, Life with Sect Master Martial Uncle is simply wonderful. Outside, the moonlight was bright, and Lu Keaj and Lu Dongli walked together in Mo Gate's spacious courtyard. Lu Keaj suddenly looked at her and asked, Little Lizzie, why did you want to take a walk with your senior brother today? Lu Dongli still maintained her usual defiant and unyielding expression when she was with Lu Keaj. He bent down slightly, reached out a hand and asked her lovely face, Haven't you been close with senior brother lately? Lu Dongli noticed his reaching hand, so she turned her face to avoid it. Lu Keaj was unexpectedly stiff, thinking, there it goes again, my sister has truly grown up. Then Lu Dongli took a few steps forward while Lu Keaj was still frozen behind. He grabbed her wrist with one hand, wanting to pinch her cheek, but was stopped by the tears rolling down her face, and then he said, it was because his brother had suddenly said such words, and he thought that he wouldn't be able to pinch little Lizzie's cheek anymore in the future. Lu Dongli seemed to read the disappointment on his face and spoke frankly, you can still pinch it. Hearing this, Lu Keaj's eyes lit up even brighter than after a victory. Only then did Lu Dongli withdraw her somewhat unfriendly gaze from Lu Keaj. She sullenly confided, Lately, brother hasn't been telling your sister many things. If even you, my brother, aren't honest with me, your sister, I'll be very sad. After listening to Lu Dongli's outpouring, Lu Keaj suddenly realized with surprise that she had intentionally been acting displeased. Lu Keaj looked at Lu Dongli's worried expression and thought, That's right, from little Lizzie's perspective, ever since I returned from Spring Autumn Mountain, I've been keeping all sorts of things from her. So Lu Keaj also lowered his thoughts and reproached himself, admitting that as an older brother he hadn't truly paid attention to his sister. Under the moonlight, the two siblings opened their hearts to each other. Lu Dongli sadly told her brother, Our parents passed away early and you used to tell me everything, but now it seems there are many things you don't want to tell me. What have you given to Luo Bing and Huo Ting? I don't know. Her figure was solitary, her eyes melancholic and filled with unspoken thoughts as if she were holding back tears. Even about you having 2 sword domains I only found out along with everyone else. These words stunned Lu Keaj. His heart skipped a beat. The wind rustled the leaves and the tree shadows swayed in the moonlight. She stood there alone, filled with sorrow, tears welling in her eyes, gently raising her hand only to clench it tightly again. You are the Sect Master, everyone's martial uncle and master, and currently the brightest new star in the Tianquan realm. But in Dongli's heart you are only my brother. She blurted it out. She was a little jealous of everyone, Lu Keaj thought. Little Lizzie's words made me, as her older brother, feel somewhat ashamed. After all, a steady person like her was actually just pretending to be in the same world as me. After understanding his sister's feelings, he felt a bit guilty. The two stood facing each other, their figures reflected in the water at their feet. Amidst the hazy reflections, Lu Keaj spoke to her. Let's go. She didn't know where he meant go. Before she could ask, he reached out his hand, offering it to her and saying, During this time I, your brother, will slowly tell you everything. She froze, her eyes now brimming with tears. He was finally willing to tell her everything, and there was no longer any distance between them. She smiled happily, reaching out and taking her brother's hand. Yes, brother. Hand in hand the two walked into the wilderness of Danqing Peak. Lu Keaj spoke continuously and Lu Dongli listened by his side. This was truly their time as siblings. Despicable Spring Autumn Mountain. To actually try to harm you, brother, how abominable. And that Crimson Snow Wolf Garden was too dangerous. Fortunately it was a close call. To think there were even demon cultivators daring to ambush you, brother. How utterly audacious. She was so angry her head felt like it was smoking, feeling both wronged and worried about her brother's safety. She then patted her chest and with her other hand on her hip said it was a good thing everything had just been a close call. The world down the mountain is indeed terrifying. It's much safer to stay on Danqing Peak. I must work hard to strengthen the mountain protecting formation. She chattered on happily, enveloped in light as if the sun of truth illuminated her heart. He stood beside her, his face serious, shrouded in darkness, like two completely different Taiji. He thought, So that's the conclusion she reached. Just as she was speaking, she suddenly turned to look in a certain direction, and he asked, "What's wrong?" She happily replied that Yang Shu was back. He had already entered Danqing Peak. He was even more surprised. "You little girl, have you added attribute points to your Shikigami? Even I couldn't sense it. You're amazing." At this moment, a voice sounded in the night sky, respectfully reporting to Sect Master Martial Uncle. "Senior brother, your disciple Yang Shu of Mo Gate has returned to the sect." Hearing this, Liu Keaj said to her, "Go see how much this disciple of yours has progressed now." She nodded and replied, "Yes." In the air, Yang Shu, a small figure, was controlling a giant sword. He was staring blankly at the formation. "Did Master change the formation? Why has the incantation for opening the formation stopped working? And this great formation is much stronger than when I left the mountain." He thought. Just as he was at a loss, a voice rang out. "Yang Shu, come in," he replied. "Yes, Master." He controlled his giant sword, swiftly gliding over Danqing Peak. The scenery below was very beautiful and the lights made it even warmer. He looked down, astonished. "Our Mo Gate has changed too much in recent years, and those outer disciples outside the sect gate just now," a male disciple pointed to the sky and loudly shouted, "Look, there's a beautiful woman," another disciple retorted. "What are you talking about? It's clearly a delicate little pretty boy," the male disciple retorted indignantly. "Nonsense, I guarantee with my 2 heads that's a woman," another disciple said. "Look at the Adam's apple, big bro. You're already level 20, can't you see clearly with your eyesight?" This argument was fiercely intense, all to figure out who that person was. The female disciples, on the other hand, cheered and waved, screaming, "Senior brother, you're so handsome, what's your name? Quickly tell us. If senior brother isn't entering the mountain tonight, why not rest in my room for the night?" Everyone was in high spirits, making jokes because of Yang Shu's appearance. Yang Shu was startled by the words, then breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest. "Thank goodness, fortunately Master has already activated the great formation for me." He secretly thanked Master for saving his beloved disciple from those predators. At this moment, the female disciples were still excited. "Thank goodness, finally a handsome senior brother has arrived. Our first 2 inner disciples, senior brothers, are really dark, short, and ugly." Huo Ting and Mu Dongfang were hit by collateral damage while sitting there. From their words, it sounded like they were calling both of them equally ugly. Huo Ting was dark-skinned and Mu Dongfang was short. Who could understand such pain? A female disciple then said, "It doesn't matter, I will always be Lulu's obedient little darling wife." This made the other disciples look at her with hostile eyes. They argued about who was Lulu's wife. Another said, "Shut up, it's clearly my turn." Yet another said, "No one can snatch the sect master from me." And another patted her chest and shouted, "This consort isn't cold yet, you're all just concubines." They argued back and forth, neither giving way. By this time he had flown to where everyone was standing. He waved to everyone. Yang Shu was overjoyed. "Everyone's waiting for me." Then he left his giant sword and landed on the ground. Mu Dongfang was waving at him. He quickly cupped his hands and respectfully said, "Yang Shu greets Sect Master Martial Uncle." "Greets Master." Then he looked at Luo Bing and Mu Dongfang, politely addressed them as 3rd senior sister and 3rd senior brother. Seeing Xiao Chu, he didn't know who this little girl was, so he didn't know how to address her. Lu Dongli then walked over to explain, "This is your little junior sister, Xiao Chu." The little girl opened her wide eyes in confusion. "Should I call you senior brother or senior sister?" Yang Shu scratched his head, his cheeks flushed with shyness, and told the little girl he was senior brother. Xiao Chu then cupped her hands and bowed, saying, "Then Xiao Chu greets handsome senior brother." Suddenly, a hand rested on his shoulder. He was startled and quickly turned to look and recognized the person and exclaimed, "Senior brother." Huo Ting then withdrew his hand and smiled, waving to him. Everyone gathered here, creating a lively scene. He thought, "It seems everyone in Mo Gate has progressed a lot in recent years, so I need to work even harder." He then resolved to cultivate himself with even greater effort. This time, in Qingzhou in the Endless Sea, one of the 4 divine swords, Luo Hashan, was seated in his wheelchair. He stood on a towering cliff with the vast sea and sky before him. Waves continuously crashed against the rocks. The air was somber, and not a single ray of light pierced the sky. He closed his eyes, resting, then suddenly opened them and said, "It's still here," before him. A blue-red aurora appeared, stirring the sea surface as if something was about to emerge. A giant wave rose high, making the humans below appear tiny and fragile. They scattered desperately, everyone as if seeing such a colossal wave for the first time. The waves are too big, how could they appear here? Panic and fear continuously surfaced on their faces. Now they only urged each other to run. "Run, mother of my child, stop picking things up." Faced with that colossal wave, the entire village seemed so tiny, as if in mere moments it would surely be submerged by the sea. No, with such a huge wave the village will be destroyed. Humans were helpless before this catastrophe, with nowhere left to run. Some could only kneel and pray, mothers held their children tightly, and everyone could only helplessly await the death brought by this sky-obscuring disaster. A ray of light flashed, illuminating the people like hope and salvation. The mother, still holding and protecting her child, gently opened her eyes to see what had happened. However, the seawater did not fall. It was separated by a circle of light. "This is a cultivator protecting us." Everyone looked in that direction. "Which cultivator is it?" A young man discovered something and gestured for everyone to look that way. Everyone complied. Unexpectedly, a very familiar figure appeared. It was old man Luo, weaving straw sandals. Indeed, it was Luo Hashan, appearing with a sword in hand to protect the common people. They uniformly knelt and kowtowed, expressing their gratitude to the cultivator who was saving them. He's actually a cultivator. We were blind to not recognize his greatness. Luo Heshan's gaze remained fixed on the giant waves, pondering. These waves were brought by that fellow. Holding his jade sword, he continued to observe the changes in the waves. Ninth realm. How long has it been since a ninth realm appeared in this world? A signal was sent. He crushed the jade sword. Juniors, come here and see clearly. Luo Heshan vanished from his wheelchair. He flew into the air holding his longsword, a very satisfied smile on his face. It's here, finally here. I've waited decades for this day. Everyone received the signal announcing the start of the great calamity. Amidst the blazing red aura of the ninth realm, a ray of light streaked past, appearing behind Luo Heshan. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle appeared. He called out, Senior. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle cupped his hands. Sincerely asked, May I offer Senior a helping hand? Luo Heshan didn't answer. He waved his hand and a surge of power radiated. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle also noticed this. Something appeared, looking like a gentle wave. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle watched his actions, thinking, Does Senior Luo not want me to interfere? Not long after, the Holy Master appeared. She bowed and said, Congratulations, Senior. Hearing the congratulations, Luo Heshan changed his demeanor. He happily responded, Little girl, you are more to this old man's liking than that pedantic scholar. Not only that, he didn't forget to praise her. Congratulations, a truly good congratulation indeed. Luo Heshan seemed to sense something and said again, The wind rises, the waves surge, truly magnificent. Come out, beast. Behind him, Sword Venerable Martial Uncle and the Saintess both looked intently in the direction he indicated. Before the three, the sea was calm, but upon closer inspection a gigantic shadow was gradually emerging underwater. Something that looked like huge spikes was protruding, and a fierce large eye with three pupils appeared. A colossal beast appeared, the ancient dragon beast, Extreme Cold Dragon King. Just then the monk and the masked woman also appeared. She looked at the gigantic monster in surprise. This is a ninth realm dragon beast. A monk beside her, however, calmly replied, No, a dragon beast of this caliber is already a dragon king. The dragon king fiercely stretched its body and let out a terrifying roar. But in Luo Heshan's eyes it was nothing. He smiled contemptuously, his hand on his sword, looking at it fearlessly. HMPH, a creature like you is barely worthy of this old man's final sword strike. The scene shifted, and contrary to that dark place, here was a clear blue sky. Under the beautiful sunlight, lively chatter filled the air. Junior brother Yang, you said that when you traveled to the seaside you encountered a third realm water ghost again. Seated before everyone, Yang replied, That's right, at that time the water ghost wanted to devour a mother and child. Although I knew my strength was low, I still wanted to charge forward with my sword. Recalling the scene, he smiled awkwardly, scratching his head before continuing, But your disciple was too weak. I was beaten black and blue and then lost consciousness. The subsequent scene reappeared. Yang sat up. In the distance, Luo Heshan was weaving straw sandals. When I woke up I found myself sleeping in a room with an old man weaving straw sandals beside me. Recalling that moment, Yang walked up to the old man and asked, Did you save me? The old man didn't look up, concentrating on weaving straw sandals, and replied, That's right, now that you're awake, stay here from now on, fetch water for me from the well every day. He then continued, I have sealed your cultivation. If you behave well in the future, this old man will naturally unseal it for you. Yang, still with wounds on his face, scratched his head guilelessly and replied to the old man, Yes, Yang explained, although I had some complaints about him, he was still my savior after all. I did as he said. Then he continued excitedly, the images of some of Qingzhou's 4 divine swords appearing in his mind, but only later did I learn that he was actually one of Qingzhou's 4 divine swords, his reputation on par with Sword Venerable. Mu Dongfeng exclaimed in surprise. Luo Bing, one of the 4 divine swords, also praised, Junior brother Yang truly has a heaven-sent opportunity. Young brother Yang's face was beaming with excitement. He even lifted his foot, showing off the straw sandals made by Luo Heshan. That's right, when Senior told me to rest he even gave me a pair of shoes and they fit perfectly. Only Lu Keaj was deep in thought. He looked at Yang Shu, musing, strange, if Senior Luo Heshan wanted to take Yang Shu as a disciple he definitely wouldn't have let him leave. But why did he let him go? Did Yang Shu just fetch water for him for nothing all these years? To confirm his guess, he thought, I might as well verify it myself. Lu Keaj walked up to young brother Yang, extended his hand and said, Yang Shu, show me your natal sword, let me see it. Young brother Yang scratched his head, asking in confusion, My natal sword? Young brother Yang held up his sword and said, Reporting to Sect Master Martial Uncle, Yang Shu's natal sword is here. Lu Dongli looked at him puzzled and asked, Brother, why do you want to see Yang Shu's natal sword? Lu Keaj looked at the sword, reached out and took it. Let me see if our little Yang Shu is worthy of Senior Luo's favor. Picking up the sword, Lu Keaj seemed surprised by its weight. So heavy, this is clearly a technique similar to the sword nurturing art, sealing spiritual power within the sword for many years. Young brother Yang also observed carefully. Clearly seeing that Lu Keaj couldn't pull his sword out, he smiled proudly, gripping the sword that had been pulled it with much effort yet still remained sheathed. Truly worthy of being my Mo Gate disciple, you have inherited Senior Luo's true teaching. Young brother Yang was very surprised by his words. Did Senior take me as a true disciple? He had thought he was just a utility disciple. Luo Bing and Mu Dongfang were both astonished by this. Junior brother Yang actually gained the favor of one of the 4 divine swords. Lu Keaj was still examining the sword in his hand. Lu Dongli looked at her brother and asked, Yang Shu's talent isn't outstanding, so why would Senior Luo favor him? To answer everyone's doubts, he explained that there were 2 reasons. First, while Yang Shu's aptitude and talent were indeed ordinary, his character was exceptionally good. After returning the sword to him, Lu Keaj continued, though he appears this way, he is a man of courage, seemingly timid yet very brave. Young brother Yang looked at his sword, his eyes gleaming, recalling that Senior had indeed said something similar. Lu Keaj continued to explain the next reason. Second, the natal sword in Yang Shu's hand was personally forged by Aunt Ning. Aunt Ning was a famous artifact refining master in the sword sect, and the sword blanc she bestowed was at least high grade, if not supreme. He looked at the sword and continued, Senior Luo's swordsmanship places extreme importance on the quality of one's natal sword. So Yang Shu was chosen for this reason as well. Mu Dongfang was stunned for a few seconds. He thought, it seems it's true, but what I really care about is, I thought I could brag to junior brother Yang about my experience of fighting exotic beasts and then being rescued by Senior Zhang. Now how should I brag? He was rescued by one of the 4 divine swords and even received his true teaching, but he still decided to try and compare. But Senior Zhang is Sect Master Martial Uncle's Dao companion. Senior Zhang saving me means I received Sect Master Martial Uncle's fortune. Thinking this, he covered his mouth and chuckled, his face full of contentment. And Sect Master Martial Uncle is the #1 in the world, no matter how you look at it, I win. Lu Dongli asked with a hint of doubt and surprise. Brother, did you really try hard to pull Yang Shu's sword just now? Lu Keaj replied. I used 70% of my strength but couldn't pull it out. Senior Luo's art of sword concealment and nurturing is truly sublime. Lu Dongli looked at him, thinking even brother using 70% of his strength couldn't pull out Yang Shu's sword, and Yang Shu's realm is only at the 3rd realm. Lu Keaj mused. The sword nurturing art was taught to him by the venerated spirit, but it was just a simplified version. If he learned this skill, the power of a sword in 10 years might become several times stronger. But then he considered another aspect. It's just that I can only draw the sword 10 times in a lifetime, which is a bit inappropriate. Too extreme. Lu Dongli looked at her brother and said, is Yang Shu's sword that powerful? If it were Senior Luo's sword, would it be stronger than my master's? Ji Changkong, mentioned from afar, also sneezed as if an omen that someone was speaking ill of him. Who's mentioning me? Lu Keaj thought for a moment before replying, if it were that 10th sword, I'm afraid it would be stronger than Sword Venerable. This greatly surprised Lu Dongli. Stronger than Sword Venerable? She looked at young brother Yang and asked, Yang Shu, I'm curious. How many swords does Senior Luo still have unsheathed? Young brother Yang politely replied, reporting to Sect Master Martial Uncle. He once said he has one last sword. He repeated Senior's words, who said at the time that if he didn't encounter an evenly matched opponent, he would take it to his grave, never using it in his lifetime. Hearing this, everyone was greatly surprised. Lu Keaj sighed. Those words are too domineering. Did Senior Luo ever say what realm of person is worthy of being his opponent? Young brother Yang stammered. I don't know. Senior Luo just said that in any case that poor scholar isn't worthy. Poor scholar? Who is Senior referring to? The 4 of them were puzzled. Lu Keaj guessed, is he referring to Sword Venerable as the poor scholar? The 4 gossip-loving individuals were shocked once again. Sword Venerable, poor scholar. Young brother Yang recounted that the last time Sword Venerable had come to visit Senior Luo, Senior Luo had said that if there was an opportunity he would use that sword and would not notify Sword Venerable to observe and comprehend it. Mu Dongfang thought in surprise, those words are too cool. Watching the Dragon King ascend, Luo Heshan said, ancient texts record the appearance of an 8th realm 9-headed dragon beast, with the longest being 30 meters. He frowned, holding his long sword, a smile playing on his lips, and said, and you are over 100 meters long. Its massive body was roaring, showcasing its power. Luo Heshan commented, judging by your body, your existence has already surpassed the 9 dragons painting the world of ancient times. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle and the Saintess both looked up at it. The Saintess nervously said, as recorded, before the great calamity descends, a 9th realm exotic beast will come to demonstrate its power. The texts mention a 3-headed fire ape, but this time it's an extreme cold dragon. The masked woman was also very nervous, but there were emperors in ancient times. The monk continued, at that time in the Tianquan realm, this 9th realm giant dragon was the strongest there was. Who could stop it? The 4 supremes stood there observing the battle. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle frowned and said, if Senior Luo sacrifices himself, then I will go. But if you suffer any mishap, who will protect Qingzhou? All 4 prefectures need people to guard them. We cannot step away. The old monk stood behind Sword Venerable Martial Uncle, speaking worriedly. But contrary to his apprehension, Sword Venerable Martial Uncle was unusually calm. He closed his eyes, feeling the biting cold wind caress his cheeks, then opened his mouth and said, Qingzhou also has my junior brother. My junior brother's strength is no less than mine. Moreover, Qingzhou's younger generation will sooner or later be able to shoulder important responsibilities. Hearing him say this, everyone couldn't help but hesitate. Ji Changkong was indeed good, but it was still too early for the younger generation to shoulder important responsibilities. My disciple Namu, though as famous as sword attendant Yu Yu, has not yet reached the point where he can bear such heavy duties. Sword Venerable is still too dismissive. The you he mentioned definitely refers to Lukeaj. I wonder how he is now. If he's fighting with someone, don't let his face get hurt. The Saintess pondered for a moment, then cast a light glance. Luo Heshan couldn't stand the clamor of the crowd, so he flicked his sleeve, picked up his sword and prepared to move. As he left, he didn't forget to cast a cold gaze at everyone, saying, "All of you shut up. This beast, it's not yet your turn, juniors, to act." He strode through the wind and snow, longsword in hand, his gaze icy cold, walking step by step towards the giant dragon, and added, "Ninth Realm also has its strengths and weaknesses. You are barely worthy of this old man's last sword strike, but you still leave this old man somewhat disappointed." The giant dragon paused, watching Luo Heshan's figure gradually approach, yet it made no move. Luo Heshan opened his mouth and said, "You are strong, stronger than this old man, stronger than anyone in this world. But you are weaker than my sword." He swung his sword horizontally, preparing for battle. They stood there, looking at Luo Heshan's figure somewhat dazed. Finally, the old monk spoke first. "Are we really not going to intervene?" The Saintess then said, "If this dragon is demonstrating for the great calamity, perhaps we should attack together." Watching him ascend the dragon's body alone, Sword Venerable Martial Uncle merely observed silently. His brows slightly furrowed, he said seriously, "This is the opponent Senior Luo has waited his entire life for. Even if we wanted to act, we would have to wait until Senior Luo has had his fill. After all, this might be his last chance in this life." Luo Heshan gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, gently drawing the sword from its sheath. The blade was sharp, shining with a dazzling red light. The sword was fully unsheathed. Luo Heshan held the sword with resolute posture, leaping into the air, the sword tip enveloped in crimson spiritual energy. Watching it emit a dazzling light, Luo Heshan's eyes were incredibly sharp. "Old friend, this is the last time." With that, he lightly stroked the sword with 2 fingers, injecting another surge of spiritual energy. Black dark spiritual energy also swirled around the red glowing sword body. In a moment of life or death where victory and defeat rested on a single battle, he reminisced about the past and spoke, "From childhood I truly didn't like this world at all. You damn brat, how dare you steal our steamed buns?" "Stop right there." A small boy around 7 or 8 years old, a bit thin, held a round large steamed bun in his hand, ceaselessly chewing, afraid someone would snatch it away. The little boy fled in fear, thinking repeatedly, "So hungry, so hungry, so hungry." Since he was just a child who had long been hungry and lived by stealing, where did he get the strength to run? After the little boy ran for a while, he was immediately met with a fierce slap from the steamed bun shop owner who had caught up to him. The owner was furious, shouting, "You damn brat!" The little boy fell backward after being hit, but he wasn't concerned about whether he was hurt. He just quickly stuffed the steamed bun into his mouth, afraid it would be taken back. Passers-by didn't care about the lives of those dirty beggars. They allowed the steamed bun shop owner to do as he pleased, not wanting to get involved in the slightest. The man then pulled out a thick wooden stick, continuously grumbling, "You stole my steamed bun, I'll break your legs." A heavy blow landed on the little boy's leg. He lay on the ground, his face twisted in extreme pain, unable to resist no matter how he was hit. After the man finished venting his anger, he finally dared to tremble and prop himself up, looking at the other person with an indescribable hatred in his eyes. The man looked at the little boy's expression, suddenly gritting his teeth, thinking that look without another word. He continued to swing the stick down, shouting, "You dare to glare at me? I'll break your other leg too." After that brutal beating, it suddenly started to rain. Little Luo Heshan hid under the eaves of a house, seeking shelter from the rain. The pain from the earlier beating, now soaked by the rain, became unbearable. Luo Heshan covered his wounds with his hand, his face contorted as he thought, "It hurts so much I can't even stand up now." Suddenly, a person in the distance holding a wooden stick walked towards the little boy, chasing him away. "Get out, don't shelter from the rain here, you thief, get out." Luo Heshan had no choice but to let out a cold snort. Then he could only drag his heavily injured body away, with curses continuously coming from behind him. Get out, the farther the better, get out, you thief." In the pouring rain, a small boy dragged his blood-stained body, crawling on the cold ground. Many people carrying umbrellas walked past, showing not a shred of pity. After crawling for a while, he saw a house with eaves ahead, and Luo Heshan struggled to crawl towards it. Finally reaching the spot, he clutched his stomach, thinking, "Fortunately, I ate those few bites earlier, but I'm still so hungry. Am I dying?" Suddenly, a fragrance wafted from somewhere. Luo Heshan smelled the aroma, so fragrant the outer door was ajar and he could soon see inside. Luo Heshan secretly peeked through the crack in the door, his mouth continuously watering. "Roasted fish smells so good," he thought again. "Am I going to steal again?" Looking at his injured and broken leg, the little boy felt a bit sad. No more stealing, it hurts so much. People like me shouldn't be alive. Anyway, no one in this world likes me. Want some fish? Suddenly, a warm voice sounded in his ear. A middle-aged man walked over with a golden brown roasted fish and asked. Luo Heshan's eyes lit up and he softly asked, Are you asking me?" The man held the roasted fish in his hand. He didn't disdain Luo Heshan for being a beggar, merely saying, "Eat if you want, don't if you don't." "In this dilapidated, leaky temple, is there a third person?" The little boy Luo Heshan looked at the roasted fish in the man's hand, his eyes shining brightly. He immediately snatched the fish from the man without hesitation, then sat up and devoured it ravenously. The man looked at his actions in surprise, dumbfounded, watching Luo Heshan chew intently. He couldn't help but chuckle, teasing, "You're eating so fast, aren't you afraid I've poisoned it?" Hearing him say that, the little boy continued to eat calmly, as if nothing could stop him from eating. Better to burst than to starve to death. Under the pouring rain, the man smiled. The two, one big and one small, sat by the door conversing. You live so carefree. Luo Heshan glanced at him, his mouth full, and before he could swallow he eagerly spoke. I have no mother and now both my legs are broken. I ate fish today, but maybe tomorrow I'll be in heaven. What's there to be afraid of? The man looked at him with confusion and asked. Your bones are shattered. This old man has little ability, but I wonder who broke your legs. I can help you get revenge. Luo Heshan stared at him, quickly finished the fish, leaving only the head and tail, then slowly opened his mouth. What does that have to do with you? I exchanged these legs for a steamed bun. There's nothing to get revenge for. He opened his eyes wide in surprise. You truly think that? The little fellow sucked his fish-stained fingers, closed his eyes and said with a heart full of integrity. Of course, I've always taken responsibility for my actions. Hearing the little fellow speak, he stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Good, I have some fortune. I thought you were just a poor wretch, but it turns out to be a divine encounter. Luo Heshan watched him say things he didn't understand and looked at him earnestly again and asked, What is this divine encounter you speak of? I won't eat your fish for free. If you need my help, please say so. What is your name? He asked. The little fellow dejectedly replied, Everyone calls me beggar. Little thief, I have no father, no mother, and no name. Upon hearing this, the man's face lit up as if he had found a treasure. He grabbed the little fellow's wrist, letting him remain surprised and perplexed. Perfect, then come with me. Arriving at another place, the little fellow screamed loudly for the first time in fear. After a while the initial fear subsided, and looking at the continuous mountains and clouds in the air, Luo Heshan couldn't help but feel surprised. The little fellow tilted his head, looked at the man and loudly asked, Are you a cultivator? The man held his hand, smiling and stroking his beard as he spoke. That's right, I want to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? He happily nodded and replied, Of course I'm willing. Good. Then from now on you'll take my surname. As for your name, he paused, looked at the mountains before them and continued. Look at how vast and magnificent these mountains and rivers are. You'll be called Heshan. The little fellow looked at the mountains before him with great interest and replied, Luo Heshan, a good name, I love it. As soon as the name was given, he happily put his arm around Luo Heshan's shoulder and continued, Heshan, my sect also has a mission, to protect the safety of all living beings in Qingzhou. Your name, Heshan River and Mountain, also carries the meaning of guarding the mountains and rivers. Guarding the mountains and rivers? The little fellow looked at him blankly, thinking to himself that from that day on those words were etched into Luo Heshan's heart. Returning to the present holding his longsword, he couldn't help but think, Master, back then I suffered much humiliation and held no fondness for the world. Guarding these mountains and rivers is also guarding your wish. You always said I was too sharp, too antisocial, and made me weave straw sandals, which only made me more irritable and agitated. At first I thought you wanted to curb my antisocial tendencies, but later I understood that you wanted to suppress my desire to wield a sword. The more I wove straw sandals, the more I yearned to draw my sword, and the longer that desire accumulated, the more powerful my sword would be when it finally emerged. As he thought, his sharp gaze pierced through the longsword, and through the black chi mixed with red spiritual energy, he recalled the past again, but only one instance stood out, the time he wove straw sandals for the little fellow. It was a scene of peaceful serenity. I remember the little fellow happily standing by my side and saying, Old man, have you heard? My sect master martial uncle's natal sword was unsheathed, slaying an exotic beast. He even said, a 3-inch sword in life, slaying dragons wherever they appear. How cool. Returning to reality, Luo Heshan moved swiftly, fiercely attacking the dragon, his sword chi rapidly binding it. He revealed a faint smile and continued, slaying dragons wherever they appear. Well said, you poor scholar. Watch closely, for whether this old man can ascend to the 9th realm with my sword depends on today. Having spoken, he spun his longsword in the air. The crowd below, seeing this, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, ascending to the 9th realm with his sword? What a boast, then. Sword venerable martial uncle cupped his hands and bowed to Luo Heshan. He responded solemnly, Yes, come dragon of the 9th realm, your life is mine to take. Luo Heshan roared, and with a single sword, a single person, he charged directly towards the dragon. The dragon beast burst from the sea. Its colossal cyan body, over 100 meters long, was awe-inspiring. Sword venerable gazed at it, deep in thought. What kind of world-shaking power will Senior Luo's 10th sword possess? I was fortunate enough to witness the might of his 9th sword. Sword Venerable recalled that at that time surging whirlpools engulfed all space. It was the most intense vibration of the Eye of Chaos in 10,000 years, stirring up monstrous waves that nearly swallowed all of Qingzhou. Now the waves surged like a tsunami about to engulf the entire village. A truly terrifying sight. People clutched their heads, pushing and shoving, trampling each other as they fled. Everyone cried out in panic, What in the world is happening? Why are the waves so huge? Is the world abandoning our human race? In the gloomy sky, a ray of light flashed. All beings are equal. The waves struck again, and on the highest rooftop a figure stood amidst the storm. That person struck the waves with a blade and a sword, stopping all the surging floods. The person's face was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat. The people below cried out, It's the Cultivator Lord? The villagers, seeing their savior, all bowed and cupped their hands, prostrating towards the rooftop where he stood. They asked curiously, Which Cultivator Lord is that? To be able to destroy that world-ending tidal wave with a single sword? Someone recognized him and shouted loudly, "That's Ji Changkong, second among Qingzhou's 4 divine swords." Before he could catch his breath, the waves began to surge fiercely again, many times stronger than before. The villagers plunged back into panic. "THTH, this time there are 3 layers of waves, this is bad." Ji Changkong was already panting on the rooftop, his spiritual energy depleted, thinking, "That last sword strike used up all my spiritual energy. My spiritual energy hasn't recovered yet, and even if I force a sword strike, I can't cut through these 3 layers of waves. What should I do?" From somewhere another force shot out, blocking the waves. The waves dispersed, merging with the earlier spiritual energy, and rain fell. All the villagers, rescued from the brink of death, were filled with astonishment. Who is it this time? Are we really saved? What in the world happened? Ji Changkong turned to look at the newly appeared person and said in dissatisfaction, "I knew it was you, senior brother. What a dawdler. So slow to arrive." It was Sword Venerable Martial Uncle. He reached up and scratched his head, giving a dry laugh. "Junior brother flew too fast, I couldn't keep up for a moment." Though complaining, Ji Changkong still folded his arms and smiled triumphantly. "Never mind, senior brother, though you arrived a bit late, you still diffused the crisis just in time." This tremor triggered enormous waves, and who would have thought there would be 3 layers? The clear sky suddenly turned dark and the two looked up. Ji Changkong asked him, "Why has the sky turned dark again?" "Here it comes again, the great tsunami is back, and damn it. Does this Eye of Chaos truly intend to completely destroy my Qingzhou?" Both Ji Changkong and Sword Venerable Martial Uncle were greatly startled. Wave after wave of seawater surged and attacked, villagers' emotions shifting from calm to panic repeatedly. And furthermore, it was even bigger than before. No one could escape this time. The villagers cried out in earnest, "Who will save us?" A vertical flash of light cut into the sea, and powerful spiritual energy formed an overbearing black mark. Ji Changkong was dumbfounded. "THTH, the wind and waves are calm. What a powerful sword!" Ji Changkong and Sword Venerable Martial Uncle looked together at the person, a graceful figure in the air. Luo Heshan stood with his sword sheathed. The two recognized him. Ji Changkong muttered, "It's him, senior brother. That sword strike just now, even I couldn't withstand it. Ordinary people could at most hold on for half a breath longer." Ji Changkong said to Sword Venerable Martial Uncle beside him. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle responded, "That was Senior Luo's 9th sword. He still has a 10th sword." Ji Changkong, hearing this, puffed out his beard and glared, looking displeased. "Of course I know. My point is, can you withstand it, senior brother?" Sword Venerable Martial Uncle knew his junior brother was angry. He reached out and touched his sleeve, speaking in a coaxing tone. "If junior brother can't withstand it, then of course I can't either." Ji Changkong, hearing this, stroked his beard contentedly and smiled triumphantly. "Indeed, after all, junior brother is only a little bit less capable than senior brother." Sword Venerable Martial Uncle pondered again in confusion. How much more powerful will this 10th sword be compared to his original 9th sword? The colossal dragon beast roared, its massive body circling in the air. Its eyes emitted terrifying light and its mouth opened, revealing sharp fangs. Luo Heshan waved and charged towards the dragon beast, saying, "You poor scholar, remember this." He held his longsword, resolute in battle, with a somewhat fearsome expression on his face. He charged at the monster, shouting, "A 3-inch sword in life, slaying dragons wherever they appear." Luo Heshan moved swiftly, emitting red-black spiritual energy. His eyes were crimson, his teeth slightly bared, and he thought to himself, "If this young man says such words, it would be very interesting if this old man were to meet him." A colossal cyan dragon appeared. It opened its massive mouth, letting out a roar that shook all directions. The dragon was coiled in the center, surrounded by countless sharp, slender, pointed ice shards. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle stood in front of everyone. He summoned a yellow circle of power to protect them from the sharp ice shards. He shouted loudly, "Fall back quickly." Many people, men and women, old and young, stood behind him. They were very close to the ice shards and asked in panic, "This is the 9th realm, the power is too terrifying." Suddenly a red light swept across. The blue ice shards now turned black and white. The red light passed through the colossal dragon's body, making it shriek loudly, and the ice shards scattered into fragments on the ground. The ice shards were no longer sharp, looking like chopped trees with only a small section near the tip remaining. The colossal dragon circled, highly vigilant. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle said in alarm, "Senior Luo's aura has vanished." The Holy Master, seeing this, also said worriedly, "He has completely vanished from this world. Even I, in my state of union of heaven and man, cannot sense him." The colossal dragon coiled, opening its mouth and shouting, "Get out of here, puny humans." A black ring appeared in the air, emitting an eerie red light. The colossal dragon and everything around it seemed to lose their color. The colossal dragon looked at the sky in alarm. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle, the Holy Master, the monk and the fox demon all looked up at the sky, stunned by what appeared before them, and asked in confusion, "How did this sword achieve that?" The colossal dragon had already charged up, circling and opening its mouth, preparing to unleash an extremely terrifying blue power. From the black ring in the sky, a longsword extended. That was the 10th sword. At this moment, the colossal dragon appeared incredibly small. Luo Heshan loudly declared, "Vanish from this world. To threaten Qingzhou, this old man's sword will not permit it." A red light shot up into the sky, and the entire firmament turned crimson. The sword body shone dazzlingly, even to the point of blinding. The longsword drew a red X in the sky as if to tear space apart. The 4 of them stood below, resisting the lingering power of the expanding attack, and the water surface trembled accordingly, as if a light rain had just fallen, the drizzling drops touching the water surface. Luo Heshan, holding his longsword, floated in the air with his back to the crowd. The sky was dyed red-black and firelight shimmered in the night. The monk clasped his hands, looked up and said, "The calamity is resolved and Senior Luo is unharmed." It seems that after the 10th sword for Senior Luo, it merely means he can no longer draw his sword. On Senior Luo's sword-wielding hand, red veins are clearly visible as if they are shattering. Luo Heshan said, "Little monk, within my sect, the power of the 10th sword targets not only our opponents but also ourselves." At this moment I could see part of Luo Heshan's face, and on it appeared the same red veins as on his hand. Luo Heshan continued, "No one can withstand this sword, including me, the one who unleashed it." Sword Venerable Martial Uncle and the Holy Master saw his current state, and the Holy Master said worriedly, "Senior Luo's face." Senior Luo's hand trembled, but he still gripped his sword tightly. He looked down and said, "Old friend, this is not enough, never enough." Senior Luo held his longsword vertically before him, touching it with both hands. He finally closed his eyes and proposed, "Continue to rage with me, for this is the last time anyway." Then a light green power diffused around him. Luo Heshan raised his longsword and shouted loudly, "The sword has been silent for too long, it needs someone to forge a path leading to the 9th realm." The sword's power erupted, radiating light. He vanished beyond the horizon, a flash of light passed and his voice echoed, "Remember this light. The way of the sword has been hidden in darkness for 1,000 years, it shall advance with you. Advance, advance." Sword Venerable Martial Uncle stood there watching silently. Luo Heshan emphasized his words. He shouted loudly, "Advance." His eyes were shining brightly, his face flushed with streaks of red and his mouth was wide open. The light followed the sea surface, gradually vanishing into the distant horizon. They stood there silently watching, calling his name again. Senior Luo. Senior Luo was now immersed in a fiery red and orange-yellow light. A faint smile still graced his face. Luo Heshan asked himself, "Little Yang Shu, what do you think of this sword strike of your grandpa's?" In the Sword Sect prison, the young man walked with difficulty through a crimson environment. It was Yu, currently in the 5th realm, 1st heaven. He panted, thinking to himself, "I've come this far, I should be able to catch up to him now, right?" Waiting for him was Chen Shao. When he saw Yu emerge, he bowed and clasped his hands, saying, "Congratulations, senior brother Yu, on entering the Grand Cultivator realm." A streak of blue light then sped past them. The two of them turned, asking in bewilderment, What was that?" At this moment, Yu was already in the 5th realm, 2nd heaven. Still not recovered from his daze, he clasped his hands in shock and trepidation, closing his eyes and saying, "Yu, thanks senior for your guidance." Chen Shao beside him said in pleasant surprise, I've broken through too." Chen Shao also bowed, saying, "Thank you senior for your guidance." The two of them looked up at the recently appeared blue light. They discussed animatedly, one happily saying, "My spiritual energy is surging," another said, "Just by looking at that sword light, my realm has greatly increased." They thanked him. "Thank you senior for your guidance." One wondered, "Which senior cast that sword strike?" Another asked, "Could it be Lord Sword Venerable?" They questioned each other, the event that just transpired leaving them utterly astonished. In a place where light shone on a tightly shut door, a man stood with his back to it, his hands clasped behind his back, saying, "Has Senior Luo Heshan fallen?" His shadow suddenly moved. His shadow sat upright in a chair, saying, "Stop pretending, wasn't this step also part of your plan?" The man turned his face, and his shadow said, "Lord Sect Master of the Sword Sect." He, the Sword Sect Master, said that Luo Heshan's sword was indeed the greatest in the world, but even he. "Remember, I must be the winner." He, the Sword Sect Master, glared, radiating murderous intent. Spiritual energy constricted the shadow's neck, causing him pain and fear. His shadow knelt on the ground, saying, "Then I shall await Lord Sect Master's performance." He, the Sword Sect Master, looked out the window, lost in thought. He, the Sword Sect Master, bowed his head. "Thank you, Senior Luo, for protecting Qingzhou." For guarding Tianquan, Luo Heshan's sword did not stop. It continuously advanced, piercing into the deep space of the Tianquan realm, illuminating the path forward for countless people. People rushed out, looking up at the sky. From elders to children, everyone put down their work and gazed upwards. Travelers roaming the 4 directions did the same. Children cheered joyfully. Perhaps they would not join the way of the sword because of this, but the seed of hope had taken root in everyone's heart. Silently waiting like a spark for the day it would ignite. Rewind to a little earlier. The full moon illuminated the entire mountain. Yang Shu was walking through the bamboo forest, smiling and rubbing his belly. He thought to himself, after meeting his martial uncle and master and chatting with his senior brothers and sisters for a while, he finally managed to sneak back to his room. It took a lot of persuasion, but the feeling of being home was truly comfortable. His steps were light, he spun around as he walked, everything familiar, his martial uncle and master caring for him, and the new little junior sister. If the old man came here, he wondered if he would like the liveliness. He walked, thinking about his eccentric grandfather, but then dismissed the thought. He imagined his grandfather would get angry and pinch his ears. Thinking of his grandfather's angry, frowning expression, he burst out laughing. But the shoes his grandfather wove were too comfortable. His eyes shone like stars as he looked up and walked through the night. A dazzling light streaked across the sky at incredible speed. He turned, puzzled, to look at the light. Then suddenly he was shocked, his face showing worry, and he cried out, "Grandpa, Grandpa!" His voice held a hint of surprise. In that light, a majestic figure, holding a longsword pointed directly at the sky, gradually appeared. That light was precisely the power emanating from him, Luo Heshan and his sword. Luo Heshan looked at the sword in his hand and the fragments of red power, saying, "It seems we are both reaching our limits. Since that's the case, I shall pass on the sword intent I have accumulated my entire life to the common people of Qingzhou," he said with a smile. As for that child, Luo Heshan thought of him, recalling snippets of memories with him. Then he continued, "In my heart, only Yang Shu is different. This sword strike is for all sword cultivators of Qingzhou. Everyone receive it." With that, he unleashed even greater power than before. He declared loudly, "Slaying a 9th realm giant dragon, not enough. Guiding the 4 supreme cultivators of Tianquan, not enough." He said proudly and contentedly, "From this day forward, this old man shall be revered by the younger generation of Qingzhou sword cultivators as master of one sword." With that, a massive scorching golden power descended from the sky, shining down. "Enjoy yourselves." That power exuded an incomparably powerful aura. It shone directly upon him, Luo Heshan. He stood in midair, his power spreading in all directions, illuminating the entire Qingzhou, the light also reflecting on the vast sea. Senior Luo had unleashed all the sword intent he had accumulated throughout his life without hesitation. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle said that he and the Holy Master were all surprised, thanking Senior Luo for guiding all living beings. The 4 of them clasped their hands together, truly grateful. That power penetrated the entire mountain. Lu Dongli also looked up at it, wide-eyed. As she walked with her brother, he couldn't help but ponder, looking at little Lizzie's state, that sword must have given her some insight. It seems she's gained quite a bit of comprehension as thick blue spiritual energy radiates around her body. Lu Keaj couldn't help but wonder, Luo Heshan, one of the 4 divine swords, has he unleashed his final sword? This scene never happened in my previous life. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, looking into the distance. Though I was a spear cultivator in my previous life, I had heard of this sword's name and seen many classic scenes on forums. But I clearly remember that the power of the sword I saw at this moment far exceeded that of my previous life. Has something changed, Luo Heshan? He was still immersed in his thoughts, though he had to admit he was truly handsome. He looked handsome even when doing nothing. He also felt that this golden sword intent was perfect and powerful, requiring a clear and vast state of mind to reach such a level. He suspected if this had anything to do with Yang Shu. He tilted his head, thinking that in his previous life there was no Lu Keaj and naturally no Yang Shu. It seemed he had caused another butterfly effect. I merely took in a disciple, yet I changed the fate of one of the 4 divine swords. He looked at the light in the sky, smiling. The system notification sounded. "System, your comprehensive strength evaluation. You are eligible to receive effective guidance from Senior Luo Heshan." Upon hearing the system prompt, he responded without hesitation, "Begin." This sword covered the entire Qingzhou, so surely everyone received it. A spiritual energy orb appeared, but this time the system was unexpectedly generous. This effective guidance was activated only by sincere guidance from an 8th realm mighty figure. As for my comprehensive strength evaluation, it also meant that not everyone was like me. System, your comprehensive strength evaluation. You are eligible to receive effective guidance from Senior Luo Heshan. If everyone received effective guidance, wouldn't Qingzhou become a cheating zone? So what would effective guidance from the current strongest sword be like? He reached out to touch the power orb, preparing to comprehend. The orb emitted powerful spiritual energy, its light dazzling. He was surprised to find that this effective guidance was actually this. A figure with a damaged body was slowly floating down from the sky at an unhurried pace. Even the floating clouds could not compare to the speed of that figure. Luo Heshan gasped for breath, bleeding profusely, his blood splattering across the sky. Luo Heshan, with his last bit of will, turned and asked precisely. Sword Venerable Martial Uncle bowed in thanks below, his gaze firm. "It can be broken." The monk behind Sword Venerable Martial Uncle exclaimed in surprise, "It can be broken?" He was already at half-step 9th realm. This implied that Luo Heshan, with a rare smile, let the sword in his hand fly straight downwards. "It's good that you have such confidence. Catch it." Sword Venerable Martial Uncle took the sword in astonishment, holding it in his hand. Luo Heshan said with a sorrowful expression, "This old friend of mine has a longer life than I do, and can be used one more time. Hang it here and it can block another attack from the Sea of Chaos." Sword Venerable Martial Uncle gently stroked the sword in surprise. Even though Senior Luo's natal sword is broken to this extent, its sword intent is still surging. The golden light was dazzling. And Luo Heshan closed his eyes, his smile tinged with bitterness. This old man has only one last wish unfulfilled. Now it's time to go. That dazzling light carried him, Luo Heshan, away, witnessed by the few people present. "Farewell, Senior." The 4 people present respectfully bowed and clasped their hands. Luo Heshan flew towards Mogate's Danching Peak in Qingzhou of the Tianquan realm. This was the Mogate that little Yang Shu often mentioned. He immediately opened a golden glowing door and flew through it, entering inside. Below, Lu Dongli cautiously noticed someone had intruded. No, it was the senior who had unleashed that earth-shattering sword strike, not an enemy, she said, bowing her head respectfully. Senior, please enter and exit as you wish. Sha Kai meanwhile sat in quiet cultivation. Luo Heshan's spiritual sense spread out. Little Yang Shu, where are you? My time is running out. Majestic mountains soared into the clouds and gentle clouds drifted through the peaks. He gradually retracted his spiritual sense, exclaiming in disbelief, strange, truly strange. A small sect like Mo Bait has gathered so many talents. He quickly flew over the high mountains, lamenting the infinite future. In a bamboo forest, a young boy's figure was running quickly, tears still in his eyes. Faster, I must be faster. Otherwise it will be too late. The boy was in a panic. Right, I can use sword flight? Suddenly a voice sounded. You brat, where are you going? Hearing this, he stopped. This voice, he could hardly believe it. His figure seemed to tremble with surprise. Yang Shu turned his face, tears in his eyes. Luo Heshan was standing on the road, smiling kindly at him. The boy turned around in surprise, crying out, Grandpa. The boy quickly ran over, knelt at his grandfather's feet and cried, Grandpa. His grandfather frowned, impatiently scolding. Stop sniffling and crying, it's annoying to watch. Yang Shu still cried incessantly. Grandpa, I'm sorry, I can't help it. Yang Shu wiped his tears, his nose running, occasionally sobbing. Grandpa only had one last sword strike left. As long as I draw the sword, it will. Luo Heshan lowered his head, smiling. This brat. Luo Heshan said with a laugh, good boy, come here. Luo Heshan pulled the boy up, completely disregarding his own arm, which was gradually dissipating. The boy frowned, asking in confusion, Grandpa, is there a surprised expression on your face? He roared. Kneel. Yang Shu immediately knelt upon hearing this, biting his lip in thought. Grandpa wants to hit my face. As long as Grandpa is still here, I'll take any number of hits, no matter how much it hurts. Suddenly, Luo Heshan merely stroked his head. I was too strict with you, little Yang Shu, before. I'll help you hold the sword in the future. This sword of yours will be very heavy. I'll help you hold it. The boy's eyes softened and he said with a complex and troubled expression, Grandpa. Luo Heshan's words made the boy look down at the pair of spotless slippers. Kid, your shoes are meant to be worn. You don't need to protect them so well, so clean and spotless. An ignorant person might think they're some kind of treasure. Yang Shu looked at the slippers and firmly replied, Of course I have to protect them well. This is the only pair of straw sandals Grandpa gave me. As he spoke, he looked up and suddenly the boy's tears fell again. His eyes filled with disbelief and he stammered, Grandpa? In the deep night bamboo forest on the stone steps, a young boy knelt watching his beloved grandfather dissipate into tiny red dust. How desolate that scene was. In the inner courtyard, Yang Shu softly called out, Grandpa. Tears streamed down his cheeks, then he collapsed onto the ground, crying heartbrokenly, Grandpa, I can't hold it in anymore. Yang Shu knelt weeping, his head buried in his arms touching the ground. I know Grandpa doesn't like me crying, but I can't help it, I really can't. Lu Dongli clasped her hands and bowed towards the sky. Junior Lu Dongli of Mo Gate respectfully bids farewell to Divine Sword Senior Luo. Lu Dongli bowed deeply, then stood up thinking worriedly. Yang Shu has been with Senior Luo for many years. They are probably like grandfather and grandson. Leaving him alone, I fear he might do something foolish. Lu Dongli sent a voice transmission to Luo Bing. Luo Bing, go into the forest and find Huo Ting and Mu Dongfang and check on Yang Shu. Divine Sword Senior is no longer with us. Luo Bing immediately sat up in bed. Yes, master, Lu Dongli then said. If you can't find senior brother Huo Ting, then you and Mu Dongfang go. Luo Bing replied respectfully and clearly. Yes, the disciple received the order, thinking now that young master is in the fifth realm. His presence is increasingly subtle, making him extremely difficult to find. She quickly got out of bed and put on her shoes, not daring to delay a second. Master's voice transmission was so urgent that she couldn't even bother to find senior brother. The situation was critical. She had to get to junior brother Yang as quickly as possible. Soon she pushed open her door, ready to leave. First I'll find junior brother Mu, then senior brother. Before her thoughts were complete, she saw three people walking towards her from a distance. Senior brother, junior brother Mu, little Chu, everyone. Mu Dongfang began to explain. We all heard master's voice transmission section. Yang Shu needs us, let's go check on him quickly. Luo Bing assented. Here, Lu Keaj sat in meditation with his eyes closed. Lu Dongli thought, brother has been sitting for so long, why is there still no movement? Could it be that Senior Luo's sword strike just now allowed brother to comprehend a great deal? Lu Dongli affirmed proudly. That's right. With brother's aptitude, he's definitely comprehended a lot. In Lu Keaj's mental space, a golden circular light shimmered in the air, emitting a powerful aura. A screen resembling a system interface appeared before his eyes. Effective guidance. You have gained Earth Affinity Power X2. Claim reward, yes, no. Below were the yes, no options. Lu Keaj was somewhat surprised that this effective guidance yielded 2 portions. He reached out and tapped the option on the system screen. He had expected to gain swordsmanship aptitude comparable to Senior Luo's 9th Realm sword, but instead it was Earth Affinity Power. This wasn't bad. Claim reward. The golden light shimmered again, enveloping him, gradually turning blue. Earth Affinity, the water attribute power within him, was already nearing the point where he could control it at will. Lu Keaj floated in the air with his eyes closed, carefully sensing it. Lu Dongli also noticed the difference. Could brother have comprehended the power of heaven and earth? Dark clouds filled the sky. Lu Dongli looked up, assessing. It's going to rain. Is this influenced by brother's abilities? She looked at Lu Keaj's closed eyes. No spiritual energy emanated from him. Just by thought he could influence heaven and earth. This was what brother had comprehended. Back in the small courtyard, Yang Shu knelt on the ground, tightly clutching the pair of straw sandals. These were just ordinary shoes that would wear out and get damaged, yet he treasured them immensely. The four had already arrived. They maintained a distance from Yang Shu standing behind him. Although Yang Shu kept his head bowed, his back remained straight. Xiao Chu said from afar, "Senior brother Yang is crying but he isn't making a sound." The four walked forward approaching Yang Shu. Luo Bing leaned down and whispered to Xiao Chu, "Senior brother Yang is very sad right now, we should stay by his side." A man's hand rested on Yang Shu's shoulder. "It's eldest senior brother." The four sat around Yang Shu comforting him together. Suddenly rumbling thunder echoed in the sky. Xiao Chu looked up at the sky. "It's going to rain." Drip, drop. Large raindrops fell in the small courtyard. Along the vast bamboo forest the five still hadn't left. Xiao Chu secretly pondered, "Xiao Chu doesn't like seeing senior brother Yang so sad, I must do something for him." In the air 4 elders were gathered in discussion. The Holy Master said, "The sword spirit is gradually dissipating but its power remains undiminished. If there is a suitable person who can maintain it, they will be able to wield the ninth realm's might once more. Can you use it?" Sword Venerable held the sword in both hands, glanced at it and replied, "I cannot use it," the monk asked. Even you cannot use it, not even if you reach the ninth realm," Sword Venerable answered candidly. "Not even if I reach the ninth realm. My disposition is entirely different from Senior Luo's final sword, it will not allow me to wield it." The Holy Master looked at the sword, silently judging in her heart that Sword Venerable's life was just and upright, every sword strike honorable, whereas Senior Luo's sword was overtly sharp, but extremely wild. The two indeed did not match. Sword Venerable suddenly thought of Ji Chongkong, but if it were my junior brother he might be able to. The monk holding his prayer beads calmly said, "Ji Chongkong ranked second among the 4 divine swords. His disposition does bear some resemblance to this sword." The Holy Master seemed to misunderstand Sword Venerable's intention, then continued, "So you mean to bring this sword to your junior brother?" Sword Venerable solemnly held the broken sword and said, "No, it has its own destination." Suddenly, rocks buried deep in the seabed flew up, causing a violent tremor in the ocean. Sword Venerable remained calm, lamenting, "Senior Luo guarded this sea, slaying a dragon with a single sword and then departing. His sword." The rocks then merged with each other, forming a gigantic arch that rose from the sea. Sword Venerable raised his hands, allowing the sword to fly up and return to its rightful place. He said, "Go." The 4 of them stood midair beneath the majestic bridge, witnessing the sword's return. Sword Venerable continued, "His sword will also become the sword of suppressing the sea." The monk, feeling grateful, clasped his hands and said, "Amitabha, the people living by rivers often hang swords beneath bridges, hoping to suppress river dragons and prevent floods. Now, Senior Luo's sword will have the same effect." The Holy Master and the masked woman were somewhat surprised and impressed. The Holy Master looked up at the sword and said, "If the Holy Emperor's predictions are correct, in the worst-case scenario we have 1 year to prepare." She then looked at Sword Venerable, continuing, "Within a year are you certain you can step into the ninth realm?" Sword Venerable replied to the Holy Master with a heavy heart, "I'm not certain. Senior Luo did open a crack for me, allowing me a glimpse of the ninth realm, but 1 year is ultimately pushing it." Hearing Sword Venerable's reply, the Holy Master's brows furrowed in thought. 1 year is indeed too tight. The monk also pondered with worry. Though we have gained some insights, in 1 year we might not even reach half-step ninth realm. The masked woman also couldn't shake off this predicament, wondering how to face this great calamity. Sword Venerable sensed their negative thoughts, then turned to comfort them. "However, there's no need for such pessimism. I suggest you all go meet someone. If he can grow, perhaps we will have greater hope in this great calamity." The masked woman and the monk heard this and asked in surprise, "Who is it?" Sword Venerable then confidently introduced Lu Keaj, the sect master of Mo Gate in Qingzhou. The masked woman and the monk expressed doubt about Lu Keaj's reliability, asking, "Lu Keaj, although that name has been resounding in my ears these past few years, he is ultimately only in the 5th realm. Even if he grows faster than other young people, he's just..." Sword Venerable had 100 trust in Lu Keaj's reliability. He told the two, "If he can mature early, we will have an extra measure of confidence in facing the great calamity." The monk and the masked woman were dumbfounded by Sword Venerable's praise for Lu Keaj, thinking, Sword Venerable values him so highly. This evaluation is inevitably an exaggeration. The masked woman looked at the Holy Master, thinking, if anyone could truly change the great calamity by themselves, the only possibility would be the resurrection of the ancient Azure Emperor. The monk also looked at the masked woman at the same time, thinking, Lu Keaj, can he be compared to the Azure Emperor? No one can be compared to the Azure Emperor at this moment. The Holy Master opposite calmly said to the monk and the masked woman, "I know Lu Keaj. I plan to entrust my divine charm to him when he reaches the 7th realm." The Holy Master's words further increased trust in Lu Keaj. After hearing this, the monk and the masked woman were too shocked to speak. "Are you serious?" The Holy Master still replied gently. "Of course it's true, and I have already made an agreement with Lu Keaj." The monk couldn't help but feel surprised, continuing to think, the Holy Master's divine charm, that would require a price similar to dual cultivation. The masked woman felt a hint of admiration for the Holy Master's adventurous act, thinking, she actually did it. That crazy woman. Afterwards, the monk and the masked woman exchanged glances again, simultaneously thinking, Mo Gates Lu Keaj, we must meet him. A moment later, dark clouds rolled in from the sky, covering the entire sea. Sword Venerable looked up at the sky and said, "Everyone, look, it's going to rain." At this moment, the four of them collectively looked up at the gloomy sky, making their assessments. The wind had already picked up. The monk affirmed that it was not rain but someone disturbing heaven and earth. The Holy Master also affirmed the monk's words. That's right, this rain is brought by Lukeaj. His power over heaven and earth has advanced another layer. No, 2 layers, the rain began to fall. Hearing the Holy Master's affirmation, everyone, including Sword Venerable, was surprised. The monk asked, "Is it him?" The Holy Master extended her hand, feeling the rain, and replied, "That's right, the person I sensed with my heaven and man union is him." The rain intensified. The Holy Master affirmed again, "This rain comes from Mogate's Lukeaj." Outside Mogate, it also became noisy due to the heavy rain. People discussed animatedly, "How did it just start raining like this? Do you think this rain is related to that heaven-piercing sword strike?" "That's right, it poked a hole so the sky is crying," another person said. "Nonsense, the sky was clearly punctured and water keeps pouring out." Lin Huaqin, seeing the rain, didn't hide. Instead, she stood in it and proudly said, "You people truly understand nothing." She looked up at the sky and continued, "This rain must have been brought by Sect Master Lord." Her posture was incredibly alluring. At this moment, Lukeaj slowly opened his eyes. He sat amidst the heavy rain, his aura continuously flowing around him. Lu Dongli had been standing by Lukeaj's side. Seeing him wake, she said, "Brother, you're finally awake. It's been raining for a long time." Lukeaj stood up, withdrew his aura, and said, "The rain should stop now." Then he looked at the gloomy sky, extended his hand, and said, "Disperse." Lu Dongli stood by, watching somewhat puzzled. In an instant above their heads, the sun had appeared in the still undispersed gloomy sky. The sun gradually revealed its true form atop the highest mountain peak, dispelling the mist left by the heavy rain. Lu Dongli witnessed this incredible sight and couldn't help but exclaim in astonished admiration, "Brother's power over heaven and earth has actually reached such a level." On that mountaintop, light radiated brilliantly, dazzling to behold. Clouds spread outwards, forming a circle with towering, cloud-piercing mountains and vegetation below. The people below were all wide-eyed and full of admiration, staring upwards with open mouths. It truly was the young Sect Master Lord's doing. This move was truly excellent, so cool, absolutely peak. Lin Huaqin's eyes shone brightly. Her cheeks flushed. Covering her face, she struck an alluring pose and said, "Lukeaj, the next time I see you, I will definitely show you my full charm. Be captivated by me, Lukeaj. This is also a kind of, once you meet Keaj, your life is ruined." Lukeaj turned his head to ask little Lizzie how long he had been in seclusion. Lu Dongli was still staring upwards, mouth agape, her face full of surprise. She turned to tell Lukeaj that it hadn't been long, but did brother make a major breakthrough this time? Her round, translucent blue eyes sparkled. Lu Dongli's voice also became gentle and soft, and her posture was delicate and charming. Lukeaj also looked upwards. "More than a breakthrough, what makes me feel I've gained something is that I've probably guessed the secret of the 9th realm. Of course, just a little bit." Lu Dongli's face was flustered. She exclaimed in surprised shock, "What?" She turned to look at Lukeaj, startled, her eyes wide and her mouth forming an O. She understood that it was the 9th realm, which no one had reached in tens of thousands of years, and the secret of the 9th realm had actually been gradually perceived by brother like this. Lukeaj turned his head, looking at her with affectionate eyes. "Don't be so surprised. I'm just making an educated guess, a possibility perhaps." Lu Dongli smiled, looking at Lukeaj. "Although brother acts ostentatiously, he never does anything without confidence, nor does he say anything without certainty. I've always trusted brother like that." Lukeaj also bowed slightly towards his sister, smiling gently. He was moved to speechlessness. "Little Lizzie, those few words truly make me happy. You are indeed my good sister. In the previous life, little Lizzie wasn't a protagonist in this world, nor was her name prominent. She might have even quietly died during the great calamity. But this life is different because you have me, your brother, the chosen one." Lu Dongli gave Lukeaj a gentle smile. Lukeaj, for his part, was also filled with happiness. He looked at Lu Dongli, thinking, "In this life, little Lizzie will step into the 9th realm with me." A breeze swept past the two. Lukeaj stepped forward, reaching out to stroke her head, thinking, "This is the promise between us. Brother has already made it unilaterally." Lu Dongli tilted her head, looking at Lukeaj's slender hand gently stroking her hair, and innocently asked, "So what exactly is this little secret of the 9th realm?" Lukeaj's hand remained on her soft hair, gently caressing it. He still smiled as he replied, "I'll tell you once I've thought it through or confirmed it. Don't worry, I'll take little Lizzie through the great calamity with me." Lu Dongli, her round eyes wide, pouted blushingly. "Brother, why are you suddenly saying such things? I actually don't like hearing them at all because I will definitely take brother to survive together." Lukeaj lowered his hand, resumed his previous stance, and then changed the subject, no longer discussing those matters. "How is Yang Shu doing?" Lu Dongli stood there listening, her hands lowered, her eyes on her brother. Lukeaj regained his serious expression, beginning to ponder the matter. That sword light was very special, but it was also Senior Luo's final sword, consuming everything he had, including his life. Yang Shu had spent many years with him, so his feelings must be even more profound now. Lu Dongli lowered her head and said that she had already asked Huo Ting and the others to go check. Lukeaj assented, secretly feeling that it was good this way, as Yang Shu needed to face this matter himself. The two turned together, looking in one direction. The sky was clear for miles, a gentle breeze wafted, and white clouds floated in the blue sky. Truly a peaceful day. A hand was pouring the freshly fetched water into a large water vat, the movement skilled and decisive as if done 1,000 times. That was Yang Shu. He was dressed in simple cloth clothes, his white hair disheveled. He continued to go to the stream to fetch water. A brown-haired teenager with a high topknot and a round birthmark near his left eye was casually lying on a tree, a foxtail grass stalk in his mouth. Mu Dongfang looked at Yang Shu, who was fetching water by the stream at the edge of the bamboo forest, his expression somewhat inscrutable. Mu Dongfang said, "That kid Yang Shu has been fetching water all day. Master was worried something would happen to him, so she assigned me to look after him, but he just keeps fetching water. Is he trying to turn his sorrow into labor?" Mu Dongfang looked utterly bored, continuously muttering about the boy who was engrossed in the strenuous task of fetching water. Yang Shu remained focused on scooping water from the stream, completely oblivious to how many pairs of eyes were watching him. By now he had finished fetching the water and was ready to carry it back. On the other side, Lu Keaj and Lu Dongli were already hidden in the bushes, looking at Yang Shu. Lu Dongli asked, "Does he need comforting?" Lu Keaj, with his arms crossed, replied, "It's all right. He's just trying to vent, let him be." Yang Shu walked through the bamboo forest carrying 2 full buckets of water back. He walked steadily step by step, and as he walked he saw a familiar figure sneaking around in front of the door. Junior sister Xiao Chu. What was this girl secretly up to? She knocked lightly on the door and called, "Senior brother Yang Shu, are you inside? If you're not, then answer me." After calling for a long time without hearing any response, she scratched her head and spoke innocently, her big round eyes and small adorable figure making her look very cute. Strange, if senior brother Yang Shu wasn't here, then he wouldn't be able to answer her. So was he here or not? A huge figure suddenly appeared behind Xiao Chu, looking terrifying from that angle. The huge figure spoke, "Junior sister Xiao Chu, are you looking for me?" Xiao Chu turned around and gave Yang Shu a silly smile. "Senior brother Yang Shu, I found you." He looked at her in confusion, his face a bit blank. "Wasn't it me who showed up on my own?" Xiao Chu continued. "Senior brother Yang Shu, wait a moment, let me check the surroundings first." Then she ran around the courtyard looking left and right, leaving Yang Shu, who was carrying water, full of question marks and helplessness. Xiao Chu placed her hands on her chest, let out a relieved breath, and said happily, "There's no one around, so we're safe for now. Senior brother Yang Shu, please crouch down, I have something important to tell you." She pressed her hands together in a pleading gesture, her round cheeks acting coquettishly as she said, "Please, senior brother." Meanwhile, Yang Shu's face was filled with confusion. He set down the water bucket, crouched in front of Xiao Chu, and asked with concern what she needed. Having gotten him to cooperate, Xiao Chu's expression immediately brightened. Her large sparkling eyes, long eyelashes, and fair skin gave off an especially radiant charm. "Senior brother Yang, can you secretly take me down the mountain?" Yang Shu was taken aback and repeated her words in surprise. "Ha, secretly take you down the mountain? Take you down the mountain?" He looked at the little girl whose cheeks were flushed red. Taking advantage of the moment, Xiao Chu used every bit of charm she had to persuade him. She pleaded adorably, "Senior brother Yang, please don't tell the sect leader or master. Senior brother, second senior sister, and third senior brother all take turns secretly taking me down the mountain to play for 10 days each before it's my turn again." At that moment he could no longer resist her cuteness. It was as if sweet pink bubbles surrounded them, making Yang Shu's heart waver. "Is that all it takes?" he thought. With Xiao Chu looking so irresistibly adorable, he truly couldn't bring himself to refuse. Seeing that she had succeeded, Xiao Chu immediately cheered with joy and tightly grabbed Yang Shu's hand with her small ones. Senior brother Yang didn't refuse, so that means he agreed. "All right, let's go down the mountain now." By the time he was freed from the little girl's spell, it was already too late. So Xiao Chu pulled him by the hand, her heart joyful, thinking, "Let's go down the mountain to buy sugar-coated haws." Yang Shu let her pull him along. A thought flashed through his mind. With Master's personality, her spiritual sense has probably already covered the entire mountain. She likely knew Xiao Chu was sneaking down the mountain a long time ago and is just pretending not to know. Mu Dongfang sat on a distant tree branch, his hands cupped over his forehead, watching them. "Yang Shu has gone down the mountain. Do I need to report this to Sect Master, Martial Uncle, and Master?" He also felt that this wasn't a bad thing and there was no need to stop it. It was a good thing for junior sister Xiao Chu to take Yang Shu down the mountain to relax. Someone called to him from a distance saying he didn't need to report it because his master already knew. His master then added, "Oh right, your Sect Master Martial Uncle already knows too." Mu Dongfang looked up in surprise. Although a bit embarrassed, he reacted quickly, cupping his hands and saying, "Yes, Master." He thought, "Master Shikigami is too powerful. It probably covered all of Danqing Peak long ago. What realm is she at now?" At this moment the figures of Lu Keaj and Lu Dongli appeared in his mind, his face full of confusion. In our Mogate, who is more powerful? The world-famous Sect Master Martial Uncle or the unknown Master? The sky was now night with twinkling stars. The bright light from red lanterns hanging on the crossbeams added a poetic touch to the evening. The night streets were not quiet but exceptionally bustling and lively. A high round moon illuminated the streets. The market was filled with brilliant red lanterns. People came and went, accompanied by the hurried sound of chatter. Buns, hot buns just out of the steamer. Gold, silver and jewels, everything you could wish for. "Everyone, come take a look. Today the inn offers a 20% discount on lodging and meals with a free breakfast included. Sugar-coated haws, fragrant and sweet." A simple and honest sugar-coated haw vendor was giving a friendly smile to the customers on the street with a stall full of sugar-coated haws in front of him. "It's getting late. I should close up. My wife must be waiting for me to come home for dinner." A sweet childish voice sounded in front of the man. "Uncle, give me 2 sticks of sugar-coated haws." A surprised expression appeared on the man's face. It turned out the little girl was too short and was hidden by the stall. Yang Shu also looked at the sugar-coated haw vendor with some unease. All right, which senior sister is it this time? The vendor smilingly handed 2 sticks of sugar-coated haws to Xiao Chu, who also extended her 2 small hands and happily took her favorite treat, smiling. The man beside her was even more bewildered by what the vendor had just said. He knew his long white hair and charming eyebrows often caused misunderstandings, so he scratched his head and said to the vendor, I'm a senior brother. Senior brother Yang. The little girl below held 2 sticks of sugar-coated haws, looking on innocently. The man froze stiffly, as if unable to believe his eyes. Perhaps it was because he was a bit embarrassed. It's a senior brother, he awkwardly said. It didn't matter, as this wasn't the first time someone had mistaken him for a girl. Xiao Chu below didn't mind much, just holding up 1 stick of sugar-coated haws to him. Yang Shu asked in surprise, for me? The little girl misunderstood, sweating nervously. Does senior brother Yang want to eat both sticks? I want to eat one too, he smiled warmly. I won't eat any. So both sticks are for Xiao Chu. However, Xiao Chu still held up 1 stick, her eyes sparkling, and said resolutely, you must eat it. This time she came down the mountain just to treat senior brother Yang to sugar-coated haws. Open your mouth. He looked very moved. It turned out junior sister Xiao Chu had wanted to come down the mountain for his sake. Yang Shu crouched down, letting the little girl feed him, and she also passed the sugar-coated haw for him to eat. He tasted the sugar-coated haw in his mouth, smiling happily. This sugar-coated haw is so sweet. Above, someone was looking down at them through a crack in the door. It was Ku Heng, one of the 5 tower masters under the heavenly secret pavilion. She placed her hand to her mouth and said, Senior sisters, aren't those 2 the personal disciples of Mo Gate we've been waiting for so many days? Another person spoke up. Which disciple is it? Does senior sister need to use her charm to seduce him and extract some information for us? The woman with seductive red hair was sitting at a table eating. She was Yu Ying, another of the 5 tower masters under the heavenly secret pavilion. From another direction, a girl who looked like a child spoke up. Cut the nonsense, let's see who's here and what their realm is. The girl with twin ponytails and purple-blue hair was Jinling, another of the 5 tower masters under the heavenly secret pavilion. She was sitting cross-legged with her arms crossed, her posture arrogant. The girl with pink shoulder-length hair, Ku Heng, walked towards Jinling, cupping her face with her hands and saying, It's Yang Shu, who just returned to the mountain, and a highly talented little disciple, Xiao Chu. Jinling replied, If it's those 2, we can start by following them to confirm if there's a sect master secretly protecting them. Yu Ying, don't just talk, you're always so lazy when it comes to action. Yu Ying smiled and replied, Yes, senior sister, Jinling is always so thorough, truly the face of our lower 5 towers, completely different from that rabble Xuanji and Runa. Even if Lu Keaj himself comes this time, I will make him, this beauty, a symbol of carnal desire, blushed sweetly and continued, Have his beard cut short and the lamp put out. Night had fallen. Yang Shu carried Xiao Chu on his back as they headed home, the bright moonlight guiding their way. The little girl on his back asked if the sugar-coated haws were delicious. She chewed on 1 stick while holding the other up to his mouth to feed him, both of them with happy expressions. He casually agreed. Xiao Chu hugged him, resting her chin on his shoulder, and said, Since you're so upset, senior brother Yang, don't be sad anymore. He looked back at the little girl in surprise, seeming to understand something. The little girl kept fidgeting behind him. If I'm unhappy, I want to eat candy. Just 1 piece of candy makes me feel very happy. Senior brother Yang, 1 stick of sugar-coated haws has many pieces, but Xiao Chu's allowance is all used up. This time down the mountain there was only enough to buy 2 sticks. Yang Shu didn't answer, just bowed his head to listen. Senior brother Yang, I won't eat for now. If you're still not happy after finishing your stick of sugar-coated haws, can I give you the candy I have left? She made a gesture, puffing out her chest and holding the candy up to him. All the senior brothers and sisters say that Xiao Chu is good at everything, except she's afraid of others eating her things. Is the current Xiao Chu not afraid of her things being eaten? He turned to look at the little girl. Xiao Chu looks this way, but she's actually reluctant too, the little girl replied awkwardly, admitting she was reluctant but said that Sect Master Martial Uncle had taught her that a person who stands tall and firm cannot let important people around them feel unhappy. He thought with amusement, is there really such a saying? Standing tall and firm. From somewhere a woman's voice sounded, startling both of them into a sudden jump on high alert. Then your Sect Master Martial Uncle is truly a gentle and remarkable man. Yang Shu thought that it was late, and there shouldn't be anyone on the mountain path. The sound of delicate footsteps gradually approached. Since you're so sensible, why don't you obediently come play with your senior sister? Ku Heng walked over, her smile bewitching. Yang Shu held Xiao Chu with a vigilant gaze and asked, Who are you? Xiao Chu on Yang Shu's back clutched her sugar-coated haws tightly. Frightened, she broke into a cold sweat, her round eyes secretly wondering, does that senior sister want to eat my sugar-coated haws too? Come on. Ku Heng smiled, walking step by step closer to the 2 of them. Don't be so tense. I, your senior sister, am not a bad person. Come to me and you'll have endless sugar-coated haws to eat. Yang Shu held Xiao Chu with one hand and reached out with the other to draw his sword, assuming a fighting stance, and threatened her. Don't come any closer. What good person would be in this desolate mountain? Are you a demon cultivator? Ku Heng covered her mouth and giggled, teasing Yang Shu. Haha, this handsome young man speaks so harshly. How could someone as beautiful as me be a demon cultivator? But since you call me a demon cultivator, I might get angry, you know. Yang Shu, having secretly investigated, discovered that this girl was at the third realm grand perfection, while he himself was only at the third realm first heaven. Yang Shu had already begun to secretly calculate how to escape. Should I run? This person's realm is higher than mine, and getting junior sister into danger would make grandpa look down on me. Junior sister, this young man might prefer an older sister like me. A woman's voice suddenly sounded behind Yang Shu. He turned his head in alarm and immediately saw that Yu Ying was at the fourth realm third heaven, which made him even more surprised. Yang Shu looked left and right, knowing he had no way out. A nervous expression appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "Damn it, there's someone behind me too, and her realm is even higher. It seems they planned this in advance." Just as Yang Shu was looking around unsure what to do, on a high tree branch above, a purple-haired girl was watching the two senior sisters surround Yang Shu. Jinling glanced coldly at the helpless Yang Shu below and said, "Don't even think about running, there's no chance." Yang Shu looked around warily, seeing that he was surrounded on three sides, but since they hadn't approached, he finally spoke, "Who are you all? I am a disciple of Mo Gate, and my sect master martial uncle is a grand cultivator." Yang Shu proactively announced his identity, but he already had a plan in mind. If they had planned this in advance, he had to find a way to get his junior sister out. Suddenly, Xiao Chu jumped down from Yang Shu's back and said loudly, "You people don't block the way, or this sword of mine will split the heavens and earth, and you will all fall before my 3-inch blade." With that, Xiao Chu drew a somewhat old wooden sword, its tip pointing at the crowd surrounding them. Ku Hang, Jinling, and Yu Ying, seeing this cute little girl pointing a wooden sword at them, were a bit unsure how to react. The most stunned was probably Yang Shu, who stood there with his mouth moving but unable to speak. Xiao Chu, on the other hand, was still very happy. She winked at Yang Shu again and said, "Sect Master Martial Uncle once taught me, even if you lose the fight, you can't lose the momentum. Your aura must be victorious." Yang Shu still stood there like a statue, not knowing how to react appropriately. So he just remained silent. Ku Hang had already begun to channel her divine power, and her gaze turned sharp. "If you don't like the soft approach, then I, your senior sister, will have to get rough." Small pebbles flew up one by one, forming a giant stone golem with extraordinary power. This thing was called the Earth Element Realm Puppet by Ku Hang. Seeing this, Yang Shu's eyes widened and his mouth gaped open. He didn't expect Ku Hang to use puppetry. Xiao Chu on the side looked as if she had been struck by lightning, her jaw about to drop, her eyes unable to see. She stood frozen in place. The giant stone puppet immediately raised its fist and charged towards Yang Shu and Xiao Chu. Yang Shu reacted instantly, pulling Xiao Chu's hand. Ku Hang stood outside happily watching the show, not forgetting to remind, "Don't break it, you're more useful alive." The moment Ku Hang finished speaking, the stone puppet unleashed a fatal blow. Luckily, Yang Shu reacted in time, holding Xiao Chu and dodging the attack. Yang Shu placed Xiao Chu on his back and urged her to hold on tight. Xiao Chu understood their current situation and immediately obeyed. Yang Shu had already drawn his sword, his teeth clenched, his eyes firm. "I only have 10 swords, but for the sake of my junior sister, this is the time to use them." As the sword left its sheath, Yang Shu immediately aimed for the center of the stone puppet, and swung his sword, a swift strike hitting the giant stone puppet. As the golden light dissipated, the stone puppet had turned back into a pile of small pebbles. Ku Hang found it very interesting, resting her chin on her hand and sighing, "Quite impressive." But then she paused because inside the stone puppet was a real puppet, and what Yang Shu had just broken was only the attached stones on the outside. In short, the stone puppet had not been eliminated, it could still be revived. Ku Hang winked playfully. "My Earth Element Realm puppet isn't made of mud but of precious jade, you know." Yang Shu exclaimed, "Its defense is so tough." Each of Yang Shu's sword strikes carried immense power, having been nurtured for years, yet they couldn't break the stone golem, which shocked him. That last strike, nurtured for years, was comparable to the sword chi of the fourth realm. The stone golem had now transformed into a jewel golem. A green puppet swung its powerful fist, preparing to smash Yang Shu and Xiao Chu. Of course, for Xiao Chu's sake, Yang Shu absolutely couldn't admit defeat to the jewel golem. He gritted his teeth, stared at the stone golem with a determined gaze, and drew his sword again, an even more brilliant golden light radiating from it. This second sword strike was stronger than the last, comparable to the sword chi of the fifth realm. Yang Shu waved his hand and the sword light shot straight at the jewel golem. Boom! A loud explosion sent dust flying, obscuring everyone's vision. Just as the smoke cleared, Ku Hang lay unharmed in the jewel golem's arms, covering her mouth and laughing. "How many times has your senior sister told you your sword chi is useless, oh my beauty? Don't celebrate too soon," because this time Yang Shu had slashed horizontally instead of vertically, directly severing the upper half of the jewel golem's body. Only then did Ku Hang realize this, her shock turning to disbelief, her mouth agape as she stammered, speechless. She immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, a result of the technique's backlash. Ku Hang couldn't believe it. How could a mere boy at the third realm first heaven shatter her third realm grand perfection puppet? On the other side, Yang Shu was panting heavily, drenched in sweat. Seeing him like this, Xiao Chu asked with concern, even holding the last sugar-coated haw to his mouth, "Senior brother Yang, you're sweating so much." Yang Shu glanced at Xiao Chu and comforted her. It's nothing." Then Yang Shu suddenly remembered what his grandpa had said. Grandpa had said that with his third realm strength, drawing the second sword would exhaust him, yet he could still stand firm. Yang Shu looked down at the sword in his hand and felt it was indeed much lighter. Recalling that moment, Yang Shu's eyes welled with tears as he took the sword from his grandpa's hand. "In the future, this sword of yours will be very heavy. Grandpa will help you hold it." While Yang Shu was still lost in his memories, Xiao Chu behind him keenly sensed danger and loudly warned him, Senior brother Yang, be careful. Startled by Xiao Chu's warning, Yang Shu awoke abruptly, gripped his sword hilt, his eyes firm and gritted his teeth, thinking, the third sword. Grandpa had warned me every time I drew this sword. At my current realm my body would surely be destroyed, but I can't worry about that now. Blazing red silk ribbons tightly wrapped around Xiao Chu and Yang Shu, preventing Yang Shu from drawing his sword, and the scorching heat made them both cry out. Two words flashed through Yang Shu's mind. I'm screwed. It was Yu Ying. She gripped the red silk ribbons tightly, pulling them taut, and turned her head to say to Ku Heng, little sister Ku, your senior sister has tied him up for you. Now you can do whatever you want. Ku Heng wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and gritted her teeth. I know, a glint flashed in her eyes, her expression now like a demon's. Ku Heng shouted, you brat, I'll make you spit blood too. The jewel golem immediately returned to its original form. Ku Heng's smile vanished, replaced by a twisted and hideous expression. It was very ugly. She clenched her fist and commanded the jewel golem, smash his face. Bound and helpless, Yang Shu could only listen to Ku Heng's exasperated curses. A mere third realm first heaven dares to wound me. If the Tower Master finds out, how will I serve her in the future? Then she immediately commanded the giant stone golem, hit him but leave him breathing so the Tower Master can interrogate him. Seeing the dire situation, knowing he would be crippled if not killed, Yang Shu planned to find a way out for Xiao Chu first. When I hit it and destroy the tower, you run, Xiao Chu worriedly asked. What about you, senior brother Yang? Looking at the iron fist swinging towards him, he knew there was no escape, so he announced resolutely, Sect Master, Martial Uncle and Master will avenge me. Then the inevitable happened. The fist slammed into the ground, shaking the earth and shattering rocks, leaving only a cloud of white smoke. Jin Ling, sitting on a high branch, had observed the entire process and now sternly reminded Ku Heng, you've gone too far. We still need to extract the secret of Luo Heshan's sword nurturing art from him. However, Ku Heng just smiled sweetly, treating Yang Shu's miserable state as entertainment. No need to worry, the Tower Master can search his soul and I'm just crippling him, not actually killing him. Then she widened her eyes, revealing the signature triumphant smile of a villain. It would be fun to turn this handsome little brother into a cripple. However, man proposes, God disposes. In her moment of triumph, a figure had silently appeared within Ku Heng's magic array from the white smoke. This made Xiao Chu exclaim in surprise, eldest senior brother, why are you here? The three were startled, looking at Yang Shu with faces full of surprise and confusion. Was he all right? It was truly a case of brotherly camaraderie. Huo Ting's timely appearance saved Yang Shu. Master knew you were upset, junior brother, so he sent me to protect you both. Sure enough, something happened. Seeing another person join the battle, Jinling couldn't help but be full of questions about this newcomer. Who is this kid? When did he appear? Why didn't I sense him at all? Seeing her smooth plan suddenly disrupted by another person, Ku Heng couldn't help but feel annoyed. Another strange young man has appeared, but if you want to be a hero, I will crush you too. With that, she immediately ordered the giant stone golem to smash him directly. Seeing Huo Ting in danger, Yang Shu and Xiao Chu anxiously warned, eldest senior brother, be careful. However, such a small trick was no match for Huo Ting. He moved like a god, continuously slashing at the stone golem with his sword so fast that it had no time to react. Faced with this exquisite performance, Yang Shu and Xiao Chu watched intently, exclaiming in admiration, so amazing. Eldest senior brother is so cool. Huo Ting's appearance also caught Yu Ying's attention. She was now racking her brain about him. I feel like I've seen that guy's information somewhere, but why can't I remember it now? In that critical moment, Xiao Chu let out a painful scream. Hearing it, Yang Shu anxiously asked, what's wrong, little junior sister? It turned out Xiao Chu's stamina was failing, her small body was about to give out. The red silk ribbon was too hot. Xiao Chu couldn't bear it. Huo Ting couldn't sit idly by either and turned to check on the situation. He felt that their staying here was useless and even life-threatening. So Huo Ting used a sword move to shatter the red silk ribbon binding them, then demanded, you two go quickly, leave this to me. Yang Shu carried Xiao Chu on his back and quickly fled, planning to save their lives first and then return. Yes, this disciple will take little junior sister to a safe place and then come back. Yu Ying's magic tool array had been completely destroyed and she was seriously injured as a result. She panted heavily, her mind filled with confusion. You were actually able to cut my magic tool. With such powerful sword chi, could he be a fifth realm grand cultivator? She saw a familiar figure but couldn't recognize it, her heart filled with frustration and anger. Such a weak cultivator, not like a real grand cultivator. Who is he? He looks so familiar. Why can't I remember? Seeing that Huo Ting was no ordinary person, Ku Heng also showed great interest and wanted to play with him. Still daring to get distracted, good opportunity smash his head. The giant stone golem charged forward, its arms pulled back, preparing to kick Huo Ting fiercely, but he quickly retreated, dodging the strange thing. Huo Ting then calmed himself, took a deep breath and gathered all his strength, preparing for battle. That was just the opening act. Now comes the most exciting part. He stood in place, exuding a powerful aura. Black chi also swirled around Huo Ting. This time I can go all out. The giant stone golem slammed its fist into the ground, shaking the heavens and earth, shattering everything in the air, the immense impact leaving only a cloud of white smoke obscuring any figures. Ku Heng was shocked. Huo Ting had vanished into thin air. Where had he hidden? Jin Ling couldn't sit still either, she anxiously reminded. Quickly activate your Shikigami, he's launching a surprise attack. before Ku Heng could react, she was ambushed from behind by Huo Ting so suddenly that she had no time to resist and spat out a mouthful of blood. At this moment Yu Ying suddenly remembered. Although it was a bit late, she still recalled what she had been racking her brain about. I remember now, after attacking Ku Heng, Huo Ting stood before her with his sword not taking her life, but she probably wouldn't be able to stand for a while. After realizing his identity, Yu Ying pointed forward and declared forcefully, "He is Liu Keage's eldest disciple, Huo Ting. He's the most unremarkable person in Mo Gate. Even I forgot about him." Hearing his identity revealed, Jinling also looked very unfamiliar. Huo Ting, Mo Gate has such a person? Huo Ting showed no fear or retreat, resolutely pointing his sword at Yu Ying and declaring, "Just now you used your magic tool to burn my junior brother and sister. I will avenge them." Although threatened, Yu Ying remained unfazed, standing with her arms crossed and speaking arrogantly. "Little brother, you overestimate yourself." She didn't think much of him either. Although he is Mo Gate's eldest disciple, he is indeed the weakest. Huo Ting remained calm, pointing his sharp sword tip at her, his eyes filled with killing intent. "My apologies." With that he leapt into the air like a flash of lightning, raising his sword behind him, planning a surprise attack. However, Yu Ying was not concerned because she still had a very effective self-preservation plan. Elder sister Jinling. With that, Jinling flew towards Huo Ting, the ribbons wrapped around Yu Ying also lengthened, attacking him like sharp blades. Huo Ting couldn't help but be surprised by this incredible speed. So fast. Jinling from above looked down at Huo Ting with a contemptuous half-lidded gaze. "Although you have a low presence, as long as I activate my Shikigami and understand my target, it's not hard to see through you. No 5th realm grand cultivator is as weak as you." As soon as she finished speaking, Jinling ruthlessly used her full strength, kicking Huo Ting, distorting and swelling his face. Indeed, she had the delicate appearance of a willow-waisted peach-cheeked beauty, but her operating system was a supreme being with deadly power. The force of her kick sent Huo Ting flying several tens of meters. Seeing her defeat Huo Ting with just one move, Yuling clapped and praised. As expected of elder sister Jinling, the strongest of the lower 5 towers, she took care of him in one move. That rabble Xuanji and Runa are only fit to be stepping stones. But Jinling's eyes remained as cold as frost, unsatisfied with the result. No, that Huo Ting hasn't lost his fighting ability yet. Despite the ground shaking violently and all surfaces shattering, Huo Ting's figure in the distance still struggled to slowly stand up. His stamina was limited, and he was already exhausted and covered in wounds, but he still wouldn't allow himself to give up. "Huo Ting, get up, you can't fall here because you must buy time for your junior brother and sister to escape. You are a grand cultivator." Indeed, willing to sacrifice himself for righteousness, he still insisted on fighting to the last moment. Inserting his sword into the ground, his legs trembling like a sieve as he slowly stood up, he was tattered and trembling all over, but it couldn't hide Huo Ting's heroic spirit and resolute gaze. "You are the disciple of Mo Gate's sect master." Seeing this, Jinling instructed to deal with him first and then bring him back to the tower. Yu Ying immediately complied. Yes, then she once again commanded the ribbons wrapped around herself to lengthen and attack Huo Ting. Seeing them rush towards him at the speed of light, sharp as blades wanting to take his life, he couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. "So fast, can I really win against this opponent? If I fail, Yang Shu and Shao Chu will also be caught." He held his sword with trembling hands, feeling extremely helpless, then reproached himself. "What can I do on my own? I only know how to wash dishes and sweep floors." However, saying such useless things now was of no help. Huo Ting calmed down and reorganized his thoughts. "I can't think like that. Calm down, quickly recall what master usually taught me." Those old memories suddenly flashed through his mind like a slow-motion replay. Huo Ting recalled practicing swordsmanship with Liu Keage. Seeing that Huo Ting only dodged and was unwilling to face attacks, Liu Keage demanded he open his eyes. Hearing this, he only dared to half open his eyes to observe through that narrow field of vision he saw Liu Keage's figure. "Huo Ting, do you know what mankind's greatest enemy is?" He didn't know, so he could only ask in return. "Ha!" Faced with his dumbfounded expression, Liu Keage said something that Huo Ting would never forget. "It's fear." Then came Liu Keage's admonishment, which enlightened Huo Ting and gave him more courage. "Not daring to face a powerful enemy, is it because you lack the will to win, or are you afraid of your actions being disrupted? Conquer fear and you can secure victory, no matter how powerful the opponent." After clearly recalling these teachings, Huo Ting gritted his teeth and resolved to do it. "Master is right, I must conquer my fear and not lose my composure." Having regained his fighting spirit in just a moment, Huo Ting now stood tall and fearless, assuming a ready stance. Those ribbons had now reached him, preparing to surround and tear him to shreds. Huo Ting's spirit had indeed undergone an astonishing transformation. He had regained his sharpness, quickly sensing someone approaching him. Jinling was about to rush forward and ambush Huo Ting, but he preemptively struck, blocking her in time. Jinling was also scared out of her wits, stunned speechless, even leaning back unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. "He actually kept up with my speed?" At the moment Jinling's attack failed, Huo Ting seized the opportunity, flying up like a god and pointing his sword at her. Sensing that Huo Ting had improved, she still had backup moves, so she wasn't worried. "His eyes have changed, but it's not enough to defeat me." The bracelet on Jinling's hand began to work, emitting black qi. Gale treads, she infused the black qi into her shoes to enhance their power. "My magic tool Gale treads can increase my speed." Let's see if he can keep up now. Jinling already possessed astonishing speed, and now she was several times faster, moving swiftly like a gust of wind, catching Huoting off guard. He actually dodged it. Her speed was even faster than before. A 2-on-1 fight, even if one wasn't blind, would result in injury. Huoting had to deal with those annoying ice blades while keeping up with her lightning-fast, barely visible speed. Jinling moved so quickly she seemed to have 1,000 clones, making it impossible for Huoting to pinpoint her location. She intended to confuse his vision. Fine, I'll do the easy part first. Huoting swung his sword, effortlessly shattering those annoying ice blades as smoothly as slicing fruit. Huoting leaped into the air, charging towards Yu Ying like a deity, planning to take her head first. The red-clothed girl wasn't strong, so he would attack the weaker one first. Yu Ying never expected the sudden attack and screamed in terror, "Senior sister Jinling, he's coming for me." Huoting, holding his glowing sword, flew towards her, creating a vortex in the air. Defeat one, even just one will do. Yet Yu Ying showed no panic, nor did she flee. Instead, she stood her ground like a chicken with its neck wrung and argued with him. "Did you think I would just wait to be killed? Man proposes, God disposes." Before Huoting could even touch a hair on her head, Jinling's flaming foot appeared before him. "It's not that easy to touch, my friend." Jinling ruthlessly kicked Huoting, sending him flying. However, this time she didn't stop at one kick. Wherever Huoting flew, she teleported, kicking him in another direction. Jinling moved as fast as lightning, finally delivering a fatal blow that slammed Huoting violently into the ground. Since she had the upper hand, this duel was exceptionally difficult for Huoting. He was kicked so hard he couldn't fight back, only able to roar in despair. After beating Huoting to a pulp, she looked at him with contempt and said smugly, "The weakest fifth realm, my guess was right. You're a disgrace to all fifth realm cultivators." The tip of Huoting's sword trembled, pointing to the sky, stopping before the tip of Jinling's shoe. His battered body became even more broken. He lay on the ground, limbs splayed, in a miserable state, yet still struggled to raise his sword and pointed at her. Jinling flicked his sword tip aside, completely shattering Huoting's last hope, then said in confusion, "How ridiculous. With this little strength you still want to protect your junior brother and sister?" Despite being on the brink of death, he still worried endlessly about them. But little did Huoting know that on the other side, Yang Shu and Shao Chu had already fallen into a trap. They were brought before Huoting without Jinling's word. They couldn't escape even if they had wings. She crossed her arms and said nonchalantly, "From the very beginning you had no chance of escape." Seeing Huoting unconscious and on the verge of death, Yang Shu and Shao Chu were terrified and shouted, "Eldest senior brother." Huoting slowly opened his eyes. Though his body was broken, the physical pain was nothing compared to the torment in his heart. "If only I had worked a little harder then, I could have protected them like Master. It's all my fault for being too lazy, always thinking Master could solve everything." Meanwhile, Yu Ying looked at Ku Heng, who was also sprawled on the ground and couldn't help but feel smug. "Poor little sister, you can't see this interesting scene. Capturing 3 of Mo Gate's disciples at once, senior sister Jinling and I have rendered a great service." Hearing her boast about her merits, Jinling spoke up, shattering her fantasy. "I caught them all. It has nothing to do with you." She could only give an awkward dry laugh. Not to be outdone, Yu Ying immediately reminded Jinling, "Don't say that, senior sister, because one of these 3 has a close relationship with our tower master." Hearing this, her interest was immediately piqued, and she asked curiously, "Who?" It turned out Yu Ying had a deeper reason for stirring Jinling's curiosity with a story. She laid out her condition. "If there's no connection, I have no interest in telling you." However, Jinling's next words made Yu Ying's jaw drop, completely catching her off guard. "Since you don't want to say it, then don't." Jinling wasted no more time with Yu Ying's nonsense and immediately ordered for the people to be taken away and brought back. Her subordinates responded in unison, "Yes." Seeing she couldn't entice Jinling, Yu Ying had no choice but to blurt it all out. "Senior sister, I'll tell you. Huoting is a pawn personally placed by the Tower Master. He was born designated by the Tower Master as a demon with devilish roots destined to commit monstrous sins." Jinling found this story rather interesting and was willing to spend some time listening. Yu Ying quickly replied, "Yes, but in fact everything was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Tower Master herself." And so a long-buried past was gradually awakened. Huoting's mother held him, happily together with her husband. "My dear, look how much our Huoting resembles you." This warm and happy family scene didn't last long before it was interrupted by a suddenly opened door. Seeing movement so late at night, they turned around in confusion. "Do we have a guest?" Huoting's father walked to the door and saw a stranger leaning on a cane, then asked warmly, "Old sir, are you?" Before he could finish, the man's cane emitted a strange black chi that shot towards Huoting's father. In just an instant, his father's body turned pitch black and stiff, falling to the ground like something neither human nor ghost. Seeing such a horrifying sight, Huoting's mother exclaimed, "Husband!" However, she too could not escape her fate, pitifully enduring the corrosion of that strange black chi. At this moment, 2 charred corpses lay beside Huoting, their faces still etched with extreme fear and helplessness. He seemed to sense something ominous and began to cry loudly in sorrow. Then the man pointed his cane and the black chi at Huoting. "There's one more." the black chi gradually seeped into his tiny body. He looked at the child before him, his eyes glinting coldly, and revealed a strange smile. "Little demon, we will meet again in a few years." After that, Huo Ting's long childhood was spent only in tears, enduring discrimination and abuse. This boy's devilish roots run deep. He's bound to commit monstrous sins in the future. You all must be careful of him. People would always gather and inhumanely make hurtful remarks, wounding his young heart. He will kill all of you in the future. His devilish roots are in his very bones. He's not human. We will all die by his hand. Hurry and drive him away. He's so young. If we drive him away, he'll surely die. Just let him die. Huo Ting's unfortunate childhood was all orchestrated by that malicious person from behind the scenes. Just like that, hate this world and become a demon and slaughter everyone in it. Your rough fate is the will of heaven. After hearing the story, Jinling also understood the whole affair. It turned out the Tower Master had long planned to kill his parents, then turned him into a fool, causing everyone to humiliate him and make him harbor resentment. Truly worthy of being the Tower Master of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. At this moment, Huo Ting had also heard the whole story clearly. His heart couldn't help but burn with resentment, and tears filled his eyes. So my parents were killed by the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's Tower Master. He's such a bastard. The hatred in his heart was now a raging fire, and this power made him struggle to his feet, wanting to take revenge on those bastards. You bastards, however, unfortunately, just as he struggled up a little, he was mercilessly and brutally stomped back to the ground by Jinling's foot. She stepped on his head, calmly asking a few more questions. But how did he become a Mo-Gate disciple now, and he's never acted on his revenge against the world? Weren't the devilish roots supposed to have seeped in? Even Yu Ying couldn't answer this question, stammering, "This matter she thought to herself that she didn't know what happened next. It wasn't recorded in the database. Only the Tower Master himself knew. As the two beautiful girls were racking their brains over this difficult question, someone spoke up in a gentlemanly manner to explain. That, of course, is because of this venerable." Hearing the noise, they were both startled. "Who's speaking?" What followed was a silent yet impressive greeting. A slash swung out, and at the same time, fresh red blood splattered in the air. Jinling looked down at her foot, discovering it was gone, her face turning pale with fright and horror. She was a little scared, but her heart was also full of unwillingness at being hit so pathetically. She immediately shouted, "Who is it? Get the hell out here!" Seeing someone so audacious, Yu Ying was also shocked by this sudden appearance. "The Heavenly Secret Pavilion is at work. Do you wish to make an enemy of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion?" The two women stood side by side, looking at the hazy figure under the moonlight, full of mystery. The person they least wanted to encounter had arrived. With an incredibly cool entrance, he introduced himself powerfully. "I am Liu Keaj of Mo-Gate. Anyone who harms my Mo-Gate disciples deserves to die." Having long heard his name and now finally having a chance to meet, Yu Ying was wary of his strength and immediately ordered, "It's Mo-Gate's Sect Master, Liu Keaj. Seize him. We've captured his disciples, so we're already enemies." Then those subordinates raised their weapons on command, shooting several purple rays of light that looked quite dangerous. Yang Shu and Xiao Chu were completely immobilized at this moment, able only to encourage Liu Keaj with their words, "Sect Master Martial Uncle, be careful." Then that purple light shot towards him at the speed of light like a volley of 10,000 arrows wanting to pierce him through. A black chi radiated from Liu Keaj's body surrounding him, and he announced coldly, "From now on the Heavenly Secret Pavilion is officially at war with my Mo-Gate." After that, Liu Keaj's sharp eyes emitted a beautiful blue light, yet they were as cold as ice. If that's the case, the Tao of Heaven is merciless. Today it is not he who has reached his final hour, but them. Before those minions could even touch a hair on Liu Keaj, they were all sent to heaven. Seeing the bloody scene before them, even the smug Yu Ying couldn't help but widen her eyes in terror. How can it be water power? His water power has already taken control of the blood in my body. Seeing she no longer had an advantage and that staying here was useless, Jinling knew that fleeing was the best option. She decided to slip away immediately, return to the pavilion, and let them be Liu Keaj's shields. However, if you play, you must pay. Liu Keaj would absolutely not let Jinling off so easily. Her leg deformed and swelled, bursting through her pants. Jinling looked down at her legs, which were inflating like balloons, her face pale with fright, her eyes wide as she ceaselessly chanted prayers for her life. It's over. 1 second she was arrogant and domineering. The next she was being tortured into a pathetic state by Liu Keaj. Her leg finally couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded with a bang, splattering blood everywhere. Jinling's legs were gone. Losing her balance, she fell directly to the ground. This violent landing also caused her to vomit blood from her injuries. Yu Ying watched Jinling being tortured beyond recognition, so scared she was frozen stiff, stunned for 5 seconds. Senior sister Jinling, at this moment, the only ones unharmed were Yu Ying and Liu Keaj. The two looked at each other, not knowing what would happen next. Her face was now deathly pale, filled with terror, her body trembling like a leaf in the wind, not daring to move even a single hair. Seeing the situation was dire, Yu Ying immediately cast aside her pride, knelt on the ground and pitifully begged for mercy. "Lord Sect Master of Mo-Gate, we of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion were blind to your greatness. Please spare us." As the hem of Liu Keaj's robe gently brushed past her, she continued to tremble uncontrollably. "Didn't kill me." He ignored Yu Ying's pleas, walked straight to Huo Ting, who was lying on the ground, and asked, "Are you angry?" At this moment, only upon hearing Lu Kai's voice did Huo Ting dare to slightly open his eyes, his body trembling non-stop as he stammered in reply, "Yes." Hearing this, he glanced at Jinling, who was using all her strength to crawl and escape. Then, with killing intent, Lu Kai waved his hand. "If that's the case, then vent your anger. What's coming will come." Jinling's entire body exploded, turning to nothing, not a trace left behind. Although Yu Ying didn't witness it with her own eyes, just this was enough to scare her face pale, completely drained of color. Yang Shu couldn't let little Xiao Chu witness that unsettling death scene, so he picked her up and comforted her. Seeing one after another die while she remained unscathed, a thought suddenly flashed through Yu Ying's mind, and she turned around. "He didn't kill me, perhaps he has let me go." However, she hadn't crawled far before Lu Kai's cold words made her blood run cold, and she stopped. "I'll let you go, but you only have this one chance." Yu Lun quickly kowtowed, incoherently trying to clarify in hopes of salvaging the situation. "Sect Master Lu, I was just following orders. I would never dare to oppose Mo Gate. It was all the Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master who instructed us." Lu Kai was still very calm, not in a hurry to deal with her, as he still had some questions to clear up. "I should thank you. You told me about Huo Ting's past just now. It turns out the grudge between me and the Heavenly Secret Pavilion was sown long ago. Can you tell me why you wanted to capture Mo Gate's disciples?" She didn't hide anything and spoke truthfully. "It was Tianji Senran who sent us to collect intelligence on Mo Gate and capture its disciples with the goal of dealing with you." Upon hearing that he was the root of all this, Lu Kai asked again, "Oh, to deal with me?" Only then did Yu Ying dare to slowly raise her head and explain in more detail. "Tianji Senran said you have ruined his good deeds many times, so he wants to kill you to vent his anger." Hearing this, Lu Kai was even more confused, not knowing what he had done. "I ruined his good deeds?" Yu Ying then recounted every incident in detail. Every move by Tianji Senran, such as Chen Xiao's resurrection, the blood sacrifice formation, the revival of the Snow Wolf King, and Huo Ting's turn to darkness, were all foiled by you. Now Lu Kai came to a sudden realization. To confirm, he asked again, "He did all these things?" With a resolute attitude, she kowtowed and confidently affirmed what she had just said. "If there is any falsehood, I am willing to be punished." Lu Kai also explained his reasons for taking those actions. "If I didn't stop these things, it would have led to a great disaster with countless lives lost and widespread suffering." Seeing this, Yu Ying also chimed in. "That's right, Tianji Senran is utterly inhuman. He casually kills even us subordinates." However, before she could finish, Lu Kai shot her a sharp glance, cutting her off. "Do you still want to live?" As long as she could live, she would go through fire and water. She immediately replied eagerly, "I want to live, I'll do anything you ask." Then Lu Kai and his disciples flew up in front of Yu Ying. Before leaving, he made a demand. "Go back to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion and tell your Pavilion Master that one day I will visit him. That will be the day the Heavenly Secret Pavilion is annihilated." Hearing this, she was scared out of her wits, her expression turning dull, unable to believe her ears. "Annihilated?" Ning Ying looked at the scene before her and thought, "It's been a long time since I've seen the two siblings. I wonder how much they've progressed." As she walked towards Mo Gate, she thought, "When the great calamity descends, I hope they will like the gift I've brought this time." At that moment, a scream came from within Mo Gate. "Ah, it hurts." Luo Bing was treating Xiao Chu's wound while comforting her. "Little sister Xiao Chu, bear the pain for a little while. After I apply the medicine, senior sister will buy you sugar-coated haws to eat." The moment she heard sugar-coated haws, Xiao Chu immediately stopped crying. She danced with joy, cheering, "All right, senior sister Luo Bing is the best person in the world." But when Luo Bing continued to treat the wound, Xiao Chu kept crying out, "Ouch." Mu Dongfeng stood by blankly, and even Luo Bing was at her wits' end with Xiao Chu. While Xiao Chu was being treated, Yang Shu and Huo Ting watched her silently. Huo Ting breathed a sigh of relief, thinking to himself that since little junior sister Xiao Chu was so lively, she must not be seriously injured, which was a great blessing. Yang Shu, on the other hand, was blaming himself. It was all his fault for taking little junior sister Xiao Chu down the mountain. Otherwise, eldest senior brother and little junior sister wouldn't have been in danger. It was all his fault. Just then, Lu Kai and Lu Dongli walked in. The moment everyone saw them, they immediately stood up and saluted. "Greetings, Sect Master, Martial Uncle Master." Lu Dongli looked at Yang Shu and Huo Ting and said softly, "You are injured, no need to bow. Sit down." After a moment, everyone sat down with serious expressions. Lu Kai began to speak. "The reason for this meeting today I'm sure you all already know." As he spoke, his face gradually darkened. Yang Shu felt dejected, thinking it was his incompetence that had brought shame to his master and Mo Date. At this thought, he immediately stood up to admit his fault. "It is this disciple's incompetence that has brought shame to Mo Gate. I ask Sect Master, Martial Uncle and Master to punish me." At the same time, Huo Ting also quickly admitted his fault. "Please, Master. Martial Aunt, punish us." At this moment, Xiao Chu suddenly stood up with an imposing aura and said loudly, "All this trouble was caused by me sneaking down the mountain. It has nothing to do with my two senior brothers. I, Xiao Chu, will take responsibility for my actions." Seeing Xiao Chu's bravery, Mu Dongfeng was a little surprised, thinking to himself, "Little junior sister was just crying while having her medicine applied, and now she can speak so majestically. It's hard to believe." Just then, Lu Kai interrupted Huo Ting. "Who said I was going to punish you?" Hearing this, Yang Shu asked blankly, "You're not punishing us." Xiao Chu also looked at him innocently and asked, Then who will be punished? Lukeaj glanced at them and replied, of course we will punish those who tried to harm the disciples of my Mogade. You are all victims, there's no reason to punish you. Hearing Lukeaj say this, Luo Bing's gaze held a hint more of admiration. When a junior gets into a conflict, elders usually punish their own junior first without distinguishing right from wrong. But young master was not like them. Then Lukeaj stood up decisively, his voice filled with resolve. If the people of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion dare to lay a hand on my Mogate disciples, then I must teach them a lesson. Since they don't play by the rules, I can't just stand by. Hearing this, Yangshu hesitated before speaking. But I've heard that the Heavenly Secret Pavilion has many disciples, and its pavilion master Tianji Sanren is a mighty 6th realm cultivator. Our Mogade, he trailed off worried, thinking to himself. Our Mogade is so weak, and the only elders are master and martial uncle. How can we be their match? Then Yangshu's gaze turned to Lu Dongli, who had been sitting quietly. He was certain that with his master's personality she would surely persuade his martial uncle. As if she understood Yangshu's gaze, Lu Dongli said seriously, this time I, your master, also support your sect master martial uncle. Anyone who harms my disciple deserves to die. As soon as she finished speaking, Yangshu couldn't contain his surprise, thinking, even my usually cautious master is saying something like this. Luo Bing and Mu Dongfang also looked at her, moved. Master truly loves us. Immediately after, Lukeaj's stern voice rang out. Enough said. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion must be annihilated. This venerable's mind is made up. After speaking, Lukeaj calculated to himself that Tianji Sanren had set up a blood sacrifice formation in Feidao City, awakened Chen Qi and resurrected the Snow Wolf King. These were all important events in the main quest. That old fellow was 100% a red-named boss. Killing him would surely bring very generous system rewards and the main storyline would advance significantly. Then his gaze gradually turned cold, and he made up his mind. If you dare to touch my people, I'll take your life. Just then, Ning Ying's voice came from outside the door. No, Keaj, little Lizzie, you two can't act rashly. The moment he saw her, Lukeaj immediately saluted respectfully, Aunt Ning. The surrounding disciples also said in unison, Greetings, Senior Ning. Lu Dongli, however, ran happily towards her, saying loudly, Aunt Ning, why are you here? The great calamity is approaching, you should be very busy. Ning Ying looked at everyone seriously and continued, It's a good thing I arrived in time. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion is powerful and possesses a great deal of intelligence. If you act rashly, you will only bring disaster upon yourselves. Aunt Ning won't allow you to risk your lives. If you fail, how will I explain it to your parents? Hearing this, Lukeaj quickly retorted, But they beat my disciples to this state. As soon as Lukeaj finished speaking, Ning Ying just looked at him quietly without saying anything more. After a moment, she looked at everyone with determination and said, Aunt Ning will go too. At this, Lu Dongli happily approached Ning Ying. Aunt Ning, you still haven't said why you suddenly have time to come here. The great calamity is approaching, you should be very busy. Hearing this, Ning Ying finally relaxed and said, I forgot, I'm actually in a great hurry this time and must return soon. I brought this storage ring especially for you. Inside are a large amount of artifact refining materials procured by the Sword Sect, and Aunt Ning has left some for you. The moment they heard there were treasures, Lukeaj and Lu Dongli's eyes immediately lit up. Both were so happy they were cheering internally. Having a backer was truly great. Lukeaj cautiously reached out to take the item from Ning Ying's hand. He smiled and said, Thank you, Aunt Ning. At this moment, Lukeaj was already ecstatic, thinking, this time my forging skills can reach a new level. I need to craft new equipment for my disciples, 2 sets each. But before he could touch it, Ning Ying quickly pulled her hand back, her tone somewhat serious. Do you agree with what I just said? Is it all right to let Aunt Ning go with you? Lukeaj cupped his chin and looked at Aunt Ning. He thought, if I let Aunt Ning go, she might steal my monster kills. If I don't let her go, I might have to work a bit to get those refining materials. After a moment of thought, he agreed to let her go with him. Stealing monster kills was a small matter anyway, and this was Aunt Ning, so it was fine if she did. Ning Ying looked at him with satisfaction. You're a sensible boy, Ning Ying thought to herself. With me along, Kaj will be much safer. Besides, I also want to see just how much he has progressed now. Recalling an old man smiling and stroking his beard, she couldn't forget how senior brother Lee always told her about Kaj and little Lizzie's progress after returning to the sect. Something about 2 sword domains, the grand cultivator realm, and extraordinary talent in the way of the sword. She had heard it so much her ears were calloused. This time Aunt Ning can finally witness it for herself. Ahead, the 2 young people were talking. Lukeaj was holding the ring, seemingly discussing something about it. Lu Dongli asked her, Aunt Ning, if you and brother go to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion together, what about the matters at the Sword Sect? She gently stroked the little girl's head and said to her, Before I left, I already asked your master to help me handle them. At this moment, senior brother Lee was swamped with work. He wanted to curse. Why did everyone leave him behind alone? Where was the justice in this? He couldn't focus on his work at all. He muttered to himself. Junior sister Ning said she would only cover for 1 day. It shouldn't be hard for her to return from Mogate within a day. This is all so boring. Do I need to sign off on buying a pile of refined iron? Does such a small matter require my signature? Forget it. She'll be back in a day, I'll just sign it. This day is truly long. The ancients said that 1 day of absence feels like 3 autumns, and it was true. In less than a day he missed his junior sister to death. In the dark of night, the image of a multi-storied pagoda was particularly striking. The candlelight within was bright, adding a touch of vibrant light to the pagoda. In a room within the pagoda, the pavilion master stood with his back to Yu Ying. Yu Ying was reporting information about Lu Keaj to him. The pavilion master asked angrily, "Did that Lu Keaj really say that?" Yu Ying, drenched in sweat, replied, reporting to the pavilion master, "Everything I've said is true. I dare not utter a single lie. That Lu Keaj did indeed say he would annihilate our heavenly secret pavilion. Elder sister Jinling and little sister Ku Heng also died at his hands." Hearing this, the old pavilion master said, "Very well, that saves me the trouble of looking for him. He and I will finally meet." Yu Ying lowered her head, thinking to herself that the pavilion master was indeed unfathomable. It seemed Lu Keaj was no match for him. "My life is saved. Tonight I must find a few male servants to reward myself properly." She bit her fingertip, blushing as she thought of those two muscular men with 8-pack abs. Tisk tisk, it's been so long since I've seen them. Tonight I can finally enjoy myself to the fullest. Suddenly she let out a loud scream, her mouth wide open, her eyes bulging. There was a bug on the back of her head, continuously emitting a purple light that grew larger and larger. She hurriedly begged for mercy. "Pavilion master, spare me. Pavilion master, spare me. I have never done anything to betray you. Please spare my life." He completely ignored her pleas and said, "You should have died with those two. You carry the aura of Lu Keaj, and this venerable does not like it." She screamed in despair. "No," but could not stop death. She gradually lost her life force. After she died, the bug flew towards the old pavilion master. He inhaled the purple aura emitted by the bug. He ordered a message to be sent to all tower masters, summoning them to the heavenly secret pavilion for a meeting. Lin Long followed the pavilion master's command. As she walked, she thought, "Summoning all tower masters, this means all the middle 4 tower masters of the 4 prefectures and the mysterious upper 3 tower masters are being summoned. How long has it been since the heavenly secret pavilion gathered so completely? This time the pavilion master truly wants to fight Lu Keaj to the death." She recalled Lu Keaj's handsome face, thinking, "What a pity that I haven't yet enjoyed that beautiful face, and now it's about to disappear." The next morning the sky was as clear as if it had been washed. In the distant sky, 2 huge leaf-shaped flying vessels were in flight. They were the light boats everyone used for travel. As Lu Keaj traveled, he thought, "Aunt Ning's light boat is the latest model. It feels very high-end. Hers is like a sports car, and mine is like a truck." He looked at his own one-leaf light boat, which required forging proficiency level 3 or higher to unlock. Damn it, it's just an ordinary flying magic tool, yet it requires level 3 proficiency to unlock. He picked up the ring and looked at it, thinking, "Thankfully, Aunt Ning gave me refining materials. After we annihilate the heavenly secret pavilion, I'll spend some time quickly raising my forging proficiency." He asked the system how far it was to the heavenly secret pavilion. The system projected a map and notified him, "You have reached the Grand Cultivator stage. Some locations on the world map have been opened for you. Based on your current speed, you are 3 days away from the heavenly secret pavilion." He smiled, thinking, "I can do a lot in 3 days." He ordered the system to create a blueprint for a paper crane. System notification, creating paper crane forging blueprint. A yellow-grade flying magic tool. Unlocked at forging proficiency level 1. Lu Keaj held the blueprint, thinking, "This is a good chance to practice and fulfill the promises I made to those players. Unfortunately, this blueprint can only forge 1 magic tool. I should focus on raising my proficiency first." Ning Ying watched him in contemplation, wondering, "What is Keaj doing?" Suddenly a golden orb of light appeared before him. Ning Ying couldn't tell what he was doing, but she guessed he might be forging a magic tool. She couldn't help but be surprised. She herself needed a magic tool furnace to forge, and Keaj can forge a magic tool with just his spiritual energy, she thought happily. Lu Keaj is truly gifted in artifact forging. I must give him more resources in the future. It feels great to be a backer. The sky remained azure. 3 days later, as dusk fell, they approached the heavenly secret pavilion. Lu Keaj said to Ning Ying, "That's the heavenly secret pavilion." Ning Ying said, "I've never been here, so I'm not sure." He told her this was the place. He was very certain. Upon entering the actual range of the heavenly secret pavilion, the system displayed a red notification, "Special location discovered. Heavenly secret pavilion." Notice, based on the host's current realm, the danger level is 4 stars. Lu Keaj thought to himself, a 4-star dungeon danger level. It seems this Tianji Sanren is not to be underestimated, but it's merely 4 stars. He rose into the air and ordered Huo Ting to follow. Ning Ying quickly tried to stop him. "Keaj, don't be reckless." He didn't listen and continued to fly forward. He told her, "Don't worry, Aunt Ning, I know what I'm doing." He said to Huo Ting, "You are not to act until this venerable tells you to." Huo Ting agreed. At this moment, the people inside the heavenly secret pavilion saw someone flying over from a distance. They said to each other, "Look, someone's coming from the sky." One person said, enemies are attacking, prepare to engage." All the guards used their crossbows, shouting in unison, "Fire!" A volley of arrows shot towards Lu Keaj. Seeing this, he said, "Good." He shouted, "Life slaying." At that moment a red palm-shaped light appeared. The power of life slaying countered the arrows, forming a black area between them. He thought, "This is a good chance to stack my life slaying sword intent." Below, someone shouted, "This is bad, he's a grand cultivator." One person said, "Stop shooting." Another person added, "Even blocking him for a moment is good enough." "Get lost, all of you." One of them ran off in response. "The power of life slaying can be stacked, but I find it a bit boring." At this moment the power of life slaying had struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of white smoke. Liu Keaj and Huo Ting were already on the ground, surrounded by the lingering white mist. He said, "Die all you small fry." And then, sword control, the longsword flew treat forward, a white power swirling around it. He said, "Huo Ting, follow me." Huo Ting acknowledged. Ning Ying watched from a high vantage point, thinking, Keaj has already promised me. Unless it's absolutely necessary, I will not act. After all, I represent the supreme of the Qingzhou sword sect. Once I make a move, it will send the wrong signal to other sects. She saw that Liu Keaj was currently able to handle the situation. When the longsword plunged into the ground, a scene of devastation lay before him. As he walked, he shouted, "Tianji Sanren, come out and die." Huo Ting smiled, thinking, Master is intentionally making such a big scene to vent his anger for me. In the future I must learn from Master and no longer hesitate. He continued to shout, "Tianji Sanren, get your ass out here for this venerable." He had gone this far and that old man still hadn't appeared. He had to keep provoking him. "Just sending a bunch of small fry, are you a coward hiding in your shell?" A purple light flew before him, revealing the image of the old tower master. The old man said, "This old man will come to see you, but now is not the time." He shouted, "Old man, taste my sword." Then he waved his hand and the sword flew towards the old man. After the sword reached the purple light, a moment later the light turned black. The light gradually faded, leaving only the longsword. He gritted his teeth and said, "This old man runs fast." That last sword strike almost killed him. Huo Ting was amazed, thinking, Master's sword strike just now was truly powerful. This is the true strength of a grand cultivator. I couldn't do it at all. Aunt Ning was also very surprised. The sword chi was too strong. An ordinary 5th realm cultivator couldn't possibly take that boy's sword strike just now. Our little Keaj has grown up. He looked at the remaining people and said, "You don't have to die with that old man. All of you get lost. This venerable can spare your lives." A voice sounded from behind him. "They can't leave. After all, our mission is to kill you here." Lord Sect Master of Mo Gate. Hearing this, he glanced over. Unbeknownst to him, 4 women had appeared on the roof. Lan Pai held her pippa and said, "Seeing Sect Master Lu today, this little sister finds you truly heroic and charming, very attractive." The woman named Hong Shan covered her mouth with a fan and said, "I agree." The woman named Lu Xiao held a jade Xiao in both hands and said, "I wonder if Sect Master Lu is proficient in music. This humble one can play a tune with you." The remaining woman was Huang Hua. She smiled at Lu Xiao and said, "Elder sister Lu is joking again. With his looks, this little sister can make him seize the moment so he can live for generations within a painting." The people below pointed at them and said, "It's the middle 4 tower masters. They are all grand cultivators. We're saved. That Liu Keaj definitely can't win against the 4 of them combined." Everyone cheered. "Great, Liu Keaj is sure to lose," he thought to himself. 4 grand cultivators, and they're the middle 4 tower masters. What level of combat power must the upper 3 tower masters have? A pity I was too busy looking at their faces in my previous life. No wonder the system rated this dungeon's difficulty as 4 stars. It indeed deserves this level. Aunt Ning frowned, thinking, although these 4 5th realm cultivators are all at the initial stage of the 5th realm, they are 5th realm after all. If they harm a single hair on Keaj, I will naturally not show mercy. Lu Xiao raised her jade Xiao and said, "Enough nonsense, why not listen to a tune first?" After speaking, she began to play. The sound of the Xiao was deafening. The crowd screamed and one person shouted, "Everyone cover your ears." Another person held their head and said, "Damn, this sound is really something, but the person is too beautiful." He thought, right, I can turn off the sound settings. Then I won't hear anything. He had already walked to a distance, turned off the sound, and continued to observe the situation. He thought, right, I still have to turn my back. Things are unexpected. I actually joined a trash sect like the Heavenly Secret Pavilion and was ridiculed by that group of damn friends for half a month. He opened the screen, smiled and said, "I never expected fate to arrange it this way. I've recorded the video of Sect Master Lu annihilating the sect. The opening is Liu Keaj looking forward handsomely with his hands behind his back. Huo Ting held his head in agony. The spiritual energy in his body was being disrupted by the Xiao's music. It was truly unbearable. Seeing Keaj still calm and composed, he couldn't help but feel immense admiration. As expected of Master, he's completely unaffected. But in reality, Liu Keaj's experience was different from the others. He was surprised as Xiao music can actually cause hallucinations. Now before Keaj's eyes was the scene of Jing Chun and 3 enchanting women warmly inviting the young man to come and play. "Sir, you must be tired from your journey. Come and rest for a while." The scene was truly decadent. Hong Shan giggled as she threw out wind blades. Little sister Lu Xiao's Xiao music can disrupt the spiritual energy in the weak and bewitch the minds of the strong. Even you, Liu Keaj, are no exception. I have no patience. I'm going to rush over. Then it will be I, Hong Shan, who takes your life, Liu Keaj. Huo Ting resisted with difficulty, struggling to reach his damaged longsword. "I can't let them harm Master." He swung his sword horizontally, shattering those moves, and the surroundings instantly became quiet and clear. He exclaimed, as expected of Master, he broke the Xiao music and the wind blades with a single sword strike. Hong Shan's eyes widened in surprise. "How is that possible?" "He's not." Keaj smiled faintly. How could this venerable be bewitched by such low-grade stuff? He raised his sword and sighed. Indeed, who do you think this venerable is? The longsword flew out, instantly piercing through Hong Shan before she could react. Kaj retracted his sword. You struck me with 3 wind blades, I'll return 1 sword strike. Hong Shan was instantly split in 2. The 3 women were horrified. Little sister Hong Shan, elder sister Hong Huanghua angrily flew over. Lu Kaj, pay for my elder sister Hong's life with yours, Lan Pai ordered. Quickly, protect little sister Huanghua. Lu Xiao immediately complied. Yes. She then raised her jade Xiao, thinking, I don't believe that my full-powered Xiao music still can't bewitch the mind of a mere 5th realm brat like you. Just as she was about to play, Lu Xiao was surprised. What's going on? Her mouth felt as if it were stuck with honey, and her tongue was heavy, unable to move at all. It's Kaj's magic at work. Since you like playing the Xiao so much, then hold it tightly first. Lu Xiao's face turned pale as she tried to pull the jade Xiao away from her mouth. But no matter how hard she pulled, it didn't budge. It was his affinity with heaven and earth. Huanghua unfurled a massive scroll. HMPH, still looking elsewhere, don't be too arrogant, she said smugly. With this special technique of mine, once you enter my painting you will be at my mercy. Lu Kaj, you are suffering enough torment in my painting. The massive scroll was indeed magnificent with lifelike scenery and figures. Huanghua gritted her teeth. With that handsome face of yours, I'll play with you until I'm tired of it before I kill you. The people in the painting are fleeing in all directions. Kaj chuckled. Huoting, you go handle this trash, he thought. It's time to give this disciple some combat experience. After all, the system quest rewards are also very generous. He then made his move. Yes, master. Countless human-like creatures pounced fiercely. Huanghua was terrified. What kind of sword art is this? She waved the scroll, no longer holding back, deciding to suck everything into the painting first. Those people have indeed been sucked in, but there are too many. It's overwhelming, Huanghua noticed. Not good. This sword chi is not right. These people are not illusions formed by spiritual energy but tangible soul entities. My painting is going to explode. This was a magic tool connected to her life. If it exploded, she would also explode right after. The scroll burst and she let out a miserable scream. Besides the crowd created by Huoting, some orange-yellow light and shadows also escaped from that massive scroll. He was surprised. What is that light? Kaj guessed they were probably the poor souls trapped in the painting. Now they can go home. You saved them. You are their hero. The two stood there, watching the souls disperse. Huoting said blankly, I'm a hero. He turned around. Only one left. What moves do you have? Lan Pai nervously didn't answer. Kaj smiled faintly. Of course, if you don't have any moves I'll still beat you until you piss and shit yourself, she thought. Lu Kaj is indeed as formidable as his reputation suggests. Should I run? Lan Pai looked at Lu Xiao, who was still trapped by Kaj's magic, and thought, but we have all seen the pavilion master's methods. If I run now, I will surely die. Her slender fingers lightly stroked the strings of her instrument, plucking them a few times. She smiled and replied, if Sect Master Lu is in the mood, then Lan Pai will naturally keep you company. A word of reminder, as the head of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion's middle 4 tower masters, I am different. I am very different from my other sisters. Lan Pai plucked a few strange notes. She activated the domain of the Pippa's nether sound. The scene was truly beautiful. I am a true grand cultivator with a domain. Lan Pai's domain was indeed breathtaking. The scenery like a celestial realm, Ning Ying judged. Not only has Kaj become stronger, but even Huoting has reached the grand cultivator realm. She was slightly surprised, finding it hard to believe. Amir Mo Gate actually has 3 grand cultivators. That's right, Aunt Ning's evaluation of little Lizzie was also very high. Even Ji Chongkong didn't know the extent of his own disciple's progress. After witnessing it for herself, Ning Ying chuckled. It seems we old folks are really old now. Senior brother Ji Kaj is indeed as amazing as you said. Ji Chongkong walked away angrily. Don't stop me. I said I would only help Ning Ying for one day. A person hugged his leg and pleaded bitterly. Martial Uncle Ji, Martial Aunt Ning is not here. Everything in her sect depends on you, otherwise everything will be in chaos, the vice sect master cried out in pain. To think that I, Ji Chongkong, have been wise all my life only to be tricked by a woman in the end. Back to the fierce battle between Kaj and Lan Pai. She declared that the next tune would be Lu Kaj's death knell. Lan Pai played a few short passages and countless slashes spread out. Sect Master Lu, farewell. Those strange attacks even hit her own people. They seemed to hit everything. They were hit. The screams were incessant and some had already been cut into several pieces. What on earth is going on? Huoting stood in front of Lu Kaj. This strange Pippa sound must not be allowed to harm Master. But why are these slashes so random? If I don't break this move soon, it will be troublesome. He chuckled. So that's how it is. Kaj patted his disciple's shoulder. Huoting, step aside. I already know how to break her domain. He was surprised. Ha. Huoting was dumbfounded. It's only been this long and Master has already seen through it. He was greatly shocked. What's going on? Kaj had just blocked a fatal blow for Huoting. He said, quickly step aside. I can handle this alone. Ning Ying looked on with anticipation. This domain is very peculiar. How will Kaj deal with it? Lan Pai sneered. HMPH arrogant. I see you're all talk. Countless Pippa sounds shot towards the two. Kaj probed. Your domain's ability is to turn your Pippa sounds into sword chi or some kind of sharp object. Perhaps I'm not wrong, she innocently confirmed. How did you know? Lan Pai panicked. Damn it, Kaj was satisfied. Just as I thought. I just asked casually, and you answered. After being seen through, Lan Pai immediately attacked frantically. So what if you know even the pavilion master can't counter my domain? After all, even I don't know where the next slash will appear. The intensity of the slash is greatly increased, almost covering the entire surrounding area. He confidently asserted, as long as there are enough Pippa sounds, you will eventually be hit while in this domain. These are unpredictable slashes, he laughed. Is that so? Water surrounded Kayaja's body, gradually enveloping the entire area. He thought, since I improved my affinity with heaven and earth, this kind of special water control has become much easier. Looking at the water droplets suspended in the air, Kayaj concluded, after all, her domain is only a 5th realm domain. There must be a flaw. The flaw is that when the Pippa forms a slash, it doesn't change suddenly but slowly. He recalled seeing it from Huo Ting's slashes. Kayaj felt that all slowly changing things could not escape the perception of water. Water is the most sensitive. Bubbles appeared in the water droplets. He confirmed his hypothesis indeed. Before the slashes formed, bubbles appear in the water. Kayaj successfully blocked a strike. As he walked, he easily blocked everything, and no attack hit him. Lanpai's face changed drastically. How can this be? How can he know the changes in my Pippa sounds? He had already approached her. Your domain has failed. Kayaj pointed the tip of his sword at her. You even kill your own people. You've done quite a few evil things, haven't you? Also, although my disciple isn't as handsome as me, you hurt his face, which makes me very angry. She begged for mercy in terror. Don't. A single sword chi was enough to take Lanpai's life, he said. This venerable is your retribution. Her body dissipated, and Lu Xiao could only watch helplessly. Lu Kayaj looked over coldly. You're the only one left. She turned pale with fright. He gave Lu Xiao a choice. Will you resist to the end, or will you submit to this venerable and lead me down a hidden path to find your pavilion master? Lu Xiao spoke up. Sect Master Lu, if we take this path, the pavilion master won't discover us easily. The moment Lu Xiao finished speaking, Huo Ting turned his face, seriously expressing his doubt to his master. Master, this disciple feels this woman is not very trustworthy. Lu Kayaj turned to look at his disciple, his gaze sharp. Whether she's trustworthy or not can be set aside for now. With her as a hostage, we can save some trouble. At that moment, a notification suddenly appeared, making even the sect master say with some confusion, The notification shows that the Mogade forum you follow has a new post. Please check it as soon as possible. Lu Kayaj lamented with a sense of disbelief. Does the system have ads now? When he saw the explosive title of Boss Lu's latest video, One Man Fights 3 Women Alone, and Boss Lu's comment, Your little brother worked hard to film this. Everyone remember to like and comment, thank you. Lu Kayaj felt perplexed. Isn't this what this venerable just did? It's gone viral so quickly? Many female players had left countless passionate comments. My husband is so awesome, that pretty girl was so ruthless, she cut a person into several pieces, and so on and so forth. At the end of the video, Ji Chongkong suddenly appeared, smiling with satisfaction. Lu Kayaj went to annihilate the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. I hear it's because of a long-standing grudge. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master also wants to kill Lu Kayaj. If you want to see Lu Kayaj's latest video, please follow me. Lu Kayaj frowned, remaining silent and serious. No one knew what he was thinking. At this moment, a thoughtful look appeared on Lu Kayaj's face. To think there are players who have joined a villainous faction like the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. The difficulty of the Tianquan realm is indeed too high. There are even cameras inside dungeons. At this time, Lu Xiao spoke, breaking the silence. Sect Master Lu, this is where the Pavilion Master is. If we go any further, the Pavilion Master will know that I brought someone here. Lu Kayaj smiled faintly again, just thinking silently. This is indeed a secret passage. She's afraid of being punished for betraying Tianji Sanren. From the looks of it, she believed Tianji Sanren had a greater chance of winning. Lu Kayaj seemed to smell danger and immediately turned to Lu Xiao, telling her to continue leading the way. Since this venerable is already here, Tianji Sanren has no chance of survival. As soon as he finished speaking, a look of worry and fear immediately appeared on Lu Xiao's face. Yes, she couldn't stop her mind from racing. Lu Kayaj clearly only has the strength of a grand cultivator. Why can he unleash power no less than the Pavilion Masters? She continued to lead the way for Lu Kayaj in fear, breaking out in a appalled sweat, her hands tightly gripping the treasure she held. He will definitely not let me go, and the Pavilion Master won't spare me easily either. It's a dead end either way, but this feeling is too tortuous. I might as well risk it all. As long as I strike his heart, even if he is Lu Kayaj, he will surely die. As soon as the thought formed, Lu Xiao desperately threw a fierce glare at Lu Kayaj while suddenly turning around to attack him. Die? Huo Ting was instantly alarmed, but Lu Kayaj easily controlled her and said calmly, It seems you still chose Tianji Sanren. Lu Xiao lost her sanity and screamed at Lu Kayaj. Killed my sisters, why should I help you? The worst that can happen is death. Lu Kayaj glanced seriously at Lu Xiao and said, Sisterly affection, or are you just trying to find a way to survive? Helping me means death. Not helping me also means death. In your eyes, killing me is easier than killing Tianji Sanren. Is that it? Lu Xiao looked at Lu Kayaj with eyes full of hatred. So what if it is? So what if it isn't? In the end, aren't the lives of us weaklings in the hands of the strong? Lu Kayaj's face immediately fell, and he frowned without hesitation. That's right, aren't the lives of those weaklings in your hands? Lu Kayaj continued. I have already investigated. The middle 4 tower masters of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion have committed countless murders on every continent. You are not as beautiful as you appear on the surface. The lives of the people in Rongwu Prefecture were taken by your wicked hands just because you wanted to have some fun. The lives of the people in Yanhe Village were torn apart just to test your Shao music. Am I right? Lu Shao was both shocked and terrified. We hid it so well, everyone thought it was the work of demon cultivators. How did you know? Lu Keaj answered frankly. I didn't know either. In my previous life, the Heavenly Secret Pavilion was annihilated because of the Great Calamity. They turned to help the exotic beasts that emerged from the Eye of Chaos slaughter cultivators. Finally enraging the Sword Venerable, who personally destroyed them with his thunderous wrath. At the same time as the Heavenly Secret Tower collapsed, many hidden secrets gradually came to light. I was a disciple of Spring Autumn Mountain at the time and only glanced at it, not caring much. Anyway, in the system's tradition back then, those lives were just numbers, but now they are no longer just numbers and programs. In this world they are living people. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Keaj said no more, just turned his head away under Lu Shao's furious glare. Let's go, Huo Ting. Amidst Lu Shao's anger and hatred, she shouted loudly, Lu Keaj, make it clear to me, how on earth did you know? Let me go. Lu Keaj's face was dark and he didn't look back. I've already said it, I am your retribution. The master and disciple pair from Mo Gate had arrived at their destination. Huo Ting asked naively, Master, do we need to knock? Lu Keaj said nothing, just kicked the door open, walked in and said loudly, What's there to knock about? Lu Keaj and his disciple entered with a great commotion, shouting as they walked, Tianji Sanren, this venerable has come for your dog's life, get your ass out here and die. The space was chillingly quiet. No one responded to Lu Keaj. He asked in confusion, Why is no one here? Did they get scared off by this venerable? Huo Ting remembered what Lu Shao had said. Master, that woman just now said this is a remote path to the upper tower. So it's possible no one is guarding it. Lu Keaj covered his mouth with his hand. If they won't come, then we'll climb up and get them. Let's go. The moment his master finished speaking, Huo Ting didn't dare to delay and quickly replied, Yes. As soon as they entered the Heavenly Secret Tower, a red light enveloped the surroundings. Huo Ting said as he walked, This Heavenly Secret Tower has existed for 1,000 years and holds countless scriptures and secrets. If we kill Tianji Sunren and completely destroy this place, it would be a real pity, Lu Keaj replied. Disciple, that will depend on whether the Heavenly Secret Pavilion has anyone who knows what's good for them. As he finished speaking, Lu Keaj and Huo Ting used their inner energy to fly upwards. Master, that's a barrier. We can't fly through here, Lu Keaj said calmly, just break it. With that, Lu Keaj simultaneously used his inner energy to break the barrier. Huo Ting was astonished. At that moment a strange voice suddenly sounded. Sect Master Lu, this barrier bears the power of the Heavenly Tao. Even a 6th or 7th realm expert would suffer a backlash for trying to break it. I advise you not to do so. After all, a light injury would be the best outcome, while a heavy one could mean instant death. Upon hearing this, Lu Keaj and his disciple turned sharply towards the source of the voice and shouted, Who is it? The person walked out and introduced herself. My name is Yu Bai, one of the 3 Tower Masters of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, in charge of all intelligence related to people for the past 1,000 years. Lu Keaj looked at her sharply. Do you wish to die for Tianji Senren as well? Suddenly a thought flashed through Lu Keaj's mind. Wait, Yu Bai, a strange name. Even after the Heavenly Secret Tower fell in his previous life, he had never heard this name. A very mysterious woman who, along with the other 2 Tower Masters, formed the 2nd strongest combat force in the Heavenly Secret Pavilion under Tianji Senren. And this woman was a 5th realm peak grand cultivator. On the verge of breaking through to the 6th realm at any moment, Yu Bai lowered her eyes, speaking charmingly and respectfully. We 3 sisters have been oppressed by Tianji Sanren for a long time. Naturally, we won't be as foolish as our other sisters. Tianji Sanren is unpredictable and moody, often beating and scolding us, even sealing our cultivation and letting us be toyed with by those filthy things. I have the intention to kill them, but no intention to help them. Lu Keaj was stunned. You are one of the 3 Tower Masters, a high-ranking member of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. How could Tianji Sanren commit such a despicable act? Another unfamiliar voice came from behind Lu Keaj. One of the 3 Tower Masters? It's just an empty title to deceive the subordinates. All 12 Tower Masters of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion are nothing more than Tianji Sanren's playthings. He never treated us sisters as human beings. When he's free, he treats us as toys. When he needs us, he sends us to our deaths. It's a pity the other sisters can't see it clearly, even thinking Tianji Sanren is sincere with them. How pathetic and laughable. Hearing the movement, Lu Keaj turned to look. And who are you? She spoke up without hesitation to introduce herself. My name is Yan Ji, also one of the 3 Tower Masters of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, responsible for all intelligence related to items for the past 1,000 years. After Yan Ji finished, Yu Bai spoke up. We have another sister. Let her come out to see you as well. In the corner, a girl who still looked very young replied shyly. I'm Hu Po. Lu Keaj turned his head and asked, Hu Po. After speaking, Hu Po walked out and looked at Lu Keaj. She was captivated by his beauty, completely lost in thought. His face is so beautiful. Hu Po immediately blushed shyly and covered her mouth. I'm sorry. Lu Keaj immediately showed a satisfied smile, proud of his own beauty, not shy at all. This venerable's appearance defies the heavens. You have no need to apologize for my looks. Hu Po's eyes widened and she smiled sweetly in reply. Yes, I am Hu Po, responsible for all intelligence related to items for the past 1,000 years in the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Also one of the 3 Tower Masters. After the 3 Tower Masters had all arrived, Lukeaj asked directly, since the 3 Tower Masters are all here, speak, what is your purpose in coming here? Yubai and Yanji exchanged a glance. Yubai, what should we say? Yanji, are you sure Lukeaj will win? If Lukeaj loses, the 3 of us will surely die. Before the 2 Tower Masters, Yubai and Yanji could make a decision. Hu Po naively answered under their surprised gazes, we want to help you. The 2 Tower Masters thought in a panic, why did this girl say it out loud? Lukeaj just replied with an, oh. Hu Po rubbed her hands nervously, but if Tianji Sanren finds out we will definitely die, so we want to know one thing, can you really defeat Tianji Sanren? Lukeaj held back a laugh. With this venerable here, he will surely die. Lukeaj smiled as he looked at the 3 Tower Masters, thinking, the 3 Tower Masters are surrendering. This might be the best opportunity for me to take the Heavenly Secret Pavilion for my own use. Yubai had no choice but to admit it. Since Hu Po had already said so much, there was no turning back. If she said a few more words, perhaps she could leave a good impression on Sect Master Lu. Alright, then the 3 of us can help Sect Master Lu break this barrier. Yanji also thought unexpectedly, elder sister Yubai and little sister Hu Po have already shown their sincerity, and I haven't done anything yet. Sect Master Lu will think I'm indecisive, that's right. If Sect Master Lu can really kill that old man, then the 3 of us will join Mo Gate in the future. As soon as she finished speaking, Lukeaj replied, that won't be necessary. The 3 Tower Masters were immediately alarmed. Does Sect Master Lu find us filthy? Lukeaj listened, smiled, looked at the 3 Tower Masters and said softly, I need you to help me continue managing the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. The 3 of you no longer need to be Tower Masters, be Pavilion Masters instead. The 3 Tower Masters were extremely surprised, as if they couldn't believe what they had heard. Really truly, Lukeaj replied. This venerable never lies. The 3 sisters were overjoyed. That's great, we will help Lord Sect Master break this barrier. Everyone looked together at the huge barrier and those fireballs. The 3 Tower Masters said, when Tianji Sanren designed this barrier he was very thorough, only the 3 of us working together can break this formation. Yubai continued. But it's indeed difficult for the 3 of us to be of one mind, so he named this barrier Seamless Heavenly Robe, Yanji said as she practiced the moves with her sisters. But he was too vicious, never treating us sisters as human beings. Now is the time to break this Seamless Heavenly Robe, Hu Po spoke up pleading. Lukeaj, please, you must win. After speaking, Yubai, Yanji, and Hu Po simultaneously used all their inner energy, hoping to defeat Tianji Sanren. After bearing the immense power of the 3 Tower Masters, the barrier immediately shattered, flying in all directions. But the 3 Tower Masters were severely injured. Seeing the barrier broken, Huo Ting happily said to Lukeaj, Master, the barrier is broken, we can continue forward. But Lukeaj was more concerned about the 3 Tower Masters and turned to look at them. Lukeaj also flew over to save the 3 of them first. The Tower Master sisters were in great pain, but they were still determined to win. Yubai, as long as Sect Master Lu can kill Tianji Sanren, it's worth being seriously injured, but I'm afraid we've just escaped the wolf's den only to enter the tiger's mouth. Yubai was covered in wounds, nearly exhausted, thinking, if Mo Gate's Lukeaj is the same as Tianji Sanren, then what will happen to us sisters? While free-falling in the air, Yubai suddenly felt a force supporting her, causing her to gasp in surprise. Not only herself but Yanji and Hu Po were also saved by Lukeaj. Lukeaj floated in the air using his hands to exert power and said, Since you have already submitted to my Mo Gate, I, Lukeaj, will not abandon you. Yubai and Yanji thanked Lukeaj one after another. Sect Master Lu, it seems we made the right choice. Hu Po, on the other hand, had tears in her eyes. At least he's much more handsome than that old man. The 3 sisters knelt down gratefully. Lukeaj turned to look at the 3 Tower Masters and said, For now, stay here and gather all the survivors of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. The Tower Masters replied in unison, yes. Sect Master, Lukeaj and Huo Ting ventured deeper into the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Lukeaj, Huo Ting, today Master will teach you another lesson. If you want to gain genuine sincerity, you must first be sincere with others. Huo Ting seemed to understand his master's words and replied, Yes. The camera turned to the Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master. Success, as long as you can be revived, everything I've done will be worth it. The Heavenly Secret Pavilion Master looked at an old man with a sinister smile. As long as you can be revived, Lukeaj is doomed. After speaking, he began to refine a dark power that emitted different shades of green and red light. The old man suddenly opened his eyes, and a green light shone. This seemed to excite the Pavilion Master greatly, and he burst into laughter. He's about to awaken. A ray of light spread out, opening a path to a pagoda that soared into the clouds. 3 figures were in the pagoda, flying towards the top together. Lukeaj and Huo Ting ran ahead, with Ningying following closely behind. As Ningying flew, she was lost in her own thoughts. If you want to gain genuine sincerity, you must first be sincere with others. My little Keaj, when did you start showing such leadership skills? She frowned, her eyes filled with deep thought. Perhaps in this great calamity, Keaj will truly change the entire situation of the Tianquan realm. A green light was right before them, heralding that misfortune was about to occur. The 2 flew very fast, their speed like lightning, Lukeaj anxiously reminded. "We're at the top of the tower, Huo Ting, be careful." Huo Ting immediately replied respectfully, "Yes." Liu Keaj then accelerated, the tip of his green sword rushing forward. He shouted, "Tianji Sanren, this venerable has come to take your dog's life." A loud bang was heard as he brandished his sword, and the top of the tower was immediately shattered, leaving a large hole. Liu Keaj and Huo Ting flew to the top of the tower, hovering in the air. A power swirled around them, signaling that a great battle was about to begin. The two stood on the top of the tower where there was a small hole he had broken. Surrounding them was a huge magic array with a small circle in front. Liu Keaj frowned with worry. What kind of magic array is this now? Huo Ting sensed something was amiss, and sweat beaded on his forehead and temples. He said to Liu Keaj in confusion, "Master, I sense the aura of soul jade." Liu Keaj turned to look at his disciple. Thinking, soul jade, a voice suddenly appeared, startling both of them. "Liu Keaj, you finally come." It was a long-haired old man holding a staff hidden in the darkness. Faced with the enemy, Liu Keaj was not afraid, but instead replied calmly, "What, are you going to say that everything is within your expectations again?" The old man emerged from the darkness, his face covered with hideous tattoos. "Haha, this is not my expectation but the will of the Heavenly Tao. Your coming here was all guided by the Heavenly Tao. In any case, the chess game I played on behalf of the Heavenly Tao is over." In a moment, the old man revealed a strange face and cleared his throat. "Just now I made the final move on behalf of the Heavenly Tao." Liu Keaj didn't want to say more. He swung his sword and a golden light enveloped him. "Cut the crap, his venerable doesn't like it." As soon as he finished speaking, his power was activated, and all his strength rushed towards the old man in an instant, creating a deafening roar. The old man was not to be outdone. He raised his staff to block the attack, and a green light entwined the staff and his entire body. "Now it's my turn to act, to kill that bastard who always thwarts me." A glint flashed in the old man's eyes, and a strange white light enveloped him. After gaining immense power, he laughed lewdly. "Do you see, this is the power of the Heavenly Tao." Liu Keaj did not yield. He used the attack of his verdant vine to resolutely counter the old man's immense power. "It's useless. When I have the power of the Heavenly Tao, the world I see is already the future. I know what your next move will be. You cannot defeat me." After speaking, the old man brandished his staff, and immediately, white magic arrays flew towards Liu Keaj. The old man said smugly, "Stop struggling, Liu Keaj." Liu Keaj's face remained incomparably cold. He shouted, "Enter immortal." Immediately a magic array appeared and flowers began to bloom. The old man's power charged like a hungry tiger towards where Liu Keaj stood. He extended his hand, his face as cold as ice, and continued to use the power he had cultivated. "Spirit slaying." The old man continued to belittle him. The old man proclaimed, "That is the power of the Heavenly Tao, not spiritual energy. Your sword can only absorb spiritual energy. I've already investigated this thoroughly. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated." Liu Keaj counterattacked with all his might, and an immense force shattered everything the old man had. The old man's face turned pale, sweat beaded on his forehead, and his face showed extreme shock. How could this be? Even Liu Keaj was surprised. How could this power of the Heavenly Tao be easier to absorb than spiritual energy? The system suddenly displayed a new message. 0.1 of the power of the Heavenly Tao has been absorbed. Liu Keaj was dumbfounded, completely unable to believe that absorbing this kind of thing could actually yield a hidden reward. Absorbing 100 would grant a hidden treasure. After getting the answer, Liu Keaj revealed a sinister smile. If his current power was like a fish in water, then his current mood was like a tiger returning to the mountains. Excellent, now this old man has a new way to die. Before he dies, I must squeeze him dry. Liu Keaj immediately rushed over at a flying speed, shouting, "Tianji Sanren, prepare to die." The old man still refused to admit defeat, and immediately raised his staff. A magic array appeared. "I don't believe your body can contain all of my Heavenly Tao power." The old man's magic rushed towards him in a terrifying manner. He did not yield, bravely confronting the magic. The system panel appeared again. 0.2 of the power of the Heavenly Tao has been absorbed. 0.3 of the power of the Heavenly Tao has been absorbed. And finally, 0.5 of the power of the Heavenly Tao has been absorbed. The more power the old man used, the more Liu Keaj absorbed. He could withstand the old man's Heavenly Tao power with just his bare hands. Liu Keaj said resolutely, "I haven't even used my full strength. How have you already fallen?" Tianji Sanren sat paralyzed on the ground, trembling. He now spoke in broken sentences. You, how is this possible?" Liu Keaj hovered in the air looking down at him. "Do you really have no more Heavenly Tao power in you? Get up quickly, let me continue absorbing." The old man was now exhausted, his body trembling non-stop. He gritted his teeth, unable to believe his eyes. "I have been wise for 1,000 years. How could I be defeated by an unknown nobody like you?" A dangerous glint flashed in the old man's eyes. He raised his staff and asked a cryptic question. "Isn't it about not being human anymore?" "Qinglu." Immediately a bug crawled out of the staff. This seemed to be the Qinglu he was referring to. The bug emitted a light, and this thing was probably very dangerous. In an instant, Qinglu crawled into the old man's mouth and he quickly swallowed the bug. The old man's face suddenly turned bright red. The veins on his forehead bulged. He gritted his teeth, and with hatred in his eyes, he declared war on him. "Liu Keaj, go to hell." Liu Keaj observed the old man from above. Tianji Sanren was slowly turning into a giant and bizarre monster. With an expression full of interest, he witnessed the transformation below. He was now concerned with what else he could absorb in this form. Was there a second state? He wondered if there was still any heavenly Tao power to absorb. Tianji Sanren had turned into a terrifying monster. He looked like a winged insect that had failed to evolve. In fact, this was the form he had taken after obtaining spiritual energy. You will be my first prey, Lukeaj was worried about his disciple. Huoting, stay far away, lest you get splattered by this bug slime later, it's disgusting. Huoting immediately obeyed upon hearing this. The old man was still madly using his spiritual energy. He said in a strange voice, "Then let's see who the real bug is." After speaking, he rushed towards Lukeaj. Lukeaj's figure was like lightning. He quickly retreated, dodging the sudden attack. Lukeaj was unshaken, holding his sword ready for battle. "You want to fight me barehanded? That suits me just fine." The two rushed towards each other at the same time, evenly matched, with no clear winner. Lukeaj brandished his legendary sword, launching a continuous series of attacks. The old man also dodged the moves and counterattacked with spiritual energy. People often say youth is like a cup of tea. Once you fight, your youth is gone. Huoting watched the battle from below, stunned. "Master is so amazing, my eyes can't even keep up with their speed." Lukeaj attacked and defended at the same time, not forgetting to remind Huoting, "Watch closely, this old fellow is a fraud. He once determined that you would bring disaster to the world. You must remember you are not some disaster." After speaking, he thrust his sword into the old man's chest. "You are my disciple, the disciple of the chosen one of the Tianquan realm, and also one of the heroes who will save this world from the great calamity in the future." Huoting's eyes welled up with tears, and he looked at Lukeaj with emotion, silently calling out "Master" in his heart. Tianji Sanren took a fatal blow from Lukeaj and fell backward, unwilling to accept this reality. "How is this possible? Why has your speed become so fast? I could clearly keep up with your speed at the beginning." Lukeaj struck the old man again with another move. "It's not that I've gotten faster, it's that you've gotten slower." The old man froze, looking at him in shock. During the enemy's moment of negligence, he once again brandished his sword with lightning speed. "Every time I swing my sword, more water enters your body. All the water in this world is under my control." The sword flew straight for the old man's chest. The old man came to his senses in time and flew backward, narrowly dodging the attack. This time the old man was still smug. "So what? Your sword can't break my defense, I can still kill you." A smile tugged at the corner of Lukeaj's mouth. "Is that so?" The two charged towards each other, and at the same time a strange light appeared in the air. A bright light flashed in Lukeaj's eyes, and he shouted, "Verdant Vine, final move." A loud bang suddenly exploded in the dark night sky, and a huge light followed, enveloping the old man. The old man was startled, turned his head to look at what was happening before him. Still a little dazed, a huge dragon suddenly descended from the sky. It bared its fangs and brandished its claws, pouncing towards the old man. That was Verdant Vine, or rather, its other name, End-Dragon. The End-Dragon swooped down. A huge impact sound was heard, emitting a strange black chi. The entire pagoda collapsed in an instant. The earth shook and the whole scene trembled, unable to withstand the immense force. Lukeaj proudly hovered in the air, observing everything. He opened his mouth and declared, "I have won." On the ground, the old man was a mangled mess, no longer human in form. He lay with his mouth open, waiting for death. Lukeaj still watched everything quietly, lost in thought. With the enhancement of his life sword and the already high critical hit rate of the Verdant Vine skill, coupled with the 500 damage increase of the final move, even if you were a 7th realm expert, this single sword strike would be enough to kill you. The system immediately displayed a new skill. Important character Tianji Sanren has been killed. This reward will accumulate until the next main quest reward is reached, at which point it will be additionally activated. He read the system panel and began to deduce. Killing Tianji Sanren actually increased the progress of the main quest by 10. So this old man was a big boss, but the players were too pathetic, unable to advance the plot for so long. The system panel continuously displayed many new rewards for this mission. Killed Tianji Sanren, obtained a precious reward, and experience points increased by 20 million. After reading the rewards, Lukeaj stroked his chin with satisfaction. So the rewards for killing these bosses could only be obtained after killing Tianji Sanren. It's a pity I gave one to Huoting, otherwise the rewards would be even greater. Suddenly a self-deprecating laugh was heard. It was Tianji Sanren laughing heartily. In his bug-like form with half his body severed, he was still smug despite being defeated by him. "Lukeaj, do you think you've won?" Lukeaj felt very impatient and asked, "Are you some kind of cockroach? Why aren't you dead yet?" Tianji Sanren was extremely disgusting. He smiled smugly, or rather laughed as if it were the last time in his life. As soon as the laughter stopped, he breathed his last and died. Witnessing this, Lukeaj frowned in confusion. Dead, he only said half of it before dying. Trying to play a word puzzle, keep talking, however, what answered him was dead silence. And Tianji Sanren had died with the secret he wanted to know. Sweat beaded on Lukeaj's forehead. He frowned deeply, lost in thought. Sword of the Nether King, the main quest progress is still nearly 70, and the main quest of the Qingzhou world isn't finished yet. I remember now, he stroked his chin, closing his eyes in thought. The final boss of the Qingzhou main storyline is... Before he could finish thinking, a loud noise was heard. Sect Master, save us! Both Huo Ting and Lu Keoj turned their heads in shock to look. It was Yu Bai's voice. They had encountered danger below. He immediately flew towards them. Tianji Sanren was the strongest in combat, and the Heavenly Secret Tower was already dead. Who else could threaten Yu Bai and the others? What else was Tianji Sanren hiding? Huo Ting landed safely with a nervous expression, shouting loudly, "Master!" Aunt Ning appeared from behind him, placing her hand on his shoulder. She warned, "The next battle will be dangerous for you, so you should stay here." Huo Ting abruptly turned to look at her. He was drenched in sweat. Even Senior Ning found this matter troublesome. A moment later he clasped his hands, bowed respectfully to Ning Ying and said, "Thank you for your concern, Senior Ning, but even if I get injured I must go help Master." Upon hearing this, Ning Ying, instead of getting angry that he had defied her wishes, said firmly, "You don't need to go, I will take action this time." Huo Ting's eyes widened, he thought. Senior Ning will take action. Lu Keoj stood high above, surveying everything. The lake's waters rippled, surrounded by magnificent mountains. He had his own suspicions. The spiritual energy fluctuations from the voice transmission came from that lake, and they were right by its shore. He seemed to see something and then frowned. It was a beautiful long-haired girl lying on the ground, her clothes tattered. Lu Keoj recognized her at a glance. It was Yu Bai. He hurriedly flew down and helped Yu Bai up. She was in a very sorry state. Blood flowed from her mouth and her body was covered in wounds. He asked Yu Bai worriedly, "What happened?" Seeing him, all of Yu Bai's fear instantly vanished. She sobbed and said to him, "Sect Master, you're finally here. After you left, we were going to gather the escaped disciples of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, but..." Yu Bai tried hard to recall the situation at that time. She said, "We suddenly felt a dense ghostly chi and deathly aura emanating from this lake, so we came to investigate, but a dark shadow suddenly attacked me." Something had attacked Yu Bai, causing her to fall to the ground in terror. The black shadow flashed past, gone in an instant. Lu Keoj supported the weak Yu Bai in his arms as she struggled to grasp his hand. She pleaded, "Hupo and Yanji are fighting that black shadow right now. Sect Master, please hurry and save them." Suddenly the heavens and earth shook violently. The lake's water churned, and a surprisingly fierce tremor sent countless splashes into the air, forming a huge explosion. Lu Keoj put Yu Bai down and stood up. His eyes and tone were extremely decisive. "I'm going over now." He left first, and hope rose in Yu Bai's heart. Lu Keoj, holding his weapon, gradually disappeared from sight. It could be said that this black shadow's power was extremely terrifying. He felt very uncertain now. What black shadow could defeat one of the upper three Tower Masters in a single move? The upper three Tower Masters were grand cultivators nearing the 6th realm. Yu Bai seemed to remember something. She called out to Lu Keoj and asked, "By the way, Sect Master, what about Tianji Sanren?" He didn't look back at her and answered directly, "He has been slain by this venerable." After speaking, he flew away without hesitation, giving her no time to respond. Yu Bai was stunned by his answer for a long time. "You finally got what you deserved." Then Yu Bai covered her face and wept bitterly. On her pale and haggard face, a part of her sorrow had finally been lifted. Lu Keoj flew towards the lake, getting closer and closer to where the explosion had occurred. As he flew, he pondered, his face revealing extreme tension. He could sense their spiritual energy with his divine sense. The opponent of Hupo and Yanji was actually a 7th realm mighty figure. Suddenly a vortex attacked from beneath his feet. He flew up to dodge it, and at the same time a huge voice sounded, "All of you, get lost." Lu Keoj finally arrived. He stood opposite, observing the black shadow's every move. It was a muscular, burly man. That tall figure was choking Hupo, lifting her up mercilessly. She tried to struggle with all her might, unwilling to submit to him. But facing this immense power, perhaps even one more or 10 more, Hupos couldn't resist. Lu Keoj witnessed all this, feeling that this person was very familiar. It was the uniform of the Sword Sect, and the uniform of the Sect Master at that. He asked himself, who is this person? Ning Jianchen turned around and looked at him in confusion. A sword cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, he angrily threw Hupo 7 jong away, throwing her at such a terrifying speed. If she wasn't smashed to pieces, she would be turned to ash at best. Hupo was covered in wounds, flying through the air at the speed of light due to that incomparably powerful throw. She shouted, "Sect Master, dodge quickly!" Lu Keoj snorted. "It seems you dare to look down on me, the Sect Master." He used all his spiritual energy and a green light enveloped him. With one hand and 2 fingers he directed that power towards the slowly falling Hupo. Suddenly a surge of lake water rose, completely enveloping her. The water flow turned into hands embracing Hupo. She now lay safely on the calm water surface. Lu Keoj sighed in relief upon seeing this. Perhaps his power was too great, so much so that he had truly used his all. "This power is too great." His eyes shone with a golden light. Lu Keoj silently recited, "System, check who he is." The system panel began to display the player's information. It was Ning Jianchen, current level 72. He was the previous Sword Sect Master. Lu Keoj was stunned. His surname was Ning and he was the previous Sword Sect Master. Could it be such a coincidence? Aunt Ning suddenly flew over, her face filled with extreme panic. She cried out the word, "Father." These 2 words made Lu Keoj turn in surprise to look at her. Was this old man Aunt Ning's father? Ning Ying was slightly stunned by Ning Jianchen's appearance. She asked in confusion, "Dad, why are you here? Haven't you been dead for over 30 years?" Ning Jianshan's eyes suddenly lit up, his face filled with extreme anger. At the same time, Lu Keaj was still lost in his own thoughts. He tried to piece everything together with what Tianji Sunren had revealed before his death. The old man had said, "The sword of the Nether King has indeed awakened. I am dead, but you won't live either." Lu Keaj thought to himself, Ning Jianshan is indeed Aunt Ning's father, and he has been dead for decades. It seems the sword of the Nether King that Tianji Sunren summoned is him. It's a pity that when I was cultivating at Spring Autumn Mountain in my previous life, I didn't carefully find out who a superboss like the Sword of the Nether King was. Among the countless sword cultivators, there was an extremely powerful fire attribute sword cultivator. That terrifying level 83 boss was actually Aunt Ning's father. Fortunately, he hasn't fully recovered yet and has not regained his peak strength. I can still deal with him for now. Ning Jianshan gradually regained consciousness and only then recognized who the person before him was. Ning Jianshan said in astonishment, "Oh daughter." Suddenly, something eroded his brain and his eyes flashed with white and red light. Ning Jianshan held his head and shouted, completely losing control. Aunt Ning could only stand there, not daring to get close. She exclaimed in shock, "Dad!" She was about to run over to her father, but Lu Keaj stopped her first. He warned her, "Aunt Ning, don't go over. He is no longer your father." Ning Ying was still emotional. She turned to look at him and asked in confusion, "I know, but how could he come back to life?" Lu Keaj immediately understood everything. Did Aunt Ning still remember what happened to Chen Shao? At the mention of Chen Shao, she was immediately startled. Of course she knew who that name belonged to. Lu Keaj told Ning Ying about that incident. Chen Shao had also died long ago, but that time he also came back to life. It was the power of Soul Jade, the deathly and ghostly chi of the Nether King that awakened them. Ning Ying immediately understood that the dead could be resurrected through a certain power. She looked up at her father and said in a low voice, "It's Soul Jade. So he has also become someone else's killing tool." As the two spoke, Ning Jianshan continued to go berserk. His eyes flickered with a strange red light. He held his head and cried out in pain, then shouted angrily, "My head hurts so much," he continued to shout. "My head hurts so much." Just then a green and red light entwined around him. This strange light carried a terrifying power. Those lights tightly wrapped around Ning Jianshan. He couldn't bear it and roared like a tormented beast. He screamed. He vented, looking extremely pained. Ning Ying worriedly looked at her father, who was about to lose his humanity and consciousness. She shouted at him, as if placing a sliver of hope that she could make him return to his senses. "Dad, do you really not recognize your daughter? Dad, wake up. Don't commit any more sins." He swung his sword and the ground began to shake violently. The light turned blood red, the color of fresh blood and flames. He didn't say much, just a single word. "Kill!" A terrifying power emanated, flying towards where he stood, the red light extremely dazzling. Ning Jianshan had gone berserk. He shouted "Kill!" repeatedly as he rampaged. Ning Ying stood there in a panic. Seeing this, Lu Keaj immediately shielded her behind him and confronted him with his own spiritual energy. Faced with this immense power, even a strong man like him, the sect master, frowned and broke into a sweat. The two rays of light crashed directly into each other. Lu Keaj immediately cleared his throat and said to Ning Ying, "Aunt Ning, you go first. Leave this to me." She hesitated, but a huge and strange figure appeared in the sky. Smoke and red light flickered continuously in the gray sky. Sky was dark and the two below were shocked by this terrifying magic. Suddenly a metallic clang was heard, and his huge sword blocked Lu Keaj's sword. At this moment Lu Keaj was completely on the defensive. His face was grim, and he gritted his teeth in anger. "So heavy, is this the power of the seventh realm?" At this moment Ning Ying shouted, "I hope he can truly recognize his own daughter. Father, wake up, it's Yinger." Not only did he not wake up, but his attack speed became faster and faster. Lu Keaj glanced at her and thought, "This is not good, his speed is too fast." Then he shouted, "Aunt Ning, get out of the way." Suddenly, blood splattered. His huge sword pierced Ning Ying's body. He had actually wounded his own daughter. Blood gushed from her mouth. Her vision began to blur and her face turned pale. She said weakly, "Sure enough, you're still the same as before." Lu Keaj stood behind him, ready to attack at any moment. He shouted, "You old bastard, that's your daughter." He immediately repeated, "Ah, daughter." After speaking, he abruptly turned around, drew his sword and charged straight at Lu Keaj. Ning Ying also collapsed from exhaustion. He lost his balance and flew backward. It took a great deal of effort for Lu Keaj to stabilize himself. This force is too great. Suddenly, Ning Jianshan had appeared behind him at some point. He swung his sword with a gloomy expression, preparing to attack. In an instant, Lu Keaj sensed something was wrong. The speed was too fast. This is bad. The sword shot straight towards Lu Keaj. He guessed that this person's strength far surpassed Heng Yin's when his realm was suppressed, and he also had killing intent. His movements faster and more decisive. A spark flew from somewhere, scattering in all directions. Just as Lu Keaj raised his sword to block, another sword appeared before him, completely blocking Ning Jianshan's attack. Aunt Ning used her remaining strength to block Ning Jianshan's sword with her own. This time she saved his life. He silently called out Aunt Ning in his heart. She stood before him, protecting him, and said firmly, "Keaj, I'm sorry, I lost my composure just now, but even if he is my father, he cannot harm you in front of me." Ning Jianshan swung his sword, preparing to deliver a fatal blow. Before that, he said mockingly, "Boring." Aunt Ning had already assumed a defensive stance. Her father was at the 8th realm before he died. Although he only had the strength of the 7th realm now, his sword was heavy. Could I really defeat my father? Her thoughts returned to the past, to her father who had once stood at the pinnacle of the sword sect. The image of her respected and dignified father appeared in her mind. the only divine sword who could be compared to the successive sword venerables. Suddenly, Ning Jianchen swung his sword at her, but luckily another sword blocked it in time. In that instant, Ning Ying's life was completely saved. Lu Keaj trembled before his sword tip. The power of the former head of the sword sect was indeed formidable. Even someone as strong as him could not resist it. Lu Keaj reminded her, "Aunt Ning, don't get distracted. Even if he really is your father at this moment, we should let him rest in peace." Her gaze also became more resolute. That's right, he must be allowed to rest in peace. If he knew that he had become a killer's tool for an evil person after his death, he would not be able to rest in peace in the underworld. Suddenly he let out a loud shout and a huge force radiated out, pushing the two of them back. Ning Jianchen used the power of the seventh realm to continue attacking them both. At the same time, Ning Ying stood by and instructed him, "Keaj, there's something I need your help with." "What is it?" Ning Jianchen retreated, observing the two of them. That murderous face was no longer her father's. Ning Ying said coldly, "Letting my father rest in peace, please let me do it myself. This is my family's matter." Lu Keaj hesitated, but swallowed the words he was about to say. He thought to himself, "But this is the sword of the Nether King. If I defeat him, I'll get a lot of rewards, and although his realm is unstable, he's much stronger than Aunt Ning. Aunt Ning will be in great danger." Ning Ying looked at him gently and smiled. "I know you're worried about me, but please trust me this one time." He immediately stated his condition. "If Aunt Ning's life is in danger, I will definitely intervene." The corner of her mouth lifted slightly as she smiled and accepted his condition. "All right, thank you, Keaj." Just then a loud bang echoed and a red light appeared over the lake, stirring up tumultuous waves. Aunt Ning charged forward, her sword tip pointed at him. Lu Keaj watched from the side, unable to help but worry. He thought that before Aunt Ning was in mortal danger, he had to restrain himself from intervening no matter what. He turned to look at Yan Ji and Hu Po, who were lying on the surface of the lake on the verge of death. While Aunt Ning and he were fighting, he would first go and save the two of them. At this moment, Aunt Ning was doing her best to withstand his powerful attacks, her voice tinged with exhaustion. "Father's sword chi is still as strong as it used to be. Its aura domineering and unparalleled. I truly miss it. But I'm no longer that little girl who only knows how to cry. This is the strongest magic tool I've ever forged. Dad, I will prove to you that a woman can surpass a man." The sound of metal clashing rang out as he split the cyan jade gem in two with his sword. Then a cyan light flickered across the entire lake. Aunt Ning spun her sword amidst those beautiful lights. He suddenly spoke with confusion. "Attacking from so far away, will it have any effect?" Aunt Ning wasn't angered by his taunt. She showed a happy smile and said to her father, "Dad, after so many years I've become the sword sect's strongest artifact forger. My fighting style is different from that of an ordinary sword cultivator." He was momentarily dazed, not understanding what had happened. Suddenly, the two cyan jade gems he had just split stuck to his shoulders. It emitted a beautiful light. He immediately recognized it and said loudly, "Not a bad magic tool." The sword pointed straight ahead and a golden halo enveloped her entire body. Peerless myriad blades. The moment she finished speaking, a peerless light shone in the sky, and all its power completely controlled him. Ning Jianchen used his own weapon to block the peerless myriad blades rushing towards him. Dozens of cyan lights enveloped him, forming a huge halo that illuminated the entire lake. Ning Jianchen was completely trapped in that huge halo. And Ning was not in a hurry to be triumphant. She frowned, observing every move of the battle, thinking to herself, "He's suppressed. Next I just need to completely crush him." She brandished her sword, preparing to strike, and finally said softly, "Farewell, father." Aunt Ning attacked with her final forged artifact, peerless myriad blades. Then a golden stream of spiritual energy rose from the water's surface, tightly clamping the halos surrounding him. How could Ning Jianchen let himself die so easily? He used a seventh realm technique, attempting to shatter her spiritual energy at this moment. Lu Keaj had already saved Hu Bo and Yan Ji. When he returned, he witnessed everything and couldn't help but feel admiration for her. He never expected Aunt Ning to be so powerful. She was truly worthy of being the sword sect's strongest artifact forging master. His face was filled with both surprise and admiration. The power of the seventh realm completely shattered her spiritual energy. He seized the opportunity to continue breaking all the forces that trapped him. He rose from the halo of spiritual energy, his eyes extremely fierce. He said smugly, "This kind of attack is useless against me." Lu Keaj immediately sensed that something was wrong. He rushed towards her, shouting, "Aunt Ning, be careful." At the same time, the power of the seventh realm emitted a huge ray of light shooting straight towards her. Lu Keaj rushed over quickly, but it seemed to be too late. The sword chi formed a halo, tearing the sky apart. The lake water churned and splashed from the shock, filling the air. Ning Jianchen had broken Aunt Ning's spiritual energy. He was drenched in sweat, his expression extremely tense. The sword chi of this strike was condensed to the extreme. If Aunt Ning was hit, she would be severely injured if not killed. Aunt Ning suddenly blocked in front of him, shouting, "Don't come over." Keaj. He was momentarily confused, not knowing what to do, and quickly called out in puzzlement, "Aunt Ning." Her magic tool suddenly shone and countless flowers appeared behind her, forming a masterpiece. A patch of red and blue light appeared in the sky. It was the blue of the magic tool and the red of the sword art. He observed the battle, his face filled with surprise. "Is this also Aunt Ning's magic tool? It's so powerful, so large, and it's a water attribute. In that case, isn't it an emperor-grade magic tool?" She silently explained, "This is Snow Moon, my second emperor-grade magic tool. Like Peerless, it is controlled by my natal sword. Peerless excels at offense while Snow Moon excels at defense. They are both my strongest magic tools. She unleashed a magic tool at speed like a flash of lightning. This was Peerless Snow Moon. Ning Jianshan was once again trapped in her Emperor-grade magic tool. He was in a dilemma, unable to advance or retreat. The magic tool grazed his face, cutting the skin, and blood flowed freely. He panted heavily, his brows furrowed in the face of this difficult situation. He decided to no longer attack head-on and immediately dived into the water. No matter where he dived, Peerless Snow Moon pursued him. She shouted, her voice full of challenge and decisiveness. Hiding underwater is useless. Her magic tool grew larger and larger, extending up into the air. The arrows of Peerless pierced the water's surface, searching for the person in hiding. Ning Jianshan dived into the vast lake, luckily dodging her fierce attack. A seventh realm sword art emanated from his body, and a red light enveloped him. He had recovered, and he could use this move. After recovering, he used his ultimate move, Domain Fire God. An orange-red light rose from the water's surface and he soared into the air with it. A loud bang was heard. The light from the water's surface shot straight into the sky. The water evaporated violently due to the high temperature, and flames instantly surged from all directions. That flame was reflected in Aunt Ning's surprised eyes. This is... Ning Jianshan walked coldly out of the flames. His face was filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to devour every prey alive and trample them cruelly. He stood imposingly on the flames. This is the true power of the Domain Fire God. Aunt Ning stood below, deeply shocked. This was exactly her father's sword domain, Fire God. Ning Jianshan swung his sword tip from above and the Fire God rushed towards her. Aunt Ning used Peerless Snow Moon to block his moves on the vast lake, red and blue intertwined, evenly matched. However, the advantage was still on his side, as the Domain Fire God was difficult to defeat. She gritted her teeth, angrily trying to analyze the situation before her. Father's sword domain is special. It can resonate with his fire origin spirit, allowing it to expand outward indefinitely and amplify his sword moves. The entire lake was enveloped by the Fire God and the surroundings were filled with smoke, a tragic scene. Aunt Ning's expression changed drastically. She thought if she ignored it, her father's sword domain would eventually destroy everything around. Lu Keaj witnessed the entire process from behind. He also had his own thoughts. Could this be Aunt Ning's father's sword domain? It seems to be a special kind of sword domain, one that can align with the world's origin spirit. Ning Jianshan continued to use his moves, slashing all his firepower towards his opponent. The Fire God continuously attacked Aunt Ning's absolute defense. If the battle dragged on, Peerless Snow Moon would probably not be able to withstand it. Aunt Ning tried her best to block his attacks. In this defensive posture, she couldn't simultaneously control the flying flowers to attack. It had come to this, she had to activate her own sword domain. She struggled to resist his continuous attacks, but her own sword had to be enveloped within it to be effective at this distance. She couldn't touch him. She flew into the air, approaching Ning Jianshan, left with no choice but to fight him desperately. The closer she got, the more intense the heat wave became. Aunt Ning charged towards her father without flinching. When he saw Ning Ying approaching, he said excitedly, "Are you seeking death?" After speaking, his entire body burst into raging flames, and the center of his brow suddenly glowed. Aunt Ning flew desperately closer. This distance was just right. Then she pointed her sword tip forward and shouted, "Domain Black Sky," at the same time. A pitch-black black hole suddenly appeared in the sky, dispelling the flames that had been engulfing them. That hole grew larger and larger, gradually expanding into a huge void. Lu Keaj looked up at the sky, frowning in thought. That was Aunt Ning's sword. This was the first time he had seen it. He suddenly flew into the air, approaching that pitch-black sword domain. Although she told him not to intervene, it should be fine to get closer and observe Aunt Ning's sword domain. Ning Jianshan was currently dumbfounded, not understanding what had happened. He asked, "What kind of sword domain is this?" The surroundings suddenly became pitch black. Not even a glimmer of light could penetrate. The dazzling red flames from before were gone. He thought to himself, "My flames are disappearing, I can't see, and my divine sense is useless." Aunt Ning approached him, the wound from his stab still on her shoulder. "Father, before you passed away, you never knew what my sword domain was. Now I finally have the chance to show you. Even if I lose, I will lose with honor." He looked majestic, his posture tall and straight. The surroundings were pitch black. He couldn't see anything, so he spoke. "There are sounds from all directions. Where are you?" Aunt Ning replied, "You have stepped into my devouring heaven. All sword domains, heaven and earth, origin spirits, sight and divine sense are sealed. Hearing is in chaos. The sealing effect of this sword domain is very strong, but the price is that even I will be sealed." She drew her sword, Peerless surrounding them. The father and daughter could only duel with swordsmanship and magic tools. Aunt Ning raised her sword, poised for battle at any moment. "This is a sword domain that is absolutely advantageous to me." Ning Ying swung her sword in pursuit of her father. "Before I lost my sight, he should have been there." After speaking, she swept all the space she passed through with Peerless Snow Moon to avoid missing anything. Ning Jianshan might be hiding somewhere in the sword domain. Even with this, he could still easily dodge those slashes. Having already lost his sight, this sword domain was so strange he had to escape its range first. Ning Ying seemed to have guessed his intention. No attack sound came from Peerless. "He wants to escape my sword domain." She immediately used another move to lure him, calling out into the darkness of the sword domain, "Want to escape this sword domain? Until you kill me, your sight will never recover." Hearing this, he suddenly turned towards the direction the voice came from. "What did you say?" At the same time, Aunt Ning used the sound he made to continuously slash at him with Peerless, giving him no time to react, and he was hit by several of her moves. She held the shining jade high, unable to help but marvel at the power of the second-grade magic tool she had personally forged. My black sky is actually a sealing curse. The target cursed by me will bear the same curse as I do. She rushed towards him, and countless cyan lights gradually appeared before her eyes. This power was indeed very strong, truly ridiculous. Dad, this is the first time I've felt the same way as you, isn't it? Ning Jianchen blocked her attacks with his own sword. When trapped in her dark sword domain, he couldn't fully control his own power. He spoke disparagingly. How boring. He swung his sword in the air, the metal object rubbing against the air making a piercing sound. Your magic tool can't kill me, but I can kill you. As long as my sword chi hits you once, you're dead. The moment he finished speaking, the two techniques collided, emitting a dazzling light that was extremely piercing. The two were evenly matched, with no clear winner. Ning Ying blocked the sword art's attack. You can't kill me. Dad, you once said that I could win too. Memories took her back to her childhood. When she was a child, she fell to the ground after being bullied. Her sword also fell with her. She wasn't strong enough. Every time she was bullied, she would only cry and complain. Senior brother G is bullying me, bullying me. Senior brother G didn't comfort her, but instead mocked her. It's clearly because you're too weak. The more she spoke, the more she cried, only crouching on the ground and shedding tears. Back then, she was just a child who only knew how to cry. Then Ning Jianchen, her father, came, his voice gentle as he comforted her. Yinger, don't just cry, you can win too, you can't embarrass me. He picked up the sword she had dropped on the ground, giving her the motivation to work hard. Then he said seriously, which was both a father's teaching to his daughter and a warning. Remember, you are my daughter, Ning Jianchen's. The flood of memories suddenly disappeared, returning to reality. Ning Ying, with that determined gaze, countered his counterattack. Dad, this time I will definitely win. Just then, countless rays of Peerless's light turned into thin threads, tightly winding around him. She used all the magic tools she had cultivated, just waiting for this day to come. Her heart was also heavy at this moment. Facing someone resurrected by a soul jade, as long as the soul jade was taken, that person would die. Yes, the light of Peerless continued to operate, never stopping, never yielding. But the prerequisite was that her father's soul jade had to fall off on its own first, and she would not be killed by her father's sword chi. Her magic tool touched his abdomen and chest, emitting an extremely strange sound. Ning Ying was suddenly startled and froze. Was that sound the soul jade? Suddenly the fiery flames of sword chi shone, shooting towards her while she was distracted. Her whole body was covered in wounds and blood gushed from her mouth. She painfully lost her balance and fell to the ground. Blood kept gushing out, spitting non-stop. Her clothes began to tatter. She felt a bit blurry and thought, how is this possible? Didn't I already hit the soul jade? Ning Ying slowly fell into the abyss, her eyes reflecting the image of her father standing in a sea of fire. His gaze was cold as he looked at her. Suddenly a large hole appeared in his abdomen, filled with many strange round jade stones. So many soul jades. Ning Ying was on the verge of death, and despite her severe injuries she still struggled to piece everything together. Sword Sect senior brother. It turned out that a person resurrected by soul jades might have more than just one. Heaven and earth were turned upside down and her black sky abyss domain gradually disappeared. Ning Jianchen prepared to swing his sword, using all his magic tools to tear her to pieces. Ning Jianchen swung his sword, a green light flashing in his eyes as he coldly announced, farewell, my useless daughter. His domain fire god turned and charged straight for Ning Ying. She no longer had the strength to resist this immense power. The sword in her hand fell to the ground and she went with it. She slowly fell onto the surface of the lake. The water rippled as if reflecting her mood. Tears welled in her eyes, a mix of surprise and happiness. Father truly still remembered his daughter. Ning Ying closed her eyes, accepting her fate. She relaxed her arms and slowly fell from the sky. At this moment she had no will to fight, because her father was indeed ashamed of her. The scene rewound to the past. Ning Jianchen pushed Ning Ying, causing her to fall to the ground. His subordinate, seeing he had lost his senses, stepped forward to stop him. At that moment his resentment soared to the heavens, and he cursed, you're 27, yet you've only reached the second realm. Are you worthy of being my Ning Jianchen's daughter? His eyes widened in fury as if his eyeballs were about to pop out from anger. He shouted at her, get lost, your mother died to give birth to you, yet you're a good-for-nothing. Are you worthy of her death? As a child, Ning Ying only knew how to cover her face and endure the slaps, crying and lamenting, that's right, my father never really liked me. Ning Jianchen stood up, intending to slap her again. Fortunately, his subordinate stepped forward to stop him. Guards, banish her from the sword sect, she thought to herself. Back then, she had brought shame to her father. She couldn't become the strongest sword cultivator. She had no interest in the way of the sword. She only liked artifact forging. The image of the past reappeared. Ning Ying fell before him, covering her face, looking utterly humiliated. The sword cultivators of the sword sect knelt in unison, respectfully saying, Sect Master, please give junior sister Ning a chance. Sect Master, please reconsider. Ning Jianchen immediately drew his sword and said decisively, if you all wish to oppose me, then I will personally kill this daughter who has brought shame upon Ning Jianchen. He stood up and berated loudly. If she were a boy, how could she be like this? He had never truly loved her. He favored sons over daughters, always hoping she could satisfy him just once. But if she failed to meet his expectations, he would easily cast her aside. From the very beginning, he had never treated her as a daughter. She recalled the past and now finally understood everything. He hated that she was a woman. The scene shifted back to that year. After the failed negotiation, he immediately stood up. She still remembered that huge figure swinging a sword appearing before her. He realized he had been avoiding it all along. Back in the present, she closed her eyes and resigned to her fate. Last time he didn't kill me, this time he finally succeeded. His face suddenly darkened, filled with bloodlust. With such a defeated look, you're not worthy of the Ning surname. As soon as he finished speaking, he cast a divine art at her, producing a deafening roar. Fortunately, Lukeaj arrived in time and protected her with magic. He stood in front of her and asked with confusion, "Aunt Ning, I feel like something is off about your father." Lukeaj's spiritual energy enveloped her body. She looked at him and said faintly, "I'd also like to know. My spiritual energy has been draining from the very beginning." Upon hearing this, Lukeaj's lips immediately curled into a smile as he replied, "That's because once my Enter Immortal is activated, it will recklessly absorb the spiritual energy of all things." As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately shouted, "Enter Immortal Spirit Steel." In an instant, a transparent and crimson heat appeared in the sky. Ning Jianshan assumed a defensive stance, feeling that something was wrong. He quickly said with confusion, "This domain is too strange." As soon as he finished speaking, he and his magic sword charged towards his domain, saying smugly, "But it's just a petty trick." The magic sword and his spiritual energy collided and the lake's water churned ceaselessly. He stood on high, looking down at him with contempt, trying to save her. "Then you'll both have to die. Stop doing these stupid meaningless things." Smoke swirled around Lukeaj. He felt no fear, nor did he want to give up. This battle was extremely fierce. He had to kill him and get the reward. Ning Ying was covered in wounds and blood. She clutched his hand in terror and said anxiously, "Kaj, run quickly. He's not someone the two of us can handle. It's best to go back to the Sword Sect and ask for help from the 4 divine swords." Seeing her worry, Lukeaj chuckled and comforted her. "Aunt Ning, besides Spirit Steel and Spirit Slaying, my domain has another special feature. I have a 50% chance of defeating him. I'm very confident." Upon hearing this, she became even more afraid. She was full of doubt about Lukeaj's confidence. With only a 50% chance, he still dared to charge into battle. She said worriedly, "50%, Kaj, don't be so reckless." Lukeaj didn't respond immediately, but looked forward with a determined gaze. He shouted Huo Ting's name loudly. Only then did Ning Ying suddenly remember Huo Ting. "I told that boy to wait." Immediately after, a respectful voice sounded, "Master, this disciple is here." Huo Ting appeared behind the two of them. Aunt Ning turned to look. "When did he get here? I didn't even notice." Lukeaj instructed, "Take Ancestral Master Ning to a safe place." Huo Ting immediately replied, "Yes." He then helped the injured Aunt Ning up. She clutched her chest and coughed, saying weakly, "Kaj, don't push yourself." Seeing her worry, he smiled with a mix of jest and seriousness. "Don't worry, Aunt Ning, with me here. 50% is 100%. Huo Ting and she were instantly stunned. 50% equals 100%. Lukeaj observed Ning Jianshan and then said arrogantly, "You have some morals after all. Since you didn't launch a sneak attack, this venerable will grant you a fierce battle." Ning Jianshan stood high up, a magic sword by his side, the lake below still calm, foretelling that a weird battle was about to erupt. A savage glint shone in his eyes, his face ghastly. "You will all die, it's just a matter of sooner or later." Faced with the enemy's provocation, he did not back down, calmly replying, "Not necessarily, but I'm curious. Over tens of thousands of years, dozens of Sword Sect masters have fallen. Why did Tianji Sunren choose to resurrect you of all people?" Lukeaj pointed his sword straight at him. The powers of Spirit Slaying and Verdant Vine were activated simultaneously. Beneath his feet was a beautiful lotus platform, and behind him was a massive giant ready to devour the enemy at any moment. Ning Jianshan wouldn't shed a tear until he saw his coffin. Go ask him in the netherworld. A moment later, he transformed into a giant figure, surrounded by vicious magic swords. The speed was too fast and the power of the 7th realm was too terrifying. In an instant, the distance between the two shortened, and Lukeaj pointed his sword at him. Preparing to meet the attack, he did not flinch, closing in on him. Ning Jianshan sensed a strange power on him. "The life-slaying domain, how could the Ancestral Master's domain appear on an outsider like you? You deserve 10,000 deaths." Lukeaj blocked his attack, the corner of his mouth curling into an arrogant smile. "Then come and try." He secretly summoned the power within him, the life sword carving out a dynasty. The system displayed the power's information. The two battled at an astonishing speed on the lake's surface, the water shaking violently and splashing everywhere. The two were evenly matched. Note: when Kaj fights directly, the Fire God's arm will disappear, becoming the Fire God's large-scale attack. At the same time, the player Qian Buko appeared from somewhere, stood under a tree and took out a phone from the system. His tone was one of extreme astonishment. "Oh my god, I can't see their movements at all, brothers. Remember to slow down the live stream by several dozen times. Maybe you'll be able to see something." The system showed that the number of viewers exceeded 100,000 and the comments were all praise for him, such as, "Holy crap, I can't see anything at all, but even so, I think it's so cool. As expected of my husband. Who's fighting my husband with a sword? How bold. If you hurt my husband, I'll deal with you. So awesome. This is the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Such a trashy sect actually has players joining." In the real world, a group of people gathered in a restaurant, their eyes glued to the screen. They were discussing the battle animatedly. Someone laughed happily and praised, "Holy crap, Lukeaj is up to something new again." In a hotel, two couples were about to get intimate but stopped. The man stared at his phone dumbfounded. So awesome, he can even do this. The woman was confused, her tone weak and suggestive. What? Can you make it last a little longer? In another place, the streamer named Hong Jia was holding her phone and watching, exclaiming in amazement. The number of viewers kept increasing. I'm licking the screen. I licked it twice, brothers. The streamer Hong Jia was both surprised and delighted. Sect Master Lu really went to annihilate the Heavenly Secret Pavilion. Back to the battlefield. Lu Keaj and Ning Jianchen fought to a standstill, still no clear winner. They both took a step back, panting heavily. He wiped the sweat from his face, the corner of his mouth curling into a smug smile. It seems the previous sect master of the sword sect is nothing special. His body was now covered in disgusting wounds. Unfortunately, this venerable is no longer a living person. Your swordsmanship is very powerful, and verdant vine is also something from my sword sect. Who are you? After speaking, Ning Jianchen angrily pointed his sword tip at him. Carrying the sword of the sword sect's ancestral master and using my sword sect's secret sword moves, whose disciple are you? Ji Changkong's? Lu Keaj couldn't help but purse his lips. Senior Ji is indeed very powerful, but he is my sister's master. My master's name, listen carefully. I will only say it once. He then looked straight at him and said word by word. My master is Lu Qingfeng, my father. Memories of the past flooded his mind. His father was an upright and gentle man, equally talented and dignified. He once said to him, Keaj, you must remember, the reason we sword cultivators wield the sword is to quell the injustices of the world, to protect the weak of the world. Keaj's mouth curled into a smile. He is the best master in the world. Ning Jianchen was dismissive, holding his sword horizontally before him. I've never heard of this nobody. His magic sword shot towards Lu Keaj, and as fast as lightning he severed the magic sword, completely cutting off his attack. He was greatly astonished, stunned for a long time, then asked, have you gotten stronger? He denied Ning Jianchen's words, saying, no, my Enter Immortal has succeeded. Then a giant Lu Keaj appeared behind him, his face dignified and his aura imposing. This is the Enter Immortal domain. I activated Enter Immortal when I fought against Aunt Ning. It's just that its final effect is difficult to trigger. I will make you pay the price for insulting my master. Suddenly, the system panel displayed information about the power just used. The Enter Immortal domain was of mythical grade, and its third effect was Ascension. This state would be activated when the absorbed spiritual energy reached 200. All attributes would be increased by 50. Qian Buko was dumbfounded. Through his phone he exclaimed, oh my god! Ning Jianchen stared blankly as the Enter Immortal domain gradually manifested, and he formed a conjecture. This domain is similar to my own Fire God domain. No, how can he have the ancestral master's life-slaying domain, and this strange domain as well? He clenched his fists, observing the Enter Immortal domain, a giant Lu Keaj sitting cross-legged on a lotus platform. Ning Jianchen angrily shouted, who on earth are you? Lu Keaj ignored this question. Suddenly a magic array appeared, yellow in color with extremely eye-catching patterns. Lu Keaj closed his eyes, feeling every stream of power flowing within him. This is the third effect of Enter Immortal. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded. Lu Keaj opened his eyes, his tone calm. A system prompt? The yellow system panel immediately displayed text. Congratulations on successfully activating the third effect of the Enter Immortal domain. The final effect of the Enter Immortal domain has been unlocked. Lu Keaj was a little surprised. He didn't expect that after Ascension there would be other effects. Indeed, Enter Immortal is much stronger than I imagined, truly worthy of being an orange-grade domain. Ning Jianchen has already witnessed his power. Now this venerable acknowledges you as an opponent. The Qingzhou way of the sword has been silent for a long time. A genius like you, apart from that scholar boy, I'm afraid no one can match. Lu Keaj was filled with killing intent. This venerable doesn't need your acknowledgement, I only want your life. Ning Jianchen raised his huge sword and said, want to take this venerable's life? You think too highly of yourself. Acknowledging you as my opponent is just to let you see the true face of the fire god. As soon as he finished speaking, he placed his hand on his own sword. Suddenly, streams of blue water flowed down from the sword. Those blue water droplets fell onto the lake's surface, condensing without dispersing. Suddenly an immense power surged from the water's surface, shooting straight into the sky. Lu Keaj frowned, observing his domain fire god. This was indeed the true form of the domain fire god. Meanwhile, Huo Ting helped Ning Ying back to a tree to rest, witnessing her father's ultimate transformation firsthand. She spoke in a panic, that's a phenomenon that only appears when father uses the second stage of the fire god. Upon hearing this, Huo Ting was immediately astonished, and a cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Then will master be in danger? Aunt Ning clenched her fists and said no, not necessarily. Huo Ting was momentarily confused, a look of doubt on his face. Aunt Ning patiently explained, he only fully unleashes the fire god, and uses its second stage when he encounters an opponent he acknowledges. In other words, Keaj has become strong enough for my father to acknowledge him. However, Ning Ying couldn't bring herself to be happy. The light in her eyes rippled like the water on the lake. She truly didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She had trained diligently for decades and never earned her father's acknowledgement, yet Keaj, so young, had already surpassed her. The scene shifted to a memory from her past. As a child she had seen Lu Keaj when he was just a baby held in his mother's arms. This child is so strange, to think he will eventually become a man who can hold up the heavens. Back in the present, the flames of the domain fire god surged ceaselessly, and Ning Jianshan had fallen into a complete frenzy. The heat of the flames spread, continuously incinerating everything around. Ning Jianshan calmly unleashed the full extent of his power. All his strength was dyed the color of flames, and in an instant the lake surface, the mountains, everything was devoured by fire. A glint shone in his eyes. His entire body was shrouded in flames. This was likely to be a fierce battle. This immense power was called the fire god, its final form. He slowly emerged from the sea of fire, and some holes began to appear on his body. A pity. The power of this body resurrected by soul jade is far inferior to my true body. It can't withstand the power of the fire god at all. Fortunately, it can regenerate continuously. It's just that this fire god form is only a dozen or so meters tall. It cannot recapture the glory of my former heroic stature. At that moment, the player Qian Buko was once again dumbfounded. He held the phone he had gotten from the system, observing the battle. Brothers, I'm speechless. Just see for yourselves. If I train hard, can I become like this too? In the modern world, giant screens on buildings continuously broadcast the battle between Sect Master Liu and the Sword Sect Master Ning Jianshan. They exclaimed in amazement, some praising, others discussing. That's a new domain skill in the Tianquan realm that can only be unlocked after completing the quest and reaching level 50, two brown-haired youths exclaimed. So cool, if I reach level 50 can I do that too? A crowd suddenly swarmed in. Someone said, I can't take it, I have to get in the game. Another said, to hell with tutoring today, I'm going to train. Liu Keage's great battle today had awakened the passion of countless players. Liu Keage stood on the magic array of the Enter Immortal domain, looked up at Ning Jianshan and with a slight smile said, this form is more fitting to be my opponent. Ning Jianshan had transformed into a giant. He looked down at him from above, preparing to charge down at the speed of light. He brandished his sword and flew straight towards Liu Keage. He was ready to meet these attacks. However, a blast from the fire god's power struck him. Liu Keage felt dizzy. This was the effect of his attributes increasing by 50, and he hadn't yet adapted to his own speed, making him a bit dizzy. Then he flew straight at him. Fortunately, my defense has also increased by 50. With this layer of defense, adapting to my transformed speed and strength won't be a problem. He slashed at him, flames dancing endlessly in the vast space. Wherever Ning Jianshan unleashed his power, Liu Keage agilely dodged. Huo Ting and Ning Ying watched everything from below, both astonished by Liu Keage's speed and attack power. Aunt Ning asked herself, is that one of Keage's new moves? Huo Ting was also stunned and replied, this disciple has never seen Master use this move. Under another tree, Yan Ji leaned weakly against Yu Bai. Yu Bai said in surprise, no wonder the Sect Master could kill Tianji Senren. He's as formidable as the rumors say. At this moment, Ning Jianshan's body was covered in wounds and large holes. He tried his best to defend, thinking that the fire god shouldn't be this weak. The soul jades inside my body are constantly disappearing. His domain keeps siphoning my spiritual energy. Even with the soul jades replenishing it, I might not be able to hold on. Suddenly, the jade stones in his abdomen shattered. Ning Jianshan froze in a panic for a few seconds as his entire being gradually faded, and the holes on his body multiplied. He gritted his teeth and continued to replenish the soul jades. The spiritual energy converted from the soul jades was once again drained by him. Liu Keage calmly siphoned away all his spiritual energy, his sword continuously sweeping away all of his magic swords. Liu Keage came to a realization. Now I understand. While life-slaying is only ranked as a purple grade, while Enter Immortal is orange grade, the spirit-slaying effect of Enter Immortal can continuously absorb the spiritual energy of the target in front, while Spirit Steel can continuously absorb the spiritual energy of all things within a 1 kilometer radius. That's why it's called an infinite ability. Because both Spirit Slaying and Spirit Steel can absorb and drain the enemy's essence, causing them to gradually weaken while I grow stronger. And Ascension can enhance my abilities. Conclusion. This is a perpetual motion machine. Even if the enemy doesn't die, they will be drained dry. I've been fighting until now, and I haven't even used my own energy. Liu Keage looked at him and smiled smugly. So how can he break this formation? He is doomed to lose. Ning Jianshan was covered in holes, thinking, I am already at a disadvantage, but Qingzhou sword cultivators all have a fatal weakness. As long as I seize this weakness, I can still turn the tide. As he thought this, a glint suddenly flashed in his eyes while he battled the fire god. Liu Keage was surrounded by red flames. He thought to himself, to still be so fixated on fighting me at this point, he has no way out. He summoned his black armor to block the heat wave, then rushed through the ring of fire. When he looked back, he had to squint one eye because it was too dazzling and hot. He thought to himself, the power is too strong. Does he intend to fight to the death? Then, with a splash, he jumped into the cool water below, both to cool his body and to think, I can't be careless. The power of this fire god is indeed very strong. After all, he's a level 72 boss, but he can't last much longer. With this thought, he leaped up from the water's surface again. Continuing the battle, he brandished his sword and charged forward. Surrender. I'll take your life now. But before he could do anything, the fire god had already flown away. He thought to himself, running away. Then he shouted as he gave chase. Don't even think about running. In Tianji City, in a bustling market, someone was hawking wonton noodles piping hot. We have everything. Children were playing peacefully. In an inn, someone sat at a table and called for the owner to bring 2 bowls of spicy wonton noodles. Just as the 2 bowls of noodles were placed on the table suddenly shook violently and the bowls and chopsticks clattered. Everyone was confused. What's happening? Suddenly, the sky turned blood red. A dazzling light appeared in the sky. The people below were all discussing it. Quick, look at the sky. Then the giant fire god appeared. Lucaige was flying over only to be surprised to find the fire god stationary. He shouted, "What are you trying to do?" But in his heart, he thought, he was once the sect master of the sword sect. He wouldn't do something like that, would he? In his fire god form, Ning Jianshan raised his sword high and said, "The only weakness of a sword cultivator is their self-imposed duty to save all living beings." All the citizens below saw the enormous fire god and screamed in panic, "What is that? Does it want to destroy the entire city? The fireman is too big. Run! What are you still standing there for?" Even Lucaige was stunned. Ning Jianshan continued, "And I no longer have this weakness." After speaking, the fire god swung his sword and slashed towards Tianji City. Seeing the flames, the people fled in panic. Help, you stepped on me today. Everyone's running. Run, it's over. We're going to die." "Oh my god!" Before the fire god's flaming sword could touch Tianji City, it was blocked by Kaoj. His body looked like a tiny ant, many times smaller than the giant burning sword. The crowd was astonished. "It's the Cultivator Lord. The Cultivator Lord has come to save us. We're saved. Quick, kowtow to the Cultivator Lord above." He gritted his teeth as he resisted the giant sword and said, "Are you still the former sect master of the sword sect? Why would you attack mortals?" Ning Jianshan replied, "It's useless. Shortcoming, I completely overcame it on the day I died." And at this moment his body was covered in red, burn-like holes. He recalled his final moments, his daughter calling out to her father in sorrow. He lay there thinking, has my life been worth it? To end up like this just to eliminate 2 8th realm demon cultivators, what use is it to me? He glanced at his trembling disciples and his daughter. Was it so they could cry at my grave? His heart filled with resentment, and he clutched the blanket tightly, thinking, why must I save this group of mortals? I've practiced the sword my entire life. Why must I sacrifice my life for those mortals who do nothing but eat, laze around, and have no ambition? He gritted his teeth, his bloodshot eyes wide open. The Ning family's bloodline has not been passed on, and I, Ning Jianshan, have not found a true heir. Am I to die just like this? I am not resigned. Thinking of this, he breathed his last with resentment and hatred for the world. The crowd shouted in unison, Father, Sect Master, I am not resigned. If I can live again, I will live only for myself. Back to the present. He brandished his sword, using a move and saying, to protect this group of lazy mortals you can't fight back. Is it worth it? Kaod shouted. There's no worth it or not worth it. This venerable likes to do it and that's all. The giant fire god said, do you know what a god is? Then he threw a flame attack at him, shouting, a god who controls the life and death of mortals. The people below turned pale upon seeing this. Look, that thing got even bigger, they called out for the Cultivator Lord. He pointed a stream of fire god's fire straight into the sky and said, then I'll let you know. You can't save anyone. After speaking, he changed direction, pointing the flaming sword straight at Tianji City. Ning Jianshan spoke his final words with resolution. Let all those lazy good-for-nothings be reduced to ashes. The eyeball over here was watching the battle. It said nothing, watching Lucaige appear so small in the sea of fire, thinking to itself, do I need to intervene? The Lohan replied, no rush. If both the Sword Venerable and the Holy Master see him as the future of Tianquan, then it's best to wait and see how he resolves this. As the future pillar of Tianquan, it's impossible for him to only have this much ability. She also agreed with this statement. Back on the battlefield, Kaoj looked at Tianji City in pain and thought, he's actually using such a despicable method again. I finally understand why Tianji Sanren chose to resurrect this sword sect master. Then he glanced over and said, because he is a complete scumbag, unworthy of the name Sword Cultivator. The fire god incarnate Ning Jianshan looked down at him and shouted, boy, are you insulting this venerable? He looked up and replied without hesitation, no, this venerable is not insulting you. Applying the word scumbag to you is merely a statement of fact. The people below were still fleeing in all directions. The streamer said, out of breath, fellow viewers, did you hear that? Sect Master Lu is so good at cussing people out, I'm almost dead from running. These two are flying too fast. Suddenly, a red flame poured down. The streamer's eyes widened in terror and he screamed, oh my god, I didn't notice it before, but now I see this boss wants to destroy the entire city. Above, Ning Jianshan continued, you're right, this venerable is a scumbag, so what if I'm a scumbag? At least this venerable lives for himself, while you are nothing more than a dog for that group of lazy good-for-nothings. He looked up, saying nothing. He continued, even if you devote everything for them, to the point of your soul shattering, in a few years or a few decades, no one will remember you. The people below were crying, pleading again, a miserable scene. Kaoj thought to himself, if I didn't need time to prepare to break this strange flame, this venerable wouldn't be bothered to listen to his nonsense. He raised his sword and provoked, this venerable has suddenly thought of something interesting. Lucaige, why don't you make a deal with this venerable? He replied. Speak, he thought to himself. I must stall for time. No matter what he asked, I can only use delaying tactics, he continued. If you commit suicide in front of the common people, this venerable will withdraw this flame. How about it? He was stunned. Commit suicide in front of all the common people, he urged. Decide quickly. This venerable will only give you 10 seconds, he shouted loudly, inviting the streamer below to report. Everyone, do you think Kaoj will agree? Number of viewers had exceeded 100,000. Everyone was in an uproar, shouting, Lukeaj can't die, only a fool would agree. No way, Lukeaj, impossible, absolutely impossible. Lukeaj can't die, my husband can't die. Stop, husband, don't be provoked by him. Lukeaj, stop, calm down. 9. The flames were slowly closing in on Tianji City. The people cried out in heart-wrenching pleas for help. Cultivator Lord, the flames have already engulfed the entire city. We can't escape. The only one who can save us now is… Only 8 left, sir. Lukeaj thought, if I really cut off my own head, will he really let them go? 7. Ning Jianshan continued to count, laughing maniacally. Lukeaj replied. 5. Huo Ting also grew nervous. No way. 4. The Lohan and the Yin Si were also stunned. A female viewer shouted with tears in her eyes, Don't Keaj, don't. The terrifying countdown sounded again. Lukeaj drew his sword. 2. Ning Jianshan stopped laughing. Lukeaj held his sword to his own neck. All right, this venerable agrees. The female viewer screamed, Don't. The villagers below also panicked. Cultivator Lord. The other viewers also shouted, Holy crap, don't. The Lohan and the Yin Si also assumed an attack stance. The Lohan said he would make a move, and the Yin Si agreed. Ning Jianshan laughed. Ridiculous, you actually, Lukeaj replied. Like hell, I'll agree, this venerable was just tricking you. Ning Jianshan was furious. You? Then he swung his fiery sword towards Tianji City. Then you can just watch them turn to ash. The crowd, already terrified, was now in utter chaos. They fled in all directions, desperately pleading for help. Quick, kneel and beg the Cultivator Lord. It's useless. We're done for. We're going to die. It's over. It's all over. Lukeaj hovered in the center of the sea of fire and said, Turn to ash? Listen, that's water. A lot of water. It's the water of heaven and earth summoned by this venerable. A cool stream of water descended from the sky, extinguishing the flames. The water swirled like a vortex, putting out the fire in a spectacular scene. The host shouted excitedly, This is Lukeaj. This is fucking Lukeaj, Ning Jianshan said with displeasure. You're actually the origin spirit of water? Hasn't anyone been an origin spirit for thousands of years? Lukeaj replied. That's right, this venerable doesn't know why it chose me just like now. This venerable doesn't know why they are cheering. He closed his eyes and felt the flow of water. Was this the heightened sensitivity brought by Enter Immortal? He thought to himself that water clearly had no consciousness, yet at this moment it gave him a very peculiar feeling. They were cheering, they were excited, they were desperately shouting. They were saying, We've been waiting for you for a long time. Observing through the glazed mirror, the Lohan said, My prayer beads have also been swept away by this stream of heaven and earth's spiritual power. The Yin Si also said, It doesn't matter, it's no longer important. The fire god struggled desperately. This water is too strange, it seems to be flowing towards the endless sea. It was gradually being submerged. The fire god was disappearing, it was about to be devoured. Ning Jianshan was furious. This was the first time he had felt like he was being devoured. He was surrounded by the stream of water, so that was it. The spiritual power of heaven and earth. This water was like an ocean tide surging in all directions. The rain pattered on the ground. The people below raised their hands to thank the gods. The fire is out. The water put out the fire. The rain came at the right time. We're saved. The Cultivator Lord saved us. We don't have to die. That's great. That's great. The audience watching also cheered. Long live Lukeaj. So the origin spirit of water is this powerful. Awesome. Sect Master Lu is so cool. I knew Lukeaj would win. They breathed a sigh of relief. Great, he's fine. The stream of water condensed into a huge water sphere enveloping both the fire god and Lukeaj. As Ning Jianshan dissipated, he said, You've won, but if I were at my peak you would surely be dead, Lukeaj said. Is that so? Perhaps. I haven't killed you yet because I want to ask you a question. Ning Jianshan said, If you're going to ask if I have any regrets, don't ask such a stupid question. If I had another chance I would still slaughter that group of lazy good-for-nothings, Lukeaj said. No, what I want to ask is, in my eyes, what exactly is my Aunt Ning? Ning Jianshan replied, It's time for her to become an ancestor as well. How time flies. Recalling how Ning Ying looked from childhood to adulthood, he thought to himself, That's right, what exactly is this girl to me? When she was a child she would always cling to him, Daddy, hold me. When she was a little older she would say, Daddy, I'll practice 5 more times, I definitely won't bring shame to you. After she grew up she would say, I know I'm not worthy of the Ning surname, I know you hate me for causing mother's death, I know you wish I were a son but it's not like I asked you to give birth to me. As Ning Jianshan spoke, tears streamed down his face. He had almost completely dissipated, yet he still called out her name, Ning Ying, Yinger. Actually that time she argued with me, I wanted to hold her. At that time I hadn't held her for over a decade. Ning Ying stood in the distance witnessing everything. Huo Ting communicated with Lukeaj through telepathy. Master, Ancestral Master Ning is crying. Lukeaj replied, I knew you two were here long ago. That's why I asked him this question. He called out, Aunt Ning. Ning Ying wiped away her tears and said thank you. Aunt Ning is fine. Lukeaj said nothing more. The system suddenly beeped. Ding ding, new notification, he asked. New notification, the system continued. Important character Ning Jianshan has been killed. Main quest, Qingzhou's Sword of the Nether King progress increased by 46.8, previous progress was 31.8. The reward for this main quest is divided into 2 parts, 30 and 40. The reward for the entire Qingzhou region will be settled in 48 hours. Ning Jianshan alone contributed 15 to the progress of the Sword of the Nether King main quest. Lukeaj was surprised. He thought to himself, exaggerated, abstract. That old man was truly a super big boss. This time he had advanced the main quest progress by 25 in one go. Wasn't the system going to give a reward? The system once again displayed this notification on all the viewers' devices. They cheered, "Liu Keij is so awesome, woohoo, won't the players from the other 3 prefectures be jealous to death? I have to post an update to make the players from those 3 prefectures mad. Awesome, my backer is truly reliable, although I've already joined the Yin-Yang Sword Pond now. In my heart, I am a disciple of Mo Gate." On the top of a mountain that soared into the clouds, a white-haired man and a black dog sat together. He said, "Dead, he's really dead. That was the power of the heavenly Tao, only a tiny bit. And what was given to him at the time was only 1. He extended a finger and a wisp of white smoke appeared. This was less than 0.01. Tianji Sanren was truly a waste. Then he put his hand into his robe and said, forget it, forget it. He took out a box of cigarettes, lit one and put it in his mouth, then lit it directly with his hand. He took a drag, then held the cigarette between his fingers. The fire of the Tianquan world needs to get a little bigger. If this keeps dragging on, who knows when I can return to that world." The white-haired man sat there smoking while the black dog barked wildly. He turned to the dog with a smile and said, "All right, I'm happy today, so just one. I promise." The dog crossed its legs and barked once as if to say, "I'll let you off today." Today in Tianji City the weather was sunny and Liu Keij was flying with a disciple. The disciple said, "Master, do you want me to secretly escort Ancestral Master Ning?" Liu Keij replied, "Aunt Ning is a first-rank deacon of the Sword Sect, don't underestimate her. Now we have a few people we need to go see," the disciple asked in surprise. "There are other people to see." Liu Keij just looked at him without speaking. Suddenly a deep purple rhombus appeared in the air, looking like a cosmic passage. The passage gradually grew larger, then 2 paths appeared, one of scriptures, the other of peach blossoms. 2 figures emerged. The Lohan said, "Amitabha. Little friend Liu is indeed as remarkable as his reputation suggests." Beside him was the Yin Si. Huo Ting thought in astonishment, "That's spatial magic, like lotus flowers blooming with every step, much more powerful than my hovering flight. Only someone at the 7th realm or higher can use it. With so much spiritual energy, who on earth are these 2 people?" Liu Keij cupped his hands and said, "Liu Keij of Mo Gate pays his respects to the Lohan and the Yin Si." Huo Ting was even more surprised. The Lohan, the Yin Si, he quickly followed his master's lead and bowed. So it was Lord Lohan and Lord Yin Si, renowned figures on par with the Sword Venerable. 2 of the 4 sages of Tianquan have actually appeared here at the same time. Liu Keij then said, "You 2 seniors have been watching for a long time. May I ask what business you have with me?" He thought to himself that these 2 seniors hadn't hidden their presence. If he hadn't been able to deal with Ning Jianshan just now, they would probably have intervened. The Lohan said, "Amitabha, I heard about you from the Sword Venerable and the Holy Master before, so I wanted to see if you were truly as gifted as they said." The Yin Si expressed her agreement. Liu Keij replied, "Then what do you 2 think of me?" The Yin Si simply said, "Not bad." The Lohan, however, said, "Hearing is not as good as seeing." Huo Ting thought proudly, "Master has received the recognition of Lord Lohan and Lord Yin Si. My master is indeed amazing." Liu Keij said, "Is that all?" He thought to himself, "If I guide the conversation, I might be able to activate the guidance effect from these 2 great figures. That would be a huge gain." The Lohan replied, "There is indeed something else." He muttered to himself again, "Here it comes, here it comes. The moment to activate the guidance effect is here as expected of me." The Lohan continued, "This old monk has heard that Mo Bate has a disciple related to Senior Luo Heshan. Luo Heshan's sword is suspended above the endless sea." Liu Keij and Huo Ting were both greatly shocked. "Senior Luo's sword?" Liu Keij bowed his head and thanked Senior Lohan for the reminder. "May I ask who did Senior Luo's 10th sword strike?" The Lohan replied, "It was a 9th realm dragon beast, an ancient dragon beast, the extreme cold dragon." Senior Luo drew his sword to protect all living beings. Liu Keij thought to himself, 9th realm dragon beast. Among the exotic beasts, dragon beasts are an extremely noble kind. If a 9th realm appeared in the Qingzhou continent, it would be a terrible disaster. Luo Heshan was actually able to slay a 9th realm exotic beast. His 10th sword strike was indeed incredibly powerful. But this technique has a great drawback. Once the 10th sword is drawn, the user will also die. If Yang Shu died, even I would feel sad. There's no other way. I'll have to fix the power at the level of the 9th sword, so that every time he draws the sword, it's the 9th sword. Perhaps these 3 sticks of incense can give me some clues." He pondered for a moment. The 3 of them had given some power. The Lohan put his palms together, bowed his head and said, "Amitabha. Young Master Liu, I have one more presumptuous request." Liu Keij replied, "Seniors, please speak." He thought to himself, for great figures like them, what could they need my help with? The Lohan continued, "This old monk and the Yin Si would like to invite you to spar with our personal disciples. If you win, you will receive a treasure." Liu Keij asked, "And if I lose?" The Lohan replied, "Then you will give me that supreme treasure of chaos." Liu Keij thought to himself, "The supreme treasure of chaos is the bead that was unintentionally formed when I absorbed Tianji Sanren's power of the heavenly Tao. I can't use the power of the heavenly Tao, so I turned it into an item. I originally thought they didn't know of its existence, but now it seems I have no secrets from them." Liu Keij took out the supreme treasure of chaos and said, "Lord Lohan, do you know the use of this item?" The 2 of them looked at the treasure and said, "We don't know, but this item contains a powerful force. Perhaps it will be useful." Liu Keij clenched the treasure and said, "Very well. If your 2 disciples can defeat me, I will entrust this item to your care, which is also a good thing," the Lohan said. Sect Master Lu is indeed reasonable, Lukeaj continued. Then let's set the match for 3 days from now. After speaking, the two of them flew away with a swoosh. The Lohan looked at their departing figures and said, Amitaba, my disciple Nan Wushu practices the vow of silence. If he goes all out, he might not necessarily lose to him. The Yin Si standing beside him also said, My Beilu is the same. Lukeaj smiled to himself as he flew, 2 treasures falling from the sky. This venerable dares to come, but do your 2 disciples really dare to come? In Luzhou of the Tianquan realm the mountains were verdant and birds soared. The Yin Si thought to herself, Beilu has probably already returned to the tower beyond the tower. Since I made a bet with Sect Master Lu, I must quickly find Beilu and spend 3 days cultivating. At Mountain Beyond the Mountain, this was one of the 4 sacred grounds of the Tianquan realm. Although Mountain Beyond the Mountain's reputation was on par with the Sword Sect, the Buddhist Sect and Spring Autumn Mountain, it was not a complete sect. Unlike the other 3 sects, Mountain Beyond the Mountain was an alliance formed by the cultivators of 72 peaks, led by an alliance leader. It was not like a sect and even less like a gang. The tower beyond the tower where the Yin Si resided was like the Sword Venerable's bamboo forest. The tower beyond the tower was also a sacred ground of Mountain Beyond the Mountain. Someone called out, Master, you're back. Beilu clung to the Yin Si's arm and said coquettishly, I came back yesterday. Why did you only come back today? Did you go somewhere fun without me? The Yin Si replied with an expressionless Beilu continued. Master made a bet with the Sect Master of Mogate, betting that I could defeat him. There's no time to explain, let's start cultivating quickly. Master will teach you a secret technique. After hearing this, Beilu was dumbfounded. Ha, you bet that I could defeat the Sect Master of Mogate? Master means I have to fight him. The Yin Si turned around and asked, What's wrong? Beilu explained with difficulty. I dare not hide it from Master, but I and that bald head from the Buddhist sect have fought with Sect Master Lu before and we lost. After hearing this, the Yin Si was stunned again. You and Nanwu from the Buddhist sect? Beilu said embarrassedly. Yes, we lost together. The Yin Si could only shake her head helplessly. She thought to herself, this girl is getting crazier and crazier. I really don't know how to discipline her. She shouldn't be so infatuated with me. She should find a man to marry and have children. Then she said, In that case you are dismissed. Beilu said coquettishly. Master, I only just saw you. I haven't even? The Yin Si forcefully struck the ground with her staff. Beilu was suddenly bound by a magic rope and hoisted into the air. The Yin Si said, To think you joined forces with the Lohan's disciple and still lost to him. Don't you know you need to work harder? Beilu shouted. But, the Yin Si berated. Still no remorse, off you go. With that, she kicked Beilu off the cliff. Beilu shouted, Master, you're so cruel. I love it. The Yin Si shook her head helplessly. Beilu might be crazy. I'll have to find a famous doctor for her. For Lu Keaj of Mogate to defeat both Beilu and Nanwu at the same time, he is indeed a good match for my Beilu. Damn it, he clearly already won, yet he still wants to trick me out of my treasure. It's infuriating. In Xuanzhou, at the wall-facing peak of the Buddhist sect, the Lohan's voice echoed, You and Beilu were both defeated by that brat from Mogate, and you even lost while fighting together. He was stunned. Just now, even the Lohan of the Xuanzhou Buddhist sect was surprised. The Lohan turned and left in a huff. That brat clearly doesn't want to hand over the chaos bead and still wants to trick this old monk out of my treasure. How despicable. Nanwu stood there, confused. Why was Master angry? Qingzhou. Danqing Peak, Mogate's now victorious leader, was welcoming new disciples. Lu Dongli crossed her arms pouting and said, Are these the treasures the sect master brought back? Standing before them were 3 beautiful women. They introduced themselves one by one. This servant Yu Bai pays her respects to everyone. This servant Yan Ji pays her respects to everyone, the remaining little girl stammered. This servant Hu Po pays her respects to everyone. Dongli, still very displeased, said, Sect master, don't you think you should explain? But Keaj just stood there looking at them with a smile. Finally he spoke, Since Elder Dongli wants an explanation, the 3 of you tell Elder Dongli the story of how your lives were ruined by Tianji Sanren. Yu Bai said, Yes, Sect Master. A while later the 3 of them finished telling the disciples of Mogate the entire story of how their lives had been ruined by Tianji Sanren. They warmly held each other's hands, comforting one another. Dongli wiped her tears. Despicable, truly despicable. Your stories are so tragic, sisters. From now on you are disciples of my Mogate, and no one will bully you. Keaj said nothing. His back turned to them. The 3 women thought to themselves that to truly become disciples of Mogate, they would need the sect master's personal approval. But Mogate had so few disciples and their identities were special, they were afraid they didn't qualify. Even being handy men would be good enough. They looked at him expectantly. Would Sect Master Lu really want people as lowly as them? He turned his head and said, I, the Sect Master, announce that from this day forward Yu Bai, Yan Ji, and Hu Po are officially outer disciples of Mogate. I will personally report this to the Ancestral Master. From now on you must abide by the teachings of Mogate and uphold justice. Oh, and you will still be registered under Elder Dongli. The 3 of them were all surprised. Outer disciples, that meant they were official disciples. He really took us in, he didn't look down on us. Luo Bing and Dongli smiled kindly, and the 3 new disciples immediately kowtowed in gratitude. They said in unison, Thank you, Sect Master, for accepting us. Keaj still didn't turn around. He activated the Spirit Wind technique, looking cool and magnanimous, but in reality he was laughing to himself. Taking in 3 Fifth Realm Grand Cultivators as disciples, my Mogate's prestige has risen again. But that can wait, there are other rewards to claim first. Night had fallen, and the moon tonight was big and round. Keaj was meditating in his study. In the quiet of the night, it was time to claim the rewards for the Heavenly Secret Pavilion solo dungeon. The system said, "Heavenly Secret Pavilion dungeon cleared. Would you like to claim your rewards?" He answered, "Yes." Rating clear performance, killed 3 of the 4 middle tower masters, killed Tianji Sanren, killed the Sword of the Nether King, and subjugated the 3 upper tower masters. "This clear is rated S," he said with displeasure. "S system. Are you sure you rated that correctly?" The system retorted, "Claim rewards, countdown 10 seconds. He cursed in anger, then said loudly, "I'll claim them," he thought to himself. "It seems I lost points because I didn't kill all the bosses. Forget it, those 3 sisters of Tianji Sanren aren't bad. S it is then." Successfully claimed. Clear rewards will be distributed shortly. The system continued to notify. Killed the great sword of the Nether King, Ning Jianshan. Obtained 30 million experience points. Dungeon clear reward 1 million experience points. Liu Keaj propped up his chin, thinking, let's see. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, did I see that right? Killing Ning Jianshan gave me 30 million EXP, but the clear reward is only 1 million, he shouted in anger. What the hell are you messing with me? The system continued to notify that more rewards were being unlocked. Liu Keaj was stunned. There are other rewards. Notification. Clear Reward 1 obtained Heavenly Secret Pavilion Intelligence Query Authority. Liu Keaj began to get angry. He picked up his sword and pointed it at the system. I subjugated the upper 3 tower masters. Didn't that already unlock this function? You're messing with me again, I'm going to run you through. Clear Reward 2 Azure Emperor's Legacy Clue 2 Level 60. Can be viewed after reaching level 60. Liu Keaj asked seriously, Azure Emperor's Legacy Clue 2, just how many clues are there? This is barely useful, I guess. He looked at the system, saw something else was about to appear and asked what else. System display, obtained hidden boss hint. Please select 1. Qingzhou, Beizhou, Luzhou, Xuanzhou. Qingzhou, Beizhou, Luzhou, Xuanzhou. Liu Keaj thought for a moment, then blurted out, oh, this is a bit interesting. A hidden boss. If I have to choose, of course I'll pick Qingzhou. With that, he extended a finger and touched the option on the system panel. Hint received. One of the Sword Sect's leaders is a demon cultivator from the Zewi Association. This person has a birthmark on their chest. He thought in surprise, a birthmark? Why would a demon cultivator from the Zewi Association be a leader in the Sword Sect? And there's even a birthmark as proof, but even with this information it'll be incredibly hard to find them. He thought to himself, am I supposed to disguise myself, then go up to people and say, hello, could you let me see your chest? How is that any different from being a pervert? If I just go around asking that question, won't I be in even more danger? Liu Keaj couldn't think about what to do next. As he thought, something suddenly occurred to him. Senior sister Ning is also a leader in the Sword Sect, but he immediately shook his head. No way, senior sister Ning is my mother's friend. It's impossible. He put his left hand to his forehead. No, that's too crazy, don't even think about it. Suddenly the system issued a notification. Only then did he notice the alert sound seemed a bit different. Only 24 hours remain until the settlement of the main quest's second stage 3040. He thought, if both bosses in the Heavenly Secret Pavilion dungeon were related to the Qingzhou World's Sword of the Nether King main quest, then it's fine if the other rewards are a bit smaller. Is the real reward here? But before that there are a few other things to handle, especially the matter concerning Senior Luo, because that child has already understood. That evening, Liu Keaj and his eldest disciple Huo Ting walked into a room and happened to see Yang Shu secretly packing his bags. He was startled and whirled around to look at the door. Flustered, Yang Shu asked, Sect Master Martial Uncle and eldest senior brother, what are you doing here? Liu Keaj walked into the room with his hands behind his back and asked, packing your bags? Where are you planning to go? Yang Shu thought worriedly. I've been seen, he bowed and reported. Sect Master Martial Uncle, Senior Luo has passed away, so I wanted to go back to the fishing village to collect his belongings and see the place where he last drew his sword. Yang Shu stammered in reply, I want to set up a memorial tablet for him. Senior Luo had no children. I'm being bold, but I just want to handle his funeral arrangements myself. Liu Keaj's expression suggested he thought Yang Shu was being overly dramatic. Yang Shu wiped his tears with his right hand and continued his performance. We can't just let him pass away so obscurely, with no one to even burn joss paper for him. Sob, quote. He walked over to Yang Shu, patted his shoulder and comforted him. Stop crying, you're doing the right thing, however, your eldest senior brother will go with you this time. Yang Shu immediately bowed his head, thanking the Sect Master Martial Uncle for his permission. He turned and walked out of the room. Huo Ting followed behind and asked, Master, can I go? Besides, I've never traveled far, and what's more, Liu Keaj replied, you need the experience, you've already reached the 5th realm, Huo Ting, you must understand. He turned his head slightly and said, everyone has their own path. If you never take that first step, you'll never know what your path will be like. Huo Ting thought in surprise, since Master has put it that way. He bowed his head and replied, yes, this disciple understands. Liu Keaj walked along the path, lost in thought. Is Huo Ting about to leave? He felt a little sad. After all these years the boy had never left his side. He didn't know if he would be able to adapt. But growing up is never easy. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Young Master, Luo Bing has something to report. Liu Keaj turned his head slightly to look, then called out, Luo Bing, he thought to himself finally, if you hadn't come soon I would have forgotten about those people. Luo Bing said, previously, young master instructed me to assign tasks to the handyman disciples. Among them, 34 have breached the third realm. The top 3 are Lin Ali, Lin Huaqin and Mo Busho. He immediately said, good, very good. Then he called Luo Bing's name. Lu Keoj thought to himself, if these people aren't lazy, they're much faster than I imagined. She bowed her head and replied, yes, this disciple is here, he said. For this establishment of the technique transmission platform, this venerable will personally present them with their rewards. Luo Bing replied, yes, Sect Master, he smiled, thinking, to mobilize this group's enthusiasm, I have to do it with great fanfare. The Eye of Chaos is it? When you awaken, you will feel the terror of the drama queen players I've cultivated. What I want to create is a fearless army of monster-like humanoids. Gahaha. Chapter 391. A voice rang out, wow everyone, look at the system notification, something big is happening. The system immediately notified, Sect Quest 1 Mogate Sect Master's personal disciple assessment has ended. Rewards will now be distributed. Everyone immediately shouted, oh my god, has it already been a month? I haven't even reached level 30 yet. Among them were level 30 Water Sword is not trash. Level 25 Big Head doesn't worry about rain and Aonai. Wow ha, someone said sadly. Level 27 As long as I'm alive, there's hope, he laughed loudly. Ha, I've reached level 30. I can learn the purple grade skill book, Lin Huaqin said smugly. A bunch of ignoramuses. This time not only will I be able to learn a purple grade skill book, but I'll also get a limited edition weapon. Level 33 Mo Busho said unhappily. What's there to be proud of? Me too. He crossed his arms, turned to Lin Huaqin and said, mine will definitely be better than yours. Then the two got in each other's faces and started arguing. Mo Busho said, mine will definitely be better than yours. Lin Huaqin didn't back down. Nonsense, mine's better, mine's better, mine's better. At this moment, level 35 Lin Ali was by the lake, fixing her hair, thinking, I'll probably see the Sect Master when the rewards are given out. The day I finally get to see the Sect Master has come. I have to leave a good impression on him. She twisted her body happily, looking at her reflection in the water while the two guys argued passionately. Mine's better, nonsense, mine's way better. The two guys were pushing and shoving and happened to bump into Lin Ali. She immediately panicked, oh no, my makeup. Then she fell straight into the water. Lin Huaqin and Mo Busho heard the sound and immediately turned to look. Seeing this, both panicked but still shifted the blame to each other. Lin Huaqin stammered, sorry, it was all him. While Mo Busho said, it's all your fault, you pushed him. Lin Ali got angry, and the air around her grew gloomy. Seeing this, the two guys quickly reached out to help her. Are you okay? The water's cold, hurry up and get out, don't catch a cold. Oh no, she immediately went berserk, I'm going to kill you too. The two guys' faces turned pale with fright. Help, help, murder, you don't need makeup, the Sect Master might not even show up here. At this moment a girl appeared on the roof. The people below all looked up at her, pointing and whispering curiously, that's senior sister Luo Bing, no matter how many times I see her. She's still so beautiful, she truly lives up to her name. Senior sister Luo Bing, just like a fairy. Luo Bing began to speak. The Sect quest has ended. Everyone, the Sect Master will personally distribute the rewards to you. The people below were all surprised. Did I hear that right? The Sect Master will personally distribute the rewards? Am I a prophet? Lin Ali immediately appeared behind Lin Huaqin. He broke out in a cold sweat, cautiously turning his head. My dear junior sister Ali, please spare my miserable life. Ali chased Lin Huaqin with her sword. He ran while shouting, help, don't run, I'm going to hack you to death. Mo Busho stood at a distance, worried. So dangerous, good thing I didn't say anything foolish. Luo Bing sighed at the sight. As expected, the handyman disciples were still not calm enough. The people below looked at the three people standing up there, all looking disheveled. Luo Bing felt confused. Are these three the most outstanding handyman disciples of my Mogade? High above, Lu Keoj flew down and said, not bad, not bad. The people below immediately cheered loudly. He turned his head down and said, Lin Ali, Lin Huaqin and Mo Busho. The three below looked up, their faces a mix of emotions. Lu Keoj couldn't help but laugh when he saw their disheveled state. Truly 84 tribulations. He turned his face away, then turned back, waved his hand and began to fly down. This is a purple grade cultivation technique. You must not slack off day or night. Everyone immediately took it happily. Looking at the first chapter of the hidden chi art, it really is a purple grade cultivation technique. Wow, Sect Master, you're so good. I thought for a low-level sect like ours, Lin Huaqin said happily. Having an orange grade cultivation technique would have been great. With a purple grade 1, the speed of gaining experience will be much faster. Mo Busho also chimed in. It's time to cultivate hard and reach level 50 soon. Lin Ali, however, thought, this is a gift from him to me. It even has his scent on it. Lu Keoj thought helplessly. Let's get this over with quickly. Then he tossed the weapons to them. If I look any longer, I won't be able to stop myself from laughing. He waved his hand and 3 cyan paper cranes flew down. He said, in addition, this is a special prize for the 3 of you who have reached the required realm. This is a flying magic tool I forged, take it. Lin Huaqin reached out and took it. Such an item had never been seen in the trading house. Mo Busho joyfully called it a rare flying magic tool. Lin Ali was surrounded by a pink aura, thinking, this is a treasure he personally gave me. System notification. Yellow grade low rank limited edition attack magic tool paper crane. Flying magic tool can be used by infusing it with spiritual energy. Note, the magic tool is inscribed with a sliver of the Mogade Sect Master's sword chi. which can help it accelerate. Lin watching lowered his head and said, "Thank you, Lord Sectmaster. To think it's even inscribed with the Sectmaster's sword chi, this is great." The system displayed again. Yellow grade low rank limited edition defensive magic tool paper crane flying magic tool can be used by infusing it with spiritual energy. Note, the magic tool is inscribed with an ice-type defensive formation which can block attacks from the 4th realm and below. Lin Ali thought happily, it's even inscribed with a defensive formation. Thank you, Lord Sectmaster, he really does have special feelings for me. Yellow grade low rank paper crane flying magic tool can be used by infusing it with spiritual energy. Damn it, the magic tool the 3rd place winner got has no additional effects. This is so infuriating. If I had known, I would have worked harder. It's a flying magic tool personally forged by the Sectmaster again. And the ones for the top 2 even have other effects inscribed on them. If I could ride it for a spin, I can't even imagine how awesome that would be. Everyone shouted in unison, "This time I'm going to grind levels like my life depends on it. Next time I must get the Lord Sectmaster's reward." Me too, I can't let those few always get the good stuff. The next flying magic tool will be mine. I'll go all out. I have to go kill monsters and level up. Lukeaj thought to himself, players are truly the best tools in the world. Not only do they not find cultivation arduous, they even willingly stay up all night to work hard. Tisk tisk, everyone has the potential to be a model employee. He happily put his hands behind his back. Since that's the case, I'll add a little more fire. Lukeaj turned and flew away. Disciples, the first person to complete the next mission. This venerable will bestow upon them a natal magic sword. Good luck, everyone. The people below began to shout one after another. Did you hear that? It's a natal magic sword. It's the legendary natal sword that can be upgraded. I'm going all out. From today on, I'm not sleeping. You fight, I'll fight too. Let's see who will be the first to complete the mission. It's not yet known who will be first, who's afraid of whom. As everyone knows, all sword cultivators have a natal sword, also known as a natal magic sword, which is a sword intimately connected to the sword cultivator's life. By infusing it with experience points, the natal sword can be upgraded, making it stronger. Moreover, as the natal sword levels up, it can activate some special and powerful functions such as telepathic connection, perfect rapport, a love-hate relationship, and bursting into laughter together. The handyman disciples pointed at Lukeaj. Look, it's a natal sword, so cool. I heard their lives are interconnected just like one's own wife. I heard natal swords can also be upgraded. Who doesn't like upgrades? I, Lu Wen A, also want a magic tool like that. Do you think I, Li Wen B, don't want one? I, Zim and C want one too. It was clearly a weapon that could level up with you. A natal sword that could even have some special functions. The attraction for sword cultivator players was immense. And the reward Lukeaj promised the handyman disciples of Mo Gate was such a natal sword. In Lukeaj's room, the players' enthusiasm had reached an unprecedented high. Those bloodthirsty little players. But the problem was Lukeaj didn't actually know how to forge a natal sword. He probably couldn't even forge the lowest level yellow grade sword embryo because he didn't have the blueprint. And the price to unlock the blueprint for a yellow grade sword embryo from the system was also very high. System notification, these are all the items required to exchange for the yellow grade sword embryo blueprint. Unlock the yellow grade sword embryo blueprint. Lukeaj propped up his chin and thought, unlock the yellow grade sword embryo blueprint. Requires 1 million experience points plus a monster heart. Lukeaj pondered. 1 million experience points is a small matter, but what is a monster heart? The system immediately displayed the definition of a monster heart. A blue-grade monster heart is the heart of a 4th realm monster. Level 41, level 50, he was surprised. If it's a 4th realm monster heart, why do I feel like there's some secret hidden within the natal sword? What's the relationship between a sword embryo and a monster heart? If I want to forge a higher grade sword, then doesn't that mean the system immediately replied, correct? The higher the blueprint's grade, the more monster hearts are required. Unlocking a blue-grade sword embryo blueprint requires 5 million experience points, plus a blue-grade monster heart and a purple-grade monster heart. Lukeaj was dumbfounded. What? A purple-grade monster heart, a blue-grade monster heart, and the heart of an ancient exotic beast. Is it really that difficult to get a natal sword blueprint from the system? He picked up his sword, looking at his own sword embryo. It was a gift from Aunt Ning. All of Mo Gate's sword embryos were gifts from Aunt Ning. He didn't know what grade they were. The system said he could check. Lukeaj said, check it now, checking. Check complete. BU1 blue grade high rank current level 29 required experience for upgrade 29.43 infused. Sword spirit not awakened unowned. Lukeaj looked disgusted. What, it's stuck at level 29? After using it to kill that demoness, I forgot to give it experience points. Also, why use a sensitive word like infused? So my BU1 is a blue grade high rank sword embryo, which is pretty average. Even Aunt Ning probably can't forge a purple grade sword embryo. Although she's obsessed with artifact forging, she's still a sword cultivator after all. And an ordinary sword cultivator couldn't possibly acquire experience points like he could. It seemed that even in high-level sects, purple grade sword embryos were extremely rare. In that case, if in the future every disciple of my Mo Gate has a blue-grade sword embryo, wouldn't that be defying the heavens? He was determined to exchange for the blueprint, but before that he had to raise BU1 to the same level as himself. Experience points infused, natal sword's level begins to increase. Notification displayed, level 30, level 31, level 35, level 42, level 53. Bu1 has been raised to the highest level. Over here, the swords of Ludongli and the others also began to tremble slightly. Little Lizzie thought, why does Changsheng feel like it's cheering with joy, while Luo Bing was puzzled, who are you celebrating? Mu Dongfang was surprised, how strange, it's very excited. Yang Shu thought, you feel it too. The system displayed again. Bu1 blue grade high rank, current level 53, sword spirit not awakened, unowned. Lu Keaj, although the sword spirit hasn't awakened, the special effect has been activated. Very good, just what this venerable needs. Next time Bu1's attack will be even stronger. But for now the most urgent matter is to exchange for the yellow grade sword embryo blueprint. Mass produce yellow grade sword embryos to equip the players, so they will be more confident when facing the calamity of the Tianquan realm. In 1 year at the shortest, 3 years at the longest, I must seize the time to increase the combat power of all Mogate disciples. If I can make Mogate a super-grade grand sect, then the calamity will be the calamity of the other world of the Eye of Chaos. He then called the system, opened the sect main quest panel. If he wanted to upgrade to a super-grade grand sect, he had to speed up the progress of the side quests. The reward for the Qingzhou main quest is about to be distributed. Lu Keaj was surprised. Wait, the rewards are being distributed again at this time? Then I'll claim this reward first and make plans later. You have claimed the phased rewards for 30 and 40 of the Qingzhou main quest. The system prompts checking your contribution. Reward is being generated. Keaj was excited. Come on, what will this venerable get this time? Reward generated. Based on your contribution to the Qingzhou main quest Sword of the Nether King, you are rewarded with 12 random attribute points. Keaj couldn't believe it. 12 random attribute points. Crap, is this for real? Lu Keaj's mouth hung open. If all of them were in Sword Dao aptitude, wouldn't that break the heavens? Spear Dao aptitude, Staff Dao aptitude, Saber Dao aptitude, Divine Sense, Spear Dao aptitude, Saber Dao aptitude. He put a hand to his forehead. Alright, is it really this random? Besides Divine Sense, which can strengthen the sword heart, what the hell are the others? He roared in anger. Damn system, I'll fight you. Do you want to open the remaining 5 random attribute points or destroy them? Destruction about to begin. Lu Keaj pulled back his hand and smiled. This venerable won't mess with you anymore. Open them. Generating random attribute points. Keaj scratched his head. Can you not make those strange sounds every time? Constitution, precision, affinity with heaven and earth, constitution, sword Dao aptitude. This time it's pretty good. Just the affinity with heaven and earth and sword Dao aptitude are worth it. Affinity with heaven and earth can greatly enhance the control over the world's spiritual energy. It helped me a lot in the previous battle. After adding this point, my affinity with heaven and earth has reached 5 points, he said. Absorb them all. Lu Keaj obtained Spear Dao aptitude and Staff Dao aptitude. Now his sword Dao aptitude was 6 points, and his sword intent and sword heart had also been upgraded. Moreover, he still had 250 discount coupons he hadn't used. The disciples were surprised. Did the sect master have another breakthrough? Crap, Lu Keaj has manifested again. What happened? Is our sect master a special effects specialist? Great, if the sect master is strong, our Mogate is strong. I can sleep soundly in the future. Lu Dongli pondered. Just how much did brother comprehend tonight? Even her own Changsheng sword was trembling like a sieve. Lu Keaj let out a breath. So this is what the 6th layer feels like. This venerable has reached the realm of clear mirror sword heart. Keaj focused his spirit, a sharp golden light flashing in his eyes. System prompt. You have awakened the clear mirror sword heart. The natal divine art sword heart has been strengthened and upgraded to soul-slaying sword heart, explaining the effect of soul-slaying sword heart. With the sword heart you can cause damage to souls. After upgrading you can slay souls. The current effect can slay the souls of creatures below the 4th realm. Keaj thought, for every 3 layers of sword Dao aptitude, a new effect is gained. At the 3rd layer, the sword heart awakens, and at the 6th layer, the sword heart is given the power to kill. In the future, I can instantly kill any creature below the 4th realm. This upgrade is not bad. This venerable is very satisfied. I wonder what effect the 9th layer of sword Dao aptitude will have, but none of that is important right now. I must first complete the sect's main quest and strengthen Mogate. System, release the mission. The system displayed a shimmering golden notification. Sect mission, strengthen Mogate. Upgrade to 6th grade. Mission content. Number of sect members above level 20 reaches 100, completed 394 1. Sect reputation reaches 15,000, completed. Current reputation 47,808. Have 2 5th realm or higher grand cultivators, or 5 4th realm peak cultivators in the sect. Current progress 6-2, completed. Reward 5 million experience points. Sword Dao aptitude, random special item. The current sect mission Strengthen Mogate has been completed. Claim rewards? Keaj answered confidently and decisively. Claim. The players did not disappoint. Over 300 of them had surpassed level 20, and the best among them had already reached level 30. Not bad. 6th grade sect. Mogate sect has been upgraded. 6th grade sect. A window displayed a notification. Sect disciples experience acquisition speed increased by 10. Sect disciples are protected by Mogate's reputation. Chance of being bullied reduced by 10. Sect disciples' chance of encountering beasts increased by 10. Everyone cheered. Great, I was just worrying about how to level up quickly, and our sect has upgraded again. When I first joined it was an 8th grade sect, and in the blink of an eye it's become a 6th grade. A sect master is too amazing. We're all benefiting from it. At this rate, one day, my Mogate will become a super grade grand sect. The system appeared. Obtained 5 million experience points, obtained 1 point of sword Dao aptitude, obtained 1 random special item. Kaj pondered another point of Sword Dao aptitude, but I can't add it now without a 50 discount coupon. Upgrading the Sword Heart and Sword Intent requires a massive amount of experience points. The system is too vicious, handing out experience points so stingily. Yet the number of skills needing upgrades is as numerous as ghosts. The window scrolled past other content. Sword Heart level 7, upgrade requires 64 million experience points. Sword Intent level 7, upgrade requires 64 million experience points. After some consideration, Kaj decided if there are already players who have reached the 3rd round, then the next step should be to improve the strength of my Mo-Gate's true disciples. System, check the current status of Mo-Gate's outer disciples. The system displayed everyone's level. He felt a little disappointed, except for Huo Ting. The other disciples had not yet reached the 4th realm. I need to hurry up and train them properly. Starting tomorrow, everyone must intensify their training. Kaj suddenly realized, right. My affinity with heaven and earth seems to have reached 5 points as well. I wonder what I can do with it now. He raised his hand and gave a loud command. Rain. Kaj thought, let's give it a try first. Rain immediately began to fall from the sky. Dark clouds gathered, covering the entire sky. The rain was heavy and urgent, the wind was strong, and the air was icy cold. The Sword Venerable smiled and thought, Kaj's ability to control water has grown stronger again. Clear mirror Sword Heart. Not bad. At the boy's rate of progress, he will surely reach a realm I have never reached in the future. Since that's the case, I can go into seclusion with peace of mind. I cannot fail Senior Luo's good intentions. Only by breaking through to the 9th realm will I truly have the ability to protect Tianquan. Lu Kaj stood in his room looking out the window. The water stream can now cover 1/3 of Qingzhou's area. If the fire god of heaven and earth is added to my water god, he revealed an extremely sinister smile, then wouldn't I become the rain god of Tianquan? The system's alert sounded. A new Sect mission has been received. Would you like to view it? Kaj blurted out in surprise. Oh, a new mission can be released as soon as the Sect is upgraded. The window displayed all the content for upgrading Mo-Gate to a 5th grade Grand Sect. Mission content. Number of Sect members above level 30 reaches 100, not yet completed. Sect reputation reaches 30,000, completed. Current reputation is 47,808. Have 2 6th realm or higher Grand Cultivators in the Sect, or 5 5th realm Peak Cultivators. Current progress 1-2, not yet completed. Reward 10 million experience points, 5 random attribute points, 1 random special item. Kaj felt something was off. Wait, didn't the system just give me a random special item? What is this one? He reread the 3rd item's content. Have 2 6th realm or higher Grand Cultivators or 5 5th realm Peak Cultivators. Current progress 1-2, not yet completed. Kaj was puzzled. Just what level is little Lizzie? How long does this girl plan to hide it from her brother? He gave up, sighing wearily. Forget it, so be it, it's fine. I'm already used to this stubborn yet powerful little sister. Once she's a powerhouse, the world is hers to command. Oh right, system. Where's the random special item from the 6th grade Sect upgrade? Give it to me now. An item was summoned. It was the ancient 5 elements formation. True explanation. High grade Shin rank. Kaj was astonished. It's another high grade Shin rank formation book. It's just 1 rank below orange grade. He held it and smiled happily. Want to learn it? A few minutes ago, someone gave up because they couldn't understand it, Kaj thought with conflict. Maybe I should give it to little Lizzie. She likes to study formations and I'm too lazy for these things. At that moment, Donnelly was pensively watching the rain fall outside her window. Brother has gotten so much stronger again. The stronger he is, the more stable Danqing Peak will be. I'm so happy for him. But she recalled something she had heard before. Qingzhou's Eye of Chaos is the main one. The other 3 cannot be controlled by the Eye of Chaos. Donnelly frowned in deep thought. Even Master and the Sword Venerable couldn't survive this great calamity. What chance do my brother and I have of survival? She cried out with determination. So I must work even harder. Donnelly hugged her knees and muttered to herself. As long as I become stronger than Master, I can definitely protect brother. Just then a knock suddenly came from the door. She was startled and sat up. Is that brother? It's so late. Why is he still coming over? Donnelly happily ran to open the door. Brother, why did you come to see me so late? Kaj handed her the item. Little Lizzie, I just picked up this treasure on the roadside. I knew you would like it, so I brought it for you. Donnelly was puzzled upon hearing this. On the roadside, she picked up the ancient 5 elements formation item. Donnelly's mouth dropped open. True explanation, brother. Did you really pick this up from the roadside? If this is real, it's the high-level ultimate formation technique of the ancient 5 elements sect. From a formation perspective alone, it's even stronger than the Heavenly One path, Kaj asked, embarrassed. Is it really that amazing? She replied. Whether it's real or not, I'll know once I try. Donnelly closed her eyes and concentrated, chanting an incantation. She appeared in another space. It really worked. Donnelly said, overjoyed and excited. Brother, it's real? Are you sure you really picked it up from the roadside? Donnelly moved closer to Kaj. Brother, hurry up and tell me, where did this thing really come from? He raised his hand and scratched his cheek. I already told you, I picked it up, he thought to himself. I must keep my mouth shut this time. I can't explain the system to her, even if it kills me. Donnelly expressed her doubt. I don't believe you. How could other people not find such a precious item? Why was it you who just happened to pick it up? Kaj snatched it back and said, if you don't believe me, then I'll just throw it back where I found it. It's not like the person I'm giving it to wants it anyway. She immediately snatched it back and held it tightly. Don't, since brother has already given it to me, it's my thing now. Dongli pushed Lu Keaj away and quickly shut the door. Good night, brother, and thank you for the gift, he smirked. Trying to outwit me, you're still too naive, little Lizzie. In her room, Dongli stared at the item, thinking, this must be a secret treasure brother obtained when he destroyed the heavenly secret pavilion. He went through fire and water to get this for me. I must make good use of it and turn Mo Gate's defensive formation into an impenetrable fortress, so brother will have no more worries. She smiled sinisterly. Then we will live together on Danqing Peak forever. If Dongli were to become a sage in the future, people would also call her the Sage of Survival, with survival being the kind of ignoble survival just to stay alive. Keaj walked along the path. If he wanted to improve his disciples' strength, then the best way was to take them out for training. I also want to activate the blueprint for the yellow-grade sword embryo, so Luzhou, a gathering place for the demon race, is clearly the best choice. If I'm going to Luzhou, then Luo Bing is the best choice. She seems to have some connection with exotic beasts and the demon race. I'll pick her then. He stretched and yawned. As an outstanding and distinguished sect master, I truly worked so hard for the sect. The next morning the sun was high in the sky and the mountains soared into the clouds. Luo Bing's face was full of excitement. Sect master Martial Uncle, are you really taking this disciple down the mountain for training? Keaj took a sip of tea from his cup. That's right, the other disciples will continue to cultivate on the mountain and must not waste time. You Bai and the others have already returned to the heavenly secret pavilion to find suitable cultivation techniques for everyone and will be back in a few days. Dongli immediately spoke up. I won't allow it. But she thought to herself, Luo Bing already has improper thoughts about brother. If this happens, wouldn't it be like letting a wolf into the house? Keaj turned around coolly and said, then give that thing back to me. Dongli was instantly conflicted at this. She looked away in embarrassment. I agree. Dongli cried silently, brother is using that formation to threaten me again, that detestable guy. Keaj spoke seriously, if there are no objections then it's settled, we leave tomorrow. Xiao Chu, Luo Bing and the man bowed their heads and accepted the order. Yes, Dongli's cheeks puffed out in anger. Damn it, how do I feel like I'm being completely controlled by brother? The next morning the weather was clear with blue skies and white clouds, the sun was brilliant and the view of the sky looked very beautiful and serene. Luo Bing asked shyly, young master, if we go to Luzhou, where will we go first? I heard that half of Luzhou is the demon race's territory. I've never seen what a demon looks like, Keaj replied. We've come this time specifically to find the demon race. She was confused. Specifically to find the demon race, he thought to himself, to exchange for the yellow-grade sword embryo blueprint from the system. I need 2 4th realm monster hearts. I can only go to their lairs. If I want to raise the player's strength, then their natal swords must also be top-notch. I have also seen the demon race before. I saw quite a few in manga in my previous life. They probably look like this, but they could also look like this. If that's the case, they might like to eat human flesh, so taking their hearts would be considered delivering justice on behalf of heaven. Keaj glanced at Luo Bing. Unfortunately, Luzhou is very far. It will take 5 days to reach its border. I'll have Luo Bing practice the Yinki Ju during these 5 days. The two sat on the boat circulating their energy. Luo Bing frowned, trying her best to endure. She suddenly coughed up blood in pain. Mo Gate's Yinki Ju could convert the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into one's own, but cultivating it was extremely painful. Luo Bing looked up at Keaj, as expected of the young master, to cultivate such a painful technique without any sign of suffering. He turned around, his face covered in bloodstains. Luo Bing, you should rest for a while. She was surprised. So even the sect master Martial Uncle would bleed from all 7 orifices, but even so he still looked handsome. A person with blue wings flew past the two of them. Keaj wiped away the bloodstains and looked in the direction the person had flown. He saw Qingyu, who had blue wings, flying quickly, looking very rushed. Keaj suddenly realized, found the demon race. This was the border of Luzhou. She looked back at him. What a handsome man, even more handsome than the most handsome eagle in our clan. Suddenly Qingyu was struck by several rays of purple light. After being hit, she immediately spat out blood and fell to the ground. Damn it, I was just distracted by that man's appearance. I'm in deep trouble this time. There were several monsters with bird heads and human bodies, their arms being wings. One of them shouted, she's a woman from the Qingyu Eagle clan, we must capture her alive. The monsters following immediately complied. Yes, they quickly flew towards Qingyu. After her, she's badly injured, she can't have gotten far. Luo Bing witnessed this scene, stunned. Young master, were those people just now from the demon race? What should we do? Keaj calmly observed the situation and said, perhaps we should do what needs to be done. He smiled sinisterly. Anyway, among that group of blackbirds, the leader seems to have already broken through to the 4th realm. High in the sky, a figure fell from a great height, crashing heavily onto the ground. The smoke cleared, and from within, Qingyu lay painfully on the ground, struggling to prop herself up. She gritted her teeth in pain but still tried to support herself. I must leave this place as soon as possible or I'll definitely be captured by them. Then the Qingyu Eagle clan will be finished. As Qingyu was still struggling, the flock of birds pursuing her finally caught up. Queen of the Qingyu Eagle clan, where do you think you can run? Upon hearing their voices, she immediately panicked. Damn it! One of the leaders fiercely grabbed Qingyu's head with its claw, causing her to cry out in pain, then said coldly, our general is very fond of you, you won't escape this time. Soon they were forcefully taking Qingyu away. The other two followed behind, chattering. This time Big Brother has captured the queen of the Qingyu Eagle clan. The general will surely reward him greatly. If Big Brother gets rewarded, don't forget about us brothers. The monster currently holding her head said arrogantly. Fine. When I break through to the 5th realm and take human form, you'll all benefit. As the group of monsters flew forward, a giant leaf suddenly appeared before them against the sunlight, causing them to look at each other in surprise. What is that? It looks like a human magic tool. The leading monster heard it was a human magic tool and immediately said fiercely, Human cultivator, are you trying to interfere in the affairs of the demon race? Kaoj stood with his back to them, the sunlight passing through his body like a dazzling halo. Kaoj said in a deep voice, helping the weak and punishing the strong is the ideal of us cultivators, but you don't look like good people. When Qingyu saw Kaoj, she ignored the pain in her body and quickly shouted in a weak voice, the Black Feather Eagle clan is forcefully abducting this humble girl. I implore the immortal to save me. Although she was a bit skeptical, she still hoped to cling tightly to Kaoj as her last straw. Perhaps this is my only chance to escape, I must seize it. Kaoj slowly moved his feet, stepping off the leaf. Each step created a halo as if walking on water. He smiled as he walked before the Black Feather Eagle clan, then said mockingly, Oh, forcefully abducting people of other clans seems to be a serious crime even among the demon race. The 3 monsters were highly vigilant. The leader suggested either we don't do it or we see it through to the end. If word of this gets to the 3 sages, our Black Feather Eagle clan will be in trouble. We might as well, the 2 beside him added. Kill him. Besides, it's been a long time since we tasted human flesh. After speaking, they violently threw Qingyu down and flapped their wings, pouncing towards Kaoj. They had already torn off all pretenses. A mere human junior dares to be so arrogant. Kaoj frowned and called out to Luo Bing. Luo Bing, go save that girl. She immediately flew down quickly from the leaf. Yes, Sect Master Martial Uncle. They eagerly surrounded Kaoj, thinking, let our claws tear your face apart. He stood motionless, calmly glaring at them. Kaoj's eyes instantly emitted a dazzling golden light. Soul-slaying sword heart. The 3 monsters who were fiercely pouncing immediately froze. They were as if frozen, and the space around them became strange. They broke out in a cold sweat and panic, looking at Kaoj. In midair, he held a sword with a dazzling halo, pointing it at them. One of the monsters immediately asked in fear, what on earth is this? He said nothing, just swung a golden sword light. Instantly, 2 of the monsters were shattered into pieces, turning into nothingness. The remaining survivor was so scared it couldn't fly steadily, watching its 2 companions' bodies disappear. It cried while holding up its pants, then turned and fled. Kaoj calmly watched the fool fly away from behind and revealed a cold smile. Leaving one alive will bring more good materials. He looked with satisfaction at the 2 dead birds before him. The soul-slaying sword heart is indeed useful. For a few monsters below the 4th realm, I can directly destroy their divine souls. It's much more powerful than just causing damage like before. Moreover, killing these demon race members this way leaves their bodies intact, so I can take their monster hearts. How pitiful. Why did you even think of killing this venerable? Kaoj landed where Luo Bing stood. How is the situation? Qingyu replied weakly, her face pale. Many thanks to the Cultivator Lord for saving my life. As soon as Luo Bing saw Kaoj, she walked to his side and said, Young master, she's very seriously injured and has lost a lot of blood. Just stopping the bleeding won't do much good. He fell into thought upon hearing this. This venerable is not good at saving people. Although she is also at the 4th realm, taking advantage of someone's predicament is not the act of a gentleman. Seeing the hesitation in Kaoj's eyes, Qingyu spoke with difficulty. Cultivator Lord, you need not worry. I am from the Qingyu Eagle clan, a descendant of the Phoenix sacred demon. As long as there is spiritual energy from plants, I can heal on my own. Cultivator Lords, I must trouble you to stand guard for this humble girl. She looked at the 2 of them worriedly, thinking, if they don't agree to protect me, I'm doomed today. Kaoj looked at Qingyu seriously. System, check her. The system immediately obeyed, scanned Qingyu and began its analysis. Queen of the Qingyu Eagle clan, level 41, current status, weak, near death. Hint, rescuing her presents an opportunity to obtain a special item. Seeing Kaoj ponder for a long time, Luo Bing watched him worriedly from the side, thinking, the young master has seen the system's hint. He smiled at Qingyu and said, all right, I can stand guard for you. Kaoj thought a special item, and she's the queen of the Qingyu Eagle clan. It seems this trip will yield more than just monster hearts. Hearing Kaoj agree to protect her, Qingyu felt as if a great weight had been lifted from her heart. She smiled sincerely. Thank you, Cultivator Lord. After speaking, she immediately activated the surrounding plant spiritual energy. Qingyu's wings shone brightly, unfurling to envelop her entire body. Watching the way Qingyu activated spiritual energy to heal, Kaoj mused, the cultivation techniques of the demon race are indeed different from those of humans, but they're also unlike those exotic beasts that only know how to slaughter. Those exotic beasts that only know slaughter. The demon race and exotic beasts are like 2 completely different species. Luo Bing stood to the side, looking at Kaoj in confusion, and asked, Young master, we only just met her by chance. Why would you? She thought to herself. Could it be that the young master has taken a liking to her body? Kaoj said calmly, Oh, because her breasts are big, he thought with a deadpan expression. Just find a random excuse. Hearing Kaoj's reason, Luo Bing was stunned. Huh? She panicked internally. Is that for real? Luo Bing clutched her own chest in distress, thinking, damn it, why do I feel an ominous aura approaching? Kaoj glanced behind him. They're here. An aura even stronger than that fourth realm blackbird from before. In the distance, a flock of blackbirds let out earth-shattering shrieks, flying menacingly towards Liu Keage. He calmly watched the flock of blackbirds approach. Luo Bing was a little frightened by the sight. Their cries were too fierce. The blackbird that had fled earlier was now pointing menacingly at Liu Keage. "General, that's the kid," the man called. General saw Liu Keage and gnashed his teeth in anger, shouting, "A mere junior human cultivator dares to interfere in the affairs of my demon race." A cold, killing intent emanated from his eyes. "I'll have to take his heart and steep it in wine." Luo Bing looked at the menacing general before her and glanced worriedly at Liu Keage. "Why, young master, he calmly raised a hand to signal her. "Don't worry, messing with my Mo-gate is not an option. Luo Bing, go protect that female demon. Leave the rest to this venerable." Following Liu Keage's command, she immediately moved in front of Qingyu, shielding her. "Yes, young master." The general and his subordinates surrounded Liu Keage in the air. The general looked at him, asking through gritted teeth, "Human, was it you who killed my clansman?" He remained silent, not answering, and had the system scan the general. Black Feather Eagle Clan General, level 53, highly renowned within the Black Feather Eagle Clan, has reached the 5th realm, a great demon. If killed, there is a chance to obtain a 5th realm demon core. Seeing the general's information, Liu Keage let out a cold sneer. A demon core seems like a decent treasure. Seeing him not answer, the general gnashed his teeth in anger. "Human, why don't you answer this venerable?" Liu Keage calmly flew high into the sky to face him directly, and the surroundings began to be enveloped in mist. The general said menacingly, "Are you mute?" As he spoke, he looked at the surroundings, somewhat puzzled. "Why is there so much mist around?" Liu Keage glanced at him coldly. "This venerable only enjoys looking down from a high place, not to mention you're a mere 5th realm demon." "That's right, your clansmen wanted to kill this venerable, but they lacked the strength and have already died by my hand." His answer made the general gnash his teeth in anger, looking down on this venerable from up high. "A mere 5th realm human, how dare you be so audacious?" The rage in his heart completely erupted. He pointed at Liu Keage, roared and commanded, "Tear him to shreds for this venerable." His subordinates immediately obeyed, charging swiftly towards Liu Keage to attack. His expression didn't change in the slightest. He just sneered and said, "Vile beasts, you've come again. This venerable doesn't want to waste time on trash like you." With that, Liu Keage's eyes immediately radiated light, soul-slaying sword heart. Ray of light immediately shone upon the incoming birds. The informant from before fled in terror, shouting, "Run, don't let that light hit you, it's deadly." They wailed in pain and despair, "Help, help!" Seeing their companions in front get scorched, the ones behind didn't dare to advance and the area instantly fell into chaos. The general standing in the back was also shocked by the extraordinary scene Liu Keage had created. He looked down from above and said coldly, "Not bad, a 5th realm great demon is indeed much stronger than those lackeys. Is that what's so special about you?" Although sweat beaded on the general's forehead, he remained stubborn. "Damn it, it's another soul-type divine ability." He roared and charged forward. "As long as I angle my body slightly, you won't be able to use your soul ability. Those tricks only work on inferior clansmen. They're useless against this venerable." Liu Keage watched him calmly as he rushed forward, slashing at him again and again. But Liu Keage calmly dodged every attack, driving him mad with anger. "I'll kill you." He glanced at the blade attacking him and said coldly, "Not bad. You have some understanding of blade techniques. For your demon race to reach this level is considered quite strong. A pity it lacks structure, and you've never considered how to make your wing slashes stronger." Hearing Liu Keage's taunt, the general roared in fury, "This venerable doesn't need your instruction. I'll take your head." He calmly stepped on the general's wing, causing the demon, who had been attacking with gusto, to panic and break out in a cold sweat. Liu Keage stood calmly in the wind. "Wait, you said just now that those following you are all inferior clansmen." The general retreated, flapping his wings and shouting, "Those who can't reach the 5th realm can never take human form. Of course they're inferior. Their deaths are nothing to mourn." He retorted coldly, "It seems the values of the demon race are different from most humans. Far too corrupt." With that, Liu Keage coldly raised his sword, which emitted a black aura and looked terrifying. The general sneered disdainfully, "What, you finally want to face this venerable head-on? Do you think your human weapons are worthy of competing with this venerable's feathers?" After speaking, he charged towards Liu Keage, still sneering. "Human magic tools are too weak. They'll break with a single slash of this venerable's feathers." He calmly gripped his sword and lightly slashed it across the general's body. A gash running across his abdomen made him feel the fear of death for the first time in his life. Liu Keage looked at his sword and said, "Good work. You've killed another evildoer." The general fell to the ground in agony, causing a tremor as he landed. Luo Bing looked in surprise at the thing that had just fallen to the ground, thinking frantically, "Is that the great demon's corpse?" The general raised his head in pain and looked at the Qingyu Eagle clan's cocoon. He gritted his teeth. "As long as I can get that, this venerable can live." The general looked at Luo Bing and assessed, "A human cultivator, 3rd realm. Then I'll kill you first to vent this venerable's anger." With that, he slammed the ground and shot into the air. He charged forward, roaring, "Die for this venerable." Luo Bing was stunned by his speed, worrying, "Too fast, I can't even see him clearly. It's over." Liu Keage rushed towards her, shouting, "Luo Bing, be careful." His sharp wing grazed Luo Bing's neck, leaving a small cut. Seeing the wound, he smiled in satisfaction. Success. Luo Bing's entire body immediately reacted to the wound. 3 streams of black qi instantly erupted from her. The 3 streams of qi took the form of 3 giant spirit beasts. They surrounded the general, their eyes radiating killing intent, scaring him so much that he fell to his knees and stammered, "GG are great." His eyes were wide with terror as he faced their immense pressure. "What is this?" The 3 souls roared, unleashing their power, and burned the arrogant general to a crisp. He had no time to resist. He was cooked before he could even let out a scream. After completing their task, the 3 souls turned into 3 rays of light and returned to Luo Bing's body. She regained consciousness, stunned. "What happened to me just now?" "Right, that demon tried to kill me. My neck was injured." Remembering the cut on her neck, Luo Bing worriedly touched it, only to be surprised. "Why isn't there a wound? That demon just now." She looked up at the general and was taken aback. The scorched bird left her dumbfounded. What happened here?" Lu Keaj flew down from above to Luo Bing and asked with concern, "Luo Bing, are you alright?" She looked at him and asked worriedly, "How did this demon end up like this?" Lu Keaj calmly gripped his sword and looked at Luo Bing seriously, saying, "You'll understand in the future. Don't worry about it for now." Hearing this, she bowed and said, "Yes, young master." Luo Bing looked at him and thought, since the young master said not to worry, then I don't need to dwell on it. I trust the young master. Lu Keaj frowned, recalling the scene. Just now he had indeed sensed the aura of 3 ancient exotic beasts. They were sealed on the Zeui Association's altar, but they had clearly turned into altar pearls and were absorbed into Luo Bing's body. He glanced at Luo Bing, thinking, what secret is hidden within Luo Bing's body? He remembered that when he took her as a disciple, the system had hinted that a side story would be activated. Lu Keaj recalled a previous conversation with Dongli. Dongli had looked at him cautiously and said, "Brother, the Sword Venerable said that Luo Bing's background might be related to the White Deer Forest. We might find some clues in Luzhou." Remembering this, he thought, Dongli did say that. I must make a trip to the White Deer Forest this time. With this in mind, Lu Keaj thought about today's events and smiled in satisfaction. Still, I've obtained quite a few 4th realm monster hearts this time. The initial goal has been achieved. I can activate the yellow grade sword embryo blueprint anytime. Plus, with all these demon bones and demon cores, they seem like treasures that might be useful in the future. Just then, the sound of Qingyu's cocoon cracking caught the attention of Luo Bing and Lu Keaj. Seeing the crack, Luo Bing said, "Young master, it looks like she's about to come out." Soon, Qingyu's delicate face was revealed. Her wings gradually unfolded, revealing her completely naked body to the two of them. Lu Keaj's face immediately turned red, while Luo Bing flusteredly said she had no feathers or clothes. Immediately turned around, cleared his throat, and said, "Luo Bing, give her a set of clothes." Luo Bing quickly hurried to Qingyu's side. "Yes." Luo Bing handed her the clothes but thought resentfully, "Damn it, she beat me to it again. I haven't even let the young master see my body yet." After changing, Qingyu smiled at the two of them. "Thank you, this rebirth from the cocoon has allowed me to break through to the 5th realm. I'm truly grateful to you both." Lu Keaj looked at the clothes she was wearing and thought in confusion, why does Luo Bing only carry such strange clothes? She glanced at the ground, saw the scorched bird corpse and was startled. Isn't that the prince of the Black Feather Eagle clan?" Hearing this, Luo Bing was surprised. Qingyu was stunned, saying he wanted to capture me and seize the power of my rebirth from the cocoon. He's the prince of the Black Feather Eagle clan, and he's already taken human form. His strength is immense. How could he have died so miserably? Luo Bing smiled proudly. "It was our young master who protected you." Hearing this, Qingyu immediately cupped her hands, knelt and said, "Thank you for saving my life, Cultivator Lord. Please come to my clan to take shelter immediately. He is the only son of the Black King of the Black Feather Eagle clan. He died here today. They will definitely come for revenge." His face darkened and he glanced at her coldly. "Are you trying to repay kindness with enmity?" Luo Bing was surprised and confused, while Qingyu's face turned pale and she froze. She immediately kowtowed and said, "This humble girl wouldn't dare, Cultivator Lord." Luo Bing walked to his side and said softly, "Young master, isn't she trying to help us?" Lu Keaj said coldly, "The Black Feather Eagle clan won't know we were here at all, but they do know that this prince was chasing this Qingyu eagle. The prince is dead, so the Black Feather Eagle clan will of course seek revenge on the Qingyu eagle clan, not on 2 human cultivators who appeared out of nowhere." At this point his gaze turned grim and murderous as he said, "And you just want to use my power to fight against the impending revenge of the Black Feather Eagle clan. Am I wrong?" Qingyu prostrated herself on the ground, begging fearfully, "Cultivator Lord, please calm your anger. This humble girl dares not deceive you, but if you are unwilling to help, my Qingyu eagle clan will surely be annihilated. I beg you to save my people." Lu Keaj asked coldly. "But why should this venerable save you? Standing guard for you was just a whim of this venerable's." Qingyu looked at him resolutely and said, "If you agree, my lord, I will on behalf of my clan offer you the ultimate treasure of the Qingyu eagle clan." The moment she finished speaking, the system immediately prompted, "Extremely high probability of obtaining a Qingyu eagle clan special item." Hearing this, he smiled in satisfaction and thought, "Very good, this is what I was waiting for. No one works for free." Luo Bing stood to the side watching her and said softly to Lu Keaj, "Young master, she's so pitiful. Why don't we be good people to the end?" He sighed and said in a low voice, "Since my own disciple has a soft heart, I will agree to your request." Hearing this, Qingyu smiled and cupped her hand sincerely. "Thank you for your magnanimity, Cultivator Lord." On a distant mountain inside a cave, a black bird knelt on the ground, reporting respectfully and tremblingly, Reporting to the Black King, the auras of the Black Feather Eagle clan warriors that the general took with him have vanished. I fear that the man sitting on high heard this and asked coldly, "You fear that they are already dead?" The man below was too frightened to make a sound. This humble one dare not speak recklessly. The man sitting on high immediately stood up and said in a muffled voice, "The mere Qingyu Eagle clan dares to kill my son. I think this matter is not that simple." The Black King of the Black Feather Eagle clan gnashed his teeth in anger, his fists clenched, his entire body radiating killing intent. He immediately spread his wings and flew out. "This king will go see what happened personally. Whoever was involved in this must be buried with my son." After speaking, he flapped his wings and flew forward rapidly. Soon he arrived at the place where his son's last breath had dissipated. "This is where my son's aura dissipated." He looked around thinking, not only is my son's aura here, but there are also the auras of many humans, yet not a single body. Wait, that is, he suddenly saw 3 strange auras remaining on the ground, and was greatly shocked. He thought the aura of ancient exotic beasts, 3 of them, and one is even the aura of a dragon beast. The Qingyu Eagle clan actually dared to collude with those scourges. At this thought he furiously stomped the ground, which instantly cracked. His heart filled with rage. If the Qingyu Eagle clan wants to collude with those scourges, then don't blame this king for annihilating your entire clan. Thinking of this, he immediately spread his wings and soared high, but the ancient exotic beasts were powerful, and his clan's strength alone would likely be no match for them. Since that's the case, then I will unite all the eagle clans in this region and exterminate them together. At this thought, he immediately flew off to execute his plan. In the plaza of the Qingyu Eagle clan's territory, voices of sorrow and worry filled the air. The princess is missing. The Qingyu Eagle clan cannot be without a leader for a single day. A coffin was placed in the center of the plaza, and inside it lay the late queen's body. Now that Her Majesty the Queen has passed away, the princess is also missing. "Is heaven trying to destroy our clan?" another person said. "Pull yourselves together, we must choose a new queen to lead our clan's development." The entire Qingyu Eagle clan had gathered in the plaza looking at each other with worry. Someone said, "Easier said than done. Who is suitable to be the new queen?" Another person nodded. "That's right, if the person we choose is not as good as the princess, we might as well hurry and find the princess." That person agreed. "Right, why don't we split up and look for her now, perhaps at this very moment?" A seductive voice came from behind the crowd. "I'm afraid she won't be coming back. The queen passed away and she left, but I saw her fly towards the Black Feather Eagle clan's territory. As she walked, she said coldly to the crowd, perhaps she saw the queen was dying and ran to the Black Feather Eagle clan first. Right now, she's leading people to destroy our clan. She has already betrayed our Qingyu Eagle clan." Hearing this, the crowd didn't believe it. "Caillou, don't talk nonsense. How could the princess do such a thing?" Another person chimed in. "That's right, where did you get your news? But if the princess really did run away, what should we do? Just sit here and wait to die?" Caillou calmly walked to a high place, a cold smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. "So the most urgent matter is that we must choose a queen who is truly capable of leading our entire clan." She stood proudly before the crowd. "If we're talking about ability, then of course we should choose the person with the highest cultivation." At this point, Caillou turned and said, "Now that the queen is dead and the princess has fled, in the entire Qingyu Eagle clan only I, Caillou, have reached the 5th realm." She smiled smugly. "I think you all know very well that only a sufficiently powerful king can protect you." The crowd below immediately broke into discussion. "That may be so, but it's still unclear if the princess has truly fled. However, within our clan it's true that no one has a higher cultivation than Caillou. It wouldn't be improper for her to become the new queen." But seeing the hesitation of the crowd below, a cold smile tugged at Caillou's lips. This group of timid clansmen with just a little more pressure would probably kneel and beg her to be the new queen. "Tisk tisk tisk, Your Majesty the Queen. You suppressed me for years and protected them for so long, yet isn't this the result now?" She glanced sharply at the queen's body thinking, "If anyone is to blame, it's your daughter, who was too foolish to believe my scheme. How could there be a spiritual medicine in the Black Feather Eagle clan's territory that could extend the life of a Qingyu Eagle? The Qingyu Eagle clan has been protected by her for too long and has forgotten the demon race's way of survival. But I will make them remember again. To survive, you cannot hide in this valley forever. Living a humble life, you must go out." Thinking of this, Caillou licked her hand, thinking of killing other demon clans and seizing their territories. "Only through bloody war can my Qingyu Eagle clan prosper." From the crowd, Ling Yu rushed out and shouted angrily, "Impossible, Her Highness the princess would never flee. She is the queen's only heir." "Caillou, stop your nonsense. The princess has no reason to betray us." Looking at Ling Yu, she didn't take this little boy seriously at all and said coldly, "Hey you, who was standing behind Caillou, immediately accepted the order. She thought coldly, "This bunch of trash is too noisy, daring to court death." Hey Yu flew over and sent him flying with a single palm strike. He was young and his cultivation was not high, so he was naturally no match for Hey Yu. Caillou flapped her wings, shattering the rocks behind her, and said coldly, "The Qingyu Eagle clan's strength is weak now, all because the former queen protected you too much." Her eyes held a killing intent and an indescribable excitement as she looked at the crowd. "Remember, from today on I am the new queen of the Qingyu Eagle clan. Anyone who disrespects me will end up like this stone." The crowd below turned pale, too frightened to make a sound. So Caillou had already prepared everything. She was a warlike mongrel to begin with, only pretending to be obedient because she was suppressed by the queen. Now that the queen was dead and the princess was gone, no one could suppress her anymore. Her strength was so formidable now, and even He Yu beside her was at the peak of the fourth realm. Though injured, Ling Yu struggled to his feet and said through gritted teeth, "We will never accept you as the new queen. Only Her Highness the Princess can inherit the queen's will." "Caillou, you are not worthy," he shouted angrily. Hearing this, the crowd immediately turned pale, looking at Ling Yu with fear and worry. "It's over. Is this kid seeking death? He is Her Highness the Princess's attendant and is very loyal to her. But to say such things, does he not want to live? Lady Caillou will definitely not let him go." Hearing his words, Caillou and He Yu's faces turned ashen. She sneered, her eyes radiating killing intent, and looked at Ling Yu. "Ling Yu, it seems you haven't seen the reality of the situation. Then let this king help you sober up." With that, Caillou immediately and violently grabbed his neck, her face twisting into a perverted smile as she said, "Say it again. Is this king qualified or not?" She looked at Ling Yu with satisfaction, thinking, "Since someone wants to die, I'll use you to make an example of." The crowd below was too scared to make a sound. Caillou glanced at them, thinking that she only needed to keep those who were strong and loyal to her anyway. She didn't need the other wastes. Let them witness firsthand the fate of those who defy this king. He was being choked so hard he couldn't breathe, his face turning crimson, his body trembling, yet he still struggled to shout angrily, "Her Highness the Princess would never oppress her clansmen like you. You are not worthy of being our king." "Not worthy, never worthy." Caillou sneered upon hearing this and waved her hand. "Then you can go die." The crowd below was too scared to watch. Why would this foolish child do such a foolish thing? It's a pity Her Majesty the Queen is dead, otherwise this would never have happened. If only the Qingyu Eagle clan could all pray in unison, if only Her Highness the Princess could come back. The prayer had just ended when Caillou's arm was caught by a stream of water. What is this?" Everyone looked at her in shock. Caillou was tightly bound by that mysterious stream of water. She gritted her teeth in surprise and looked around. Liu Kai's cold voice sounded, "To slaughter one's own clansmen is not the heart of a king." As soon as his words fell, he waved his hand and Caillou was immediately thrown to the ground while the stream of water carefully supported Ling Yu. From the leaf, Qingyu flew over angrily, shouting, "Caillou, what have you done to my people?" Seeing Qingyu's return, the members of the Qingyu Eagle clan began to discuss joyfully, "It's Her Highness the Princess, she's back. She didn't run away. That's great. She really didn't abandon us." And Caillou was indeed lying. How could the princess have gone to the Black Feather Eagle clan? Below, Caillou was bound by Liu Kai's spiritual energy chains, struggling weakly. She thought, "She's actually still alive. The Black Feather Eagle clan didn't kill her. Damn it, but do you think a mere fourth realm can be king?" Back to the matter at hand, Qingyu held Ling Yu in the air and asked, "Ling Yu, how are you?" Hearing her, he replied softly, "Your Highness, I'm fine. I knew you would come back." He coughed a few times as he spoke, spitting out blood. Despite this, Ling Yu still managed to add, "Your Highness, Caillou took advantage of your absence to try and make herself king. She even dared to spread rumors that you had run off to the Black Feather Eagle clan." Upon hearing this, Qingyu replied, "I understand, Ling Yu, don't speak any more, rest for now." He replied weakly, "Yes." Below, the vicious Caillou still stubbornly said, "Princess, you dare to collude with humans to harm your own clan. A person like you is not fit to be the king of the Qingyu Eagle clan. If you have the guts, fight me fair and square. If you win, I will honor you as king." Although she said this, she knew in her heart that this was a scheme. Caillou thought even He Yu couldn't break free from this strange chain spell. It seems this human cultivator has some skill. I must first throw mud on the princess. As long as that human cultivator doesn't interfere, I can definitely beat her. After all, she is only fourth realm, so she was counting on her higher realm to bully someone with a lower realm. Hearing this, Qingyu, whether she saw through the plot or not, still answered, "I agree." With that, she put her palms together and respectfully pleaded with Liu Kai, who was sitting above, "Cultivator Lord, please release her. Let me fight her in a fair duel." She made such a request and Liu Kai asked in return, "Are you sure?" At the same time, Liu Kai was thinking to himself, this is clearly a trap, yet also a dilemma. If she doesn't agree, she'll lose face in front of all her clansmen and be accused of colluding with humans. Why do I feel like a bad guy all of a sudden? Hearing Liu Kai's question, Qingyu replied, "I am sure. If I can't even defeat her, how can I protect the people of the Qingyu Eagle clan? If I lose, then I am not worthy of being king. I hope the Cultivator Lord will grant my request." Hearing these words, all the members of the Qingyu Eagle clan knew that the princess was thinking of her people, and they couldn't help but be surprised. The princess's character is 100 times better than Caillou's. Only Her Highness the Princess is worthy of being our king, but the princess is only fourth realm. She is definitely no match for the fifth realm Caillou. Hearing her reply, he thought to himself, how foolish she really fell for it. A mere fourth realm wants to fight a fifth realm, what a pipe dream. And below, Caillou called He Yu over and gave her an order. "I have something for you to do." As she spoke, another plot was brewing in her mind. Compared to her, she could use any means necessary to win. Liu Kai no longer insisted and said, "Since that is the case, I will grant your wish." He thought again. Perhaps she has already thought it through. I don't need to interfere. My enemy has not yet appeared anyway. As soon as his words fell, Liu Kai ordered the chains binding Caillou to be released. After she was freed, she said smugly, "No wonder Her Highness the Princess would collude with a human cultivator. This human cultivator is indeed handsome and extraordinary. Even a princess would be moved. Only then did the crowd see Lucaja's true appearance. Sunlight from an unknown source shone behind him, giving him a great presence. Indeed, he still couldn't change his habit of putting on airs. After seeing him, the men and women of the Qingyu Eagle clan couldn't help but praise him. He really is handsome. To think a human could be more beautiful than our Qingyu Eagle clan. To have such heaven-defying looks. Hearing this, Qingyu, still unaware of the plot Kaiyu was brewing, loudly reprimanded her. "Stop your nonsense, Kaiyu. If I defeat you, you must leave this place and never come back." After being released, she flew into the air, her fiery red wings unfurling in preparation for a battle, and also as a show of force. At the same time, a despicable expression appeared on her face. Her sharp claws grew out like a monster's. "To be honest, if you lose, I won't give you a chance to live and leave this place." She also spread her own wings, unlike Kaiyu's. Qingyu's wings looked more beautiful and pure. She flew up and said, "If it were before, I would of course not be your match, but now," Qingyu said decisively, "I am also in the 5th realm." However, Kaiyu was not surprised to hear this and retorted, "5th realm with an unstable foundation, you won't amount to much." Hearing this, she also replied, "Then come and feel it for yourself whether my 5th realm can amount to anything." After their exchange of taunts, the real battle began. She and Qingyu flew high into the sky to fight at the same time. For the Eagle clan, they do not use weapons but fight with their bare hands. Their only weapons are their claws. This is very similar to real eagles in nature, as eagles are very good at using their claws, which are also their main tool for hunting. The two fought fiercely, the scene resembling the wings of an angel and a demon clashing. The Eagle clansmen below watched the intense battle and discussed among themselves, "So strong is this a battle between 5th realm cultivators?" After reaching the 5th realm, our Qingyu Eagle clan's speed and power are completely different. Up above, Lucaj observed everything. Kaiyu and Qingyu fought continuously, and in a flash, finding it strange, Luo Bing spoke up and asked, "Young master, aren't we being a bit too idle like this?" As she asked, she poured him some tea. Indeed, they were fighting for their lives, yet Lucaj was here, leisurely sipping tea, looking utterly relaxed. Hearing Luo Bing's question, Kaj replied, "A battle at this level is no different from a play. There's nothing to worry about." After speaking, Kaj added, "Pour the tea." She hastily poured the tea, still thinking to herself, "Play, but I can't follow their movements at all. If it were me, I would have lost for sure." As if reading Luo Bing's mind, he said, "No need to worry. The reason you couldn't see their movements clearly just now is because you haven't reached the 4th realm yet. Once you break through to the 4th realm, you'll be able to easily defeat a 5th realm demon." Hearing this, she replied, "Thank you for the explanation, young master." In her heart, Luo Bing thought, "The young master is always so considerate. Liking him is truly the most correct thing I've ever done." After a while, Kaj looked down below and said, "Look, it's about to be decided." Down below, the two fought as fast as lightning, creating a circular vortex surrounded by gusts of wind. At its center was the orange spiritual energy representing Kaiyu, while the pure blue spiritual energy was Qingyu. A battle of this 5th realm magnitude was immense, affecting everyone around. The Eagle clansmen broke ranks to flee from the feathers of the two 5th realm cultivators. They said, "Protect the children, don't run around, find shelter quickly." A moment later, someone fell heavily to the ground. However, due to the thick dust, we couldn't tell who had won. The Eagle clansmen had quickly retreated deep among the rocks to hide. Within the smoke were the figures of the two Eagle clanswomen. With one standing and one kneeling, one of them had certainly lost. However, it was still unclear who had won and who had lost. After the dust settled, the one standing was Qingyu, and the one kneeling was of course Kaiyu. After defeating her, she spoke, "Kaiyu, you've lost." Seeing their princess win, the Eagle clansmen cheered. "The princess won, that's great, the princess won, Kaiyu can't be queen. Our Qingyu Eagle clan is saved." Down below, the overwhelmed Kaiyu retorted, "As expected of the noble princess of the Qingyu Eagle clan, you are indeed powerful after breaking through to the 5th realm. I've lost. I will leave this place." However, Qingyu still didn't realize why she had given up so easily and replied, "All right, since you've agreed, and leave immediately or else." Before she could finish, Kaiyu suddenly laughed loudly and replied, "You don't need to tell me what to do." She clutched her wounded body and stood up. Suddenly, Kaiyu's eyes glowed. With a malevolent face, she shouted, "Hey you, I told you, how could a scheming and insidious old woman like her give up so easily?" Immediately, a giant black eagle appeared in the sky, carrying a stone coffin in its talons. The Eagle clansmen recognized what it was and shouted, "It's the queen's coffin, what is he trying to do? The queen's coffin has been taken by him." "Hey you, put down the queen's coffin, that's disrespectful to the dead." Seeing her mother's coffin being taken away, Qingyu shouted in anger, "How audacious, how dare you!" Having gained another bargaining chip, she laughed loudly and said, "You want to be queen? Then I'll take your mother's corpse and let those lowly exotic beasts devour it." Kaiyu's face now showed a vile and vicious expression as she continued, "To let those inferior exotic beasts ravage your mother's corpse, you must be feeling very distressed." Then she laughed maniacally again. Hearing this, she angrily flew up, not forgetting to shout "Stop," though it was unclear what purpose her words served. When she could even betray her own clansmen, what weight did Qingyu's words carry? Having achieved her goal, Kaiyu flew away, saying, "If you dare to follow, I'll have Heiyu smash her coffin right now." Then she revealed her vile and vicious face for the nth time and threatened, "Princess, I want you to announce right now that I, Kaiyu, will be the new queen of the Qingyu Eagle clan." So this was Kaiyu's true purpose in seizing Qingyu's mother's coffin. In the end, her greedy desire to be queen remained. Unable to dissuade Kaiyu, Qingyu tried to appeal to maternal sentiment. Kaiyu, you also received my mother's kindness. How could you do this? Do you really have to be so heartless? The Qingyu Eagle clansman, unable to help much from the beginning, could only act as a crowd and comment, this is bad, the princess is very filial, Kaiyu is so unscrupulous. If she really becomes queen, our clan is finished. Another person also said, how could Kaiyu be so despicable? From this height, the queen's body and coffin will be shattered. Damn it, we're too weak, we can't help Princess Darren. Having taken the coffin, she said smugly. Princess, as long as you agree, I'll be very sentimental. But after I count to 3, if you still don't agree, then you'll never see the queen's body again. Kaiyu took advantage of her upper hand to set conditions for her own benefit. At this moment, Qingyu's mother's body was in a stone coffin encased in a transparent layer of glass so her face could be seen. She had the same hair color as Qingyu. They were truly mother and daughter. At a glance, although she had passed away, her face still exuded a kind and gentle aura. Qingyu hesitated. She was a person who valued sentiment and righteousness, placing filial piety above all else. In her heart, Qingyu was now torn, thinking of her mother. Kaiyu, still with that vile and disgusting face, threatened, decide. As soon as she finished speaking, Kaiyu began counting from 3. Up above, Luo Bing saw the situation had reached a climax and worriedly asked Kaoj, young master, that girl seems to be in a lot of trouble, should we? Although he hadn't heard her full sentence, Kaoj had already guessed Luo Bing's meaning. No need to rush, she hasn't even opened her mouth to ask for help yet. Helping reluctantly might cause side effects. Back to the situation, Qingyu was now caught between her clan and her duty, but for her, a person who dearly loved her mother, Qingyu chose duty. I agree. Hearing the answer she wanted, Kaiyu was overjoyed and said, you truly are a person of sentiment and righteousness, but just saying it won't do. Do it in front of the Qingyu Eagle clan's totem. Kaiyu was truly vicious. She knew that for a clan leader, honor was more valuable than life itself, so once Qingyu swore to her ancestors, she could not take it back. After hearing this, she didn't object, and walked before the stone statue of the Qingyu Eagle clan, saying, gods of the Qingyu Eagle clan above, I, your descendant Qingyu, willingly cede the position of the Qingyu Eagle ancestor to Kaiyu. If I go against this, may heaven and earth destroy me. As she spoke, Qingyu raised 2 fingers as if making an oath with the heavens as her witness. The members of the Qingyu Eagle clan all knew of Kaiyu's cruelty and did not agree. Princess, you can't. Why is this happening? How can Kaiyu be so shameless? What a bastard. Among them, Ling Yu was the one who spoke out directly to Kaiyu. We will not accept Kaiyu as queen. We don't want to. We don't want to, Princess Darren. If the Queen Darren and the gods were here, they would absolutely not agree to you doing this. As soon as he finished speaking, he coughed from his previous injuries. Up above, Luo Bing, being a kind person, saw the situation and anxiously said to Kaoj, young master, even so, you're not going to act. He still replied calmly, I won't act, it's not time yet. Kaoj was still very relaxed, now using his water spiritual energy to create a Peppa Pig, thinking, I remember Peppa Pig looking like this, but looking at it now, it's really abstract. Back to the situation. After hearing such words of opposition, Kaiyu angrily turned to look at the clansman and shouted, shut up. After hearing her threats, the people of the Qingyu Eagle clan turned pale and didn't dare to say another word. Now they were all thinking, she's already like this before even taking the throne. If she becomes queen, won't our clan become her slaves? Yet not a single one dared to object. They were all talk and no action. Up above, Qingyu had flown to the same level as Kaiyu and said, Kaiyu, can you return my mother's body to me now? Kaiyu suddenly showed a sinister smile and replied, of course. Her next expression was a disgusting face as Kaiyu shouted, of course not. Then she gave an order. Hey you, take it away. He immediately replied, yes, it's truly foolish to make a deal with vile people. Seeing this, she angrily moved forward, wanting to attack Kaiyu. Kaiyu, what are you trying to do? Why won't you keep your promise? As she flapped her wings to flee, she said, I want you to suffer, I want you to despair. Do you think you can have everything just by defeating me in your dreams? However, Qingyu was now severely injured from the previous battle. This is not good. Although I just defeated Kaiyu, my wound has torn open again. Kaiyu now revealed her true feelings, why she had done all this. Kaiyu's face now looked extremely hateful as she shouted, because I am not of the pure bloodline of the Qingyu Eagle clan. Even though I was the only 5th realm great demon in the clan, your mother never treated me like a real clansman. I must make you all pay. In terms of what she was doing now, Qingyu's mother was completely right not to pass the leadership to her. A greedy leader would only bring suffering to her people. Then Kaiyu, with nothing left to hide, recounted, I'll tell you one more thing. The story about a spiritual medicine that could extend life in the territory of the Black Feather Eagle clan was also something I made up. The purpose was to trick you into leaving the tribe, to risk your life searching for a spiritual medicine for that dying queen, so it would be easier for me to act. Hearing Kaiyu's words, Qingyu suddenly seemed to realize something and asked, You, what do you mean? Only then did she reveal the truth. That's right, your mother could have lived for a while longer. It was I who took advantage of her critical illness to strangle her. I watched her stop breathing with my own eyes. Moreover, the Black Feather Eagle clan had long coveted our clan's talent. By tricking you into their territory to find spiritual medicine, you would have certainly died. It was killing two birds with one stone. Hearing this, she flew at Caillou like a crazed beast. Caillou, I'll fight you to the death. Seeing this, she laughed loudly. Want to kill me with just you? Hey you, come back and kill her with me. However, after being called, Hey you did not answer. Caillou turned her head and wondered, Hey you, didn't you hear me calling you? Only after turning her head did she see the scene clearly. The sky was now covered by countless black eagles, and most terrifying of all was a supergiant eagle high above. If a mortal were to see this eagle, they would probably be made into a supergiant boiled eagle dish. Only then did she notice that Heiyu was already in the Black King's grasp, and of course his state seemed to be that he was already dead. Upon seeing this, Caillou screamed, Heiyu! After he died, the coffin was no longer held by anyone and fell freely through the air. Seeing this, Qingyu chased after it to catch it. Over here it seemed there had been a mistake earlier because Heiyu had only been knocked unconscious. Now he was truly dead, his head crushed by the Black King. The entire Black Eagle clan had gathered here, as numerous as ants. Their leader said, There's still one red mongrel of the Qingyu Eagle clan over there. You all go kill her. I see someone wants to kill me. Not only that, but their numbers were also very large. Caillou quickly fled. Her heart was in turmoil. What on earth is going on? Why have the three eagle clans appeared here at the same time? Moreover, that big black-feathered eagle is the Black King. I have to escape because today is the day the Qingyu Eagle clan will be annihilated. Over here, Qingyu was still chasing after the coffin, calling out loudly, Mother, mother, no! Because her body was now covered in wounds, she couldn't fly any faster. If she were at her peak, it would only take a moment. After sitting and eating snacks and drinking water for a while, Caillou finally spoke up. All right. As his words fell, the coffin, just as it was about to hit the ground, was enveloped by a stream of blue spiritual water. She was overjoyed to see that the coffin hadn't broken. Caillou then gave that little bird her first lesson upon entering the world, which was to see reality clearly. This Qingyu Eagle clan was truly too naive. It was right to call them naive because the Eagle clans had always lived in a certain area, so Caillou was the only one with greed. Then he turned to look at Caillou and continued, And the retribution for the wicked will come very quickly. Back to her, she had been approached by many black eagles and was torn to shreds. Caillou had never expected that after scheming so many times in her life she would end up in this situation, screaming, Help, help, no. After landing her mother's coffin safely, Qingyu thought, They are the Black Feather Eagle clan, the Blue Feather Eagle clan, and the White Feather Eagle clan. Why have the three great eagle clans united to come to the small territory of the Qingyu Eagle clan? The Black King then opened his eyes to observe. He used a stream of qi to scan the surroundings and thought, I can't find the aura of the ancient exotic beasts. Have they hidden? Hiding in the dark to strike me with a thunderbolt is indeed a method those beastly exotic beasts would think of. Suddenly, the Black King's gaze focused on Luo Bing. Wait, that human female's body is concealing the auras of three ancient exotic beasts. Down below, Caillou also guessed what he was currently thinking and said to Luo Bing, do you see that big eagle? She nodded. I see it. Young master, what's wrong with it? It seems to be looking at me. Caillou then told Luo Bing, if I'm not mistaken, it has probably discovered the aura of the ancient exotic beasts on you. Based on the habits of the demon race and exotic beasts, it's highly likely it wants to devour you. Hearing this, she was startled and asked, trembling, Young master, what should we do then? High in the sky, the Black King commanded without hesitation. The ancient exotic beast has been found. It's inside that female cultivator. Whoever captures that female cultivator alive will be rewarded with 10 5th realm demon cores. Hearing the reward of a full 10 demon cores and 5th realm ones at that, all the Eagle clansmen excitedly asked, 10 5th realm demon cores, with those one could break through directly to the 6th realm. Besides, the human cultivator next to her is only at the 5th realm. We have overwhelming numbers, let's just go and capture her. Faced with hundreds of Eagle clansmen charging over, Caillou remained leisurely seated and ordered Luo Bing, what else can we do? Pour the tea first. She was a bit confused upon hearing this, but didn't dare to ask. Luo Bing obediently replied, Yes, young master. After the tea was brewed, the hot steam curled upwards like smoke. Caillou picked up his teacup. What else could he do when facing a 6th realm great demon? He could only break through to the next realm first. In an instant, he broke through directly from level 50 to level 60. At this moment, Caillou's realm had reached the peak of the 5th realm. He broke through as easily as if he were using a cheat. An eagle was flying in the air. A breakthrough right before battle, and he even broke through 7 minor levels in a row, but even so, he's only at the peak of the 5th realm. Among the warriors of the 3-colored eagle clans, there are plenty of 6th realm experts. Human cultivators are no match for my demon race, not to mention our clans have many warriors. As the flock of eagles flew towards Caillou, they mocked him unscrupulously. What's the use of breaking through just now? Those 10 demon cores are mine, another quickly retorted. Nonsense. Those demon cores are mine. A mere peak 5th realm human, killing him is easier than crushing an ant. As the person at the center of the event, Caillou continued to drink his tea leisurely, while Luo Bing sitting opposite him was extremely anxious. Young master, they're here. Seeing his unfazed appearance, Luo Bing's expression relaxed a little, and she couldn't help but admire him in her heart. As expected of the young master, so calm even in the face of a crisis. But in reality, the system had already issued him an upgrade mission. After reading the notification, Caillou couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile. As expected, the system issues suitable missions based on the situation. This time, the orange grade upgrade mission was to kill a 6th realm demon. So if I kill that big black eagle, how will the system judge it? Thinking of this, Lukeaj gave a subtle glance at the flock of eagles flying towards him. The leading eagle had also started following behind at some point. Watching this scene, he couldn't help but feel a little expectant. The Qingyu Eagle clan is indeed a weak demon clan, but they possess a powerful inherited talent. This venerable has already taken a liking to your princess, so I might as well help you out. Lukeaj pulled himself from his thoughts and shouted provocatively, "You flock of eagles, if you want to kill this venerable, you'll have to catch this venerable first." After speaking, he controlled the leaf to fly straight away. Luo Bing, sitting on the leaf, was a bit slow to adapt to the sudden acceleration. Complete contrast to Luo Bing, the flock of eagles was both excited and scornful of this provocation. "Ridiculous, a human actually wants to challenge our speed. Brothers, let him know the rules, show him the strength of our eagle clan." After speaking, they pursued the leaf with all their might. This chase was witnessed in its entirety by a green-haired woman standing below. The more the woman watched, the more anxious and uneasy she became. That human cultivator is really helping me. He's luring them away so the battle won't affect the other clansmen in my territory. To go to such lengths for us, is he really just doing it for my clan's ultimate treasure? This is clearly an unequal trade. Back on the leaf, Luo Bing grew a little flustered seeing the flock of eagles about to catch up. "Young master, they're about to catch us." Lukeaj didn't respond to her words but extended his hand and said, "Give me your hand." Faced with this gesture, Luo Bing was bewildered. "Young master." Soon, Luo Bing came to her senses and slowly extended her hand to hold his. This is the first time I've held the young master's hand." Seeing her hesitate, he directly reached out, grabbed her hand and pulled her up. "Don't dawdle at a time like this." Yes, the reason Luo Bing was so flustered was because her pure desire was different from ordinary people. The desire was an image crafted to attract Lukeaj, but its core remained pure. After taking her hand, Lukeaj produced a pair of sunglasses from somewhere, put them on, then smiled confidently and held her hand tightly. "Today, this venerable will teach this flock of demons a good lesson and let them know what speed and passion are." Lukeaj observed the area ahead and realized they were not far enough from the Qingyu Eagle clan's territory. The combat power unleashed by a 7th realm battle would be immense. They had to go further. Thinking of this, Lukeaj stomped his foot and countless strange runes appeared. With this stomp, several devices resembling racing car engines appeared behind the leaf. Looking at the things that suddenly appeared, Luo Bing turned her head, her eyes wide and her mouth forming an O. "This is Master's Spirit Wind engraving formation. It can even be used on a flying magic tool." The engines were ready, and immediately after, a powerful stream of air shot out, causing the leaf to speed away at a divine pace. Luo Bing once again entered a state of shock, the 4 words "Sage of the Way of Survival" appearing in her mind. Master is truly a genius at escaping to think of such a use for this formation. The flock of eagles left behind was unwilling to accept it. That human can actually accelerate further. Brothers, don't let him get too far ahead. Accelerate with all your might. Accelerate for me. A human shouldn't even think of surpassing the speed of us eagles. Even if we die, we'll show him the speed of our eagle clan. After speaking, they gathered their power and sped off in pursuit. As they shot forward, their eyes were bloodshot. Losing to Lukeaj in their own area of expertise, this flock of eagles had now gone completely insane. As they were chasing, one of the eagles coughed up blood and fell. The eagles in front saw this and felt a bit of pity. Worthy of being warriors of the eagle clan, to accelerate, they actually forced blood into their hearts until they exploded. Watching them die one by one just to chase him, he revealed a meaningful smile. It seems they blew up their own hearts just to fly faster. The demon race is truly insane, a pity. How can a physical body compare to a magic tool? Just then, a powerful black force erupted from ahead, forcing the leaf to a halt. "Where do you think you're running, human?" The leaf stopped abruptly, and both of them were a bit unsteady on their feet. The largest eagle had appeared at some point. It flew before him and offered a condition. "If you abandon that woman and flee now, this king can spare your life. I know you. You are Lukeaj, who has recently become famous across the 4 continents of Tianquan." Hearing this, a trace of fear appeared on Luo Bing's face. "Is it me it wants?" But why? At this moment, the two were surrounded from both front and back with no way to retreat. Lukeaj had no intention of fleeing either. Instead, he stepped forward to face the challenge. "Oh, since you've recognized this venerable, then this matter becomes simple. You may not understand yet, but this venerable has never negotiated terms with anyone, much less would I hand over my own disciple to save my own life." As he said this, Lukeaj's expression became resolute. Standing behind him, Luo Bing was successfully moved by his reaction. "Young master." In contrast to her, the furious eagle was now enraged beyond control. "You already know about my son, and you even killed the warriors of our eagle clan. Shouldn't a debt of blood be paid in blood?" These words sounded like a joke to Lukeaj. "What of it? You've got the wrong idea." Hearing him say this, the eagle was confused. "I was the one who killed them." Hearing this, the eagle was furious, its killing intent overflowing. "How audacious! I thought to spare your life out of respect for the sword, venerable. but you seek your own death. This king will grant your wish." Not the least bit intimidated by its aura, he remained composed. "That son of yours was a tyrant, and he wanted to take this venerable's life. So of course this venerable had to kill him." At this point he clicked his tongue. "Tisk tisk tisk, but what this venerable didn't expect is that you're even more detestable than him. You clearly know I'm your enemy, but because you're afraid of the sword venerable, you don't dare to act against this venerable. This venerable utterly despises spineless bullies like you." His face was filled with contempt. Faced with his taunts, the eagle was enraged. "Lukeaj, this king will grind your bones to ash." After speaking, it let out a massive roar, and a terrifying black power spread out from all directions. Everything except Lukeaj's leaf was blown away. He stood there and continued to provoke. "What's even more ridiculous is that on the surface you want to avenge your son, but after seeing the power of the ancient exotic beasts on my disciple, you changed your mind." He didn't stop there. Adding fuel to the fire, "This is enough to show that your son isn't even as important as the power of 3 ancient exotic beasts. The son is impetuous, the father is greedy for profit. What a picture of a loving father and a filial son." Luo Bing heard everything he said. She was shocked, realizing it was because of the power of the 3 pearls she had absorbed. This time the eagle was even more furious than before. It roared, "Shut up!" Immediately after, a black power enveloped the entire space. "This king will destroy this place. You cannot escape." Finally, a giant black sphere of light appeared in the sky. It raised the sphere and smiled sinisterly. "Lukeaj, from this day forward your name will completely disappear from Tianquan." Seeing this giant black sphere of light, the flock of eagles was shocked. "Oh no, that's the Black King's signature move, Eagle-Rending Black Sun Run. This move is certain death for anyone below the 7th realm. The last time the Black King used this move he annihilated the entire Grey Mad Panther clan. It said that not even a single corpse was left. Run, run." Faced with that sphere of light, Lukeaj also began to respond. "Activate Enter Immortal." As soon as his voice fell, his feet began to glow, and immediately after, a golden halo gradually appeared behind him. Standing behind, Luo Bing saw the halo appear, her face filled with envy. "The young master's domain is always so beautiful." After successfully equipping it, Lukeaj stood on a lotus flower and flew towards the sphere. Before going, he instructed, "What happens next is not something you can interfere with. I will pilot the flying boat away from here at top speed. Hold on tight." After hearing him, she said worriedly from behind, But that's a 7th realm demon king. Shouldn't we run first?" Lukeaj ignored her words and continued to instruct as he moved forward. "Conceal your aura. Don't run into the other eagles." After speaking, the leaf automatically moved to a distance from the sphere of light. Sitting on the leaf, Luo Bing could only shout helplessly, "Young master!" On Lukeaj's side, he was already closer to the sphere. When he reached a sufficient distance, he stopped, closed his eyes and focused his energy. Enter Immortal was already activated when he entered the Qingyu Eagle clan's territory, and now it had finally accumulated enough power. After this thought, he opened his eyes. At this moment, Lukeaj's entire body was enveloped in a golden light. A 7th realm is indeed hard to deal with. Activating Ascension isn't nearly enough. Though he said it wasn't enough, Lukeaj did it anyway. He summoned his sword and began to make his move. Enter Immortal, Ascension. Behind him, the figure of an immortal appeared faintly. After preparing for a moment, the eagle also turned back. It raised the sphere of light and shouted, "Lukeaj, go to hell." As soon as his voice fell, an extremely dazzling white light shot out from the sphere. It was followed by countless streams of power spreading out from all directions. The moment the sphere lit up, it began to explode. The force of the explosion spread in all directions, and even the eagle clansmen who had turned to flee earlier were turned to dust. Only Luo Bing, sitting on the leaf, was unharmed. Outwardly unharmed, but inside, Luo Bing's heart felt as if it were weighed down by a heavy stone. She watched everything happening before her and shouted in terror, "Young master, the power of the explosion is only increasing." After that strike, the eagle could no longer maintain its beast form and reverted to its human form. The explosion didn't completely disappear until much later, but the aftershock it left behind was not small. A giant black hole appeared in the sky, and the surroundings were a complete mess. Standing on a rock that had luckily remained intact, the fellow laughed smugly. "Within the range of this king's black sun, no creature below the 7th realm can survive. This is the consequence of angering this king, even if the sword venerable comes after me. If this king hides in the Sea of Chaos, what can he do to me?" Just then a voice sounded. "Oh, hiding in the Sea of Chaos, are you planning to seek refuge with the exotic beasts?" He was too excited to notice and answered casually. "My demon race and the exotic beasts share the same origin, so there's no harm in seeking refuge with them." It was only after a moment that he realized something was wrong and turned his head in surprise. "Wait, who's speaking?" Appearing before him was the figure of Lukeaj, completely unharmed, without a single scratch. "Lukeaj, you're not dead?" His face was written with disbelief in life itself. Lukeaj didn't answer his question. Instead, he disappeared on the spot and then reappeared in front of him, sword in hand, in a fighting stance. "Of course this venerable isn't dead. After all, the one who should be dead is you." As soon as his voice fell, he slashed out with his sword. However, under the king's bewildered gaze, the sword didn't cause any damage at all. It couldn't even cut him. He nonchalantly flicked the tip of Lukeaj's sword aside, his tone full of mockery. "What do you take this king for? This king is a 7th realm great demon. You want to kill this king with just that little bit of power? How ridiculous." You do have some skill, but that's all. After speaking, he threw a punch at Lukeaj, sending him flying. After being sent flying a certain distance, Lukeaj still hadn't regained consciousness. His claws were too sharp. He was much stronger than Ning Jianshan. After successfully sending him flying, he spread his wings, took to the air, and revealed his entire plan. Lukeaj, this king knows you're trying to help the Qingyu Eagle clan, which is why you deliberately lured me here. I didn't press the matter out of respect for the sword venerable, but now this king no longer wishes to give him face. I will now annihilate the Qingyu Eagle clan right before your eyes. After speaking, he raised his fist, a crazed look on his face. As soon as his words fell, he sped away. By the time Lukeaj came to his senses, the demon's figure had already put some distance between them. Vile beast, don't even think about running with that. He quickly gave chase. As he flew, 1,000 thoughts raced through his mind. Ning Jianshan was a resurrected person. Even with soul jade sustaining him, he was in his weakest state at the time, and his true strength hadn't reached the 7th realm. Moreover, my water was the nemesis of his fire, but this fellow is a true 7th realm. I must increase my strength to kill him. However, no matter how difficult, he had found a solution. He commanded the system, quickly add those sword Dao aptitude points I haven't used yet. All right, the system responded swiftly. The effect was enhanced, and countless swords appeared in the air. Sword Dao aptitude +1, current level 7. The system notification displayed in his mind, and he saw the effect of these points. Each point of sword Dao aptitude will increase sword power by 10. I originally planned to use them all at once, but now I can only use them ahead of schedule. Also, I'm level 60 now, so Bu1 can be upgraded too. Upgrade Bu1. The system almost immediately sent a notification. Bu1 level 53, beginning to infuse experience points. Immediately after, the sword's attributes increased at an astonishing speed. After a series of effects, a notification panel followed. Bu1 has activated a new special effect. Seeing this notification, Lukeaj's face lit up with joy. Another new effect activated. Let's open it and see. Immediately after, a panel with complete information popped up. Special effect activated. Demon slaying. Damage to demon beasts and ancient exotic beasts increased by 10. Sword spirit not yet awakened, unowned. Lukeaj's face showed astonishment as he read the last part. Bu1, are you responding to my thoughts? Although this new special effect is only yellow grade, in this situation it can be compared to a purple grade effect. Good sword, after I kill this eagle, this venerable will sooner or later upgrade you to a purple grade sword embryo. With his goal set, Lukeaj continued to chase the eagle. As he flew, he marveled. As expected of a 7th realm eagle demon, its speed far surpassed his own. But it began to rain, and he raised his hand to form a seal. He did this to use the power of Bu1 to accelerate in the rain. In a battle between masters, even the smallest gap can make a huge difference. As soon as his words fell, the sky quickly darkened, followed by thunder, lightning, and rain. Seeing the change in the weather, he had a different opinion of Lukeaj. His origin spirit of water can actually control the weather, but this can't affect this king's speed. Thinking this, he increased his speed, no longer in human form, but reverting to his beast form. As he charged forward, he asserted, this king will let you taste what despair is. This king will make you feel the pain of losing my son. Back with the Qingyu Eagle clan, the woman from before now shouted loudly, is everyone all right? Seeing that it was her, the crowd quickly emerged from their hiding places. She walked over to gather everyone and explained, that human cultivator helped us lure the Eagle clans away and also helped me protect the queen's coffin. When they return, we must repay them. Although she said this, there were still people in the crowd who were skeptical. But that Black King is a 7th realm demon king. Is that human cultivator really his match? The woman didn't know how to answer. She turned her head to look at the coffin beside her, and only then did she finally speak. If the queen and the eagle god were here, they would definitely go help him, for that human's mother. A beautiful woman lay in the coffin. Seeing her actions, the others immediately began to pray, asking the queen to help that human. Your Majesty, just then, something fell from the sky, crashing straight into the coffin and shattering it. The woman watched this scene with tears in her eyes. Mother, the eagle had already arrived, its eyes crimson, looking at the crowd with madness. Qingyu Eagle clan, your eagle god cannot protect you. You are honored that this king will personally annihilate your clan. After speaking, it charged over. The woman turned her head to look at the eagle, unable to believe her eyes. The Black King, he's back, not just her, but the people behind her also gradually fell into despair. How could this be? Could that human cultivator? He couldn't be dead, could he? How could he have been eliminated so easily? Then our Qingyu Eagle clan is about to be annihilated too. Ignoring the crowd, the eagle gradually condensed a black energy ball in its beak. You can all accompany my son in death. As soon as its words fell, a beam of energy shot out in all directions, heading straight for the people present. Immediately after, countless painful screams rang out, "Wah-ah, help!" Watching her clansmen being slaughtered one by one while she herself was powerless, the woman could only reveal a look of terror. This is the 7th realm, this is a demon king. The more she watched, the more desperate she became. How could they defeat this guy? How is it possible to win? The woman's eyes gradually filled with tears as she looked at her mother in the coffin. Mother, mother, what should I do? She powerlessly collapsed beside her mother's coffin, her mind beginning to recall her childhood. The little girl had once run crying to her mother to complain, Mother, Caillou is bullying me again, mother. Please stand up for me. The queen knelt before her, gently stroking the little girl's head and comforting her. I am the queen, how can I only favor you? You are the princess, you must be strong. Fearing the little girl would continue to cry, he continued to comfort her. You must become the bravest warrior of the Qingyu Eagle clan. If someone bullies you, bullies our clansmen, what should you do? Mother has already taught you. Hearing this, the little girl hesitated, unsure of the answer. Her little head thought for a moment, and finally she remembered what it was. I remember, whoever hits me, I'll hit them back. Whoever hits my clansman, I'll hit that guy hard. After speaking, the little girl even made fists with her wings, very satisfied with this answer. The queen rolled up her sleeves, revealing her firm muscles. That's right, whoever dares to bully my Qingyu Eagle clan, kill them. Good child, you must remember this well, you must kill them. Recalling what her mother had said to her back then, her aura instantly soared. Whoever dares to bully my Qingyu Eagle clan, kill them. On the other side, the remaining members of the Qingyu Eagle clan were still fleeing from his attacks. Run, run, help, go protect the princess. Where is the princess? Screams and worried cries rose and fell. However, amidst the dense energy, a small figure charged straight ahead. It was a blue eagle, charging towards the larger eagle. The people below saw the figure and immediately knew who it was. They shouted in shock, "That's the princess! Is the princess going to fight that monster?" "Princess, your highness, the princess!" they shouted loudly. That's right, the eagle was none other than the princess of the Qingyu Eagle clan, and she was firing countless crystal shards at that eagle. Whoever dares to bully my Qingyu Eagle clan, kill them. Although she attacked, the eagle's tough hide was completely unharmed. Even so, she steadfastly fired countless crystal shards, shouting loudly to remind her clansmen below. Run, run, I'll hold him off, you all run. The people below watched this scene, unable to bear leaving. The princess, she's fighting desperately for us. She's fighting the powerful king of the Black Feather Eagle clan for us. Must we forever hide under the wings of the queen and the princess? In the face of these words, none of them could utter a single word. Are we to watch the princess die so that we cowards can live on? He watched the small blue figure frantically charging towards him, sneered and extended his huge sharp claws. A mere early fifth realm turned to dust. After speaking, it let out another huge roar and black energy filled the entire vast space. Unfortunately, a stream of energy struck the woman. Seeing her get hit, he took the opportunity to mock her even more. You can't even withstand a single move, go die. Although the attack didn't directly hit her body, she was still sent flying a certain distance due to its immense power. From beast form, the woman quickly changed back to human form, the wounds on her face more numerous than ever. Mother, I can't do it, but I did it. The queen's image appeared in her mind again. To still do something knowing it can't be done, that's a bit like your mother. You did very well. She was happy, not angry at all. Just like that, her body fell aimlessly. Watching the queen's image, she was very moved, mother. However, the attack did not hit her. It was blocked by many crystal shards. Your Majesty the Queen, we've come. Hearing the familiar title, she quickly turned her head. Queen, behind her, a large group of blue eagles flew over, and a few of them supported her to prevent her from falling to the ground. After being supported, she was still a little incredulous. We fight alongside your Majesty the Queen, they said firmly. The Qingyu Eagle clan will no longer be afraid of death. From now on, you will be our new queen, they smiled knowingly. Watching this scene, she couldn't help but be moved to tears. Everyone, in complete contrast to the crowd, the eagle watched this scene with a face full of disdain. There are barely a few at the fourth realm. A race like yours is no different from insects. Ignoring his words, they continued to tirelessly shoot crystal shards at him. He was disdainful of these attacks, which were like scratching an itch, and once again opened his large beak, condensing a super large energy ball. Insects should live like insects, someone in the group shouted, boosting everyone's morale. Use all your strength to shoot your feather arrows. We must protect Her Majesty the Queen and ensure she leaves here safely. The others quickly responded after hearing this, and then swiftly charged forward. Yes, at the same time, a small group flew in the opposite direction. The energy ball grew larger and larger, preparing to smash into the flock of birds. The woman transformed back into her beast form, turned her head to look at this scene and couldn't help but shout, "Don't you all run, run, don't go, stop them," she commanded. However, they did not turn back, still moving forward with a calm expression. "Thank you for your concern, your Majesty, but this is their honor." Honor? As soon as the words fell, the energy ball was launched, heading straight for the flock of eagles, Qingyu. The woman was terrified, watching everything helplessly, her throat raw from shouting. No, however, he continued to make the energy ball bigger. Die, you damn insects. The nearby flock of birds gradually changing from blue to a lone black and white. However, a miracle happened. When the energy ball approached the crowd, a light shone in the center of the sphere. With the appearance of the light, a huge pillar of water gushed out, blocking the blue energy stream. The attack was destroyed, and the immense power it generated knocked him back. Atop the water pillar, a familiar figure was standing. That person was none other than Liu Keaj. He stood there, a supremely confident smile on his face. It seems this venerable is not late. Liu Keaj's appearance made everyone present gasp in amazement, dumbfounded. That's that figure, that's the human cultivator. He wasn't killed by the Black King, how could he come back when facing a 7th realm great demon? Human cultivators have always been hostile towards our demon race. He actually came back, and in the face of a powerful enemy. Just like that, countless discussions erupted. It wasn't just the common people. Even the princess's face lit up with joy upon seeing his appearance. "Cultivator Lord, are you all right?" Faced with the woman's question, Liu Keaj turned around and said concisely but imposingly, First, this venerable is very strong. Second, this venerable never goes back on his word. Hearing his words, she couldn't help but recall what she had said in the past. Back then, he only agreed to help me after I promised to gift him the ultimate treasure. At that time, I thought he was a greedy human cultivator who only acted for his own benefit. But for all he has done for my clan now, how can a mere treasure repay this kindness? Thinking of this, an unprecedented determination surged in the woman's heart. My Qingyu Eagle clan is too weak. If the Cultivator Lord truly rescues my clan from danger, Qingyu and all the people of the Qingyu Eagle clan will repay this kindness for generations to come. The only one who wasn't happy to see him appear was the eagle. It once again summoned an energy ball. Lukeaj, you've come at a good time. This king will beat you half to death and make you watch as I kill them one by one. Sensing that the situation seemed to be turning bad, Lukeaj swung his sword and commanded, "Take your people and retreat. This venerable will handle things here." Hearing the request, the woman immediately agreed. "Yes, everyone follow me." After speaking, she turned her head and flew away. The crowd flew off, leaving the battlefield to him and Lukeaj. Lukeaj's previous sword strike had successfully destroyed his energy ball, shattering it into pieces. Although they had turned and left, some couldn't help but look back curiously. "It's a good thing that human cultivator is helping us, but must we leave him behind and run away?" a young man muttered to himself. The woman leading the way heard him and answered the question as she flew. "I trust the Cultivator Lord. This isn't fleeing in the face of battle but rather not causing trouble for him. From now on no one should slack in their cultivation. The Qingyu Eagle clan must become stronger." Although she said this, she secretly watched Lukeaj's unshakable figure from behind. "Only then can we help the Cultivator Lord." However, the crowd didn't notice her unusual reaction and just replied firmly in unison, "Yes, Your Majesty the Queen." Back on the other battlefield, every energy ball the eagle fired was shattered by his sword, which even managed to injure its body in several places. Frustrated, it said unwillingly, "You bastard, why have you suddenly become so strong? What kind of monster are you?" Hearing its question, he replied perfunctorily, "I just leveled up a few times, something that can be done by casually drinking a few cups of tea." However, Lukeaj's answer didn't satisfy it. It angrily gathered another energy ball in its mouth. "This human can't speak a single decent word. In that case, this king will show no mercy." The energy ball was once again shattered by a single sword strike. After speaking, it shot into the sky at an astonishing speed. Seeing it flee this time, Lukeaj couldn't help but sneer. "Trying to run again as a great demon king is running all you know how to do?" He flew up in pursuit as he spoke. After flying through the clouds to a more open sky, it transformed back into its human form. Before it could prepare, Lukeaj unleashed countless sword shadows. "Face my sword." This caught it completely off guard. Unprepared, it could only defend clumsily. Watching as sword energies carved into its body, even so it had to ask, "Your sword energy consumes a great deal of spiritual energy. Yet you possess an endless supply. With your 5th realm strength you should have been drained long ago." Lukeaj raised a hand and unhesitatingly enlightened him. "Because I am using your spiritual energy." Hearing his answer, it finally understood, doubted its very existence, and raised a hand to check. "How is this possible? My spiritual energy is constantly draining, and I can't control it." Lukeaj once again took advantage of its distraction and swung his sword heavily. "Daring to be distracted while fighting me? Interesting." It hastily raised its hands to block, managing to deflect a part of the attack. But the consequence was that both its arms were covered in wounds of all sizes. Looking at its own arms, it couldn't help but feel shocked. In just a moment he was able to tear through its body. Lukeaj pointed his sword straight at him from above. At this moment he had reached another level. "Before, my sword wasn't sharp enough to break through your defense, but now my sword is both sharp and precise." The continuous upgrades had added to his power in battle. System prompt, special effect water affinity activated. When the sword body touches water, damage increases by 15 and sword body weight decreases by 15. Special effect demon slaying activated. Damage to demon beasts and ancient exotic beasts increased by 10. He commented concisely, "Although the physique and talent of the demon race are powerful, they do not cultivate human techniques and have no domain to awaken." It clutched its wounded arm, looking at him with hatred. "I have lived for over 1,000 years, and you are the only one who has been able to injure me." He didn't pay much attention to its words, but instead remarked, "You were just lucky. If you had encountered the seniors of Luzhou's tower beyond the tower, you would have long been reduced to dust." At this point he had successfully hit a nerve. It looked at Lukeaj vigilantly. "How do you know I don't have a backer in the tower beyond the tower?" As soon as it finished speaking, he couldn't help but marvel. Oh, this seemed to be unexpected information. "If you're connected to the tower beyond the tower, then this will be a bit troublesome." Thinking he was afraid, it found another excuse to mock him. "It's too late to be afraid now. This king will let you witness the true innate divine ability of the demon race." With that, it was enveloped in a stream of red and black energy. The innate divine ability of the Black Feather Eagle clan, the power of the Shangfeng. Its entire body mutated and its wings spread. Looking at his new form, Lukeaj understood. "So you're a descendant of the ancient demon god Shangfeng." No wonder, although Shangfeng is also a divine beast, compared to the phoenix with its fire and symbiotic abilities, it is still inferior. but even so, the pure bloodline of Shangfeng, even just at birth, is a 7th realm demon king. One cannot say he is not strong. That's right, my Black Feather Eagle clan is a descendant of the demon god Shangfeng. In terms of speed, we are unrivaled in the world, he said with great confidence. Hearing these boastful words, he provoked. Unrivaled in the world, your descendants just now couldn't even catch this venerable. You are only able to catch up because of your realm. It didn't speak, disappeared from its spot, and then reappeared in front of him to attack. This king can't be bothered to argue with a dead man. Liu Keoj blocked its attack with his sword, somewhat in disbelief. 3 times faster than before. The demon race's talent is indeed powerful. It didn't stop, launching another strike that sent him flying. Its figure immediately appeared before him again. It's not over yet. Another strike sent him crashing to the ground. The two went back and forth, evenly matched. During the attack, although they were opponents, he couldn't help but praise. Liu Keoj, you are strong to be able to force this king to use my innate divine ability. But this is as far as you go. After this king cuts off your head, I will turn you into a wine flask and keep you by my side forever. Faced with these threatening words, he sneered. Too cruel, but do you have the ability? Its pride pricked. It roared in anger. Then let's see. Liu Keoj, if you have the guts, take this move from this king. He accepted its provocation, put his sword aside, and didn't dodge or do anything. All right, then I'll take this move with my face. How arrogant, you're courting death with that. It rushed towards him. As it got close, a fist wrapped in energy struck before him. However, a strange thing happened. The fist did not hit his face but was blocked by something. Seeing it being blocked, Liu Keoj smiled meaningfully, while it trembled with fear. It's happening. From one hand to two, then its entire body became immobile. My body can't move. Liu Keoj lightly touched its stiff arm, which was enveloped in blue spiritual energy, and chided. I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. From its 2 arms to its entire body, it was now enveloped in his blue spiritual energy. It could only ask blankly, Liu Keoj, what on earth have you done to me? It had now completely lost its ability to fight, so he didn't mind telling it the answer. Nothing much, just that your spiritual energy has been drained by this venerable. A system screen appeared beside him. Spirit slaying has drained 100 of the spiritual energy of the target. The level 71 Black Feather Eagle King. It was startled by his words and tried to sense its own body, but the result was the same. What's happening? I really don't have a single bit of spiritual energy left in my body. Looking at its trembling body, he comforted it half-heartedly. Don't waste your energy. If it weren't for the power of water supporting you, you would have already fallen to the ground. I really can't feel anything. It could only accept the reality. You, what kind of monster are you? Why are you? Why are you so much stronger than the rumors say? I'm a 7th realm great demon king. Faced with this question, Liu Keoj stroked his chin and thought for a moment. Actually, I'm not that strong. If you had intended to kill me from the start, you would have won long ago. His words surprised it. He didn't wait for it to ask and took the initiative to explain. My domain can directly absorb an opponent's spiritual energy, but the absorption speed isn't fast. It's just that you wasted too much time, and every time you cast a spell or transformed, you consumed a large amount of spiritual energy, which led to your spiritual energy being depleted. If I really had to fight you head-on, I might have had to expend quite a bit of effort. Of course, it's not impossible, but that wouldn't be as interesting. As he spoke, he casually waved his sword. He raised his sword and pointed it at it. So it's time to end this. Is it really afraid it's going to be killed? It tried to plead. Wait, my backer is one of the 72 peak masters of the tower beyond the tower. Do you know the consequences of killing me? As soon as it finished speaking, the sword was already at its neck. For the first time, sweat beaded on its forehead out of fear. It worked. Even Liu Keoj is wary of the tower beyond the tower's power. However, things didn't go as planned. He didn't kill it, only because he had one more question. Actually, I have a question. Why has your Black Feather Eagle clan been hunting the Qingyu Eagle clan all this time? Also, I've seen that the Qingyu Eagle clan's territory is very small and far from your Black Feather Eagle clans, so there shouldn't be any conflict. That's because the innate divine ability of rebirth through feathering is unique to the royal family of the Qingyu Eagle clan. Although I have reached the 7th realm, my lifespan is only over 1,000 years. Now that the great calamity is approaching, as long as I seize the demon core of the Qingyu Eagle clan's royalty, I can obtain that innate divine ability and extend my life by another 1,000 years, it replied. After speaking, it paused before unwillingly continuing its answer. Unfortunately, the Qingyu Eagle clan hides too well. Their queen possesses a powerful barrier talent, able to hide the entire tribe so well that we can't find a trace of them. As soon as it finished speaking, it fell into a memory. Until that day, a princess of the Qingyu Eagle clan actually came to my territory to gather herbs. She was only at the 4th realm. My son could have easily captured her, but you ruined my plan and even killed my son. It still couldn't accept it. After hearing all the explanations, Liu Keoj showed a look of understanding. So the demon race can obtain the innate divine abilities of others by devouring their demon cores. Faced with his irrelevant self-questioning, it glared at him. That's not the point of what I was saying. Hurry up and release me, otherwise when the peak master of the tower beyond the tower finds out, you'll be in big trouble. But Liu Keoj wasn't the type to back down from such threats. TCH, I've even fought the Yin Sis disciple. Do you think I'm afraid of your peak master? With that, he waved his sword and the head instantly fell to the ground. Even with its head and body separated, it still couldn't believe it. You not only used one sword, Liu Keaj also unleashed countless sword energies, successfully slicing its body into countless pieces. Shut up after being hit. Black smoke enveloped its body. Seeing this, Liu Keaj thought it could still fight and couldn't help but take a cautious step back. What? It can still live without a head? The black smoke dissipated, revealing a headless eagle floating in the air. Only then did he understand. So it reverted to its true form. He looked at it for a moment, and an idea suddenly sparked in his mind. The body of a demon race is so large, there must be many treasures. Right, this guy still has a demon core inside that can be taken. Thinking of this, Liu Keaj smiled wickedly. Just then, the system's notification sound rang out. Upgrade mission breakthrough to the 5th realm. Eliminate 1 6th realm demon or 3 5th realm peak demons has been completed with excess. Mission evaluation in progress. Evaluation can be completed in 12 hours. Killed the level 71 Black Feather Eagle King. Obtained 20 million experience points. Liu Keaj finished reading the system notification and judged without any particular intention. It'll take another 12 hours to complete the evaluation. This system is getting slower and slower. Also, although the Black Feather Eagle King is at the 7th realm, it only gives 20 million experience points. Not even 1/3 of Ning Jianshan's. However, he quickly found the reason, closed his eyes and sighed. But the demon race doesn't have cultivation techniques and can't awaken domains, only relying on innate divine abilities. They are indeed not very strong. Then another thought popped into his head. So if I bestow cultivation techniques upon the demon race, letting them awaken both domains and innate divine abilities, wouldn't that be heaven-defying? With the Tianquan calamity approaching, having one more ally would be a good thing. I just don't know if the demon race can cultivate human techniques. Back in the Qingyu Eagle clan's territory, everything was in ruins. In a nearby cave, 3 people were kneeling before the woman and reporting, "Your Majesty, all the clansmen have reached a safe place. There is a barrier at the cave entrance left by the former queen. Although the barrier is dissipating, it might still hold for a few days." After hearing the report, she quickly gave instructions. "A few days is enough. The cultivator lord will definitely win. You go and appease the old and young in the clan. Tell everyone not to have internal strife. I will stand guard here." "Yes." After the 3 left, her gaze turned to the somewhat cracked coffin. "Mother, I didn't expect you to still be protecting the clan even after your feathering, compared to you." Just then, the sky outside suddenly turned completely dark. This commotion caught her attention. Looking at such a sky, she said with concern, "The sky is dark again. Could it be that the Black King has come again? Didn't the cultivator lord already?" In the sky, a huge eagle-shaped figure appeared. Seeing it, she became even more certain of her guess. It's really the Black King." Thinking of this, she turned and ran. "I must go inform everyone. I must have everyone quickly hide in the depths of the cave." Watching her running figure, Liu Keaj spoke to calm her fears. "Don't be afraid, it is this venerable." Hearing the familiar voice, the woman stopped in her tracks, stunned. "That's the cultivator lord's voice." Almost immediately, she turned her head, and sure enough, it was Liu Keaj's figure and the falling body of the eagle. "Cultivator lord, I knew you would win." After stabilizing his body, Liu Keaj finally spoke. The Black Feather Eagle King has been slain by this venerable. Since I have been helped, I cannot be ungrateful." She raised her hand and bowed. "Thank you, Cultivator Lord, for ridding our clan of this menace. Qingyu will, as promised, offer the ultimate treasure of the Qingyu Eagle clan. I hope the Cultivator Lord will not disdain it." He looked serious on the surface, but his heart was already blooming with joy. "This eagle is too clever." From somewhere she took out a resplendent 5-colored feather and respectfully handed it to him. "This is the ultimate treasure of the Qingyu Eagle clan. Please accept it, Cultivator Lord." Liu Keaj looked at the feather, stunned. "How, feather? This is the ultimate treasure of an entire clan." He took the feather, examined it for a moment, and asked, "What does this ultimate treasure do?" Hearing his question, the woman hesitated noticeably. This humble girl does not know. My mother knew its use, but before she could tell me, mother—" Oh, he immediately understood what she meant. Liu Keaj held the feather, stroking his chin in thought. "Only the former queen knew its use. What a pity, the ultimate treasure has become trash." The thought had barely flashed through his mind when the system issued a notification. Obtain Qingyu Eagle Clan Special Item Jade Fury Barrier Technique. Unlock? Seeing the notification, his face clearly lit up with joy. Excellent. The system then unlocked it without hesitation. The moment he made the request, a feather was gradually enveloped in a dazzling light. Even the woman didn't understand what was happening. This light grew stronger and stronger until it finally transformed into a scroll. Holding the scroll in his hand, he guessed, "It seems this is the true form of the ultimate treasure." The system displayed another notification. Jade Fury Barrier Technique, Purple Grade Low Rank. He couldn't help but gape in surprise. Purple Grade Low Rank. This barrier technique is truly a treasure. Even in the Sword Sect, only personal disciples can cultivate such a technique. As for other minor sects, if they saw this, they would probably fight to the death over it. For an ordinary person, this is definitely a priceless treasure. Liu Keaj suddenly thought of his sister, but little Lizzie already had a Purple Grade High Rank Magic Formation technique. This Purple Grade Low Rank one, forget it. I'll give a copy to my sister as well. The king of the Black Feather Eagle clan had said that the former queen's barrier technique was extremely powerful. It was likely related to this item. This girl showed not a hint of greed, which undoubtedly left a very good impression on him. Lukeaj looked at her with an appreciative gaze, thinking, it seems this venerable was right about her. When he first discovered her, the system had actually provided a lot of information about her. The information given by the system was as follows: Qingyu, pure-blooded Qingyu eagle, brave and simple. This information left him with an incomprehensible puzzle, which he mulled over in his mind. Besides the information that he could obtain a special item, there were also her basic innate attributes. The ones that caught his attention the most were her disposition and aptitude for barrier techniques. He looked at her again, his heart still filled with unanswered questions. For a member of the demon race to have 8 attribute points and receive a special notification from the system was certainly not normal. He had later tried to inspect other members of the demon race, but none of them had the disposition stat. This is strange, but it's surely a good sign, not a bad thing, right? Because of this unusualness, the idea of taking her as a disciple had occurred to him, so from that moment on he had intended to accept her. The reason he wanted to take her as a disciple was probably related to Tianquan, because Lukeaj still had some worries in his heart. After all, to face the Tianquan calamity, the power of the demon race was also indispensable. At first he thought the demon race and exotic beasts were unrelated, but that Black King had said he could hide in the Sea of Chaos to avoid the Sword Venerable. From these events he had come to a firm conclusion. If what he said was true, then the demon race must have a close connection with the exotic beasts. Perhaps the Qingyu Eagle clan could become one of his trump cards. It was no easy feat for anyone to become one of Lukeaj's trump cards. To make Qingyu trust him more, he decided to step forward and tell her softly, "This item is called the Jade Fury Barrier Technique. It is an extremely powerful barrier technique. Are you willing to give it to me?" Hearing this, she did not refuse. In fact, she very willingly handed it to him and blurted out, "You have shown me great kindness. Even if Qingyu were to be ground to dust, it would be difficult to repay you. Let alone this small technique. This is indeed the virtue anyone should have. Repay kindness with kindness and enmity with enmity." However, Qingyu does have a favor to ask of the Cultivator Lord, he asked with a puzzled expression. "Tell me," his mind was racing. "She doesn't want the technique but wants to ask a favor of me. Does she want something else?" After getting his permission, she said with a blush, stammering, "I do not know the Cultivator Lord's great name, so this humble girl has been calling you Cultivator Lord, which is not quite appropriate." Good heavens, the condition Qingyu proposed to Lukeaj was too simple. It truly did not match the value of that precious item. Even Lukeaj was quite surprised by this condition. He scratched his cheek, doubting his life. "How, so you just wanted to ask for my name?" At this moment he announced his name in a powerful voice. "This venerable is the sect master of Mo Gate, Lukeaj." He also explained in his mind why she wouldn't know. The Qingyu Eagle clan had always lived in seclusion, and the situation just now was very chaotic, so it was normal for her not to know his name. If it were anyone else asking this question, he would think that person was trying to get his attention. Then he smiled with satisfaction and continued to ponder. How could she not know of me, the renowned and world-shaking Lukeaj? After learning Lukeaj's name, she clasped her hands to her chest, expressing her respect, her face gradually turning red as she said shyly, "Lukeaj Mo Gate, it's a very nice name. Senior Lu, this junior has a request." As soon as she finished speaking, she fell to her knees, her face pressed tightly against the ground, and spoke loudly as if to get his attention. "Qingyu boldly asked Sect Master Lu to accept me as a disciple. Please teach me the Tao so that I may have the power to protect the Qingyu Eagle clan." Qingyu remained kneeling, stating firmly, "If you do not agree, Qingyu will kneel here until I die." Even Lukeaj was speechless at her sharp-tongued argument and could only think silently. This decision is quite bold, just not well thought out. If it were anyone else, he might feel he was being morally blackmailed. But this venerable happens to want to take her as a disciple. This is killing 2 birds with 1 stone. There's no reason to refuse such a great benefit. At this point he cleared his throat and then commanded her, "There is no need to kneel. The discipleship ceremony only requires 3 bows." Qingyu did as he instructed, but she was still in disbelief, so she asked again, "Does that mean you agree to take me as a disciple?" He answered directly, "I will not accept you, but I will accept you as a disciple on my sister's behalf. I have a younger sister, Mo Gate's elder Lu Dongli. From now on you will be her disciple." Over at her place, Lu Dongli sneezed repeatedly from being mentioned so often. "Ah Chu, who's talking about me?" After receiving a satisfactory answer, Qingyu bowed her head respectfully and said, "Thank you, martial uncle." She still had some lingering thoughts in her heart. Even if I can't become his disciple, it's still a good thing to be able to join Mo Bate. Lukeaj took out 2 scrolls from his robes, handed them to her, and said, "I will impart both the Jade Fury Barrier Technique and the Cultivation Technique, the Yinki Ju, to you. You must cultivate diligently and not be lazy." Of the 2 scrolls, one was a copy of the main cultivation technique, but its effect would certainly not be poor. She also took the gift he offered, holding it with both hands and replying respectfully, "This disciple will follow the martial uncle's teachings. By the way, can I let my clansmen cultivate these techniques together?" It was unknown how he would react to his newly accepted disciple being so bold. Hearing this, he said sternly, "Only those with good aptitude can be taught." Although his way of speaking did not oppose it, any smart person could understand the deeper meaning of his words. Qingyu immediately replied, yes, he had his reasons for giving such a warning. These were purple grade techniques, teaching them to those with poor aptitude would be useless. Suddenly a red alarm sounded from somewhere. It looked very serious. Even Liu Keaj was surprised by the appearance of the red alarm. A red alarm. At this moment it displayed a notification. Mo Gate disciple Luo Bing is in danger. Then the map showed the distance between Liu Keaj and Luo Bing. The sudden appearance of the red alarm made him unable to calm down for a long time as he thought, and only then did he remember. The reason he had sent Luo Bing was because he had a plan in mind. If he let Luo Bing encounter danger, it might stimulate the fusion speed of the ancient exotic beast powers. After finishing his thoughts, he bid farewell to Qingyu. I have something to attend to, so I must leave first, he thought to himself. Although I said that, I can't let Luo Bing really be in danger. Below, Qingyu shouted loudly, respectfully seeing off the martial uncle. After he left, she looked down again at the cultivation techniques he had given her. Suddenly, a glint of determination flashed in her eyes. With this, I will never let the Qingyu Eagle clan be bullied by any other demon clan again, nor will we live in seclusion anymore. However, just as she made a resolution for her tribe, another butt appeared, and there was surely a reason for it. Martial uncle is really handsome. Look, my god, she's actually a fangirl. Good thing I didn't become his disciple. This way I still have a chance. On the other hand, Luo Bing was breathing heavily while fighting so many people. Since fighting many at once wasn't working, she provoked them. If you have the guts, fight me one-on-one. What kind of skill is it to bully someone with numbers? However, Luo Bing's move backfired. The people remained very calm and retorted, you have the power of ancient exotic beasts in you who would fight you one-on-one as long as we don't kill her directly. It won't activate the power of the ancient exotic beasts in her body. This is a lesson our brothers learned with their lives. It seemed these people had come prepared, not acting on impulse. Luo Bing thought with difficulty about the few pearls inside her body. The power of the 3 pearls inside her was very strong, but when they appeared it was difficult for her to control them. She could only let them erupt. Moreover, every time they erupted, her body would become weaker. After finishing her thoughts, she looked at the remaining people and continued to ponder. They already know how to deal with it. No longer want to kill me. If this continues, I will die of exhaustion. She closed her eyes again, thinking about something, and wondered how the young master was doing now. If he was gone, then what was the point of her living? Suddenly, a sentence from Liu Keaj appeared in her mind, pulling Luo Bing's emotions back. Then I must live on and avenge the young master. Thinking of this, she made up her mind and shouted loudly, even if it's a 7th realm demon king, I Luo Bing will fight to the death to avenge the young master. From then on, Luo Bing closed her eyes as if she had comprehended something, but she was still calculating in her mind. I must control them. Only by controlling them will I have a chance to live. Then she not only controlled 1 but as many as 3, and they all roared continuously. When the people saw this, they immediately started shouting loudly while launching their attacks. Capture her alive, don't let her control the power of that ancient exotic beast, hurry. Her power is almost depleted. Once she masters that power, we're all dead. Oh, so you're scared now, are you? Everyone worked together, attacking without mercy. Suddenly, Liu Keaj's loud voice came from somewhere. Those who dare to disturb a disciple of my Mo Gate during their enlightenment shall die. Immediately after, everyone was struck by a single sword slash and fell to the ground in unison. The remaining people all looked up at the sky, only to see a figure surrounded by a golden halo appear. It was none other than Liu Keaj. He witnessed everything Luo Bing had done and felt very proud. Well done. Luo Bing, at the brink of life and death, you truly did not waste your aptitude for comprehension. 3 beastmen were still suspended in the air, one of them saying, how did that human get here? Another person replied, he's still alive. I don't know what means he used to shake off the Black King. Who cares? What's so great about a mere peak 5th realm human cultivator? Let's kill him first, another person suggested, and it was quickly approved. That's right, kill him and then go capture that woman. After speaking, they spread their wings and charged towards Liu Keaj and Luo Bing, shouting kill in unison. Liu Keaj glanced at them. Since that's the case, why not give it a try? As soon as his words fell, the system displayed, currently absorbed spiritual energy has reached 500, ascension can be activated. Activate? He stared at the screen for a moment, then said decisively, activate. The moment the power was activated, light converged on him from all directions. The beastmen noticed it, and they roared as they looked ahead. He's trying to use that spell again. Kill him while we have the chance, brothers, charge. Kill him. A red baleful aura tainted the air surrounding him. That was the power of ascension. Liu Keaj sighed. So this is the feeling of ascension. He gently waved his hand and that power flew towards the beastman horde. The scene was chaotic, with blood staining every corner. Liu Keaj descended from the sky, dust lingering around him, perhaps the aftershock of the recent battle. At the same time the beastman horde fell from the sky. Liu Keaj looked at them, raised a hand and said to himself, the power is very strong, but the feeling of ascension isn't great. It's not just about killing a life in that moment. It's as if in my eyes life is no longer life, and I've lost all feeling for all things. He clenched his fist, his thought constantly lingering in his mind. What exactly is the system's enter immortal domain? On the way to Luzhou I already checked all the secrets of the Heavenly Secret Pavilion, but there was no record of anything related to this domain. The image gradually appeared, and although he tried his best to check, the panel still showed the words, unable to query. As expected, the system knows, it's just that my authority isn't high enough to check. Liu Kaioj repeatedly pondered what the system was. In fact, he had never thought about it. Why did the world of Tianquan suddenly appear on Blue Star and become a phenomenal game? And were the characters created by players in this world human or something else? Back in reality, a ray of light burst out from his body. But the most important thing now is to increase my strength. I'll find out sooner or later, after the Tianquan calamity is resolved. Looking to the side, Luo Bing was struggling in the gap between the two powers within her. Liu Kaioj secretly assessed that something seemed to be happening in her sea of consciousness. Over here, Luo Bing's power level was gradually rising from level 35 to level 40. Liu Kaioj was overjoyed. Luo Bing was finally beginning to convert the power of the altar pearls, turning it into her own. She seemed unable to resist any longer and spat out a mouthful of blood. Liu Kaioj quickly flew to her side and sealed it with his own spiritual energy. His gaze remained fixed on her body. The power of the altar pearls was extremely potent, and Luo Bing's body couldn't fully absorb it. He had to help her. Her power level gradually increased, accompanied by purple streams of qi swirling around her body. Luo Bing screamed, struggling in pain. A corner of Liu Kaioj's mouth lifted. One more level and she would reach the great perfection of the fourth realm. Suddenly, the aura around Luo Bing's entire body weakened abruptly. Liu Kaioj's eyes were vacant, a look of confusion on his face. It stopped. Less than a third of the altar pearl's power has been converted. Why did it stop here? Luo Bing sighed wearily. She suddenly saw Liu Kaioj right before her and called out softly, "Young master." It seemed she felt this wasn't a dream. She reached out, nestled into Liu Kaioj's embrace and said with joy, young master, you're still alive." But he quickly stopped her. "Of course I'm still alive. Did you think a mere 7th realm demon king could kill me?" Luo Bing composed herself, closed her eyes and said softly, "A mere 7th realm demon king among 5th realm cultivators. I'm afraid only you, young master, would dare say such a thing." As if remembering something, Luo Bing said softly, "All right, young master, when I was unconscious just now I felt as if I were constantly absorbing a kind of power and I saw many strange things." After hearing her, Liu Kaioj simply replied flatly, "Check your own realm." She didn't ask further and quickly responded, "Yes." Suddenly a line of text appeared. "Ninth heaven of the 4th realm." Luo Bing said in pleasant surprise, "Young master, I've reached the 9th heaven." He explained flatly, "You've entered a state of enlightenment. You reached the 9th heaven of the 4th realm by absorbing only a third of the altar pearl's energy, but I'm very curious about what you saw during your enlightenment." Luo Bing replied hesitantly, "I saw a seedling, a small whale, and a little dragon beast. They seemed to like me a lot and were acting cute around me." She sat down, reminiscing. Liu Kaioj replied with a deadpan expression, acting cute." Although he appeared this way on the surface, he was thinking to himself, "I thought you would communicate with the divine souls of those 3 ancient exotic beasts and guide them to turn from their evil ways, to become spirit beasts. I didn't expect things to go off script like this, but perhaps this isn't a major obstacle." Liu Kaioj turned around and while walking said to Luo Bing, "It's good that you're fine. If you feel any discomfort you must tell me immediately. We still have other places to go." She followed behind and replied softly, "Yes, thank you for your concern, young master." The sky was a clear, brilliant blue. The two sat on a giant leaf floating in the air. Luo Bing spoke up, "By the way, young master, where did the Qingyu Eagle clan and that 7th realm demon king go?" The demon king used a massive spell that seemed to destroy the world. "How are you still?" While sipping his tea he replied, "The 7th realm demon king has been killed by me, and the queen of the Qingyu Eagle clan has become your master's nominal disciple." Luo Bing was astonished, sighing to herself, "The young master killed a 7th realm demon king while only in the 5th realm and even helped master recruit a disciple. Master has always been so calm. I wonder if she'll be happy." Luo Bing, flustered by what had just happened, stammered, Then young master, where are we going next?" He replied softly, "White Deer Forest." Another surprise. Her thoughts could only manage to repeat Liu Kaioj's last words, "White Deer Forest." Luo Bing asked in surprise, "Young master, is that the White Deer Forest the Sword Venerable mentioned?" She recalled the Sword Venerable's instruction, "If you have the chance, find a day to go to Luzhou's White Deer Forest. There might be something waiting for you there." The man calmly replied, "That's right. Since the Sword Venerable himself mentioned it, your background must hold a secret." Luo Bing calmly poured the tea, denying as she did, "Young master. Actually, Luo Bing no longer cares about her background. Mo Gate is Luo Bing's home. It is now and it will be in the future." Liu Kaioj picked up his teacup and replied, "I'm not saying Mo Gate isn't your home, but what if your relatives are also looking for you?" Luo Bing was very surprised to hear him mention that her relatives were looking for her. While gently blowing on his teacup he thought, "In my previous life, I read a lot of news about human trafficking and lost children searching for their relatives. In fact, very few parents would just abandon their children. In my past life, most people loved their children very much. Unfortunately, I was the chosen one." He opened the map which showed his location and his destination. He said to himself, "It's still a long way from White Deer Forest. At the speed of the flying boat it will take 3 days to get there. In that case I might as well find something to do." The man smiled, thinking, for example, activating the sword embryo blueprint. Looking at the monster hearts he possessed, Liu Kaioj laughed heartily. "In any case, what I have now is capital to be squandered." With that he opened his storage space, and a system prompt immediately appeared before him. "Successfully exchanged for the yellow grade sword embryo blueprint. Successfully exchanged for the blue grade sword embryo blueprint." Looking at what he had obtained, Lucaod showed a look of regret, thinking to himself, unfortunately, the purple grade 1 requires 3 purple grade monster hearts and 1 orange grade monster heart. The road to unlocking high grade sword embryos is long and arduous, a journey without end. After some thought, he pointed at the system and said, then I'll unlock the yellow grade 1 first and make plans after. Begin crafting. Meanwhile, from Luo Bing's perspective, Sect Master Lu was entering a meditative state. She thought in surprise, once the young master starts meditating, he stays that way for a long time. As a famous figure in the Tianquan realm, the young master still needs to cultivate diligently. Perhaps I can also work hard so I can help him. Thinking of this, Luo Bing also began to meditate, muttering to herself, I wonder if those 3 little ones will appear again. A moment later, Luo Bing was brought to another space within her sea of consciousness. She asked loudly, are you still there? Suddenly, 3 entities emerged from a mysterious black hole, joyfully welcoming the girl. They circled around Luo Bing and she said happily, you're all here. Luo Bing thought to herself that she felt unusually happy when she was with them. This feeling was strange, like playing with her own children, but she clearly didn't have any yet. After some wild thoughts, Luo Bing blushed with embarrassment and said to herself, how shameful, why am I having such strange thoughts? Does my body want to have the young master's child? At the same time the man had finished his work. He let out a sigh of relief, thinking to himself, phew, crafting a yellow grade sword embryo isn't simple, but it's not too difficult either. Fortunately, this venerable can skillfully control spiritual energy, but I can't make more to gain experience without sword stones. After some thought, he raised his head and saw the scene before him. He was very surprised, questioning, has Luo Bing reached the peak of the 4th realm? How is that possible? At this moment, a powerful aura enveloped Luo Bing. This is the great perfection of the 4th realm, Lucaod said in surprise. Luo Bing's breakthrough speed this time was on par with Huo Ting's, but Luo Bing was an ordinary cultivator. She could awaken a domain by breaking through from the 4th to the 5th realm. Thousands of dark thoughts flashed through his mind. He revealed a sinister smile, thinking to himself, just one altar can help Luo Bing improve this much. What would happen if I cleared out all the Zewi Association's altars in Qingzhou? As far as he knew, the Zewi Association was a field dungeon that could yield experience points and many other benefits. It was also known as the dungeon with the most generous rewards. When I get back to Qingzhou, I'll definitely sweep them all clean. He. Just then, a notification came from the system. The 5th realm breakthrough upgrade mission has been completed with a rating of S. Seeing this notification, Lucaod smiled and said to himself, it's finally here. This is the correct rating. The system then said to him, obtained 15 million experience points, obtained 99 yellow grade sword stones. Looking at the items he had obtained, Lucaod felt that this reward was a bit unreasonable. He calmly observed the rewards, then said, yellow grade sword stones are materials for crafting sword embryos, and the experience points are better than nothing. These are all understandable, but the man then touched the aptitude pearl, thinking to himself, but this Spear Dao aptitude pearl is indeed a bit unreasonable. After some observation, the man thought to himself, you must know that the aptitude and talent of NPCs in the Tianquan realm game are fixed, but this pearl can actually help others improve their aptitude. The system then displayed the pearl's information. Spear Dao aptitude pearl can help the user gain 1 point of Spear Dao aptitude. Lucaod smiled, closed the system, and then thought to himself, not bad, not bad. The system has finally done something good this time. This pearl is perfect for Xin Yan. Thinking of this, he stood up, stretched, and thought to himself, I suddenly miss Xin Yan a little. After Luo Bing's matter is handled, I must go back immediately. Speaking of which, I wonder how Mo Gate is doing now. At the same time, at Mo Gate, Xiao Chu was earnestly practicing her swordsmanship. The moves she executed were incredibly powerful, blue light filling the surrounding air. She turned around, panting, and said to Lu Dongli, Master, I've already practiced 5 times today. But at this moment, Lu Dongli seemed to have lost her soul. She replied, then practice another 5 times. Xiao Chu was helpless, tears welling in her eyes as she thought to herself, did Master even hear what I said? At this moment, Lu Dongli's mind was only filled with Lucaod. She muttered to herself, brother took Luo Bing and left, Huo Ting and Yang Shu also left. I wonder when they'll be back. After letting her thoughts wander for a while, she stood up, stretched, and thought, forget it, I'll continue studying formations. Another layer of security is always a good thing. Suddenly 2 points of light appeared in the sky, flying towards Mo Gate. She thought to herself, visitors. Boom, the 2 points of light landed in front of Mo Gate's entrance. The monk Nanwu and Mu Beilu slowly walked over. Mu Beilu said loudly, Mu Beilu of the tower beyond the tower and Nanwu of the Buddhist sect seek an audience with the sect master of Mo Gate. At this moment, Lu Dongli landed on the ground, glaring at the two of them. She cupped her hands in a salute and then said, the sect master is not here at the moment. What business do you two have? Mu Beilu and the monk Nanwu awkwardly took out the boxes containing the treasures and then replied, these are the ultimate treasures our masters lost in a bet with sect master Lu. Please accept them. Lu Dongli's mouth dropped open in surprise as she thought, the ultimate treasures of the Buddhist sect and the tower beyond the tower, which brother won from their masters. So what could be in these boxes from the Buddhist sect's Yin C? A cultivation technique, B treasure, C magic tool, D orange grade monster heart. She then turned around. Since the items have been delivered, we will not linger. Farewell. As soon as their voices fell, the two figures vanished like the wind into the clouds. Lu Dongli stood in midair, her gaze profound as she watched their figures, thinking, it seems a lot has happened that I don't know about. She looked down at the 2 boxes in her hands and thought, but since they are things Brother Wan, I'll wait for him to come back and open them himself. I just don't know where Brother and Luo Bing have reached by now. On the other side, Luo Bing gently opened her eyes. Playing with those 3 little ones for a while has left me so tired again, but it seems I've broken through to the next realm. I'm now at the great perfection of the 4th realm. However, when she looked at her hands, she was a bit stunned. I clearly feel like I got a lot of spiritual energy from those 3 little ones. How did I only go up 1 heaven? Lu Keaj glanced sideways and then explained, your realm seems to be restricted by something. Luo Bing trembled slightly and asked, young master, do you already know something? He looked at her calmly. Just now she had obtained a large amount of spiritual energy from the altar pearls, but her realm was stuck at the great perfection of the 4th realm and couldn't advance. The excess spiritual energy was forcibly stored in her spiritual sea. I found that if you continued to convert it, you might have run into danger. So I woke you up. Luo Bing had a sudden realization. So that's how it was. No wonder I feel so tired. But young master, why is my realm locked? Lu Keaj didn't answer immediately, but activated a skill to check her, worried that this might be related to her divine soul. The spiritual energy trembled slightly as he sensed her body once over, then he concluded in a deep voice, even with the power of my natal divine art, I can't see her divine soul clearly right now, he continued. Perhaps there will be an answer when we get to White Deer Forest. We have half a day left. We'll be at White Deer Forest then. Luo Bing's face turned slightly pale. If she really had family there, how should she interact with them? She clasped her hands, lowered her head, and trembled. Why did they abandon me in the first place? If it weren't for the young master, I'm afraid I'd still be in a brothel right now. Lu Keaj pondered White Deer Forest. If I really can find Luo Bing's parents and if they can't give me a reasonable explanation for why they abandoned her, then my Bu Wan will take their lives. His face darkened. My Mo Gate disciples. No one can bully them. At this moment the sun was setting and he frowned slightly. This was White Deer Forest. The system immediately sounded a notification. The coordinates were completely correct. The 2 flew over on their swords. When they landed in the forest, Luo Bing looked up and around, speaking in surprise. This is White Deer Forest. But why are the trees here this color, half black, half white? Lu Keaj frowned. There must be something strange here. I'll investigate first. Luo Bing softly replied yes. The 2 landed together, stopping deep in the forest. Lu Keaj reached out to sense. There were 2 different spiritual energies here, yet they were interconnected. It was this spiritual energy that affected the forest's appearance. She was puzzled. Different spiritual energies, yet interconnected. He frowned slightly. Both are spiritual energies of the demon race, yet they are mutually repelling and attracting each other. Luo Bing's eyes widened. The demon race can have such a huge influence. Could my parents really be related to this? Suddenly, a figure with a human torso and a horse's body walked out fiercely, shouting, humans, leave my clan's territory at once. Immediately, the system confirmed the other party's information. Yang Deer Clan General, level 67. Description: a type of the Yang Deer Clan with pure fiery red fur. Their strength is formidable and they are the strongest and most loyal warriors of the Yang Deer Clan. Lu Keaj narrowed his eyes slightly. Level 67 is even weaker than the Eagle King, which means this must be an exaggeration. How could it be the strongest warrior of the Deer Clan? Just then another voice came from the other side. Humans, leave my clan's territory at once. He turned his head sharply, a hint of surprise in his eyes. Another voice, and a pleasant female one at that. Behind them was a woman with 2 deer antlers on her head and the lower body of a blue and white deer. The system sounded again. Yin Deer Clan General, level 67. Description: a type of the Yin Deer Clan with pure deep blue fur. Their strength is formidable and they are the strongest and most loyal warriors of the Yin Deer Clan. Lu Keaj sighed helplessly. The Yin Deer Clan, are they playing a symmetry game? The 2 clans faced off, warning in unison, leave our territory. The Yang Deer Clan member roared excitedly, leave, leave. The Yin Deer Clan member also shouted in response, charging towards them, go away, leave, leave. The shouts echoed throughout the forest, causing Lu Keaj to frown in displeasure. So noisy. I have to find a way to shut them up first. Luo Bing held her head and trembled. Young master, my head feels so dizzy. Immediately after, her body suddenly went limp and fell to the ground. Lu Keaj frantically caught her. Luo Bing, what's wrong? He thought to himself. Could it be that she absorbed too much energy from the altar pearls and her body can't take it? However, his expression immediately changed drastically. No, there's something wrong here. This land is devouring Luo Bing's divine soul. Without further hesitation, Lu Keaj immediately picked her up, stabilized her divine soul, and flew a distance away on his sword. A moment later, Luo Bing regained consciousness. She sat up, rubbing her head. Young master, did I faint just now? My head hurt so much. He nodded slightly. It's all right now. Just now in that black and white forest someone had set up a formation. The formation only targeted you. The moment you entered that area, your divine soul would be devoured by the formation. She asked in shock. What's going on? Lu Keaj replied in a deep voice. I don't know for now, but I'm afraid we haven't come to the wrong place. This place is truly related to you. His gaze swept towards the distance. Perhaps that Yin-Yang Deer Clan knows something. Unexpectedly, a steady voice sounded in the air. Young friend Lu Keaj, you are mistaken. They truly know nothing. Luo Bing was startled. Who's speaking? Lu Keaj immediately put away his sword and cupped his hands. Junior Lu Keaj pays his respects to Senior. After speaking, he thought to himself, I sense this Senior was following us for a long time, but the system never gave a danger warning. It seems he is most likely here to help. Just then a spatial gate opened in the air. A powerful aura spread out as a figure slowly walked out. His voice was old yet resonant. Greetings, greetings. The Yin-Yang Deer clan are not a knowledgeable people, but this old man knows a thing or two about this child's parentage. He paused in midair, the hem of his robes fluttering in the spiritual wind, his voice sinking slightly. But finding out her parentage will not be easy. Luo Bing anxiously asked the old sage. May I ask, senior, how difficult is it to find out my parentage? He answered gently. The slightest misstep could cost you your life. She immediately panicked upon hearing this. It could actually be life-threatening. Luo Bing turned to Lu Keaj to discuss it. Young master, why don't we just forget about it? She thought to herself. If the young master gets into danger because of my search for my parentage, Luo Bing's death 10,000 times over could not atone for it. He calmly asked her, we've already come all this way. If you really turn back now, won't you regret it? She replied with determination. Luo Bing will never regret it. Luo Bing thought, compared to the young master's safety, it's fine not to find those parents. Lu Keaj looked at her resolute expression, deep in thought. Her gaze is so firm, her thoughts are clearly all on my safety. Her reasons for refusing are unshakable. As expected, she's exactly the kind of girl I thought she was. Afterwards, Lu Keaj said solemnly to Luo Bing, Luo Bing, I came to Luzhou this time not only for my own private matters but also to resolve your worries. Your master once told me that ever since the sword Venerable mentioned Luzhou to you, you would sometimes gaze in Luzhou's direction late at night muttering those two words. Luo Bing was immediately stunned. As expected, master had already noticed. He calmly recounted, your master entrusted me to, no matter what, resolve this knot in your heart, your master said. That night, Dongli privately sought out Lu Keaj to discuss, the Tianquan calamity is approaching. If we cannot survive it this time, then at the very least we must let our disciples have no regrets. For a moment the simple-minded Luo Bing was moved, Dongli's image appearing in her mind. Master, Lu Keaj thought to himself, for Dongli to say such a thing, it's not just because the Tianquan calamity is approaching. He recalled her wish. Don't be like us. If only we had been a little stronger when our parents were still around. Lu Keaj deduced it's because she has been rained on herself, so she wants to hold an umbrella for others. After the memory ended, he and Luo Bing cupped their hands together towards the old sage and said, we are ready. We hope senior will give us some guidance. The old sage stroked his beard, smiled, and asked, are you truly not afraid of death? Lu Keaj calmly reassured him. Please don't worry, senior. Over the years many have wanted to kill me, but to this day not a single one has succeeded. Contrary to the old sage's concern, he thought smugly. Even if a super demon king really comes, I still have resurrection coins as a guarantee. Escaping with Luo Bing will definitely be no problem. The tables will turn. When I level up and break through to the next realm, I'll come back and kill him then. Hearing him say this, the old sage smiled with great interest and praised, you are indeed as interesting as the sword Venerable said. It seems this old man is the old friend the sword Venerable mentioned. No wonder. Lu Keaj had now also confirmed the old sage's identity. He had already broken through to the 6th realm, which was level 61, so the sage must be at least level 82. Afterwards the old sage, while conjuring two deer with a spell, said, this old man will tell you. This place was once sealed by a great demon power with a great sealing formation to suppress a great demon, and the 9-colored deer king of this Yin-Yang deer clan was entrusted by that great power to lead his people to guard this place. He then looked at Luo Bing. The great demon suppressed in the sealing formation is greatly related to your parentage. If you want to find out your parentage, you must first undo this sealing formation. Lu Keaj thought to himself upon hearing this. It seems simple enough. I know a thing or two about breaking formations. The old sage was a bit surprised. He asked him curiously, how could it be so easy? This sealing formation was designed by a great demon power. Without the secret arts of the Yin and Yang deer clans, it is impossible to break. To break this formation, you need the power of both the Yin and Yang deer clans. Lu Keaj looked down and expressed his view. But from what I see, the Yin and Yang deer clans seem to be completely at odds with each other, irreconcilable. Wanting to borrow the power of both clans will likely not be easy. He raised a question. And did that 9-colored deer king just let them split? The old sage revealed with a worried expression. Brother 9-colored deer passed away 3 years ago. Back then, I and the various masters of the tower beyond the tower fought a peak 8th realm exotic beast that had escaped the Eye of Chaos. Brother 9-colored deer sacrificed himself to slay the exotic beast. It was a great act of righteousness. Lu Keaj was immediately astonished, his mouth agape as he looked at him, thinking, a peak 8th realm exotic beast actually required so many great powers from Luzhou to join forces, and even the sacrifice of a demon king to eliminate. But the dragon beast giant lord was slain by Senior Luo alone. Senior Luo is truly one of the 4 great divine swords, living up to the name. The old sage, stroking his long beard, continued to narrate the story. Since then, Brother 9-colored deer's clansmen wanted to choose a new leader, but the Yin deer clan and the Yang deer clan would not submit to each other. After years of entanglement, it has led to the current state of the Yin-Yang mountain forest. Then he assessed the current situation. The Yin and Yang deer clans are now in an irreconcilable state, but there is a great crisis here that could swallow both their clans at any moment. Afterwards the old sage smiled and looked at Lu Keaj, saying meaningfully, with your intelligence you must already know why this old man is here helping you. He immediately understood and cupped his hands to report. Senior is of noble character. One reason is to save your dear friend's clan from annihilation. The second is that Senior wants to see if I, Liu Keaj, can truly shoulder the future of this Tianquan. The old sage was very satisfied. He stroked his beard and laughed heartily, praising, "Well said, a junior like you can see through this old man's thoughts at a glance. Your reputation, Liu Keaj, is too great. Even the sword venerable of Qingzhou holds you in high esteem. It's inevitable that this old man would want to test you." Liu Keaj deduced that this great crisis would be the key to resolving the conflict between the Yin and Yang deer clans, the old sage then emphasized. "That's right." He resumed his serious expression, then gave him a suggestion. 3 days from now the Yin and Yang deer clans will once again conduct a leadership election. At that time there will certainly be a great battle, and the demon cultivator lurking in the shadows will definitely take the opportunity to strike. That will be our best chance to mend the relationship between the two clans. Liu Keaj was puzzled upon hearing this. But if the Yin and Yang deer clans are unable to elect a new king, wouldn't our efforts be in vain? The old sage replied cheerfully. This old man has observed this place for over a year. The candidate for the new king has in fact already been chosen. At that time, Sect Master Liu and this old man can see together whether she is truly suitable to become the new king of the deer clan. Soon a few days passed. 3 days later, at the gathering place of the Yin-Yang deer clan, a mountain peak that soared into the clouds surrounded by a vast sea of clouds. Below the viewing platform, tens of thousands of clan members gathered, packing the area. Yang Ri sat arrogantly on the viewing platform, announcing sonorously, "The 1-year period is up. Today we must decide on the new king of our Yin-Yang deer clan, right? If we continue to delay, this land will be destroyed by our clan's spiritual energy, and there will be no end to it." Yin Yu, sitting on the other viewing platform, offered her opinion. "I feel the same. My brother and my clan have been in dispute for many years. It's time for a conclusion. If my brother truly wants to be the king of our two clans, this little sister can concede today." Hearing this, Yang Ri on the contrary slammed the table and rose in anger. He stood up, pointed at Yin Yu and reprimanded. "Shut up, the Yang deer clan and the Yin deer clan must determine the winner in a fair and square fight," Yang Ri announced excitedly. "Today this king will completely settle the score with you Yin deer clan." At the same time, Liu Keaj and Luo Bing riding the leaf flew with the old sage to the place of the decisive battle. He said helplessly, "Is there something wrong with the Yang deer king's brain? Someone is already letting him be king," the old sage sarcastically quipped. "The wisdom of my demon race cannot compare to that of the human race. Sometimes we are indeed not flexible enough." Suddenly, Liu Keaj sensed something strange and immediately became alert. There is the aura of a great demon cultivator. Judging from the spiritual energy feedback from the power of water, it's a peak 6th realm. It seemed the old sage also sensed it. He said seriously, "That fellow is here. The demon cultivator you do now also saw the sea of people from the deer clan." He was intrigued, a sinister smile tugging at his lips as he said to his subordinate, "The entire Yin-Yang deer clan is here. My little babies, you can't wait either, can you? Offering the vital blood of a high-level demon race like the Yin-Yang deer clan will surely help us step into the 7th realm." Alan shouted fiercely, "Yang deer king, don't think we're afraid of you. If you want to fight, and let's fight." Yin Yu hurriedly stopped her. "Alan, don't be like this. Our two clans will be devastated." She still replied resolutely, "They want to make a move. Should we still be afraid of them?" Yang Ri was not to be outdone. "This is exactly what this king desires, to have a fair and square battle." Immediately, the deer general called upon the warriors of the Yang deer clan. "Prepare for battle." Alan also gave an order. "Yin deer clan warriors, teach them a good lesson." She frantically tried to pacify them. "Everyone, don't get excited." But he directly challenged Yin Yu, "Come out and let's have a decisive battle." Yin Yu immediately refused and tried to persuade him. "Big brother Yang Ri, I don't want to go to war with you. That will only lead to mutual destruction for our two clans." Witnessing all this, Liu Keaj sought the opinion of the person beside him. "Senior is the person you've chosen here. This Yang deer king is too stubborn and the Yin deer king is too soft. Neither of them is suitable." The old sage calmly stroked his beard and replied, "Don't be anxious, she will come out." Just then a cold voice spoke, "If anyone dares to make a move this time, I will die together with younger brother Yang Yu." The two sides, who were in the middle of charging and clashing, suddenly stopped. Everyone turned in unison to look at the little girl and Yang Yu beside her. Yin Yu's face turned black with fear. "Yuner, what do you think you're doing?" Yang Ri also pointed at Yin Yu and commanded, "What are you doing? Let go of my son." The little girl explained firmly, "The Yin and Yang deer clans share the same roots and are equal in strength. Once war breaks out, it will only end in mutual destruction. If everyone dies, how can my brother and I survive? It would be better to die early." Hearing this, he was stunned. His granddaughter softly called out, "Yuner." The expressions of the two generals also froze and they were speechless. Yin Yun continued to express her feelings. "Over the years I have read many books about the human race. The books say that many human sects split apart because they had no leader and were eventually defeated by the demon race, leading to their annihilation. I don't want our Yin-Yang deer clan to disappear, so this is the only desperate measure I can take." Hearing this, Yang Ri thought to himself, "I also heard these stories when I was a child." Yin Yu frowned and muttered to herself, "I don't want to argue either, but many in the clan refused to submit to the Yang deer clan." The little girl's voice was weak, but her reasoning was sharp. The Yin and Yang deer clans were originally one family. The simple truth was to cooperate and coexist. To split meant to die together. Why couldn't the elders understand? Finally, Yin Yun shouted loudly, "If no one is fit to be king, then let a child be the king of the Yin Yang deer clan." He couldn't help but be surprised and turned to ask, "Senior, is that little girl the one you've chosen?" He agreed, "That's right." Then the old sage explained his decision. "This child is calm and decisive, seizing the opponent's young master in a timely manner and risking her own life. Even though her body was trembling with fear, she desperately tried to stop the war between the two clans. To have such a disposition at such a young age, she will surely become a new pillar of the demon race when she grows up," Kaj also secretly evaluated. "This child is indeed better than the other Deer Clan members, but she is still of the demon race. Their overall wisdom is not high, and they are very sentimental. After all, I've read in human history in my past life that there were not a few instances of sinister people sacrificing children to achieve their own ends," the little girl hurriedly urged again. "Mother, Uncle Yang Ri, hurry up and say it. Can I or can't I?" At this she revealed a gentle smile and coaxed, all right, quickly let go of little brother Yang Yu's hand. Yuner, don't do anything foolish." On the other hand, he stammered in his reply, "Doing this is not at all honorable." The dear general couldn't hold back and roared, "But the prince is still in her hands." Feeling that her goal was about to be achieved, Yin Yun demanded with satisfaction, "If everyone has agreed, then let's swear an oath now." Before her voice had even fallen, the ground suddenly shook violently, and a large area began to crack. Yin Yu shouted in panic, "Is it an earthquake?" He immediately announced, "No, it's not an earthquake. There are spiritual energy fluctuations underground." And Alan shouted, "It's the spiritual energy fluctuation of a demon cultivator, exotic beast." Amidst the spreading dust and smoke, giant monsters appeared. They were shaped like scorpions, and there wasn't just one. Many were preparing to charge over. The dear general and she stood in front while she frantically searched for her child. "Where's my Yuner? Yang Ri also looked around. "Where's my son?" Alan struggled to see behind her, stuttering nervously, "Young master over there." At this moment, the little girl and Yang Yu were standing beneath a huge poison monster which licked its lips greedily. Little things have the pure blood of the yin-yang deer. "It smells so good." Yin Yun quickly shielded the little boy behind her and responded resolutely, "Demon cultivator, I'm not afraid of you. I am the new king of the Yin-Yang Deer Clan. Retreat quickly and I will spare your life." Yang Yu, on the other hand, cried, "Sister, I'm scared." Hearing this, he threw his head back and laughed. "Spare my life, this child is really interesting." Then Yu released his killing intent and reminded in a deep voice, "Little girl, come and play with this venerable." He suddenly pounced on the little girl and on the other hand commanded the monster, "Ahang, I'll leave that Deer Clan member to you." Yin Yun immediately assumed a defensive stance, thinking, "I'm definitely no match for him, but as long as I can stall for time, the other adults will surely come to our rescue. Our Yin-Yang Deer Clan is not to be trifled with." Yu easily passed through the air current and said contemptuously, "A mere second-realm demon warrior, how can you harm this venerable?" Sensing the danger, the little girl pushed the little boy away. "Little brother Yang Yu, you go first." Yang Yu suddenly shouted, "Sister!" He grabbed Yin Yun by the neck and lifted her up. "You're about to die and you still want to save others? Foolish?" The little girl's whole body trembled, but she still responded stubbornly, "If you kill me, the Yin-Yang Deer Clan will never let you go." Yu was fearless, laughing arrogantly and looking at the incompetent people around him. "Just your Yin-Yang Deer Clan, this venerable is a peak 6th realm great demon cultivator." Meanwhile, on the other side, the two clans were struggling to fight the monsters. Yin Yun asked herself in surprise, "How could this be? My clan shouldn't be this weak." Yang Ri lifted a large rock and roared loudly, "Damn it, I am a king. How can I not defeat a low-level, stupid exotic beast like you?" He was suddenly pierced by the monster. The little girl frantically cried out, "Uncle Yang Ri," her heart constantly lamenting. "Uncle Yang Ri is so strong, how could he not defeat an exotic beast of the same realm? This is not right. This demon cultivator must have done something secretly." Then Yin Yun shouted, "Mother, don't save me, it's a trap." But just then Yin Yu rushed over, announcing, "Let go of my Yuner." The little girl was stunned, thinking, "Oh no," he smiled triumphantly. "See, even knowing it's a trap, she still fell for it." Yu bared his teeth fiercely, and with a flick of his finger, rows of weapons emerged from the ground, binding her tightly. Yin Yun shouted anxiously, "Mother," he spoke with satisfaction, "to devour the living souls of your Yin-Yang Deer Clan, this venerable has prepared for a year. I didn't expect the first to see through this trap would be a little female deer." Kaoj and the old sage stood above, observing everything. He asked curiously, "This demon cultivator is harming the Yin-Yang Deer Clan like this, and Senior is still not making a move?" He stroked his beard and replied slowly, "The Yin-Yang Deer Clan has been fighting amongst themselves for 3 years, so let them suffer a bit as a lesson. Besides, look carefully. That demon cultivator has not yet harmed the life of any Deer Clan member. It's because he is plotting something more cruel." Luo Bing heard this and asked in shock, "Could it be the living sacrifice technique that demon cultivators have just started practicing?" The old sage replied calmly, "That's right. He wants to offer the entire Yin-Yang Deer Clan as a living sacrifice, devouring their blood chi and life spirits to forcefully break through to the next realm." At this moment, Yin Yun was extremely helpless, but she still said weakly, "I can't just sit here and wait to die. What's happening? I can't even use my spiritual energy. My hands are too heavy." Yu extinguished her hope. "Don't waste your energy. This venerable admits that your Yin-Yang Deer Clan is a high-level demon race and your racial talent is very strong," he continued to explain. "So this past year, this venerable has specially prepared many good things for you. Alan noticed something was wrong and also exclaimed, "It's poison, no wonder I'm having trouble dealing with this stupid scorpion." The deer general sat limply on the ground and said with hatred, "Damn it, he must have known our clan would gather here, which is why he schemed so maliciously." "You excitedly announced. "Then now this venerable will absorb the blood chi and living souls of your entire clan. All the clan members are having their blood chi drained." He laughed with satisfaction. "It's all mine, all mine. I've waited so painstakingly for this past year. I'm truly grateful for the generous gifts from all of you." Even Yin Yun was not spared and could only mutter weakly, "Damn it, if only I were a bit stronger. How could I have been captured by this guy? Damn it." Suddenly a voice sounded in the air. "Little girl, do you need help?" The little girl immediately replied. Who are you?" That voice continued. "Don't worry about who I am. Just shout, 'Please, senior from the human race, come and help,' and someone will naturally come to your aid." Yin Yun realized, "Who human race?" The little girl spoke with difficulty. "But can you save everyone instead of just me?" That person replied, as expected of the person this old man has taken a liking to. "This old man can't guarantee it, but you can try shouting first." The hand on Yin Yun's neck tightened and the little girl could only stammer, "But you do," interrupted her. "Little girl, what are you muttering about? This venerable will be kind and suck your demon blood dry first." Immediately after, more blood chi was drawn from the little girl's body. Yin Yun thought to herself, "Believe it or not, this is the only chance I have now." Then the little girl shouted loudly, "Please, senior from the human race, come and help." Although her body felt as if its blood chi had been drained, Yin Yun shouted a few more times, "Please, senior from the human race, come and help. Please, senior from the human race, come and help." The clansmen immediately whispered among themselves, "At a time like this, where would a senior from the human race be passing by?" "Young master, she's still calling for help for us." It was the voice of the Yin Deer young master, but it was too late. This made him laugh uncontrollably. "Your Yin Young Deer clan has close ties with the human race, even helping the human race kill us demon cultivator exotic beasts. This is precisely why this venerable chose you. Now that you're at death's door, which of those humans would still care about you?" But just then a strange light flashed and a neat cut appeared on Yudu's neck. Kayaj answered the previous question. "This venerable cares," he continued. "The Yin Yang Deer clan does no harm to heaven or reason, and fights for a great cause. The previous Deer King sacrificed himself to save Lujo by slaying an exotic beast. How can they be compared to a despicable demon cultivator like you?" Yudu cried out in panic. "You are?" Then a series of slashes rained down and the hand choking the little girl's neck also loosened. A gentle stream of water supported Yin Yun, preventing her from falling. Yin Yun muttered to herself, "It's water, water caught me." Kayaj mercilessly destroyed his magic tool. The evil magic tool could not be left behind and quickly dissipated, and the blood chi scattered and flew back into everyone's bodies. Alan thought with joy. The blood chi and divine soul have all returned. The deer general secretly marveled to think a senior from the human race really came to save us. At this time those monsters charged towards Kayaj. The little girl worriedly said, "Senior from the human race, be careful." He just calmly turned around and replied, "Thank you." Yin Yun was stunned by the sight before her. How can this senior be so beautiful, just like the immortals described in the books? Kayaj only lightly swung his sword once and they were all cut to pieces. System notification. Killed the demon cultivator. You do. Killed the exotic beast red crystal 5-tailed scorpion. Killed the exotic beast blue crystal 3-feathered scorpion. He muttered to himself, "Usually when fighting across realms I can kill these 6th realm fellows with a single sword strike, but it's just a normal reward. Oh well, it's not a loss since I did it in passing." System notification. A Demon Spirit Society lieutenant. Seeing this, he was surprised. Wait, so Lujo also has a demon cultivator organization like Qingzhou and Beizhou, and this guy is even a lieutenant. Looking at Yu Du, who was lying motionless on the ground, Kayaj thought with joy, "This reward, his position in the organization, is at least equivalent to an elder. I've made a huge profit this time." After the matter was settled, the little girl knelt and bowed, saying gratefully, "Thank you, senior from the human race, for saving our clan. Please accept our bow." The people behind her also knelt in unison and said in one voice, "Thank you, senior from the human race, for saving our clan. This great kindness will never be forgotten." He replied calmly, "Please rise. I had my own selfish reasons for taking action today." Yin Yun continued, "What selfish reasons does the senior from the human race have? If our clan can help, we will definitely do our best." Kayaj stroked his chin and thought with satisfaction, "This little girl indeed has the air of a leader. She's still so young, truly interesting." Then he spoke, "Then I'll be direct. The reasons I acted this time were, first, for the noble act of the previous 9-colored Deer King who sacrificed himself to save Lujo by slaying an exotic beast, and second, I hope you all can help me break the ceiling formation here." Hearing this, Yang Ri immediately objected, "Senior, you must not." Yin Yu also added, "The ceiling formation here is to suppress a world-destroying great demon. Once it is released, it will bring devastation to all living things." Yang Ri was extremely worried. "Senior, once that world-destroying great demon appears, our Yin Yang Deer clan will be guilty of a grave sin." Kayaj blurted out in confusion, "A world-destroying great demon?" He began to feel curious about the other party's identity. These 4 great deer demons were all 6th realm great demons. What kind of background did something they would call a world-destroying great demon have? Yin Yu provided more information. Reporting to Sect Master Lu, that demon was one that the 9-colored Deer King and the green-striped Heavenly Fox clan swore to suppress together back then. "We really don't know the details." He was very surprised that she knew his identity. "You know me?" Yin Yu looked at Kayaj with great respect. Sect Master Lu is now famous throughout Tianquan. Who wouldn't know? She recognized him by his appearance. Such an outstanding appearance, such exceptional talent, who wouldn't know of such a remarkable man? She looked at him with admiration. In Tianquan today, I don't know how many people secretly admire Sect Master Lu but find it hard to even catch a glimpse of him. There are even rumors that one glance at Kaoj ruins a lifetime. Seeing him today, this saying is indeed true. Yin Yu secretly envied. If only I were a few hundred years younger. Kaoj instructed according to the current situation. Since you know this venerable, then open this formation. If there really is a world-destroying great demon, this venerable will handle it for you. Just then, Yin Yun spoke up to persuade the crowd. Senior Lu just saved our entire clan. If we refuse him now, wouldn't we be ungrateful? Besides, I believe Senior Lu has his reasons. Even if that great demon is released with him here, plus so many of our clansmen, would we still be afraid of it? The little girl pointed out the benefits he brought. Moreover, that sealing formation for the great demon has been extracting the spiritual energy of our Yin Yang Deer clan every year, which is why our clan doesn't even have a single 7th realm great demon today. Breaking this formation, slaying that demon will also bring great benefits to our clan. Hearing this, she also expressed her agreement. Yuner does have a point. Yang Ri thought about the future. If we can really subdue that great demon, then our Yin Yang Deer clan can cultivate openly and honestly from now on. Then they all knelt down in unison requesting that Sect Master Lu subdue the demon. Seeing that everyone had agreed, Kaoj immediately gave the order to break the formation. They replied in unison, yes. Then a strange sound echoed through the mountain forest and the formation slowly appeared. Everyone worked together to break the formation that sealed the great demon. He observed everything and commented, this formation is intricate and complex. In terms of grade, it is at least purple grade. It's just that senior really didn't intervene. Kaoj suddenly recalled the dear sage's voice. Sect Master Lu, this old man will be observing you from the heavens, he thought with a grim expression. If it weren't for resolving Luo Bing's worries, this venerable wouldn't bother with you. Then Kaoj looked at the formation and wondered, is this sealed great demon really related to Luo Bing? Just then, Luo Bing appeared from somewhere. Young master, he asked in great surprise, why are you here? She immediately explained, that senior said that a great demon closely related to my parentage is about to appear, and he told this junior to get closer to observe. Kaoj let out a light gasp of surprise, then thought, why get closer? Can't he see clearly from up there? I feel like something is not right at this moment. Yang Ri and Yin Yu were using their martial techniques to break the seal and open the formation. Once the formation was broken, it immediately sucked everything around it in. Seeing this, he immediately commanded, you all fall back, leave the rest to this venerable. Everyone retreated in unison, responding, yes. A terrifying aura emanated from the formation. Kaoj quickly sensed that the aura was too powerful. Luo Bing asked curiously from the side, young master, what exactly is down there? I feel like I can't breathe. He transferred his spiritual energy into her body and instructed, this spiritual energy can help you dispel the pressure of the demonic aura. When it appears, you take a quick glance and then immediately move away. Since that senior wants you to see it, there must be a profound meaning behind it. At this moment, a screen was broadcasting everything. In the footage, Dear Man A level 12 was excitedly muttering to himself in the grass. Born as a demon race, at first I regretted it for a long time, but I didn't expect to have the chance to meet someone like Lu Kaoj, a man of immense fortune. It's finally my turn. Then he zoomed in on the screen and said, camera tracking complete, opening live stream interface. Everyone, this is the latest live stream of the one and only true god of the Tianquan realm, Lu Kaoj. If you want to watch, hurry up and follow Dear Man A Shay. The live stream audience was in a heated discussion. Where is Lu Kaoj? Why are there female demon beasts everywhere? That little girl with deer antlers is so cute. Is there really a place like this in the Tianquan realm? The huge commotion within the formation has stunned everyone. This is the scene of a god and demon earthquake. They assessed the situation and commented, Lu Kaoj truly lives up to his role as the protagonist. He causes a sensation wherever he goes. What exactly is underground? Is there no one to commentate? Is the streamer scared silly? Seeing everyone's reaction, Dear Man A immediately became nervous. Stop typing, the great demon is about to appear. I can't speak loudly. Everyone, please be quiet. 1,000 years of understanding. Then he reminded everyone to pay attention. Look, it's coming. Kaoj's expression grew tense upon seeing this. The momentum of its appearance was indeed not small. The next second, Qingchu Qingyin rushed out aggressively. At this moment she breathed a sigh of relief. I've finally seen the sun again. Who broke the seal? Was it brother Nine-Colored Deer King? Qingchu Qingyin asked excitedly. It seems you finally thought it through, brother. As long as we cooperate, what difficulty is there in unifying the demon world? When everyone saw her appearance, they couldn't help but sigh. So beautiful, I really want to be with her. If I could kiss her, I'd die without regrets. Yin Yun, however, shouted angrily. The former Deer King has passed away. The one who released you is Mo Gate's Sect Master Lu. You are not allowed to bewitch my clansmen. Qingchu Qingyin glanced at the little girl and asked curiously, which one is Sect Master Lu, the cute little sister? Can you tell your big sister? Yin Yun replied calmly, your bewitching arts are useless on me. The live stream audience commented one after another. The sister is wearing beast ears. I'll tell her my bank card password. How can there be such a perfect sister? I'm so in love. I suddenly understand the streamer a little. At this moment she contemptuously scanned her surroundings. A group of low-level lesser demons, not even at the 7th realm. Since the 9-colored deer king is dead, then these little ones should go and accompany him. Then Qingyin used her martial technique. Be intoxicated by my gentleness and enter a peaceful dream. Suddenly, an attack stopped her move. Qingyin immediately asked warily, "Who?" Kayaj introduced himself from there. "I am the Sect Master Lu you are looking for. These deer clan members are under my protection." Qingyin looked at the person before her proudly. "This brother is truly handsome. Would you be willing to have some carefree fun with your younger sister? To do some gentle and soft things, wouldn't that be more comfortable than fighting and killing here?" Hearing this, Kayaj frowned and looked at her. "This old hag, if I'm not mistaken, you must be at least a few hundred years old, right? To call yourself a younger sister at this age, isn't that too shameless?" Qingyin shouted angrily. "You?" Suddenly, she smelled a strange scent. Qingyin looked around in surprise. How could her scent be here? She's clearly been dead for decades. Then she suddenly saw something. Before her stood Luo Bing, who was nearby. Qingyin's eyes widened. "It's her." Kayaj focused on observing her expression. She finally noticed Luo Bing. Looking at this expression, it's definitely related to Luo Bing. Let this venerable see what the connection is. Immediately after, Qingyin rushed towards her. "I don't believe it. I don't believe she's still alive. I must see clearly." Luo Bing frantically drew her sword. "She's rushing towards me." Seeing this, Kayaj spoke to soothe her. "No need to be too nervous. I will stand behind you." Hearing his words, she also felt much more at ease. "Yes, young master." The space suddenly fell silent. She couldn't believe her eyes and asked, stammering, "Is it really you?" Luo Bing looked at Qingyin in confusion. "Did she mistake me for someone else?" Her face was filled with shock, unable to speak. "Have you been well all these years?" Recalling the past, Qingyin said, "I have not been well at all. I was suppressed in this great formation, my divine soul devoured by the formation every day. My cultivation level dropped every day, and every day felt like being pierced by 1,000 arrows. It made me wish for neither life nor death." Her gaze gradually softened. "But even in such pain I never forgot you." Suddenly, Qingyin's face turned grim as she shouted with wide angry eyes, "No pain can compare to the pain of me personally piercing your heart." Suddenly, Qingyin retreated in surprise. "No, I killed you with my own hands. You're long dead. Who are you? Who on earth are you?" Luo Bing was displeased by her behavior. "I am a disciple of Mo Gate Luo Bing. I have never seen you, nor do I know you. You have the wrong person." Qingyin thought in surprise. "Luo Bing, that name sounds so familiar." She gnashed her teeth in anger again. "Luo Bing is her daughter." Qingyin roared in anger. "Didn't I leave you with a farming family? Why are you a cultivator now? You should have lived out your life in the mud, naive and foolish." Hearing this, tears of anger welled up in her eyes. "It was you who left me with my adoptive parents." Recalling that time, Luo Bing was curled up alone in a corner. "You've been with me for so many years. How come you can't even lay an egg? This cheap bastard we picked up is a daughter who can't even produce a son. Sooner or later I'll beat you to death." Her adoptive parents were always arguing. "What's the point of keeping this useless person who only wastes food? Are we supposed to wait for her to grow up, give her a dowry and marry her off? The money we got for this jade pendant has long been gambled away. I don't have a dowry for her." The two of them went back and forth, neither giving in. "Isn't it because of you that I can't have a son? If you have the guts, take it out on me." "Don't take it out on the child." They pulled each other into the room. "Take it out on you, then take it out on you? Do you think I don't dare?" Luo Bing ate alone, the noise still all around her. "Are you trying to anger me to death?" She huddled alone. "At that time I was still young and didn't understand anything. I just thought they hated me because I was born a daughter, because they were my biological parents." In another place, a voice suddenly sounded in a lavish scene. "Big sister, look, that girl has a really good body. When she grows up, she'll definitely please men. We agreed on 2 taels of silver, not a cent less. Don't worry, sister, I've always been a person of my word in business." Luo Bing was terrified by the discussions of the people around her. "This child is really good. In another 4 years we'll get our money back with interest." After a while, she struggled and cried helplessly. "Mom, don't leave me. Mom, I can eat less. Mom, please don't abandon me." Luo Bing thought, "Fortunately I later met the young master and master." She gritted her teeth thinking. "But after entering Mo Gate, I never forgave my parents. It wasn't until that day when Senior Sword Venerable appeared that I guessed that perhaps my biological parents were someone else." Luo Bing angrily drew her green sword. "Why did you leave me? Where are my biological parents?" Suddenly, Qingyin burst out laughing. "They're long dead, killed by my own hands. Who told your mother to betray me? I liked her so much." She recalled that scene, her eyes wide as she roared. "She stubbornly wanted to abandon me to love a human man." Then her face turned pale as she looked at Qingyin. "She even had you, that bastard child, with that mortal," recalling their encounter while she was weak from childbirth. "I killed that mortal and I killed her too. I crushed her heart with my own hands." She clutched her head and shouted. But as she was about to die, Zuyan pleaded, "Yanner, sister wants to ask you for one thing. My child, her name is Luo Bing. She is innocent. Sister wants to entrust her to you." "What?" Pain, the voice could barely form. "At least let her live, okay?" Qingyin recalled these things, only feeling more enraged. The last thing she said was actually to beg me to let you live. Suddenly, she erupted with a burst of power and anger. I hate her so much, yet she didn't even beg for my forgiveness before she died. A tremendous force appeared and countless monsters appeared along with it. The alarm sounded. Everyone protect your heart meridians. Be careful of her demonic aura. Although she has fallen from the 8th realm to the 7th realm, she is still so fierce. Luo Bing was swayed by the strong wind. So it was all because of you. Her eyes were filled with tears. It's all because of you. Immediately after, Luo Bing roared in anger. I will avenge my parents. Luo Bing charged forward but was stopped by Keoj. You can't kill her. He took a step forward and commanded, stand down. Then Keoj stood before the light and said, you have followed me for many years, you must know. He turned to look at her. I, Lu Keoj, am the most protective of my own. Hearing this, Luo Bing tearfully replied, yes, young master. Keoj raised his hand, preparing to strike. Face my sword. A force appeared behind him. Yin Yu exclaimed in surprise. Such a strong sword move. Mo-Gate's Sect Master Lu is truly angry. Yang Ri also watched the battle between the two. This Sect Master Lu of Mo-Gate is truly protective of his own. On another live stream screen, comments flooded in. That female demon has such a beautiful appearance for nothing. It's one thing to like her own sister, but to kill her with her own hands, that's too perverted. The important thing is, she killed Luo Bing's parents. That's Mo-Gate's goddess of purity, Luo Bing. Lu Keoj has really gotten himself into big trouble this time. I'm afraid his heart has already exploded with anger. Qingyin's eyes widened, surprised yet still arrogant. A mere early 6th realm human cultivator, do you think I'm afraid of you? This venerable was once an 8th realm demon sage. A purple light flashed by, her power clashing with his. Immediately after, a huge explosion erupted. Dear Man A and the surrounding crowd were all blown away. Quick, hold on to the big tree. I'm actually flying. The deer sage stood in the distance observing the first venerable sword move. Lush green expanse. After so many years, only a successor of the sword venerable could possibly comprehend this final form. He actually knows it too, he observed and thought with satisfaction. Not bad. Keoj shouted loudly, unleashing his move. Life slaying open. Qingyin extended her sharp claws and rushed towards him. First I'll kill you, then I'll kill Zuyin's daughter. The two thus charged into battle. Keoj thought seriously. At the 7th heaven realm she is stronger than the Black King, and the bloodline of the green-striped Heavenly Fox clan is clearly several levels higher than the Black Feather Eagle clan. Then he began to cast a spell. Just relying on life slaying won't be enough to kill her. I have to go all out. Ascension. Activate. Suddenly she chuckled lightly. This human is very strong. It seems the suppression and soul devouring really took a lot of power from me. Qingyin exuded a murderous aura. But even if I have fallen to the 7th realm, I am not someone a mere human junior like you can kill. Keoj frowned, a look of worry on his face. The aura is changing. Could it be the innate divine ability of the green-striped Heavenly Fox? I can't give her a chance to transform. He immediately switched to a defensive stance, and Keoj swiftly made his move. Ink Dragon Life Slaying Ascension. This sword will take your life. A stream of information appeared. The ground trembled and a loud explosion erupted, sending Qingyin flying unexpectedly. How could this be? How could a human boy sever my true form? Keoj relentlessly swung his sword at Qingyin. Once before, a demon's body had been severed, yet it did not die. This venerable will not allow the same thing to happen a second time. The light from his sword's edge shot towards Qingyin. The light pierced through Qingyin's body, making her scream in agony. Qingyin's eyes widened as she looked at Luo Bing. Zuyin, the image of Zuyin appeared once again. Zuyin, that gaze was filled with resentment. Even if I am eternally damned, even if I cannot enter reincarnation, the ground was torn apart by something. I will reduce you two sisters and this damned child to ashes. Then she charged towards Luo Bing. Zuyin's child, you cannot live. Keoj watched in astonishment as Qingyin sacrificed her body to become a divine soul. What kind of bizarre technique is this? Suddenly a soul-slaying light shot from his eyes. Then Keoj unleashed a move, but you can forget it. He swung his sword down. Under the force of his sword intent, a pure divine soul would surely die. Qingyin roared in despair. Zuyin, in another place, two figures appeared behind a curtain. You're still the same, making your younger sister unable to resist you. Zuyin stammered. Actually, sister has something to tell you. From now on, can we be a pair of ordinary sisters? Hearing this, Qingyin was a little worried. What's wrong, then, she said with a blush. Sister has fallen for someone, a different kind of love from ours. Sister thinks she understands what love is, she asked in surprise. Sister, you say you understand, then tell me what love is, Zuyin explained happily. Love is for that person to be willing to have your divine soul annihilated without any regrets. The next second, Qingyin also began to dissipate. Zuyin, it seems your younger sister understands now too. After speaking, she turned to dust and vanished, leaving only hatred behind. Luo Bing stood quietly, the hem of her green dress fluttering in the wind. She gazed into the distance and sighed. Keoj thought to himself, Luo Bing's heart cannot be at peace right now. Even though her parents' killer has been avenged, what is gone can never be brought back. Such is life, a cycle of gain and loss, not always as one wishes, leaving one unable to feel joy. In both my past and present lives I have experienced this deeply. Yin Yun respectfully expressed her thanks. Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for slaying this demon for our clan and resolving our clan's decade-long suffering. Keoj raised his hand and said softly, there is no need for such formalities. As I said before, this venerable also had selfish reasons. The little girl looked up and said sincerely, be that as it may, Sect Master Lu has indeed helped our clan twice. The first time was saving our entire clan from annihilation, and the second was releasing our clan from decades of cultivation shackles. Such great kindness our Yin Yang dear clan can hardly repay. Yin Yun expressed her gratitude. So I have already discussed with everyone. If Sect Master Lu has any need in the future, my Yin-Yang Deer clan will surely lend our full support, through mountains of blades and seas of fire without hesitation. The little girl did not forget to add. If Sect Master Lu has any need, a Yin-Yang Deer clan will go through fire and water without hesitation. Keoj cupped his hands in return. Then I shall accept this kindness in advance. A thought surfaced in his mind. The Yin-Yang Deer clan's status among the demon race is not low. When the calamity arrives in the future, they can provide another measure of support. Dear Mane hurriedly shouted. Sect Master Lu, look over here, I found a jade pendant. It seems to belong to that fox demon from just now. His eyes held a look of surprise as he thought to himself. He has a name and level above his head. This guy is actually a player. Dear Mane shouted loudly. Everyone look, Lu Keoj is looking at me, he's staring right at me. Keoj nodded slightly, confirming it was true. Damn, what a peerless face. So this is what it feels like to be stared at by Lu Keoj. This kid is way too lucky, he's invincible. 500 brothers in the live stream. If it were me, I could brag about this for a year. He shouted happily. Sect Master Lu is praising me. The crowd was bewildered, wondering in their hearts. Even if he was praised by Sect Master Lu, there's no need for such a big reaction, is there? This male deer is too lucky, I'm so envious. I also want Sect Master Lu to praise me with a not bad. Keoj took the jade pendant, his gaze profound. Qingyin's body and divine soul have both been destroyed. This should be the only trace of her left in the world. Perhaps it holds her accumulations over many years. I'll see if there's anything Luo Bing can use which can be considered her compensation to Luo Bing. An arm reached out from nowhere and snatched the jade pendant. Qingchu Zexing said firmly. This item belongs to the green-striped Heavenly Fox clan and cannot be given to others. Keoj mentally calculated, unable to probe them. These two are at least at the 8th realm. He frowned and tested the waters. Senior has come here. I'm afraid it's not just for this small jade pendant, is it? He stood up straight and introduced himself calmly. Fellow Taoist Lu, there is no need to worry. I am the current clan leader of the green-striped Heavenly Fox clan. My name is Qingchu Zexing, and this is my trusted guard named Qingchu Chen. Yang Ri was flustered. That's the current clan leader of the green-striped Heavenly Fox clan. His demonic aura is so dense. He truly is a great demon that even the 9-colored Deer King had to treat with respect. The members of the Deer clan were dumbfounded. I heard his strength is not weak. He's one of the 3 current strongest sages of the demon race. Another person stammered. His demonic aura is so strong. He spoke calmly, his words filled with reason. Qingchu Qingyan was my younger sister. Now that she is dead, I must naturally retrieve her belongings. Besides that, I do indeed have another purpose. Qingchu Zexing added frankly. I also want to see the flesh and blood of my sister, Zuyan. Luo Bing smiled blankly, her eyes vacant, shocked by what had just happened. Keoj thought to himself, so Luo Bing's mother and that foxwoman Qingyan from before were both leaders of the green-striped Heavenly Fox clan. No wonder Qingyan was still so powerful after being suppressed for so many years. The power he exuded immersed the entire space in a strong energy. He turned his head and praised in his heart. Flight is truly amazing. Qingchu Zexing spoke gently. She does resemble Big Sister a little. His long gentle hand slowly reached towards Luo Bing. Keoj held his sword, his expression tense. If he dares to harm Luo Bing, even if he is at the 8th realm, this venerable will still draw my sword. Qingchu Chen stood behind and stopped him. No need to be nervous, the clan leader only wants to comfort her. Qingchu Zexing gently stroked her hair. He comforted her kindly. You are a good child, your sister knows. You don't need to be sad for her. Big Sister was much stronger than little sister Qingyan. She died at her hands willingly. Qingchu Zexing's voice was deep. Child, you must know. The more a race is born to rule the mortal world, the more weary their hearts will become. Your mother was like that. But your heart is a being that surpasses mine. He extended his hand with sincere gentleness. I have something I want to return to you. Keoj observed from behind, a look of confusion on his face. This venerable is very curious. Why didn't you appear just now? You only appeared after Qingyan was dead. Qingchu Chen shrugged and smiled perfunctorily. Qingyan was the clan leader's sister after all. Did you expect him to help you kill her? The clan leader wanted to see if you are truly worthy of being the master of our green-striped Heavenly Fox clan. Keoj looked straight at him, his tone probing. What do you mean? Qingchu Chen replied calmly. Of course you are worthy. But Luo Bing is different from us. She possesses the 9-apertured exquisite heart and has the potential to break through to the 9th realm in the future. Moreover, Qingchu Zexing commanded, let's go, he replied respectfully. Yes, he and Qingchu Chen left. Keoj stood there, his gaze lingering for a long time. He felt a little puzzled. They came and left so suddenly. This fellow really had no ill intentions. But what exactly is his purpose? It's definitely not just to comfort Luo Bing. I'm afraid it's for that 9-apertured exquisite heart. Qingchu Zexing turned back and praised. Lu Keoj, you are not bad, he replied with a faint smile. Luo Bing's 9-apertured exquisite heart, you are not bad either. Hearing Keoj say this, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Keoj thought quietly to himself, although the purpose of these two is baffling, I can at least be sure of 2 things, he continued to think. Luo Bing still has relatives in this world, she is not truly alone. Keoj observed silently. Luo Bing possesses the 9-apertured exquisite heart. She may be able to break through to the 9th realm in the future. Suddenly, a male Deer clan member shouted in panic, What's wrong with you? Why do you look so pale? Another person added. He's also vomiting blood. The scorpion poison from before has acted up again. He clutched his chest and shouted, "It hurts so much." The others turned pale, their voices trembling. "It feels like my chest is about to be torn apart." Kayaj thought to himself, just now all the Deer clan members were poisoned by the scorpions and then Qingyan got involved. Their entire clan is now deeply poisoned. He pondered and calculated. The entire Yin-Yang Deer clan's lives are in peril. That old man controlling everything, is he still not going to show himself? The Deer sage appeared, his voice steady and calm. "Little friend Lu, I didn't expect you to use such a method to force this old man to show himself. Truly interesting." Just as the Yang Deer clan was at the end of their rope, a sudden cheer erupted. "Everyone look at the sky, it's Lord Deer Sage, it's actually Lord Deer Sage himself gracing us with his presence." Everyone was amazed. "Is that really Lord Deer Sage? That's one of the 3 legendary sages of the demon race. A true sage who stands at the pinnacle of the demon race." In the air, the Deer Sage stated, "You can't resolve these troubles yourself, must you force this old man to appear?" Kayaj answered honestly, "This junior is not skilled in healing. I am truly sorry. This time, if we want the new king to take the throne, I'm afraid it won't work without senior's backing." He couldn't help but praise. "Kid, few can out-scheme you, but there is some truth to what you say. This old man won't argue with you." The Deer Sage immediately made a decision. "Yin-Yang Deer clan, open your dantian, sit and meditate. This old man will heal your poison." Below, the members of the Yang Deer clan replied respectfully, "Yes, Lord Deer Sage." His power quickly detoxified the entire clan. The crowd hurriedly bowed. "Thank you, Deer Sage." Yin Yu and Yang Ri also cupped their hands in thanks. "Thank you, Deer Sage, for your help." "Thank you, Deer Sage, for your aid." The Deer Sage then asked, "Do you all still remember the purpose of gathering here?" Yin Yu immediately replied, "Of course I remember. Brother Yang Ri wanted to decide on the new king of the Yin-Yang Deer clan with me here." Yang Ri also confirmed, "Of course we still haven't decided who will be the new king." Yin Yun was suddenly indignant. "Then what you said before doesn't count anymore." Seeing this, she explained, "Yuner, you don't know the hardships of being a king. It's not that easy. Mother doesn't want you to step into this quagmire." He also chimed in, "What I said just now was nonsense to a child. Of course it's not true." The little girl pouted in dissatisfaction. "You." Seeing this, he spoke up, "Yuner, come here." Yin Yun was immediately lifted up by a cloud and flew up. The Deer Sage picked up the little girl and coaxed, "I think Yuner is suitable to be your new king. Let the Yin Deer King and the Yang Deer King assist Yin Yun. After she grows up, she will handle all clan affairs. Before Yuner becomes a ruler in her own right. If the Yin-Yang Deer clan faces a crisis of survival, this sage will protect it." He gave a meaningful look. "What do you all think?" The dazzling light of the Deer Sage shone upon the land, filling the crowd with reverence. Everyone respectfully complied. "We will let the Deer Sage decide everything." Meanwhile, Kayaj was deep in thought. For a long time to come, the Yin-Yang Deer clan will be guarded by the Deer Sage. At this moment, the Yin-Yang Deer clan's status in the demon world has risen again, comparable to the Sword Venerable coming to my Mo Gate to serve as a guest elder. He turned around worriedly. "Since the matter of Luo Bing's parentage is settled, I should take her back to Mo Gate. Her current state requires her to comprehend it on her own." Against a gentle sky, Lu Kayaj and the Deer Sage finished handling the remaining affairs and restored the Yin-Yang forest to its normal state. He then left with Luo Bing, and at this time they were already on their way back to Mo Gate. Kayaj secretly noticed she's been like this for 2 days. She's been in this state for 2 days now. I wonder what that Qingchu Zexing gave her. He suddenly asked, "Luo Bing, can I see the thing in your hand?" Kayaj thought to himself, this can't go on. If little Lizzie finds out her disciple ended up like this because of me, she'll definitely attack me. Luo Bing dazedly and gently handed over the item in her hand. The moment he saw it, he couldn't help but be shocked. This is, in Kayaj's hand was an emerald green jade pendant carved with exquisite patterns. He immediately recognized it. So it's her mother's heirloom. Only then did she suddenly snap out of it. "Heirloom?" Kayaj quickly confirmed. "That's right, it should be the identity jade pendant that all members of the green-striped Heavenly Fox clan have. Qingyan had one, so of course your mother did too. It's just that yours was probably sold by your adoptive parents." He felt a pang of pity. So she had never even seen this thing before. How much longer will this child be in a daze? Luo Bing held the heirloom, moved, and called out, "Zuyan." Looking at the jade pendant in her hand, her tears began to flow. Luo Bing hugged the heirloom and sobbed uncontrollably. "Mother." She held it tightly in her arms, overcome with grief. Just then, the space suddenly rippled and a dazzling light appeared. Kayaj quickly sensed it. Demon race spiritual energy, could it be? The figure of Zuyan gradually appeared and spoke. "This item can only be awakened by the tears of my daughter, Luo Bing." "You are my daughter, Luo Bing," she replied in a daze. "Mother, I am Luo Bing." She immediately embraced Luo Bing and sighed. "So beautiful, even more beautiful than your mother," she cried out emotionally. "Mother," he stood to the side, guessing. "The spiritual energy is unstable. This Zuyan is just a wisp of spiritual energy incarnate. She won't last long. Only a daughter's tears can awaken her." It seemed she had planned this long ago. Indeed, she was unwilling to die at Qingyan's hands, perhaps because she also believed she had betrayed Qingyan. Zuyan comforted her. "Daughter, mother is so happy to see you've grown so big. Don't cry. I think you already know everything, but don't cry anymore," she continued. "In my life I've owed many people, but I owe you the most. I couldn't take care of you, couldn't raise you, couldn't see you get married, but seeing you like this I can die without regrets." Luo Bing expressed her heart. Mother, I have so much I want to say to you, Zuyin instructed. There's no need, Mother knows everything. If you have anything more to say, save it for your future loved ones. After speaking, she gently kissed her forehead as a farewell. Zuyin smiled with relief. In life you must look forward. This is the only lesson Mother has taught you. Luo Bing cried out in despair. Mother, don't go, Mother, she screamed with all her might. Mother, Lu Keaj walked over to comfort her. Your mother was right. In life one must look forward. Just as Luo Bing was lost in her grief, the jade pendant suddenly began to glow. Luo Bing broke through from the great perfection of the fourth realm to the fifth realm. Cultivation is the cultivation of the heart. When the heart has an epiphany and thoughts become clear, one can break through the barriers of the heart in a single day, thus entering a realm never before reached. The leaf flew for another 3 days. Suddenly a tail emerged from behind Luo Bing's clothes. She reported, Young Master, we have reached the Azure Dragon River region. We'll be home in less than half a day. Lu Keaj asked in confusion. After that day you cried for a day and a night. Why have you been covering yourself so tightly since then? Luo Bing nervously explained. Luo Bing has undergone some changes and really doesn't want the young master to see, she thought to herself. After breaking through to the fifth realm, I awakened a domain, but this domain has made me a bit strange. He immediately confirmed, You've already entered the realm of a great fifth realm cultivator. You must have awakened a domain, right? What is your domain? She suddenly became somewhat embarrassed. Of course I've awakened a domain, it's just not convenient to show it. I'll show it to the young master and master after we get back to Mo Bait. Lu Keaj couldn't help but wonder what this girl was hiding. Suddenly the Heavenly Tao issued a warning. He could use the Pearl of the Heavenly Tao to check the situation. He was a bit surprised. A Heavenly Tao warning? Lu Keaj checked the item, wondering what it wanted to remind him of. The Pearl of the Heavenly Tao in his hand suddenly emitted spiritual energy. Lu Keaj immediately sensed a vision. He focused on observing the external space and Zhang Xinyan's familiar figure appeared before his eyes. Her face was covered in wounds, her expression weak. His eyes instantly widened in shock. Xinyan, in an instant the space closed and the aura dissipated with it. Sweat beaded on Lu Keaj's forehead as he judged. This is a premonition related to Xinyan. Xinyan is in danger. He hurriedly stood up and said, You head back to the sect first. You've entered the fifth realm and can fly on your own. I have an urgent matter to attend to and must go first. Luo Bing was a little confused. Lu Keaj didn't forget to add a message for her master. Tell her I'll be back in a few more days, she quickly replied. Yes, in the azure sky, white clouds drifted leisurely. The time rewound to a few days ago when Zhang Xinyan was preparing to leave her seclusion. Before the mountain a dazzling light swirled. The majestic gate slowly opened and a foot stepped gently through. Xinyan let out a light breath and walked forward. Third heaven of the sixth realm. My realm has been completely stabilized. Reading the heavenly book last time let me break through several realms in a row. How fortunate. From now on I'll be able to help Keaj too, she thought to herself with joy. I can finally go see him. It's been several months since we last parted, but this time I won't leave him again. So before that there's one more thing I must do, Xu Fingjun spoke up. Congratulations on leaving seclusion, junior sister Xinyan, and stepping into the sixth realm. At this level you could already become an elder of our Chunchu mountain. Xinyan cupped her hands and explained, Thank you, senior sister Fengjun, but this junior sister has no interest in positions of power, as you know. What I amplify is my appetite. She quickly took her hand and said, Then senior sister will cook a delicious meal to congratulate you on leaving seclusion. How about it? Xinyan politely declined. Not today. This junior sister has an important matter and needs to see the sect master and the holy master. After I'm done, I'll eat with you, senior sister Fengjun. Xu Fengjun thought with suspicion. Going to see Hengyan again? What could she possibly want? She frowned to herself. You already have a Dao companion. Why are you still entangled with Hengyan? Xu Fengjun was so angry she crushed the flower basket in her hands, gnashing her teeth as she cursed. Zhang Xinyan, do you really think the whole world has to revolve around you? At this moment in the main hall, Hengyan confirmed once more. Zhang Xinyan, have you really thought this through? Xinyan had made her decision. Reporting to the sect master, this disciple has thought it through. I am not competent for the position of deacon of Chunchu Hall and only wish to travel the world. She thought to herself, I can't say it's Mo Gait. Everyone knows my relationship with Keaj is too awkward. Xinyan blushed as she waited for a reply. In a corner of the hall, Zian whispered, Travel the world, my foot. I think she's going to Mo Gate. Everyone's talking about it. Young people are just so thin-skinned. Does she think we can't tell? Behind them, Xu Fengjun was secretly pleased. It's great that you want to leave. Hurry up and go after you're gone. Her eyes shifted. Junior brother Hengyan will finally see me, Hengyan suddenly spoke. In that case then, suddenly Zian raised her hand and suggested, Wait a moment. She believed that this time Xinyan was going to Mo Gate to see Sect Master Lu. If she leaves at this time with her status as a deacon for a disciple of Chunchu Mountain to be paired with the sect master of Mo Gate, it would inevitably make our Chunchu Mountain look petty. Hearing this, Xinyan's face turned beet red, unsure of what to say. The holy master agreed. Elder Sixen is right. Mo Gate's Lu Keaj is a renowned prodigy of our time. For her to be with him in the capacity of a disciple is indeed inappropriate. He might even suspect that we are deliberately demeaning junior sister Yang's status, which would be looking down on him, and that would not be good, she then suggested. But if junior sister Zhang is a deacon, she would have to handle the official business of Chunchu Mountain. For junior sister Zhang that would take up too much time, making it inconvenient for the two of them to be a loving couple. She then asked, "So does the Holy Master have a solution?" The Holy Master cleverly replied, "We will create a special position of consecrated deacon for junior sister Zhang. Unless the sect is in great peril, she will not need to heed the sect's summons and will be on equal footing with the elders. This way, 1. It solves junior sister Yang's official duties, and 2. It lets the sect master of Mo Gate understand that our junior sister Yang's status is also extraordinary." Xian praised profusely. Good, the Holy Master's words are excellent." She expressed her strong agreement. It solved junior sister Yang's troubles without losing Chunchu Mountain's prestige. Hangyan immediately ordered, "Zhang Xinyan, from this day forth you are the consecrated deacon of Chunchu Mountain," he said sternly. "Unless the sect is in great peril, you need not heed the sect's summons and will be on equal footing with the elders." Xinyan respectfully thanked them all for making it possible. Xu Fengjun seethed with hatred in her heart. They're actually making an exception for her. Why are you all so biased towards her? I'm clearly just as outstanding as she is, isn't that good enough? She made up her mind. Tonight I'll let Hangyan know my feelings too. Soon night fell. The moonlight was cool and a gentle breeze was blowing. Xinyan spoke up. "Fengjun, you've drunk so much tonight. Is something on your mind?" Xu Fengjun gently revealed. "Nothing's on my mind, it's just that I suddenly find your springside wine so delicious today." She sensed that Fengjun was reluctant for her to leave. "Oh no," she widened her eyes in surprise. Looking at Xinyan, Xu Fengjun gently took her hand and she said, "Xinyan, if you leave this time, will you still remember that I was the sister who entered the sect with you?" Xinyan stated firmly. "Fengjun, you know what kind of person I am. The only one who haunts my dreams is Kaoj." Hearing this, Fengjun's heart filled with disappointment. "Zhang Xinyan, you're as cold as ever. Just like before, you don't care about me at all." She recalled their youth, the sect competition where Zhang Xinyan and Xu Fengjun won first place. Back then, Fengjun felt she was always just a little bit behind. Even though I was only a little behind, even though the masters thought we were evenly matched, back then, everyone only cheered for one person. Junior sister Xinyan is truly amazing. Junior sister Xinyan is worthy of being the genius body cultivator of our Chunchu Mountain. Although the final move was executed at the same time, it's clear that junior sister Xinyan won by half a move. How did the masters judge it? At that time she was almost pushed to the sidelines, but just that tiny gap made everyone's gaze turn away from me. No one saw me. No one took me seriously. Back in the present, Fengjun asked herself, "Xinyan, your personality is cold. I know that, of course. Why bother asking such questions to make things difficult for you? I have other matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving now." Xinyan didn't want to hear any more, so she stood up and bowed. "After today's parting, we may not meet again until after the great calamity. Take care, senior sister Fengjun." Seeing this, Fengjun just smiled in response. "That's not necessarily true. Take care, Xinyan." The moment she turned around, a venomous look appeared on her face. "You'd better die in the great calamity and never see me again." In another place, Hengyan's green sword was stuck in the cold ground. He stopped his cultivation and gulped down the wine he had prepared. Suddenly, Fengjun's voice sounded. "Sect Master, are you in such a fine mood again today?" Hengyan turned his head at the sound. She approached and suggested, "May I stay with you? I'd like to have some wine today too." But he didn't seem to care much and replied, "As you wish." Fengjun probed, "Is it because junior sister Zhang is leaving the mountain?" Hearing this, Hengyan's hand suddenly paused. She smiled. "It seems I was right again." Seeing this, Fengjun tried to explain. "Hengyan, you probably know that junior sister Xinyan already has a Dao companion." He immediately interrupted. "So what?" She tried desperately to persuade him. "She's not the only good woman in the world, there are many others." "Why bother?" Hengyan said coldly. "I don't like you." This sentence stunned her. She immediately stood up to smooth things over. "Senior brother Hengyan must be joking. How could someone like me be considered a good woman? I've always been." Before leaving, he simply reminded Xu Fengjun to turn back from the brink. For a body cultivator, breaking through to the seventh realm was like a natural chasm, something that could not be forced. Fengjun responded decisively. "I understand. Thank you for the reminder, Sect Master." Inside the sect, people were coming and going in a bustling crowd. "Let's go to Martial Aunt Xinyan's place. She's leaving tomorrow, so we won't be able to give her our gifts in person. Let's go together. I've prepared a gift for Martial Aunt Xinyan too. Martial Aunt Xinyan once gave me some guidance that helped me break through a bottleneck I was stuck at for a long time. I must see her one last time today." They urged each other. "Let's go, let's go." The constant mention of her name was driving Fengjun insane. "Zhang Xinyan," she cursed through gritted teeth. "I curse you to die." The next day at the entrance of Chunchu Mountain, Xinyan said her farewells. "Everyone, Zhang Xinyan bids you farewell." Hengyan politely wished her a safe journey. She nodded and left swiftly. "Thank you." After she left, Hengyan asked in confusion, "Why isn't Xu Fengjun here yet?" Ziyan shook her head, puzzled. "She and Xinyan are the best of friends. I'm afraid she's hiding somewhere, heartbroken." Seeing this, the Holy Master interjected. "If that's the case, it would be a good thing, but I'm afraid." At that moment, Xinyan was soaring through the sky. Qianqin, seeing this, cast a binding spell from below. Flying high in the sky, Qianqin was suddenly frozen in place. The Holy Master gently reminded her, "You still need to cultivate, don't run around." Qianqin cried out, "Master, I want to go to Mo Date too. I want to see Martial Uncle Lu too." 3 days later, at the border of Beizhou, Xinyan had arrived. She thought to herself, "Kaoj, I'm coming to see you soon." Her face was filled with excitement. The border of Beizhou, past here, is the territory of Qingzhou. Suddenly, Xinyan noticed something in the distance. That person was actually Fengjun. she said coldly. Zhang Xinyan, deacon of Chunchu Mountain, I have been waiting for you here for a long time. At the same time, a group of strangers flew over from the distance, asking in confusion, is she the one Xu Shang was waiting for? They discussed among themselves, a body cultivator at the third heaven of the sixth realm. She's not that impressive. For a human body cultivator like this, did we really need so many of us? Xu Shang, you're being too cautious. Sensing something was wrong, Xinyan frowned. Fengjun, do you know who they are? Why are you with them? Fengjun unhurriedly put on a mask. Of course I know them because I am also a member of the Yellow Springs Society. She added another sentence. My position is Shang, which is very high in the Yellow Springs Society. Hearing this, she couldn't help but exclaim, you've betrayed Chunchu Mountain? A cold smile touched the corner of her lips. That's right, you forced me to do all of this. As she roared, the strangers received their orders and immediately charged toward Xinyan. This body cultivator is quite good looking. I want to eat the 2 tenderest pieces of meat. Give me the brain. Devouring her body will be a great supplement. Just then, Lu Keaj happened to be passing by. The faster the better. Suddenly a foul smell came from somewhere, startling him. Where's this scent of blood coming from? On the battlefield of Xinyan and Fengjun. Fengjun now had Xinyan completely suppressed. Zhang Xinyan, you are as strong as ever. What a pity, a prodigy of a generation will die here, she shrieked. Let me personally send you on your way. The Cold War spear pierced through Zhang Xinyan's body. She knelt on the ground trembling as she asked, I want to know your reason for betraying Chunchu Mountain. Looking at her proud and unyielding aura, Xu Fengjun thought, why is she still so dignified even when she's about to die? Unwilling to accept it, she twisted the spear and pressed down hard, saying word by word, Zhang Xinyan, you're really audacious. Then I'll tell you, it wasn't I who betrayed Chunchu Mountain, but Chunchu Mountain that betrayed me. Zhang Xinyan was now only curious. Was it for Hengyan? Mentioning this name, she smiled contemptuously. He was just one part of it. From beginning to end, it was all because of you. Xu Fengjun recalled the past assessment. The result of this assessment was that Zhang Xinyan and Xu Fengjun tied for first place. She emphasized, since we entered the sect, you and I have been known as the twin stars of Chunchu Mountain. The result of every competition was always like this. In this sect competition, Zhang Xinyan and Xu Fengjun tied for first place. Xu Fengjun affirmed we never determined a winner. Always neck and neck, in the eyes of everyone, they were the ideal models, the Zhang Xu twin stars. The two were so beautiful. Senior sister Zhang was cooler, and senior sister Xu was gentler. Xu Fengjun had always believed that whether it was cultivation, appearance, personality, or even popularity in Chunchu Mountain, she and Zhang Xinyan were evenly matched. But from some point on, the gazes of Hengyan and the various grand elders all turned to her. She recalled with bitterness, everyone thought highly of you, even Hengyan fell in love with you. I don't understand why. So she went to ask the Holy Master. Hearing this question, the Holy Master only replied that she and Zhang Xinyan were evenly matched. It was just that her emotions were amplified by the cultivation technique. Staying away from her would naturally be better. After that, the Holy Master told her the answer. So she began to avoid Zhang Xinyan. I started to have no contact with you at all, until, speaking of this, anger once again boiled in her heart. Until that man appeared, he actually dared to challenge the sect master of Chunchu Mountain for you. Xu Fengjun recalled Hengyan's every move. I saw him fight Hengyan to the death. I was so jealous. I hated it. I hated it so much. Why would someone be willing to go to such lengths for you? Her face was now completely twisted. Do you know, the day before Hengyan and Lu Keaj's competition, I went to see him. Hengyan had saved my life. He saved me from the hands of demon cultivators. I thought he liked me. That day, Xu Fengjun went to ask again, now that Xinyan already has a Dao companion, what does senior brother Hengyan think of me, your senior sister? However, what responded to this plea was a deathly silence. At that moment she was already disheartened. His rejection was silent. He didn't even say a single no to me. At this point her voice rose another pitch. Do you know what kind of humiliation that was? All of this is because of you. I only know how to misplace my anger. Everything I've lost I will take back from you. Hearing the whole story, Zhang Xinyan spoke up. No, senior sister, you haven't lost anything. It's your jealousy that has driven you mad. Even knowing this, Xu Fengjun was still unconvinced. So what? I am jealous, so what? Just as the war spear was about to pierce Zhang Xinyan's face, something suddenly flew over and knocked it away. The spear plunged straight into the thick snow. Faced with this scene, Xu Fengjun shouted, Who is it? A blurry figure appeared in the distance. At the same time, Keaj hurried over and asked, How are you? She lay in his arms and shook her head. I'm fine, long time no see, but looking at this wound I don't have the heart to care for it anymore. He immediately said, Don't talk for now. This is a healing medicine. It's very effective. I'll use your water power to help you stop the bleeding first. It might feel a little strange. He also thought to himself, the healing medicine just now was the highest level for the system. It should be able to restore a lot of health for Xinyan. Her current state is very poor. Seeing how worried he was about her, Xinyan comforted him. It's all right, I came to see you anyway. Now that I've seen you I can die without regrets. But her words were cut short. You still have to bear my children, weave cloth and farm, you're not allowed to die. Seeing him like this, she immediately retorted, I'm doing everything, what are you going to do? He was stunned by the question, not knowing how to respond. Keaj winked playfully. I'm responsible for making children, and making children. After hearing this, Zhang Xinyan's face turned red with shyness. After a brief exchange, Xu Fengjun had returned. Seeing her, he frowned and asked, so many demon cultivators, did the Yellow Springs Society of Baishuan make a move? Hearing this question, Zhang Xinyan hurriedly affirmed, she is a hidden traitor of Chunchu Mountain. She was once an elder of Chunchu Mountain. Hearing this, Keoj drew his sword directly. Very good, I'm very angry now, never been so angry. If it's a demon cultivator and a traitor, very good. But faced with this reaction, Xu Fengjun sneered, Lu Keoj, don't think you can beat us just because you've entered the 6th realm. These are all the elites under my command. This loving display of yours really disgusts me. She also incited her allies. Xu Shang, kill that kid later. His skin is mine, you're dreaming. That face is the essence of that kid's entire body. Mere early 6th realm sword cultivator. I've eaten many. When that monster was about to charge over, Keoj asked, do you remember back then when I was seriously injured by Qishao, you told me to wait for 10 breaths? A hint of sadness flashed across her face. Back then I saved you, but now it's the other way around. He smiled faintly. Yes. Then he stepped forward to fight, leaving a message. Fellow Taoist, wait for my 10 breaths. Keoj readily agreed. At this moment Keoj couldn't care less. Interrupted. His domain opened and he roared with great power. Those who harm my Tao companion shall be killed without mercy. The power emanating from Keoj was extremely strong. Seeing this, Xu Fengjun squinted at the majestic sword strike. But sword cultivators were originally all style and no substance. 3 6th realm exotic beasts plus 3 6th realm demon cultivators. What could a mere early 6th realm sword cultivator do? She revealed a ferocious expression. So what if you're the renowned Lu Keoj? A single strike shook the heavens and the earth at this moment. Xu Fengjun had gone completely mad. The renowned Lu Keoj died at the hands of Xu Fengjun. My position in the Yellow Springs Society might even be promoted another level. Stepping into the rank of she licked the blood from her war spear, the corner of her mouth turning up. Zhang Xinyan's blood is indeed the most delicious. As soon as she's dead, my Tao heart will be completely clear. The corner of her mouth also curled into a self-satisfied smile. Based on the location of the spiritual energy, she's over there, I'll go kill you now. Xu Fengjun charged over, her tone filled with disdain. What Chunchu Mountain, what Zhang Xinyan, what Hengyan, they are all stepping stones on my path to the peak. She kept muttering vicious words. Sooner or later, I'll make the entire Chunchu Mountain kneel at my feet. I'll make Hengyan kneel and lick my feet. But as she was about to charge over, Keoj nimbly dodged, and Xu Fengjun lost her balance and fell clumsily to the ground. Her eyes widened in disbelief. You're not dead? Keoj was also surprised. You're not dead either, Xu Fengjun questioned loudly. What about them? You couldn't have killed them all. He walked down and answered, I thought so too, but unfortunately they were too weak. Hearing this, she almost lost her mind. How is this possible at this moment? Zhang Xinyan's body was also gradually recovering. She also didn't expect Keoj to be much stronger than the last time they met. Although his realm was lower than hers, she was definitely not his match with this kind of strength. Before, he said he might not be able to break through her defense, but now it seemed that what he said back then was all just dirty talk. On Xu Fengjun's side, his actions were indeed effective. She secretly thought, this guy is very strong. I'm afraid even I am not his match. The only plan now is to be pushed to a dead end, Xu Fengjun shouted. Kai. In an instant the ground shook, and a monster drilled out from underground. It opened its mouth as if trying to scare everyone. Keoj glanced at it and assessed. A peak 6th realm exotic beast, I'll kill it with one sword strike as promised. He immediately swung his sword and slashed, but the monster ran away without a trace. Seeing this, Keoj's mouth curled up, trying to run. At this moment, Xu Fengjun had already sped away. The exotic beast is still young, I'll capture it and refine it later. I'll save my life first. Zhang Xinyan, the mountains are high and the rivers are long, we'll meet again soon. It won't be too late to kill you then. Suddenly, an unexpected voice sounded. Xu Shang, where are you going? She was startled and looked up to see that it was Mohei who had come to support her. Seeing him, she was overjoyed. Great Master Mohei, you've come at the right time. Lu Keoj is here. Quickly kill him with me. He's a Shi-rank expert, probably already in the 7th realm. Dealing with a mere Lu Keoj will be more than enough. Seeing her, Mohei passed on a message. General Yellow Springs has instructed me not to interfere with your karma, but I can help you. Take this. Xu Fengjun took the blurry sword. This is, she then said, an ancient exotic beast, Yi Shao. Having obtained the treasure, she hurriedly asked, Great Master, please wait, how do I use this item? But before she could do anything, her entire body was sucked in by the treasure. How could this be? Xu Fengjun screamed in pain. No, her desperate cries seemed to tear her heart and lungs apart. No, save me, save me. On Keoj's side after a chase, he finally arrived only to witness this scene. A woman's aura disappeared here. It seems to be in that black fog. Suddenly, a terrifying palm stretched out from inside. He recognized this thing. Sharp claws, another monster appeared in the black fog. This was Yi Shao, a type of ancient exotic beast, Keoj assessed. The aura is the same as Qishao's before. Both are ancient exotic beasts. If I'm not mistaken, that woman has been devoured and her body possessed by it. He stood outside watching it for a long time, then decided to test its strength first. Immediately after, Keoj rushed over at an extremely fast speed, and Yi Shao also pounced over, unwilling to be outdone. After a battle, he found that ordinary slashes had no effect on it. Then let's see how capable it really is. Mohei in the sky was observing all this. A treasure taken from the Eye of Chaos. How powerful are you really? Don't disappoint General Yellow Springs. On Zhang Xinyan's side, she finally stood up. She sighed in relief. My injuries have almost recovered. I don't know where Keoj got that spirit medicine. Even so, Zhang Xinyan was still extremely anxious, not knowing how the battle was going. but as soon as she looked up, she saw the intense battle scene. Zhang Xinyan watched in astonishment. What kind of exotic beast is that? It can actually fight Kaoj to a standstill. No, after all, Xu Fengjun is also a member of the Yellow Springs Society. I'm afraid there are still ambushes. Thinking of this, she immediately prepared to rush over. Kaoj, I'm here to help you. The battle between Kaoj and Yi Xiao was extremely fierce. Seeing that monster constantly making strange noises, he cursed in annoyance. Shut up, you bastard. Kaoj quickly gave its neck another slash. After being injured, Yi Xiao roared loudly, but soon the previous wound healed. Seeing this, Kaoj frowned and thought, this ancient exotic beast's realm is not high, but my sword chi has little effect on it. Recovering like this is really shameless. Just like my enter immortal, it must have something special. If only I could know its weakness. Suddenly, the system prompted that a function could be upgraded. He was curious why an unlock function suddenly appeared at this time. Quickly check it. After unlocking, the system prompted that it could sense and obtain more information about the other party. After reading the notification panel, Kaoj gritted his teeth. Why didn't you remind me earlier that you have this function? The system retorted. The host never asked. He angrily gave it the middle finger. Screw you, use advanced sensing quickly. Yi Xiao wanted to take advantage of his lack of preparation to launch a sneak attack. Kaoj sneered. Trying to sneak attack me? After collecting information, the system also sent him some basic information. The secret was already exposed. Kaoj was almost certain of victory. So that's how it is, high magic resistance, low physical resistance, and it can convert the opponent's spiritual energy to heal itself. I can't fight this guy with a sword. Good. This advanced sensing is much stronger than sensing. Yi Xiao was still attacking nonstop. Seeing its overconfidence, he decided to use a big move. I haven't competed in swordsmanship with anyone for a long time. Then let's see who's tougher. Kaoj's strength information was also updated. Suddenly, Zhang Xinyan's voice came from the distance. Kaoj. Seeing someone coming, he asked, Xinyan, you've come at the right time. Your pure body cultivation is the nemesis of the ancient exotic beast Yi Xiao. She was puzzled. I'm its nemesis? Currently, Yi Xiao was still constantly showing off its strength. Kaoj assured, trust me, don't use spiritual energy, just fight it with your fists. Zhang Xinyan obediently agreed. The two sides were about to engage in a hand-to-hand battle. Mohei, witnessing all this, was intrigued. It seems this skin can bestow the parasite with the abilities of the initial exotic beast. If General Yellow Springs knows this news, he will surely be very happy, and then I can get some more rewards. If Yi Xiao can kill these two, I will have achieved another great merit. He smiled happily. The most famous rising star sect master in the Tianquan realm and his Dao companion both died at the hands of my Yellow Springs Society. At that time, my Yellow Springs Society will surely be able to pressure the other three great demon cultivator organizations, so that the Zeui Association and the Demon Spirit Society will no longer dare to look down on my Yellow Springs Society. As he was feeling smug, a huge explosion suddenly occurred. Kaoj and Xinyan slashed at Yi Xiao with their swords, and it was injured, its cries growing even more tragic. Mohei, having lost face, said angrily, damn it, in the end it's just a pseudo-beast, not very useful. Yi Xiao's entire body began to burn from the recent attack. Xinyan's expression was complicated. That was Xu Fengjun. This exotic beast had actually turned her into this. Kaoj also stepped forward to inspect it. He sighed, although that person was a traitor. She was once on good terms with Xinyan, so there would naturally be some feelings. Amidst his sighs, Xinyan called out happily, Kaoj, look at this reaction. Kaoj was a bit surprised. He took it out for a look and realized that she was the type of person who showed not a shred of mercy to traitors. Holding the skin in his hand, he guessed that this layer of skin was very similar to the skin painting that Qi Xiao had turned into after its death. She agreed, I think it's very similar too. It can actually turn a living cultivator into an exotic beast. What on earth is this thing? After examining it, he put the skin away and said, there's no need for further speculation. If we don't understand, we can just ask someone who does, Xinyan asked curiously. Who should we ask? Is there anyone here? Since things had come to this, Kaoj no longer concealed it and directly shouted, hey, you don't really think this venerable didn't notice you, do you? Mohei knew he could no longer hide, so he revealed himself, asking with a puzzled expression, I wonder how Sect Master Lu was able to discover this great master. I was clearly hiding very well. Sect Master Lu sees things so clearly. He truly is worthy of being the most famous rising star in the Tianquan cultivation world today, he said bluntly. This venerable's domain can absorb all the spiritual energy in the surroundings, and your spiritual energy has a very obvious demon cultivator aura. And you, fatty, your spiritual energy is so foul it's unbearable, no different from a rotten egg. These words rather surprised Mohei. You are the first person who dares to speak to this great master like this. This great master greatly admires your courage. Seeing that the situation was not good, Xinyan used a voice transmission to remind him, Kaoj, be careful. This person's spiritual energy is clearly that of a demon cultivator who devours other cultivators. Moreover, his realm is 2 levels higher than ours. He's already at the 7th realm. The higher the realm, the greater the chasm. His strength is formidable, be careful. He decided to probe him first. Kaoj commanded the system to perform an advanced sensing. Now with advanced sensing, as long as the opponent's realm wasn't too much higher than his own, the system could provide valuable information. the system responded swiftly. At the same time Mohei spoke, however, this great master is in no mood for a war of words with you right now. The exotic beast you obtained is this great master's property. I hope you will be so kind as to return it. If this great master is in a good mood, perhaps eating just one of you will be enough to satisfy me. As soon as his words fell, the system also sent the information, and Kaoj had finished reading it all. So you're an ungrateful demon cultivator from the Yellow Springs Society, then this venerable cannot be so kind. Besides, for a villain like you, being eaten by someone of your caliber would truly give me nightmares. Hearing this, Xinyan also understood. So he was from the Yellow Springs Society, perhaps it was he who deluded Shu Fengjun. You. Mohei could no longer remain calm. Lu Kaoj has a handsome face, yet he speaks such foul words. This great master will fulfill your wishes, he roared loudly. My dear disciple, come out and attend the banquet. A clap of thunder struck, and the disciple Mohei had summoned immediately appeared. Master, is it time to eat again? A character panel popped up. This monster was none other than the three Yaksha. He also recognized that this exotic beast was purple grade. This was the first time the system had classified an exotic beast this way. Whether it was the flood dragon beast or the ancient exotic beast before, the system had never made such a classification. What was so special about it? Finally, Xinyan spoke. Kaoj, let me deal with that exotic beast, you deal with that demon monk. But before she could make a move, he spoke up to stop her. Xinyan, wait, there's something strange about that exotic beast. The system has classified it as a purple-grade exotic beast. I'm afraid there's a trap, however. She had already charged over. The three Yaksha's nose was pierced, and it immediately screamed loudly, it hurts, it hurts, it hurts so much. Seeing this reaction, he was no longer afraid. Is this thing really purple-grade? Just then, Mohei spoke again. Disciple 3 Yaksha, don't be afraid of the pain, eat her flesh is delicious. Hearing this, the senior brother frowned and sized him up. This fatty saw his exotic beast at a disadvantage, yet he showed no worry, nor did he make a move to be safe. It would be better for me to kill this fatty first. A thought flashed through his mind. If I kill you, that purple-grade exotic beast won't be able to cause any trouble. However, as soon as Kaoj charged over, Mohei had already blocked the attack. This surprised him greatly. He could actually block my sword. He also revealed a strange smile. Sect Master Lu, this great master is at the 7th realm. If I didn't have some self-defense skills, I would have long been killed by you flashy cultivators of the righteous path. A 6th realm junior is not enough to be this great master's opponent. As soon as his words fell, Kaoj was sent flying far away. He hadn't expected this fatty's defensive power to be so high. I must find a way to break his defense on the other side. The black Yaksha roared and commanded, Master told me to eat you, don't move. Hearing this, she complained impatiently, so noisy. Then it was attacked by Xinyan in succession, crying out in pain, my head hurts so much. Stop stabbing me. Master, I can't catch her. Master, it hurts so much. Taking advantage of its distraction, her spear had already pierced through its abdomen. The black Yaksha lost its balance and fell to the ground. After dealing with it, Xinyan called out, Kaoj, this exotic beast is dead, I'm coming to help you. On the other side, he also saw Mohei's monster fall. This made him a bit puzzled. It was specifically called a purple-grade exotic beast. How could it be so weak? Only Mohei muttered to himself, Amitabha, you two benefactors truly have not a shred of kindness. In that case, do not blame the Yaksha for bringing chaos to the world. Xinyan didn't give him a chance to say more and charged straight over. Deceiving the masses with bewitching words, the two joined forces to eliminate him. But it seemed to have no effect on him. Mohei roared loudly, don't even think about hurting my master. Then he summoned his monster again. Seeing the situation was not good, Kaoj quickly gave an order. System, sense, an information panel about several monsters immediately appeared before his eyes, including the black Yaksha, red Yaksha, and blue Yaksha. This surprised him quite a bit. So it could split into 3. These 3 were its true form. Wonder it was rated as purple grade. Mohei's mouth split into a strange smile. Now it's this humble monk's turn to have the numerical advantage. No one has seen the true form of the 3 Yaksha in 3 years. Now using it to send off the famous Sect Master and his wife of the Tianquan realm is truly fitting. Under his command, the monsters immediately charged forward, their sprinting speed as fast as lightning. It went straight for Xinyan. She couldn't believe it. So fast. After getting close, the monsters seemed to have gone mad. Master, so happy, let's roast them until they're fragrant. Roasted until fragrant, so delicious. In just a moment, the defense she had established collapsed. This was beyond Xinyan's expectation. It could actually break through her power. This exotic beast is too strong. I was careless. Hearing this, Kaoj also looked at it with different eyes. Xinyan is in danger. This exotic beast is not simple. Xinyan is a body cultivator. She'll be at a disadvantage against magic. I must help her break through that flame first. Suddenly, the black Yaksha appeared from nowhere, shouting, it's tastier when pierced. It attacked continuously. I'll pierce you. Pierce, pierce. Faced with that power, Kaoj could only defend. This fellow is too fast, and every attack is extremely powerful. In terms of pure body cultivation strength, it's no weaker than Ning Jianshan. At this time, Mohei suggested from the side, a mere 6th realm sword cultivator and spear cultivator dare to challenge us. You should make a move too. The black Yaksha agreed. All right, after we kill them, I want 100 living people. Faced with this simple suggestion, he immediately agreed. No problem, I'll go to Beizhou City and catch them for you later. A world-shaking thunderclap then erupted. He frowned, realizing that was this fatty's trump card. If this situation continues, Kaoj worried that if this went on, Xinyan wouldn't be able to hold out either. Finally, he decided, since it's come to this, let's try Ascension. The last 2 times with the Xingyu demon race, I didn't get to truly test the power of ascension. In the distance, the red Yaksha also planned to charge over and join forces to pierce you. A massive collision of power erupted on the opponent's side, followed by thunderous roars, and then countless bolts of lightning shot out in all directions. Xinyan was shocked to see this. This is bad, the momentum is too great. If I get hit, I will surely die, she quickly commanded. Kaoj, run! But at that moment Xinyan was stunned. Kaoj was surrounded by a dazzling red light, and he walked out step by step from that massive storm. Then Kaoj no longer hesitated and began to counterattack. Faced with this scene, Xinyan couldn't believe it. Is that really my Kaoj? The blue Yaksha saw this from afar, its eyes wide. His cultivator is so strong. Mohei also hadn't expected it. What happened to that kid? Why was he able to block my reverse thunder? Seeing this, the blue Yaksha quickly retreated. Let's go, we can't kill him. The reverse thunder can only hinder him for a moment. Once the lightning stops, we will surely die. Mohei was shocked to hear this. What, you? At this moment Mohei roared in anger. I will surely die. What about you? The black Yaksha and red Yaksha no longer cared. I will die too, but I won't necessarily be the first to be eaten. He roared powerlessly. You! He gnashed his teeth filled with resentment. The 3 Yaksha is a top-tier divine beast that I spent nearly a century refining and cultivating. The red Yaksha and black Yaksha were actually abandoned just like that. Lu Kaoj, you owe me a blood debt. Just then Mohei turned to check. The red Yaksha had already been torn into more than 100 pieces. Kaoj slowly approached him. Mohei was too shocked to speak. Is that really a human cultivator? Seeing that he wasn't leaving, the black Yaksha urged, still looking, you'll die too. It intended to attack and block him, but he had already blocked it. Those people gradually disappeared. After a fierce battle, Kaoj felt the strange sensation of ascension. He was almost depleted in his eyes. The world had become distorted. As for the blue Yaksha, before it could do anything, it was slain by his single sword strike. Xinyan spoke politely. Kaoj, thank you. But before she could say anything, she was stunned. The light emanating from Kaoj had also become unusual. Her voice trembled. Kaoj, what's wrong with you? But at this moment, the look in his eyes had completely changed. Seeing this, Xinyan shouted in panic. Kaoj, what's wrong with you? Wake up. But it seemed he had already lost his reason. Kaoj also suddenly charged over to attack Xinyan, and the immense power sent her flying back. Xinyan was knocked to the cold snow on the ground, his spear whistling as it stabbed towards her. Tears welled up in Xinyan's eyes. Kaoj, her heart was already content. Kaoj, if I die at your hands I have no complaints. But just then Kaoj's spear stopped. He asked himself, why is this monster crying? Suddenly another loud explosion erupted. Kaoj asked in confusion, who on earth are you? That person lit a cigarette and said calmly, hey, you've clearly sensed me already, you could at least look at me. He asked in confusion, are you also a transmigrator? Hearing the question, he admitted, that's right, I'm just like you, but it's a pity we're not in the same world right now. Kaoj became even more curious. Then who are you? He took a puff of his cigarette and said self-deprecatingly, who am I? A memory flashed by. He recalled, many years have passed, I've almost forgotten. Was it 20,000 years, 100,000, or 1,000,000? It all seems about the same, but now none of this matters. Now I only look forward to the moment I truly meet you. So now is not the time for you to step into this world. He flicked his finger lightly, and the surrounding scenery also disappeared. The administrator asked, you are more interesting than that person, so I want to give you a few more hints. Do you want to know who that person is? He frowned. The words he wanted to say stuck in his throat. Kaoj shook his head and said directly, no, why don't you play by the rules? The corner of the administrator's mouth turned up, only repeating, but I still want to tell you. That person, you all call him Emperor Cheng. He wasn't surprised. I guessed as much. Seeing this, he was a little surprised. Finally, the administrator sneered, you are both an interesting and a boring person. Suddenly, the ground turned pitch black, and Kaoj also awoke from a daze. At this moment, Xinyan was still sitting on the ground. She was ecstatic. Kaoj, you're awake? That night, Kaoj told Xinyan everything, and only then did she understand that ascension would change his perception of the world. Even her, he couldn't distinguish what she looked like in his eyes at that time. He stammered, I'm sorry, it's just too strange, I can't describe it. A question couldn't help but rise in his mind. How strange could it be? Until now, he had never imagined that there was another transmigrator like him in this world. That person had no markings above his head. He was certain he was definitely not a player. Kaoj began to recall, although I was a loyal player in my past life, no one knew where the game Tianquan Realm came from, or even who operated it. I once tried to pay the officials to change my level and break through the level 60 version limit. But there wasn't even a single customer service representative. He frowned in confusion. Who on earth is that person? Just then, Xinyan's voice sounded. Kaoj, she shyly suggested. I was too embarrassed just now. And didn't tell you, my back was burned too. Can you help me apply the medicine? Kaoj obediently took out the medicine and applied it. The moment the medicine touched her back, he felt his master's skin. It was indeed smooth and soft. Meanwhile, Xinyan's heart was also pounding with excitement. Why does your hand touching my back give me such a strange feeling? My heart is beating so fast and my breathing has become ragged. He suddenly spoke. Xinyan, we have long been Dao companions. Xinyan's voice trembled slightly as she replied. I know, Kaoj added. Between Dao companions we are only missing the final step. There's no time like the present. Hearing this, her face immediately flushed red. But I know she's very shy. Kaoj moved closer and comforted her. If you don't feel it's right, I won't force you. Don't worry, everything will fall into place when the time comes. Xinyan's mind was also racing. Liu Keaj and I have already agreed that once he steps into the Shijing, I will impart my divine hook to him, now that Keaj is already at the 6th realm. With his talent, the Shijing is just around the corner. She also bit her lip tightly. Senior sister has already gone mad, but she's capable of anything. I absolutely cannot let her get ahead of me. Suddenly, Xinyan grasped his hand and suggested, "There's no time like the present. As for what happened next, you can imagine for yourselves. The phoenix flute played, the jade pot's light turned, a night of fish and dragons danced. The next morning Keaj was happily fishing. He recalled the afterglow of the previous night. His master's flavor was truly exquisite. His mood was on cloud 9. I never thought she would be so proactive. Now I've truly slept with my master." As for Xinyan, her mood hadn't improved after the night. She was dying of embarrassment. How could he stay up all night? For those who don't know, Liu Keaj had brought the bamboo bed with him. He was well prepared and extremely cunning. She shyly hugged the quilt. "He went out early in the morning. I don't know what he's doing. Why isn't he back yet?" Just then, Xinyan suddenly smelled a fragrance wafting in. "It smells so good. It's fish soup, a smell of fish soup." Keaj came in from outside carrying a bowl of soup. "The fish soup is ready. Want to try some? It's from the fish I just caught." I made sure to remove all the bones. Seeing this, she struggled to sit up. "The fish soup you made, of course I'll try it." The meal was set out invitingly. Xinyan sighed. "It smells wonderful. I really don't know how you did it," he smiled. "Of course it's wonderful. I made it specially to your taste after all." She shyly lowered her head. "Thank you, but there's something I feel I must tell you. I've been thinking about it for a long time." Keaj nodded calmly. "Go ahead," Xinyan said frankly. "Shu Fengjun has defected. The Yellow Springs Society has sent more masters, so I'm afraid something will happen at Chunchu Mountain. I can't go to Mo Gate for the time being. I suspect there are spies in Chunchu Mountain." "I must go back," he listened and asked doubtfully. "Then after you go back, how will you root out the spies?" This question made her freeze. She had indeed never thought about that. Keaj smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry, I've left plenty of spiritual energy traces along the way. That fat monk won't give up so easily. He will definitely bring the spies from Chunchu Mountain back with him." At this, Xinyan felt more at ease. With that item here, he truly wouldn't give up. If that item fell into the hands of Chunchu Mountain, they would surely gather all the cultivation sects of Beizhou to jointly besiege the Yellow Springs Society. But she was still anxious in her heart. "But if there really are other spies in Chunchu Mountain, I'm afraid they'll be even stronger than Shu Fengjun. How will we handle it then?" Keaj immediately dispelled her concerns. "You don't need to worry. I'm ridiculously strong." In another place, a voice suddenly sounded from within the curtain of cold snow. "Mohei came rushing to us for help this time. Do you know what happened?" Fang Li spoke. "You'll know when you see him. The sect reeks of blood. It seems that beast has been acting wantonly again." The two arrived at the location and broke down the door. Knowing someone had arrived, Mohei turned around enthusiastically. "You two are here. Care for a taste?" Seeing his arrogance, Fang Li scolded him. "Let me remind you, this place isn't far from Chunchu Mountain. Don't be presumptuous or we won't be able to protect you." He shot back without weakness. "You can't protect me, but that one can. As long as our plan succeeds, the entire Chunchu Mountain will be yours. Is that one here today?" Hearing this, they angrily slapped him across the face. "Shut up. For such a small matter, why bother her ladyship to intervene?" Mohei was struck, but he still didn't forget his threat. You forget. We are merely cooperating. This great master is not your subordinate to be beaten and scolded at will." Dong Sao quickly stepped forward to mediate. "You are both fellow Taoists. Let's not harm our harmony. Quickly tell us what exactly happened." Finally, getting to business, Mohei went straight to the point. "It's Liu Keaj and that female deacon from your Chunchu Mountain. They killed Shu Fengjun and stole a secret treasure of our Yellow Springs Society. That treasure must absolutely not be revealed, otherwise it will lead to a great disaster. Not only will your identities be exposed, but it's very likely even that one will be implicated." The man ordered bluntly. "Then let's kill them. Where are they now?" His mood relaxed considerably and he shared. "My blue yaksha is extremely sensitive. Tracking things within its domain is very simple. Let's not delay. We'll go kill them now." On the snowy mountain, the blue yaksha began sniffing. Their spiritual energy was emanating from that cave. "Those guys have it all planned out. Let's make a move." Dong Sao thought happily. "Zhang Xinyan and Liu Keaj are probably dead by now, as expected of Big Brother Lei." A familiar voice suddenly rang out. "Was that so?" Everyone looked over in surprise. Keaj stood in the distance assessing, two traitors appearing at the same time. "Chunchu Mountain has truly been infiltrated like a sieve?" she asked curiously. "Senior brother Minglei, senior brother Zhang Yi, is that you? You still dare to show your faces?" The two removed their hoods, smiling happily. "It's us, as expected. Junior sister Zhang has already recognized us. We couldn't hide even if we tried," Keaj asked in confusion. "Are they acquaintances?" Xinyan began to explain. "Senior brother Minglei is the head elder of our Chunchu Mountain's Hall of Punishment. He's impartial, incorruptible, and despises evil. The demon cultivators and exotic beasts he has killed number at least 800 if not 1,000. Senior brother Zhang Yi is an elder of the Hall of Techniques. He's been cautious his entire life and never made a single mistake. But why did even these two defect?" But she couldn't understand it either. "Senior brothers, Chunchu Mountain has treated you both well. Why would you do this?" they sneered. "Treated us well? If it were truly as you say, junior sister Zhang, why would we need to risk colluding with demon cultivators?" Beside them, Mohei was still fanning the flames. "Why waste your breath on them? Let's kill them together. Take back the Yi Shao skin and no one will know your identities." "That's right, junior sister Zhang, I'm sorry. their spears swept across. After hearing the explanation, Minglei also spoke. That's right, Zhang Yi added. Junior sister Zhang, I'm sorry, but this is the end. Xinyan asked curiously, Kaoj, where are the reinforcements you mentioned? Zhang Yi was confused. Reinforcements? Where would you get reinforcements? Mohei, on the other hand, thought they were just putting on an act. Putting on airs when you're at death's door. Even if you screamed the heavens down, no one would come to save you now. Knowing they didn't believe him, he didn't argue. Now you go immediately to the nearest cultivation sect and ask them for help. They will be our reinforcements. She was a bit puzzled in her heart. Why now? Why not earlier? Kaoj's expression seemed somewhat mysterious. If it were earlier, the goal wouldn't be achieved. Go on quickly. I can handle them by myself. At the very least, stalling until you return won't be a problem. Hearing this, Xinyan hesitated. But he reassured her. Don't forget, I still have that form. She recalled Kaoj's spell. Perhaps if she stayed, she would get in his way. In that case, she might as well listen to him. He had never made a mistake, and this time would surely be no different. As if suddenly remembering something, Xinyan shouted, You? She flew into the distance. Xinyan called out, Kaoj, wait for me to come back. Seeing the person leave, Minglei commanded, Go after her and kill her. Zhang Yi accepted the order. Yes. As for Kaoj, he remained standing there gazing into the distance. At the same time, the system sent a notification. After reading the information, he smiled. Great perfection of the sixth realm, an ordinary spear cultivator. And his domain is only yellow grade. Xinyan can handle him. This advanced sensing is truly useful. It can even sense that he has no special magic tools. I wonder if this advanced sensing can be upgraded again. The group of people surrounded Kaoj, vowing to completely destroy him. Mohei provoked him relentlessly. Lu Kaoj, you don't have time to worry about others. Even if you use that move from last time, you will surely die this time. Seeing this, he just sneered. Who said I was going to use that move again? The blue yaksha was puzzled. If you don't use that move, you'll be turned to dust by my lightning before your reinforcements arrive, Kaoj said mysteriously. Who said I really sent her to find reinforcements? Everything I did just now was merely to send her away, Minglei planned. Send her away? Why would you do that? You must know that will only make you die faster. Only then did he say it plainly. Because I'm going to summon the army of the fourth calamity. Kaoj loudly summoned the disciples of Mogate, and a dazzling golden light flashed. Seeing this, the crowd was in an uproar. Holy crap, is this quest for real? Sect Master Lu, look over there. It's Sect Master Lu. We actually get to fight a boss alongside him. Am I dreaming? Good thing I didn't log off or I would have missed this. 3 big bosses, holy crap, 3 level 71 bosses. If we clear this instance, how insane will the rewards be? I can't even imagine it. Kaoj stood on high, observing with great interest. The system issued a mission. Mogate's exclusive NPC system bug. As long as he confirmed the mission target and entered into combat with a boss, he could directly lock the coordinates and teleport players to the battlefield, turning the area into a simulated dungeon. Second, he could also define a respawn point for the dungeon, allowing players to revive infinitely. He calculated. Although they're weak with tens of thousands of players who can revive infinitely, they can wear them down to death just through attrition. A clear plan had already formed in his mind. What's more, among these players were even professional micromanagers. Experienced the terror of the fourth calamity. Seeing that the situation was not good, Mohei panicked. How did so many people suddenly appear? They're just a disorderly mob. We'll just kill them all. Minglei, however, sensed something was wrong. There were no spiritual energy fluctuations. Kaoj called out, Disciples of Mogate, hear my command. He added some permissions. All who participate in this battle are guaranteed to receive a yellow-grade natal sword embryo. Anyone who achieves great merit in this battle will be gifted a blue-grade natal sword embryo and a volume of sword techniques. The disciples of Mogate immediately began to clamor. You get a yellow-grade natal sword embryo just for participating. Holy crap, the sect master is so generous. Kill, kill, kill. The blue-grade sword embryo and the sword techniques are my goal. A level 71 boss. I could bite him to death. Charge, brothers, let's go, Kaoj announced. Today is the day we slay demons and defend the Tao. After the two sides were locked in a chaotic battle, he thought with satisfaction. The reason I sent Xinyan away was that I didn't want her to know about Mogate's army of immortal players. Otherwise she might think I'm some kind of heretic too. A satisfied smile touched the corner of his mouth. However, since I'm from another world, I suppose I count as a heretic too. Over on Minglei's side he was utterly bewildered. What in the world are these people? Why is there an endless supply of them? I can't kill them all. I clearly just killed that person, so why is he charging at me again? Many of them had fallen, but their morale remained high. Kill! Seeing the person he had just killed come back to life, Minglei was stunned. He's alive again. Wait, what in the world are these people? He felt helpless. And since he didn't know when, his spiritual energy had been constantly draining away. What on earth had Lu Kaoj done? The Mogate disciples were all wailing. Hiss, that hurts, it hurts so much, this electric shock feels way too real. Holy crap, so this is what it feels like to be struck by lightning, a young man shouted excitedly. Look, I've hacked it to a bloody pulp, a Mogate disciple said. This thing is an exotic beast. Every time you land a hit, you get experience points as a reward. Sweet, we've already cleared out all the wild monsters around Danshan Mountain. Now we can finally farm a boss again. The full might of us Mogate sword cultivators is perfect for using on him. Seeing this, the blue yaksha thought to itself, How do these guys even resemble cultivators? They're clearly a bunch of madmen. I have to find a chance to run. They may be like ants, but you can't kill them, and there's no end to them. Mohei couldn't help but panic as well. Who on earth are these guys? Why do they act more like demon cultivators than I do? The Mo-Gate disciples fought with all their might. This fat monk has so much health. Brothers, let's give it our all. Luckily he has no attack power. Just watch out for his skills. Brothers with healing skills, remember to top up our health. Brothers, don't just focus on attacking. Remember to use your potions. At this moment, Lukeaj was checking and calculating the time. The reinforcements Pei Qianqin reported should be reaching Xinyan soon. In fact, I've already made arrangements with the nearest cultivation sect. A chat box displayed discussion messages between Wu Zan, Huang, and Tiandi about their battle plan. Zan reported that he would go with his master tomorrow and had arranged to set off immediately. Lukeaj stood to the side, leading with satisfaction. Everything is proceeding according to this venerable's plan. The sky soared into the clouds shrouded in mist. I must go at full speed. I have to be faster. The Chushui Gate was the closest cultivation sect. Although their cultivation levels were low, they could immediately send people to quickly notify their nearby peers. At this moment, Xinyan was moving with some worry. She thought to herself, the more people we gather, the greater our chances of winning. Kaj, I will definitely catch up to you. You must not get into any trouble. Suddenly, she crashed into a barrier in the air. Xinyan immediately realized something was wrong. It was a barrier technique. She fell into a free fall, landing in the fragrant flower and tree realm. Xinyan was alarmed. This is bad. Zhang Yi appeared and spoke. Junior sister Xinyan, as your senior brother by a few years, I know a few magic arts unlike you who only specializes in body cultivation, he mocked. These skills in the end still can't compare to junior sister Xinyan's exceptional talent. Xinyan immediately retorted, Senior brother Zhang, the Hall of Techniques holds a high position in Chunchu Mountain, and you are one of its elders, a person of high standing. Why would you betray us? Zhang Yi acted mysteriously. Yes, why would I betray the sect? I hold a high position, and am an important elder. Logically, I should want Chunchu Mountain to prosper. He glanced at her sinisterly. But is it really as you say? Zhang Yi said. Although I am an elder of the Hall of Techniques, there are some places I cannot enter. It's truly laughable. An elder of the Hall of Techniques who cannot freely enter and exit the Hall of Techniques? Who are they guarding against? Xinyan asked, puzzled. Those are secret arts that only the Holy Master and the Sect Master's Grand Elders can cultivate. If you wait a few more years, you might become a Grand Elder yourself. Why must you suffer so? He replied coldly. Yes, if it were a few more years, but I am already 379 years old. I don't have that long to live. I'm about to die, Xinyan advised. Senior brother Zhang, birth, old age, sickness, and death. We cultivators should by rights be able to see past these things. Hearing this, Zhang Yi became agitated and started rambling. To watch those life-extending techniques in the Hall of Techniques and not be able to cultivate them, do you know how much I resent it? I am about to die, yet I cannot save myself. It's all because of the rules of Chunchu Mountain, he began to threaten. Junior sister Zhang, our plan is about to succeed. As long as we succeed, I can extend my life, I can live. Since you've run into me, I can only borrow your life. Xinyan didn't hesitate. Since that's the case, suddenly she felt a strange sensation in her body. Her hands trembled uncontrollably. Xinyan was surprised, silently confirming, what's happening? I can't move my body. It's a paralyzing poison. Only then did he explain. My domain, the fragrant flower and tree realm, is just a very low-grade domain. It's not powerful and only paralyzes all creatures within a 10-meter radius with its poison. But it has one characteristic. It works regardless of cultivation level. Even a powerful body cultivator like you, junior sister Zhang, cannot resist it, Zhang Yi said decisively. Junior sister Zhang, I've been talking to you for so long, waiting for this poison to take effect. I'm truly sorry, but your life is mine to take. She cleverly stalled for time. Wait, senior brother Zhang. I still have something to say. He showed a smug expression. What? You're about to die. Do you want to betray Chunchu Mountain too? Xinyan then said, No, I want to know what your plan is. Zhang Yi agreed. Since you're about to die, there's no harm in telling you, he shouted with glee. We are going to overthrow Chunchu Mountain, re-establish its rules, and appoint a new Sect Master and Holy Master, she said in a deep voice. But the Holy Master and Sect Master are so powerful, how could you possibly succeed? Zhang Yi quickly explained. In the Yellow Springs Society, there is a poison that is colorless and odorless. Using it once has no effect, but using it every day will cause one's muscles and bones to soften and spiritual energy to leak. We have been pouring this poison into the spiritual springs around Chunchu Mountain every day. The entire Chunchu Mountain has been unknowingly using it for over 3 years. He had already revealed his sinister true colors. In another half a month, all the poison will take full effect. At that time, whether it's the Holy Master or the Sect Master, they will all be nothing but lambs to the slaughter. Hearing this, Xinyan immediately became furious. So that's how it is, your scheme runs so deep, you betrayed Chunchu Mountain long ago. Yet you could still feign it so well, what a pity, a true pity, Zhang Yi struck directly. No need for pity, you go on ahead, they will come to join you. Suddenly, a large blade blocked the attack in the nick of time. He looked up in surprise. Hang Hangian, why are you here? Hengyan appeared majestically. I sent a voice transmission to Xinyan, otherwise I wouldn't have heard your magnificent plan. The Holy Master also gradually appeared and spoke. We arrived long ago. What this seat is best at is heaven and man as one. If I wished it, I could be standing here naked. You still wouldn't recognize me. The appearance of the Sect Master made Zhang Yi terrified. The Sect Master Hengyan is second only to the 4 sages, and with one of the 4 sages, the Holy Master, here as well. I can't turn this around. The only plan now is he immediately defended himself. Sect Master, Holy Master, I was forced by them. It was Minglei, the head elder of the Hall of Punishment. He forced me. I never wanted to betray Chunchu Mountain, Hengyan replied coldly. Anything else to say? Zhang Yi tried to explain. Sect Master Hengyan, when this disciple was young, I went to the Hall of Techniques to borrow a cultivation manual. And you happened to help this disciple, do you remember? Hengyan, I could be considered this disciple's master. He said nothing, striking decisively and finishing him off cleanly. Below, the crowd exclaimed in amazement. Look, there's a strange phenomenon in the sky over there. What's happening? It might be cultivators fighting. I hope it calms down soon and doesn't affect us mortals. Above the fragrant flower and tree realm, Zhang Yi's soul was now gradually dissipating. The Holy Master then spoke. How should we deal with Elder Zhang Yi's soul? He has served our Chunchu Mountain for so many years. If not for merit, then at least for his hard work. Hengyan immediately decided to cast him into the injury formation, letting him serve to temper the disciples of Chunchu Mountain for eternity. Xinyan reported anxiously. Sect Master, Holy Master, Lu Keage's side is still in a bitter struggle. Let's hurry over. Hearing this, she smiled lightly. A bitter struggle? Would he be in a bitter struggle? Back on Keage's side, the sky was gradually darkening. Mohei was currently being pushed back step by step under the siege of the Mo Gate disciples. The Mo Gate disciples, charged with all their might, stab him. The mechanics of this game are awesome. The character's remaining health weakens his movements. It's so realistic. None of that matters. Getting Sect Master Lu's reward is what's important. He panicked in his heart. Are these people really human? It's one thing that they don't fear death, but they can also revive endlessly. They are clearly more like demons than I, a demon cultivator. To think that I, Mohei, a man of great renown, would die at the hands of these ants. Minglei was also on full alert. What is going on with these immortal bodies? And my spiritual energy keeps draining away. I can't even maintain flight in the air now, he asked himself with difficulty. What tricks has he been playing in the shadows? Lu Keage added more fuel to the fire. Brothers, charge. This boss is almost out of health. A few more rounds and he's definitely dead. The Mo Bate disciples immediately charged forward. This guy hits really hard. If I don't hack him to death today, I won't be able to rest easy. Damn it. For the dungeon rewards, charge. Minglei decided not to admit defeat. You bunch of demons, this seat will fight you to the death. Seeing this, he became even more pleased. To the people who originally lived in this world, these immortal players were indeed demons. It was just a bit comical that they were summoned by these truly disgraced monsters. Lu Keage suddenly glanced over. These two are at the end of their rope, but that blue yaksha seems to have been holding back its strength all this time. He thought to himself. Even with the senior constantly draining its spiritual energy, it has restrained itself. Now it only has a little spiritual energy left. As expected, choosing to conserve its strength from the start was the right move. The blue yaksha discovered that Mohei was about to die, that he couldn't last much longer. It secretly decided, if the host is about to die, then my contract with him is about to expire. As long as I'm still alive, I can just find a new host. With a turn of thought, the blue yaksha unleashed all its power onto the Mo Gate disciples and immediately fled. Master Mohei, you die first. I'm not going with you. The moment it ran, Lu Keage immediately struck to block it. Mohei was hit and fell to the ground. He appeared and warned, this venerable has been waiting for you for a long time, trying to desert in the heat of battle. As expected, an exotic beast that has gained intelligence is not a good thing for a demon cultivator. Without waiting, Lu Keage immediately finished him off. System prompt, exotic beast eliminated, obtained 29,000 points. Lu Keage sighed, this guy's experience points are only 1,000,000 less than Ning Jianshan's. The reward is pretty good, he then guessed. This means Mohei also has a large experience point reward on him. I can't let these players devour him. I must land the final blow myself. Lu Keage floated in the air and shouted, everyone stand back. The Mo Gate disciples exclaimed endlessly. Holy crap, so awesome, so Sect Master Lu is this strong. They were dumbfounded. This is the first time I've seen Sect Master Lu in action with my own eyes. I've only ever seen it in videos before. Today I've finally experienced it myself. A terrifying power instantly exploded. Pouring down onto the ground, the Mo Gate disciples were amazed. This one sword strike could destroy heaven and earth. When we get to a high level, we'll definitely be able to do this too. I was actually sent flying by Sect Master Lu's sword chi. I need to take a picture to commemorate this. I truly felt the power of the Sect Master. I felt it. So cool. The way I was sent flying was so cool. So this is what it feels like to fly. Mohei's mask immediately shattered, meaning he had been hit again. System display, Demon Beast Mohei eliminated, obtained 2 layers of points. Lu Keage frowned. The experience points are even less than that exotic beast of yours. You're a really lazy demon cultivator. System reminder, you can search Mohei's body, perhaps there will be new discoveries. He immediately became excited. Excellent, so there was something hidden. Lu Keage then summoned. Trial dungeon complete, he calculated. I must first separate these players. System display, trial dungeon is complete, rewards are being calculated, all Mo-Gate disciples will now be teleported back to their original positions. The crowd was ecstatic. Is it complete already? There's still one boss left. Great, so it was a scripted death. We weren't supposed to kill these bosses ourselves. It doesn't matter, the mission is complete. I'm about to get my natal sword too. Lukeaj quickly dispersed them. The system's functions would grow stronger as his level increased, and it had become quite helpful now. He revealed a joyful smile. Then next, Lukeaj firmly decided, it's time to collect the spoils of war. He immediately took the item from Mohi's body. Lukeaj was a little puzzled. What is this? Over here. Minglei recognized it at a glance. He said resolutely, that item must absolutely not fall into their hands, otherwise that person will also be. Minglei charged over fiercely to snatch the item. Lukeaj glanced over and found, I was waiting to land the final blow after getting the item. If you insist on seeking death, then the two forces immediately clashed. Minglei attacked, taking advantage of a blind spot. He didn't notice. Minglei smugly passed through. Success, Lei thought, panting. He's safe now. Even if I die, he will avenge me. Lukeaj let out a light laugh, his tone calm. Hey, don't be in such a hurry to close your eyes. He widened his eyes, his pupils shrinking in surprise. In his hand he held the Wenchi Ju. Look what this is. Minglei opened his mouth in surprise. How could it be so clear? He answered nonchalantly. What you said was just an illusion. He struggled desperately, blood spewing from his mouth. You give that thing back to me. Suddenly a voice came from behind. Minglei, do you plead guilty? He gritted his teeth. In an instant, Minglei raised his weapon and roared, I am innocent. What crime have I committed? Suddenly his eyes widened, his face contorted in pain. Minglei was sent flying by a force, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily onto the snow-covered ground. The Holy Master smiled faintly and said softly, he was at the end of his rope just now, but his intention to kill you was real. She looked ahead. Since he's so determined, he must be afraid of soul-searching techniques. I'm afraid there are still traitors in Chunchu Mountain, even a head elder like Minglei. As just one of his pawns, Hengyan stood with his hands behind his back and said proudly, it's a pity I felt sorry for that fellow Zhang Yi just now, otherwise. The Holy Master showed a look of surprise. Even you can get flustered and exasperated. Xinyan thought to herself. Even Sect Master Hengyan has moments of anger. After all, the feeling of betrayal is certainly not pleasant. Kaj announced to everyone, the clues you all need might be right here, he thought to himself. I used advanced sensing just now, Kaj pondered. From the looks of this scroll, it's likely a correspondence between a higher-level traitor in Chunchu Mountain and the Yellow Springs Society. Otherwise it's impossible that a seventh realm great power like Mohei would carry this with him, the Holy Master explained gravely. This item has a high-level restriction on it. If we try to break it by force, it might be destroyed. I'll study it. It should only take a few days to crack, Hengyan suggested. Then let's return to the sect quickly. To eliminate the evil, Kaj suddenly spoke up. Wait, I've helped you Chunchu Mountain with such a big favor and you don't even have a word of thanks? Hengyan left without turning back, offering no thanks. The Holy Master turned around and asked with concern, do you still remember the hatred of him injuring you? He raised an eyebrow at her. How could I hold a grudge? This venerable is the most magnanimous of people. The Holy Master walked away, saying softly, Sect Master Lu is indeed magnanimous, then I shall return to the sect first. Farewell. She winked at Kaj and reminded him gently, oh right, don't forget our agreement. Come find me after you reach the seventh realm. He thought with confusion. Why do I feel this sentence is very strange? I always feel like she's directly asking me to have an affair. Xinyan pulled his hand and said urgently, come with me. Kaj asked in confusion. Where are we going? She replied as she walked. To find a cave. An incredulous expression appeared on his face. A cave? Deep in the snowy mountains a soft light emanated from the entrance of a small cave among the trees. Time passed. 3 days later, Xinyan was carrying a bowl of steaming fish soup. Kaj, I've made fish soup to help you recover. He replied wearily. All right, I'll get up now. She stood with her arms crossed and asked, what's with you? We're both cultivators. Dual cultivation is only beneficial, not harmful. Don't think I don't know. Kaj walked over and said with a forced smile, I just didn't expect you to be so proactive and for 3 consecutive days, so I was just teasing you. Xinyan sat at the table and said decisively, I already know about your agreement with the Holy Master. I also know that the back mountain of Chunchu Mountain has possessed a divine charm since ancient times that can help prodigies break through realms. I also know that for the sake of Tianquan I cannot stop you, she said calmly. I just want you to know, to remember, you will always be Zhang Xinyan's man. Always? Kaj was stunned, thinking to himself. The aloof master from my previous life has completely changed, as expected. The cold demeanor is just for outsiders. The other side hidden within belongs to another person. He sat down at the table and said with a smile, I understand. Speaking of which, I've never tasted your cooking before. Today's a good day to try, Xinyan continued. This is my first time making it too. I learned it from a recipe book I collected. Kaj took a spoonful of soup and savored it, he praised, to make it so delicious on your first try. As expected, my Xinyan is talented, she asked happily. Really? Is it really that good? After just one sip, Xinyan spat it all out. She shouted in annoyance, it's too salty, too fishy. The water is just water, the fish is just fish. How is this delicious? Kaj suggested. The matter with Chunchu Mountain is resolved. From today on you should stay at Mo Gate, she replied softly. Yes, A woman covered in wounds was flying over. At this moment the two were enjoying a sweet moment, unaware that a huge trouble was approaching. In the endless sea of Qingzhou, streaks of blood were slowly spreading. A deep voice sounded. As long as these blood threads climb up the crack, it will truly awaken. At that time this world will be jointly ruled by us demon cultivators and exotic beasts, no longer suppressed by the human cultivators. Another person heard this and said, "Oh, but I heard a she-rank expert from the Yellow Spring Society died at the hands of Mo Gates Liu Keaj. I'm afraid the human cultivators will rise faster than us." The black-robed man stood in the air, arms crossed, and said, "Liu Keaj of Qingzhou's Mo Gate is renowned. We old folks must find a way to get rid of him." The leader hesitated slightly. "But he has the sword Venerable backing him, who can make a move." The black-robed woman laughed confidently. "According to my Zawi Association's intelligence, the sword Venerable has already entered seclusion. Now is the best time," another woman said coldly. "Without the sword Venerable there's still Ji Changkong, Li Suifeng and the master of the Yin-Yang Sword Pond. The sword cultivators of Qingzhou have always been a united front." After hearing this she smiled cunningly. "So we need to use our heads. There's a perfect opportunity right before us." Night fell. On Danshan Mountain in Qingzhou at Mo Gate, Xinyan's surprised voice came from the room. "Keaj, is what you're saying true?" Inside the room, Xinyan looked at the purple jade stone in Liu Keaj's hand and asked softly, "Can this thing really unlock my spear Dao aptitude? It sounds so unreasonable to me." She couldn't hide the surprise on her face and continued, "A person's aptitude is determined by heaven. How could it be changed by this thing? And if such a divine object truly exists, how could it have fallen into your hands?" After hearing her lament, Keaj teased, "What, you don't think it's fitting for me to have it?" Xinyan immediately became a little embarrassed. "That's not it." He looked at the jade stone and slowly suggested, "Then just try touching it. What's the harm?" He thought to himself. "The people of the Tianquan realm view aptitude and attributes completely differently from me, a former player. Attributes are unchangeable, which is why the aptitudes of the four sages' four disciples are so important." Seeing that she couldn't keep refusing his invitation, Xinyan agreed. "Well then, I'll give it a try." She thought to herself, "I can't always go against his wishes. He means well." She extended a finger and touched the jade stone that was emitting a purple light. As soon as she touched it, a powerful force surged from within the jade stone, filling the entire room. Xinyan held the jade stone, her face filled with surprise. This is." Keaj remained calm and gently guided her to stabilize her mind and accept it. As soon as his voice fell, a force shot from the sky directly towards where the two of them were. After accepting this power, Xinyan felt a slight change within her body. It seems I've really changed." Xinyan's power attributes immediately appeared before Liu Keaj. Zhang Xinyan, LV 63. Description: Consecrated Deacon of Chunchu Mountain. Spear Dao Aptitude 8, Physique 8, Strength 8, Agility 7, Comprehension 8, Body Cultivator, Physique Evaluation. Excellent. He looked at these attribute values, smiled and thought, "So Xinyan's attributes aren't particularly outstanding, but they're quite good. Since I can raise her Spear Dao Aptitude, I'll just earn other attribute points to raise them for her later." He smiled and extended his hand, suggesting, "Since you feel a change, why not try it out now?" Hearing this, Xinyan agreed and prepared to stand up. "All right." She began to unleash her power, and with a single strike a huge explosion occurred where they were. A large hole appeared in the ceiling, and Xinyan held her long spear, managing a wry smile. "I'm so sorry. I'm not used to it." The spear's power suddenly became so strong. Far from being angry, Keaj comforted her. "It's all right. With your aptitude, mastering it is just a matter of time." Suddenly his expression turned serious. "But before that, there are a few important things to take care of." In the main hall, everyone had gathered, seated in their chairs, their gazes on Keaj. Donnelly sat beside Keaj and spoke first. "All Mo Bade disciples are present. Sect Master, please give your instructions." After speaking, her gaze shifted to Xinyan not far away, and she thought, "Now that big sister Zhang and brother have officially become Dao companions, I'm not angry. I just don't feel like talking to brother." She sighed and muttered to herself, "I'll probably get used to it in a few days. After all, I suddenly have a sister-in-law." At this moment, Keaj also noticed Donnelly's expression. "Since I brought Xinyan back, little Lizzie has been like this. I have to think of a way sooner or later. I can't let this blockhead stay unhappy." He looked down and commanded loudly, "All right, today this Venerable has an important announcement to make." Dongfang stepped out from the line. Dongfang heard his call and immediately stood up to bow. "This disciple is here, please instruct." "Sect Master Uncle." Keaj looked at Dongfang and gave him a mission. "From today onwards you will go down the mountain to gain experience. With your status as a direct disciple of Mo Date, you may freely choose any outer disciples or servants to accompany you. If you encounter any secret realms or various treasures, bring them all back to the sect to strengthen our Mo Dade." He had long had many plans in mind, and Dongfang, blessed with immense fortune, was the true son of providence in the Tianquan realm, making him the most suitable for this kind of treasure hunting work. Hearing this, Dongfang asked in return, Sect Master Uncle, can this disciple really do it?" This was clearly an important mission, and his heart was filled with joy. "Could this be a test from Sect Master Uncle for me, Mo Dongfang?" He maintained a cold expression and replied, "This Venerable is not joking. From today on, you will be in charge of all the training projects for the outer disciples. All outer disciples are at your disposal." Dongfang immediately bowed and accepted the mission he was given. "Yes, I will obey the Sect Master's decree." At this moment his heart was already blooming with joy. "Sect Master Uncle has given me so much power, I must not let him down." After giving Dongfang his task, he turned to Luo Bing. Second Luo Bing, do you still remember what you promised this venerable, to practice your domain after returning to the sect? Luo Bing clasped her hands, answering softly with some nervousness. Of course I remember. Dongfang sat beside her, surprised. Domain, has senior sister Bing already broken through to the 5th realm? Xiao Chu, sitting not far away, was equally surprised. Senior sister Luo Bing has already become a great cultivator. Dong Li glanced at the two of them and said, you two should hurry up and cultivate. Soon you'll be able to break through to the 5th realm like your senior sister. Xiao Chu crossed her index and middle fingers, her tone filled with determination. I must be faster, I feel like it's already very urgent. Dong Li hung her head and replied softly, yes. She sighed to herself. How can one catch up to this speed just by cultivating diligently? Suddenly, Dong Li shot a sharp glare at Xiao Chu, scaring the little girl into sitting up straight and saying loudly, I will obey master's decree. Night fell on the Mo Bade training ground. Lu Keaj and his group had appeared. Luo Bing bowed and asked softly, this junior is about to display her domain. Please, master and sect master uncle, give me your guidance. Keaj looked at Luo Bing's appearance and secretly guessed. She has been hiding herself. Her domain is likely related to the demon race bloodline within her. She clutched her cloak tightly and said with some nervousness, but before that, this junior wishes to confess something to sect master uncle and master. She looked up at them, her body tense but her tone filled with determination. No matter what Luo Bing becomes, Luo Bing will always be a disciple of Mo Gate, right? Xiao Chu heard Luo Bing's words, her eyes widening in confusion. Senior sister Luo Bing, if you're not a disciple of our Mo Gate, which sect's disciple could you be? Do you want to go somewhere else? Dongfang stood beside her, awkwardly explaining to the little girl. Junior sister Xiao Chu, senior sister Luo Bing didn't mean that, you've completely misunderstood. Keaj immediately communicated with Dong Li via his mind. It seems that during this trip to Luzhou, Luo Bing has undergone a great change, so great that she's even worried if we can still accept her. Dong Li immediately replied with her mind. Then our answer is of course a tacit understanding between brother and sister. He looked at Luo Bing and affirmed, no matter what you become, whether human, demon, or something else. Dong Li stood beside him and continued, you will always be a disciple of Mo Gate. I am your master and he is your uncle. Hearing this, Luo Bing was somewhat touched. She bowed deeply in salute, thanking them both. Luo Bing thanks master and uncle. She reached out and untied the cloak on her body, revealing her whole self. Luo Bing's ears had now become fox ears, and a tail had grown behind her back. She looked at them and reporting to sect master uncle and master, this junior has recovered her half-demon body. Seeing Luo Bing's current appearance, Xiao Chu was stunned. Senior sister Luo Bing has grown fox ears and a tail. Dongfang was equally surprised. Aren't these features that only the demon race has? Seeing the attitude of Xiao Chu and the other two, Luo Bing couldn't help but feel a little flustered, her heart filled with worry, as expected. Will even my closest sect mates reject me because of my identity? The next second, Xiao Chu's surprise turned to envy. Senior sister is so beautiful now, I want a tail too. Dongfang stood beside her, his eyes shining like stars, full of admiration. So that means I have a half-demon senior sister, that's so cool. Xin Yan, who had been silent all this time, also spoke up to encourage Luo Bing. I've heard that your Qingzhou once had a prodigy named the Green Emperor, and it seems he was also a half-demon. Luo Bing, you are gifted and have such excellent teachers, your future is surely limitless. Seeing that no one was shunning her, Luo Bing was surprised, tears already welling up in her eyes, her heart was filled with joy. So no one looks down on me. That's wonderful, I was worried for so long. Witnessing this, Keaj thought to himself, this girl really doesn't know how good she has it. In my past life, those shameless and ostentatious people couldn't get a genuine friend like Xiao Chu. She actually thought we would shun her. If she appeared like this in front of the players, it would probably cause an uproar. This isn't something a fake like Linari can compare to. Luo Bing respectfully cupped her hands towards everyone. Masters, I will now demonstrate my sword domain. Please give me your guidance. After speaking, she unleashed her power, her entire body flying into the air. She activated her sword domain, heavenly patterned fox spirit, and a force burst forth from her. That power slowly transformed into the shape of a spirit fox standing beside Luo Bing. Luo Bing sat above her domain, reaching out to introduce it. This is my domain. It can both enhance my abilities and summon a three-tailed spirit fox. She reached out to gently stroke the spirit fox's head, her voice softening. It doesn't seem to be able to speak, but I can feel that it's very close to me, like another version of me in this world. Xin Yan looked at the spirit fox before her, unable to hide the surprise on her face. This is a domain of the external incarnation type. Such domains are extremely rare. In all of Chunchu Mountain, I've only heard that the previous generation's holy master possessed such a domain. Dong Li immediately looked at Keaj. Brother, can you see anything? Keaj was currently using his heavenly eye to sense it. The attributes of Luo Bing's spirit fox domain, heavenly patterned fox spirit, immediately appeared before his eyes. System evaluation grade. S effect 1. The heavenly patterned fox spirit can summon a spirit fox of the same realm as the host, which will fight for the host without fear of death. Effect 2. Heavenly demon body. All attributes are increased by 25. Domain evaluation. Extremely strong with immeasurable growth potential. It is only encountered in the half-demon body of the green-striped heavenly fox clan and is exceedingly rare. Seeing these attributes, he couldn't help but exclaim in his heart, "Excellent!" He couldn't hide the surprise on his face, praising Luo Bing inwardly. "Truly excellent. This great disciple of my little Lizzie is actually such a terrifying existence." Kaoj watched her happily stroking the spirit fox, secretly evaluating an S-rank peak domain that can summon a spirit entity, boost all attributes, and has growth potential. Plus she has the 9-apertured exquisite heart. This girl will surely be able to bear the title of head senior sister of Mo Gate in the future. He smiled and looked at Dongfang and Xiao Chu, who were watching Luo Bing with envy. Luo Bing is already so formidable. What kind of domains will these two awaken? That will depend on their own fortune and opportunities. He smiled broadly and turned to Dongli. Luo Bing's domain awakening has limitless potential. This domain is only in its initial form. It can become even stronger in the future. With strength and cultivation, this 3-tailed spirit fox might even become a 9-tailed one. Dongli couldn't help but be surprised upon hearing this. Brother took Luo Bing out on one trip, and not only did she break through a realm, but she also awakened such a powerful domain. As if she had remembered something, her eyes lit up and she clapped her hands excitedly. "This way I can just stay on the mountain peacefully from now on." Kaoj watched her daydreaming and sighed to himself. This girl's head hasn't changed one bit. Suddenly, Ning Ying's anxious voice echoed through the space. Kaoj. Dongli quickly opened the mountain guarding formation. "It's me." Hearing her aunt's voice, Dongli immediately turned her head, her eyes filled with worry. "That's Aunt Ning's voice." Kaoj was equally concerned. Aunt Ning sounds rather panicked. Could something have happened to the sword sect? After speaking, he turned to Xinyan and softly instructed, "Xinyan, wait for me here. I'll be right back." Xinyan heard this and nodded in agreement. "All right." After instructing Xinyan, Kaoj and Dongli simultaneously used their movement techniques and headed towards where their aunt was calling for help. A moment later, the two opened the barrier and arrived beside Ning Ying. Kaoj was filled with worry and asked softly, "Aunt Ning, what happened? Why are you in such a panic?" Ning Ying's face was full of anxiety, her tone serious. "Kaoj, little Dongli, forgive my rudeness, but something truly important has happened this time, and I had to rush over to find you." Her voice quickened. Yu Yu is in danger. He entered the sword prison for training, and it's been over a month now, but he has lost contact with the elder guarding the sword prison. Ning Ying continued, her voice growing heavy. "The sword prison is a training ground for our sword sect disciples with cultivation below the 6th realm. There is a formation within it, and those at the 6th realm and above cannot enter." She took a deep breath and continued with a tremble. "Several elders with 6th realm strength have already gone into search, but they haven't been able to find Yu Yu." She clasped her hands tightly, her face etched with worry. "I'm afraid he has already entered the deepest part of the sword prison." Hearing her words, Kaoj frowned slightly. "The deepest part of the sword prison." Dongli, standing to the side, was a little worried. "Master once mentioned that the sword prison is one of the sword sect's 3 most dangerous training grounds. How could Yu Yu be so bold to actually dare to enter the deepest part?" Ning Ying's eyes were filled with worry. Recently, Kaoj has become famous throughout Tianquan, with one legendary deed after another. Even someone with a priceless sword body like Yu Yu pales in comparison under the sword venerable's high regard. You both know this child loves to compete with Kaoj, which is why he looked at Ning Ying and asked softly, "Those elders who went to search for him, did they bring back any news?" Hearing this, Ning Ying shook her head, her hands tightly clasped. "No, not a single person has sensed his spiritual energy fluctuations." Kaoj recalled Yu Yu's image, feeling a little annoyed. This brat. Among the 4 great protagonists of Tianquan, he is the youngest and also the most troublesome. Hearing this, Dongli grew even more worried. No spiritual energy fluctuations. Could it be that he has very likely already? Ning Ying looked at him and proposed, "Kaoj, this matter is urgent. Currently, only you have a chance to save Yu Yu." Kaoj did not refuse, instead comforting her. "Aunt Ning, don't worry. I will immediately head to the sword sect sword prison with you." After speaking, he walked toward the sword prison alone with his sword, thinking to himself, "My capable subordinate, you must hold on. This venerable is coming to save you." Ning Ying immediately took out a light skiff and handed it to him. "Then there's no time to lose. Let's set off immediately." "Kaoj, use my skiff. It will be faster." Kaoj refused her offer. He took out his own leaf skiff. "No, Aunt Ning, let's use mine. Little Lizzie has already inscribed a formation on it. It might be faster than yours." She looked at the leaf skiff, her eyes unable to hide her doubt. "A formation little Lizzie inscribed will be faster than the light skiff I specially refined?" Dongli saw her aunt's expression and covered her mouth with her hand, smiling. "Why don't you give it a try, Aunt Ning?" Ning Ying didn't refuse and accepted his leaf skiff. The moment she took it, it carried her away at high speed. She was extremely surprised by its speed. Is this really a formation little Lizzie inscribed? It's too fast. It has directly raised the skiff's grade by a whole level." When she returned to her original spot, Kaoj turned around and said with a smile, "I'm sure you've already discovered little Lizzie's special qualities, right Aunt Ning? Right now, not even you, Aunt Ning, or even I can easily break through the multiple layers of Mo Gate's mountain guarding formation." He looked ahead, a confident smile on his face as he thought, "Saying it can't be easily broken is actually just referring to me. For Aunt Ning to want to break little Lizzie's mountain guarding formation now is completely impossible." Ning Ying looked at him, thinking, "Indeed, Just now I tried to quickly break the Great Formation, but I was helpless against that formation of Mogate and could only release my spiritual energy to call the siblings, not to mention little Lizzie's astonishing talent for formations. Just the complexity and profundity of the mountain guarding formation alone is already on par with my sword sects. She could hardly believe it all. Is this Mogate really just one of the 100 sects among the 300? These two children are clearly more heaven-defying than the last. Kaoj immediately flew like a bolt of lightning through the sky on his leaf skiff. He stroked his chin, as if remembering something. I seem to have forgotten something. Right. The rewards for summoning the Mogate players to besiege the demon cultivator last time. I don't think I've given them out yet. Thinking of this, he entered the space and commanded the system. System, distribute the rewards to all the Mogate disciples who participated in the siege of the demon cultivator last time. All materials are to be taken from my Mo realm. The system replied coldly. Understood. Kaoj stroked his chin, smiling slyly. I'll add some personal rewards for these players, give them a little something sweet. That way they'll work even harder for me next time. The system's mechanical voice sounded, calculating rewards for the demon cultivator siege dungeon. The players heard they were getting rewards and couldn't help but get excited. The orange-haired man clenched his fists, ecstatic. It's finally here. The reward for farming the dungeon boss last time. The black-haired player's face was filled with joy. I died 21 times last time. It's been so long without a settlement. I thought the system had bugged out. The cat-eared player immediately interrupted. Quiet, there's more. The system's mission notification sounded once again. All players who participated in this dungeon can receive 20,000 experience points. One yellow-grade sword embryo that can attune to oneself and become a natal sword. The orange-haired player's eyes lit up. A natal sword, it's a natal sword, holy crap. The black-haired player clenched his fists, ecstatic. It's here, this was worth it. The girl standing beside them sighed. What's so good about a sword embryo? It's a shame there's no personal reward from my sect master hubby. Another player heard this and sneered. You're a sword cultivator who doesn't love swords and only thinks about our sect master. That's not right. Other female players were a little angry. Shut up, Kaoj is everyone's hubby. The personal reward can't just be for you. Just as they were still arguing heatedly about the rewards, the system's voice sounded again. The top 10 players in terms of contribution will receive the title, the one who fought alongside Liu Kaoj. The players heard this and couldn't help but exclaim, holy crap. There are personal rewards, it's a title, and it's a personal title only for the top 10, other players whispered. There really is more. The orange-haired player's eyes sparkled. A title. With this title, everyone will know how amazing we are. The player beside him was excited. I'm going to post this on the forum. This is worth posting. The girl standing nearby also beamed with joy. I told you my hubby would definitely not forget me. Hey, suddenly she saw something. This is the system immediately sent her a notification. System determination. Your performance in this dungeon was extremely outstanding. The yellow-grade sword embryo will be upgraded to a blue-grade sword embryo, and you will be rewarded with a volume of sword techniques personally written by Liu Kaoj. Within the 4 seas and 8 deserts, I alone am the honored one sword, yellow-grade lower class. She alone received this reward and was instantly ecstatic. In reality, she was live-streaming and screamed with excitement. Wow, did you all see that? This is a unique sword technique personally written by Liu Kaoj and only I have it. A wave of envious comments appeared on the screen. Holy crap. I'm so jealous. Are you selling this? Immediately after, a shocking piece of news appeared on the game's forum. Liu Kaoj personally gifted a sword technique to a female streamer. So amazing, Liu Kaoj secretly did that thing for a female streamer. A sexy female streamer recounts Liu Kaoj's favoritism towards her that night. Kaoj saw this news on the forum and couldn't help but lament. This forum is indeed full of clickbait titles, but this way my popularity is maxed out. He revealed a confident smile, thinking, after all, even I didn't expect it. The system actually has a cultivation technique exchange system, and as long as I use experience points to exchange for them, I can freely name the new techniques I get. He stroked his chin, smiling happily. Since I can name them freely, isn't it interesting to give this yellow-grade lower-class technique a heaven-defying name? Everyone knows that trash techniques always have heaven-defying names, so this isn't considered cheating. Ningying watched him meditating and couldn't help but worry. Although Kaoj is exceptionally talented, this child is also very hardworking. Even at a time like this, he is constantly in a state of meditative cultivation. On this path, Kaoj has also endured much hardship. Her eyes were filled with determination. When I find a chance to talk to the sect master, I must find a way to get better natal sword embryos for Kaoj and little Lizzie. The sword embryo from Yuan was just an ordinary item. It's no longer worthy of Kaoj. Unbeknownst to Liu Kaoj, Aunt Ning was once again making her own plans, preparing to let him feel the benefits of having someone powerful looking out for him. The sword sect's advanced trial ground, the sword prison. Kaoj and Ningying pointed at the sword prison as she introduced. This is our sword sect's advanced trial ground. The sword prison. The two stood on a giant flying sword, looking at the crowd not far away. The elders of my sword sect have been waiting there for a long time. The vice sect master hurried over to them. You're finally here. Kaj, we've been waiting for you for a long time. This old man was about to die of anxiety. If it weren't for this damn formation being set up by the Sword Sect's first generation, I'd really like to split it open with one sword strike and rescue the person. Chin Tai immediately said, Vice Sect Master, with your current strength, I'm afraid you can't break this formation. He turned his head and cursed angrily. Chin Tai, shut up. Seeing this, Ning Ying stepped in to mediate. Alright, there are still juniors watching. Kaj looked at Chin Tai and chuckled softly. The last time I killed the Gen Chi, I had some friction with this person. Back then, I saw his imposing manner, but now I could kill him with a single sword strike. He looked at Kaj, his face filled with surprise. What's wrong with this guy? Chin Tai seemed to find it unbelievable. They hadn't seen each other for a few years, and he hadn't even broken through the third realm. Yet now he had already stepped into the sixth realm. He stood rooted to the spot, and moreover he felt an invisible force suppressing him. Why was it that even though his realm was clearly higher than his, he felt panicked when facing him, always feeling an invisible pressure surrounding him? His face was filled with fear. What kind of monster is he? Kaj immediately spoke up. Saving him is urgent. I'll enter the formation first. Ning Ying immediately reached out to stop him. Wait. She stretched out her hand and suggested to the two elders. Deacon Chin Tai and Elder Lu Yu have been to the sword prison a few times. Let them clear the way for Ah Yu first. You can conserve your strength. This will increase the chances of rescuing Yu Yu. He frowned slightly. Actually, Kaj thought to himself that he didn't need these people to clear the way for him at all. Ning Ying's face was filled with worry and she held his hand tightly. Kaj, listen to Aunt Ning. It's not just about saving Yu Yu, your safety is also very important. Seeing her attitude, Kaj couldn't help but be moved. So that's what Aunt Ning was thinking. If I don't let these two follow, I'm afraid Aunt Ning will be even more worried. He immediately cupped his hands in a salute. Alright, and I'll have to trouble you two elders. Chin Tai simply replied with a grunt. Lu Yu responded politely. It's my duty, no need to be polite. After speaking, the three of them began to enter the sword prison. Ning Ying watched the three receding figures filled with worry. Kaj, you must be extremely careful. She turned to the sect master and asked softly, Senior Brother Ji, right now I can only reach the third level of this sword prison at most. I can't go any deeper. When you were at the sixth realm, how many levels could you reach? The sect master reached out and stroked his beard. Even I only reached the sixth level back then. His expression became serious. But Senior Brother, he once stepped into the seventh level. The worry on Ning Ying's face deepened. Did Senior Brother Sword Venerable say anything then? The sect master stood there, stroking his beard, his expression serious as he recalled the past. He frowned slightly and recounted that at that time his senior brother said, There's no difference between the seventh and sixth levels. He said his skills were no different from mine. After a pause he continued, But I knew my senior brother was comforting me. After all, that was the first time I saw my senior brother injured after his enlightenment. Soon after, the three of them had appeared at the entrance of the sword prison. Chin Tai turned to him and explained coldly, This formation was set up by the first generation of the sword sect. It will only expel cultivators above the sixth realm and is harmless to those below the sixth realm. There is no need to resist. Kaj looked at him and secretly evaluated that this person was just handling official business at this moment. Lu Yu stood to the side explaining the situation inside the sword prison to him. Sect Master Lu, once you pass through this wall, you will be in the first trial of the sword prison, called Extreme Cold. The cold air in this stage is bone-chilling. You must be careful. Hearing this, he asked, Thank you for the reminder. Does this stage require me to take action? Lu Yu immediately refused. Of course not. The moment you open the door, there are monsters made of ice inside. Chin Tai and Lu Yu will clear the way first, and we will follow closely behind to break through this stage. Kaj followed behind them, and the two of them gradually arrived at the second gate of the sword prison. As he walked, he observed the humanoid ice blocks. These humanoid ice blocks all had the strength of the fifth realm. As expected of the sword sect sword prison, with such a trial, an ordinary sixth realm cultivator would find it extremely difficult. The two of them used their final blow to shatter the humanoid ice block blocking the door. Lu Yu hurriedly turned to him. Sect Master Lu, follow us quickly. He then nodded. Alright, the three of them quickly stepped through the gate, leaving the swarming ice figures behind them. They entered the next stage, which was filled with a green poisonous fog. Lu Yu held his breath and explained to him with difficulty. The next stage is called Vicious Poison. Hold your breath. Hearing this, Kaj was a little surprised. Vicious Poison. How could poison be part of the sword sect's trial? What's so special about it? The three of them held their breath and moved freely in this stage. Kaj thought as he walked. All is calm. Can this stage be passed just by holding one's breath? Suddenly, several purple poisonous arrows shot out from the poisonous fog, attacking them. Chin Tai and Lu Yu fought hard to repel these poisonous arrows and quickly passed through. Once this poisonous fang touches you, your cultivation may be completely destroyed. Kaj rushed out without hesitation. So it was a poison that could destroy one's cultivation, indeed more dangerous than the first stage, but still too easy. If it were Yu Yu, he would definitely not be harmed by these things. The three of them quickly rushed through the poisonous fog and arrived at the third stage. By the time they entered the third stage, they were already exhausted. Lu Yu was panting heavily. Sect Master Lu, the first two stages were not difficult, but the third stage is completely different from the first two. Kaj looked at the two people beside him and sighed, panting like this and you still say it's not difficult. Is everyone in the sword sect so stubborn? He looked ahead and asked softly, "What's the difference between the third stage and the first two?" Before their eyes was a blood-red space. Chin Tai's face was full of seriousness as he explained, "This third stage is called Blood Red. It is a trial of blood. The guardian spirit that appears in this stage will be at the great perfection of the sixth realm, and every inch of land I'm standing on right now is its domain." In the center of this stage, a pool of blood was slowly squirming. Chin Tai was a little worried. "It's coming soon." The guardian spirit was slowly rising from the pool of blood. The guardian spirit was covered in blood, its eyes filled with killing intent. Looking at the three of them, Chin Tai and Lu Yu got into their stances and ordered him, "Stand behind us." Lu Yu added with some worry, "If we make a mistake, you take advantage of the time we're holding it back and immediately rush through that door." He looked at the guardian spirit and asked coldly, "Is it that strong?" Chin Tai immediately became nervous. "This stage is the limit of what we can reach. Sect Master Lu, you must not be careless." As soon as his words fell, Kaj had already launched an attack from behind, shooting straight towards the guardian spirit. The move immediately pierced through the guardian spirit. It only had time to let out a painful scream before disappearing. A path for the three of them to pass immediately appeared on the ground. Chin Tai and Lu Yu were dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock. This. Kaj walked straight ahead and commanded, "Let's go." In the next stage, Chin Tai was stunned by his power. Is this the famous Lu Kaj of Tianquan? Lu Yu was equally surprised. That sword strike just now was no longer the power of the sixth realm. He truly lived up to his reputation. Seeing that the two of them had no reaction, he turned around and asked, "What? Is this as far as the two of you can take me?" Chin Tai immediately came to his senses and chased after him. "Of course we can still help you get through one more stage." Lu Yu added, "The fourth stage will be very difficult. We can still provide assistance." Chin Tai's face was full of seriousness, thinking, "Perhaps we can't be of much help either, but I really want to know him." Lu Yu thought to himself, "I'm also very curious, just how strong is Lu Kaj?" The two of them quickly arrived at the fourth stage where countless electric currents surrounded the interior. Kaj looked at it and guessed, "Is the fourth stage lightning?" Chin Tai immediately replied yes and no. Lu Yu explained, "The fourth stage is called Thunder Punishment." Chin Tai then suggested, "This stage tests one's heart. I and Elder Lu will scout the path for you." Lu Yu reminded softly, "Sect Master Lu, we only have one chance, you must watch carefully." The two of them walked forward to investigate with serious expressions. Chin Tai secretly snorted in his heart. "I suppose this counts as me giving guidance to the new star of Tianquan, right?" Lu Yu felt a little panicked in his heart. "This is my first time here too. I don't know what kind of illusions will be produced." Kaj asked with some confusion. "Wait, make it clear. What does this place test?" The two of them exchanged glances in disgust. Chin Tai turned to him with a serious expression and explained, "It's confusion. The confusion in one's heart. The path of cultivation is to cultivate the body, cultivate techniques, and cultivate the heart. But cultivating the heart will inevitably lead to confusion. The more confusion there is, the more terrifying the thunder punishment here will be." Lu Yu's whole body trembled slightly as he added, "A few hundred years ago, a senior of the sect entered this stage, but because he had too much confusion in his heart, he attracted the highest level of thunder punishment, the 9 Wheels Heavenly Thunder Punishment. That senior fell on the spot." Kaj looked up, unable to help but feel puzzled. Confusion. What is the confusion in cultivating the heart? He put his hands behind his back and thought, "My leveling up is different from the natives of Tianquan. It relies entirely on experience points. I can level up as much as I want. Reaching the peak of the sixth realm now is just a matter of a thought." "I've also never heard of the matter of confusion on the path of cultivation," Lu Yu suggested. "Sect Master Lu, by observing our confusion, I hope you can pass this stage smoothly." Chin Tai entrusted the heavy responsibility to him. "The task of finding out Yu Yu's fate is all in your hands." Kaj was a little puzzled. "Wait, Yu Yu is not your relative or friend, just a disciple of the same sect. Why would you go to the extent of sacrificing your lives for him?" Lu Yu looked ahead and replied, "Because our Tao is about to come to an end," Chin Tai added. "But Yu Yu is different from us. His Tao has just begun." The two of them were unwavering. "He is the future of Tianquan's sword Tao, able to protect the common people. Compared to our lives, it's worth it to bring him back." Hearing their words, Kaj couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. "So that's how it is, as expected. My Qingzhou sword cultivators are still the same. The spirit of the sword cultivator lives on forever. In that case, let's use a special method. Although the atmosphere has reached a point where someone must die, death is not a good thing either." He then cupped his hands in a salute to the two of them. "Two seniors, this junior has a method that doesn't necessarily require a life or death struggle to pass the stage. I wonder if the two of you are willing to give it a try." After hearing this, Lu Yu immediately turned around. "Not necessarily require a life or death struggle to pass the stage?" Chin Tai turned around, his face unable to hide his surprise. Is there really such a method?" He smiled confidently and stretched out his hand. "Of course, two seniors, please follow me." The two of them then passed the stage with ease. "So that's how it is, as expected. It's a method only Lu Kaj could have thought of." Kaj sat cross-legged above, blocking all the lightning tribulations for the two of them. "Two seniors, please rest assured. This junior has no confusion in his heart, so there will be no thunder tribulation. I can also easily handle the confusion of the two seniors." Hearing his words, Lu Yu couldn't help but be a little surprised. "A person with no confusion in his heart? I'm afraid Lu Kaj is the only one. It's just that this approach felt a bit shady." Chin Tai felt unhappy in his heart. Although he had been saved by Liu Keaj, why did it feel so aggrieved? Liu Keaj reached out and stroked his chin, smiling happily. As expected of me, I truly have no confusion at all. After all, this venerable only follows one belief. Keaj placed his hands on his thighs full of confidence. Any obstacle can be slain with one sword strike. If it cannot be slain today, it will surely be slain another day. Before long, the three of them had passed the 4th stage and arrived at the 5th. Lu Yu looked ahead and asked with joy, "Does this mean we've passed the 4th stage, the thunder punishment?" Chin Tai stood to the side, replying with some displeasure. Keaj stood up and asked in a deep voice, "What's the next stage?" Lu Yu was a little embarrassed. "The 5th stage," Chin Tai continued from the side. "We've never heard of it, nor have we ever seen it." Hearing this, he couldn't help but be surprised. "As deacons and elders of the Sword Sect, are there still things you don't know?" Lu Yu then explained. This sword prison was originally designed for the Black Bamboo Forest lineage. It was only later, as the Sword Sect grew and the number of disciples increased, that the sword prison was used as a training ground for disciples. But apart from the Black Bamboo Forest disciples, no one can enter the 4th stage. Chin Tai closed his eyes and added, "So the 5th, 6th, and 7th stages have only been seen by the Sword Venerable and the Sword Sect's successor. We naturally have no way of knowing." He looked at the stage and smiled slightly. "So that's how it is. Old Man Ji didn't tell me what the 7th stage was. He probably deliberately didn't say because he didn't know either." He then understood the sect master's original intention. Perhaps he was afraid that if I entered the 7th stage it would make him lose face. In other words, only the current Sword Venerable has passed the 7th stage, and now Yu and the soon-to-arrive myself will be added to that list. Keaj walked straight towards the 5th stage. "Let's go." Entering the 5th stage, the three of them quickly stepped into the 5th stage. Inside this stage were hung many wooden puppets. Keaj carefully observed everything around him. "Is this the 5th stage?" Lu Yu stood behind him. "Puppets, they don't look dangerous." Chin Tai stood to the side, a little puzzled. Why were these things placed in the 5th stage? How boring. Suddenly the seemingly unconscious puppets opened their eyes and began to move. Lu Yu held his sword and reminded, "Be careful." Chin Tai shouted, "They're coming." Suddenly a force penetrated the two of them. They immediately became motionless like puppets. Keaj stood behind them and couldn't help but frown. These two, they look like they've been hit by an illusion." Suddenly he sensed something, turned around and saw a man's figure appear behind him. "Is that Keaj? This spiritual energy aura must be Keaj." Keaj observed the thing and understood. So it was this kind of illusion. The illusion smiled at him and said, "Keaj, my son, long time no see." At this moment, outside the sword prison's mountain gate, Ning Ying and the sect master were sitting outside. She asked with some worry, "Senior brother Ji, you said they have never seen what's beyond the 4th level? Can Keaj really handle it?" The sect master took a sip of tea. "He's far stronger than I was back then. Of course he can. It's just that the 5th level is a bit troublesome." Ning Ying immediately grew nervous. "How troublesome?" He put on a grim face, his expression extremely serious. "The 5th level is full of threads and puppets, but those things are actually all illusions. What it really creates is the person you respect and admire most in your heart." He then recounted his own experience. "That person has always been very strong, and the person it created was just as strong as the real one. Even their personality was identical. I suffered a lot in that stage back then. Fortunately, the master it created was also merciful and held back, so The sect master suddenly spat out all the tea in his mouth. "Why does this tea taste so strange?" he thought to himself. "That was close. I almost let it slip." Ning Ying lowered her head, a little sad. "The person Keaj reveres is definitely the Sword Venerable." She clenched her hands tightly, full of worry. Can he really defeat Sword Venerable's senior brother in his current state? Inside the sword prison, Keaj and his father were drinking tea. His father laughed heartily. "So, after I was gone, you and little Lizzie went through so many interesting things together." He reached out and patted his shoulder. "Well done, you're worthy of being my son. You even avenged your mother and me, and you're so handsome just like me." Keaj looked at the hand on his shoulder, his expression very complicated. "He's identical to the father in my memories, but if I really have to kill him to pass this stage, can I do it?" The illusion smiled kindly and said, "I died long ago, so why would I appear here?" As soon as this question was raised, the space fell silent. Keaj lifted his teacup and took a sip, his expression extremely serious. "We are currently in the Sword Sect sword prison. I'm afraid the only way to pass this stage is for the son to kill the father." Hearing these words, the illusion gently stroked his chin. "So that's how it is? I'm just an illusion. That explains everything." Keaj gripped the sword in his hand, but the illusion was truly identical to his father. The illusion seemed to understand his thoughts, that he couldn't bring himself to strike. Sadness appeared on Keaj's face. The illusion picked up the sacred sword and slowly stood up. "I see." He smiled, drew his sword and proposed, "Keaj, your father hasn't sparred with you in a long time. My hands are itching. Are you willing to fight me?" Keaj stood up and agreed. "Yes, Yu is trapped here. I must keep moving forward to save him." The illusion laughed heartily. "That child Yu is here too. It seems that you, who couldn't even break through the initial realm back then, are now a prodigy on par with sword attendant Yu. That makes me even more curious. What has my son become?" A flicker of emotion crossed Keaj's face, and he thought to himself, "This illusion is even more real than I imagined. It even remembers that I couldn't break through the initial realm when I was a child." The illusion then made a move towards him. "Be careful." Keaj executed the Mogate sword technique, dancing brush, and the illusion used the same move. Mogate sword technique dancing brush. Kaoj thought to himself, but in the end this is all just an illusion. The moment the move was unleashed, a loud explosion erupted and cracks appeared on his father's body. He smiled, full of gratification. Worthy of being my son. You're too strong, even stronger than your grandfather. Kaoj ran to his side worriedly. How are you? The illusion looked at him gently. I'm probably about to die, but are you willing to lower your head and let your father pat it? Kaoj was stunned. Letting him pat my head, could it be a treacherous trick from the illusion? In the end he still agreed to let him pat his head. He patted his head, smiling with satisfaction. Good, excellent. A few tears appeared at the corners of his eyes. He softly instructed, Silly boy, I'm just an illusion. I've been dead for a long time. If you encounter an illusion of your mother next time, don't be soft-hearted and hold back. Remember that, he laughed heartily. To be able to see you all grown up, your father is already content. The next second his entire body dissipated, leaving only a wooden puppet on the ground. Many people in this world fear ghosts, but is there any ghost that is not someone's cherished dream, longed for day and night, yet forever out of reach? Kaoj quickly broke free from the illusion and returned to the real world. He looked at the two beside him and couldn't help but frown. What did they see? Haven't they woken up yet? He walked forward without hesitation. I'll just let them stay here. They won't be of any use in the next stage anyway. As he walked to the next door, Lu Yu's urgent voice suddenly sounded. Sect Master Lu, please wait a moment. Kaoj turned around to look. Seeing Lu Yu running over, he was a little surprised. He stared at Lu Yu as if testing him. Lu Yu reached up and scratched his face, smiling. Why is Sect Master Lu looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face? Kaoj turned and pushed open the door. It's nothing, let's go, Lu Yu said happily. All right. Kaoj looked at the sixth gate. This is the sixth gate. Do you still want to follow? Lu Yu looked at the sixth gate and explained. The sixth gate is called Purgatory, guarded by the soul of the 15th generation Sword Venerable, because he was a fire spirit when he was alive, hence the name. Although I heard he's only a soul now, he still has the strength of the 7th realm. Hearing this, he smiled. I see, that's somewhat interesting. Kaoj thought to himself. I clearly remember Lu Yu saying just now that he didn't know anything about the stages after the 4th. How interesting. The two of them entered the 6th stage together, which was filled with lava. Lu Yu stood behind and reminded, it's very hot. The fire spirit of the 15th generation Sword Venerable should not be underestimated. A huge light suddenly appeared before them. Lu Yu was a little surprised, gripping his sword tightly. Sect Master Lu, look, that's the soul of the 15th generation Sword Venerable. She's very strong, you must be extremely careful. Kaoj calmly looked over there and replied coldly, this Venerable knows. Lu Yu quietly retreated to the back. I should get further away so I don't get caught in the crossfire. A woman completely engulfed in flames walked out of the fire. Are you the one who wants to pass this stage? Kaoj drew his sword without hesitation and introduced himself. Junior, Lu Kaoj of Mogade, asked for the Sword Venerable's guidance. The Sword Venerable sized him up. Indeed you are at the 6th realm. A ray of light from above fell upon him. This Venerable is not your opponent. You may pass. He then respectfully cupped his hands in a salute. Thank you, Senior. Lu Yu stood behind, a little puzzled. How could this be? Why didn't she fight back and just admit defeat? This messes up my plan. Kaoj turned around coldly and asked, Do you still want to follow this Venerable? Yuzong lowered his voice respectfully and hurried to catch up to Kaoj. Of course I must. Protecting Sect Master Lu's safety is my duty. As the two ventured deeper into the sword prison, Kaoj asked in a deep voice, This 7th gate, I'm afraid it's the deepest part of the sword prison, right? What's inside? He calmly introduced the upcoming stage. This 7th gate is called Endless. Countless malevolent spirits killed by past Sword Venerables are imprisoned here. A powerful malevolent aura has accumulated here, making it extremely dangerous. If one can pass this stage, they will have been truly tempered. In the future, it will increase their chances of breaking through to the 7th realm by 70%. Yuzong explained the 7th stage in great detail. Kaoj waited patiently for him to finish before asking softly, Where did you get this information from? He smiled and said, It's recorded in the Black Bamboo Forest, you just have to read it. Suddenly Yuzong froze, realizing with a start that he had fallen into a trap. Damn it, he's tricking me. Kaoj's gaze immediately sharpened, and he questioned him sternly. I heard that besides the Sword Venerable's lineage, no one can freely enter or exit the Black Bamboo Forest. How did you read the records? Faced with his questioning, cold sweat beaded on Yuzong's forehead. His face was pale, his heart filled with guilt, and his eyes full of fear. Yuzong hurriedly defended himself, trying to maintain a calm but stiff tone. I remember now. Last time I went to the Black Bamboo Forest to ask the Sword Venerable a question. I took a look in passing. The Sword Venerable wasn't there at the time. I'm getting old, my memory isn't good. Hearing his flimsy excuse, Kaoj did not press the matter for the time being. Well, let's hurry to the final stage. Yu should be there. Having survived the ordeal, Yuzong became more cautious. He secretly calmed himself. That was close. I must stay calm, and opportunity will come sooner or later. Finally, the two arrived at the 7th gate of the sword prison. The space there was chaotic, with swords plunged deep into the ground everywhere. In the center of the space, a giant sword stood tall like a pillar holding up the sky. Its body was fiercely entwined with green spiritual light. He commented, The killing intent is too heavy, it's endless. No wonder the 7th gate is called Endless. After observing for a moment, Kaoj quickly returned to the matter at hand. Where would Yu be? Suddenly, Yuzong spoke up, his eyes filled with fear as he pointed ahead. That figure sitting over there, it looks like Yu, right? In the chaotic, killing intent-filled space of the sword prison beneath the giant sword, Yu Yu sat cross-legged in the center of a formation. After observing carefully, Yu Song hurriedly spoke to confirm. It really is him. Although the killing intent is heavy, the feel of his spiritual energy hasn't changed. Keoj grew angry. Great, everyone outside is going crazy looking for him, and he's just sitting here. He slowly walked over to Yu Yu's side, his gaze cold. As long as I get him out, this whole affair will be over. Suddenly, 2 wraiths appeared blocking his path, attacking with menacing auras. Kill, kill. Keoj calmly drew his sword, his spiritual energy surging and clamoring. With a light wave of his hand, the edge of his sword tore through space, sending a fierce stream of sword chi rushing towards the 2 giants. Seeing his overwhelming power, the wraiths were terrified and hid themselves. Who is that person? Why couldn't even the eye giants hurt him? Terrifying, more terrifying than us. Could he be the current sword venerable? Keoj quietly walked up behind Yuru. This brat, learning from me to show people his back. He looked at him, his eyes filled with a hint of dissatisfaction and complaint. When he wakes up, I have to knock him on the head. Keoj chanted an incantation, loudly calling to wake Yu Yu, wake up! The killing intent around Yu immediately surged, forming a red barrier that blocked his voice. Keoj frowned slightly, observing carefully. The heart-clearing incantation has no effect. Suddenly, those beast spirits appeared and surrounded him. They declared their sovereignty. He has become one of us. You can't take him away. The 4 fiends growled, some luring, others threatening. You killed the giants, but you're no match for us. You should stay too, become one of us. You sword cultivators should also have a taste of what it's like to lose your physical body. The wraiths trembled when the 4 fiends appeared. If they attacked together, even a 7th realm expert would still die. When they were alive, they could even kill those at the 8th realm. Seeing Keoj in peril, Yu Song's lips curled into a cunning smile. Quickly kill that kid, let him know how malevolent this place is. The more trash that rushes up, the more they can wear down Keoj. Keoj's face was grim, his cold sword's edge pointed at the 4 fiends' trash, blocking the path. Suddenly, spiritual power erupted from Yu Yu's position like a white lotus, a fire spirit of the 5th heaven. Caught off guard, Keoj hurriedly braced himself against the explosion of spiritual power. The fire spirit's power filled the space. A ray of light flashed, and he quickly raised a shield to block it. Yu Zong stood behind, full of surprise. This is the power of a fire spirit. He was puzzled. Isn't Keoj a water spirit? What on earth happened in there? As the curtain of fire gradually dissipated and the space returned to its original color, Yu Yu was surrounded by surging fire spiritual power. From a distance he shone like a star. Keoj spoke softly from behind him. So you weren't imprisoned here, you imprisoned yourself. Yu Yu did not turn back, replying, That's right, I was waiting for you. His voice was low and emotionless as he slowly stood up. I lost. In the 5th stage I lost to the illusion of you. That was the only time I've ever lost. When Yuru turned to look at him, his eyes had turned red. Keoj stopped in his tracks, looking at Yuru, stunned at the sight of a disciple who looked as unfamiliar as a different person. Your face? He had succumbed to his inner demon. Beneath the hand covering his face was a strange smile. What? You don't like how I look now, but I like it very much. Yuru laughed triumphantly, declaring, I feel like I've now entered a state of unprecedented freedom. It's the point of justice and morality, of protecting the common people. If I can't win, what's the meaning of any of it? As long as I can beat you, it's more satisfying than anything else. As soon as his words fell, he attacked, his sword falling mercilessly. His moves aimed straight at Keoj. Keoj, angry yet calm, raised his sword to block the attack. This kid has been completely possessed by his inner demon. I have to beat some sense into him. The 2 forces collided and the space exploded in an instant. Yu slashed through the web of power and charged out from the chaos, his sword pointed at him. I must defeat you. Keoj showed no mercy, deciding to teach his junior brother a good lesson. If you won't wake up, then this venerable will beat you awake. Immense spiritual energies intertwined as if about to tear space apart. Having lost his reason, Yu attacked Keoj fiercely, showing no restraint. He laughed heartily. Satisfying, so satisfying. Keoj calmly dealt with Yu's every move. This brat is ignoring proper form. He really wants to fight me to the death. His inner demon has possessed his body. It's really just like schizophrenia. But last time I saw him he was only level 40-something. What realm is he at now? The system's advanced sensing immediately listed his current status. Yu, inner demon state. Keoj was too surprised to speak. The kid had actually awakened the same sword domain as Ning Jianshan. When he first fought Ning Jianshan, he had felt it was a domain that could draw spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and he hadn't expected to be right. This domain had indeed undergone a new change in Yu's hands. Yu relentlessly closed in on him. His mind was occupied by his inner demon, making him even more frenzied. So you're at the 1st heaven of the 6th realm too, finally. I don't have to suppress my realm anymore. I must defeat you. No matter what it takes. Hearing this, Keoj smiled instead of getting angry. Finally, he no longer had to suppress his realm very well. This time, this venerable will concede 7/10 to you. Suddenly, a formation diagram appeared above the massive green sword, and Yu flew up with it. He stood in the center of the formation, shaped like a white lotus, coldly looking down on him. Keoj, now that you know my sword domain, let's see if you still dare to be so arrogant. Azure Lotus Fire God domain opened. The fire god was summoned, appearing clad in armor, its eyes burning like charcoal. The general was majestic, but he showed no fear, instead looking intrigued. If I say I'll concede 7/10, I will. Slaying life open. He only opened slaying life. If he used ascension against this kid, his Dao heart would probably be shattered from the blow. Red spiritual energy erupted, enveloping Kaoj. Yu charged at him like a madman. Come, let's fight, Lu Kaoj. The two battled in the air, releasing an overwhelming and endless stream of spiritual energy. Kaoj felt secretly annoyed. I always have to watch Yu's amateurish display. Below, the illusion of Yu Zong could only stare blankly. These two truly were the prodigies among Qingzhou's sword cultivators. This battle had already far surpassed the power of the sixth realm. Consuming spiritual energy so recklessly, it probably wouldn't be long before they both entered a state of spiritual energy depletion. He then quickly resumed his sinister appearance, continuing with his plan. But no matter which of them wins in the end, the winner will be me. Fight, go on and fight. The moment your spiritual energy is exhausted is when I will make my move. Above, the two junior brothers fought fiercely, trading blows and barbs with extreme intensity. You brat, wake up. How dare you call me by my name? I am awake and I feel great right now. You idiot, can't you tell you're being controlled by your inner demon? I'm not being controlled. How dare you defy me? Not only will I defy you, I'm going to slap your face. Stop it, Lu Kaoj, you bastard. Yu Zong stood below, dumbstruck. He watched the childish scene before him in a daze. The spiritual energy fluctuations are so strong, so why does their conversation sound like children playing a game? After a fierce battle, the fire spirit was sent flying to the ground. Slaying life had gained the complete upper hand. Yu's eyes rolled back into his head, but he still mumbled indistinctly, I haven't lost yet. Kaoj was truly angered by his stubbornness. He flew over to where Yu had fallen. He angrily slapped Yu across the face. Stay down, down. Still possessed by his inner demon, Yu retorted without hesitation. Bastard, you dare hit my face? Kaoj impatiently slapped him again, sending his sword flying. I don't just want to hit your face. Yu had truly angered him. Kaoj unleashed a flurry of punches, roaring, I'm going to keep hitting your face. Do you have any idea how many people outside are worried about you? You idiot, my fists specialize in curing schizophrenia. He simultaneously activated a charm on his fists. Every one of my punches carries the heart-clearing mantra, I refuse to believe you won't wake up. The punches landed, shattering the red tiles and sending tremors through the chaotic space as the dust settled. Yu, his face red and swollen, said breathlessly, Why are you so strong? Why, I've always seen you as my goal. But no matter when, I have never defeated you. Why? Kaoj looked down at him coldly. Do you really want to know why? Exhausted, Yu lay on the ground, his tears forming a river. I've dreamed of knowing. I've clearly worked so hard, so why do I lose to you every time? He calmly stood up and gave him the answer he wanted. Because this venerable has never considered anyone my goal. I have always just been myself. Though he said it aloud, he felt quite pleased with himself inside. For over 20 years, this venerable has worked tirelessly and unceasingly. He really was just being himself. Yu's eyes shot open as if he had a sudden epiphany. He recalled his childhood, how he had been chasing after him since he was young. He had always been looking up at his back, constantly chasing. He had been chasing for so long that he had forgotten. I am Yu. I don't need to compare myself to anyone. I don't need to chase anyone's back. From the fragments of memory, Yu suddenly awoke from his dream. His eyes now clear, after coming to his senses, Yu shouted, I understand. I understand now. I was wrong all along. I am Yu. I am the one and only flawless sword body in this world, the sword venerable sword attendant. There is only I, Yu. Kaoj gave him a scrutinizing look. Even after waking up, this kid was still so conceited. This was a common flaw of hot-blooded manga protagonists. Good thing this venerable isn't a hot-blooded youth, or I would have died of cringe sooner or later. He extended a hand to Yu, who looked at him in confusion. Kaoj said coldly, What, you plan on lying there forever? Trying to guilt-trip me? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yu reluctantly reached out and took his hand. Thank you, senior brother Kaoj. The two shared a smile. He respectfully cupped his hands and apologized sincerely. I've troubled you, senior brother Kaoj. I hope you can forgive what I did just now. He waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, I just beat you up a bit in passing. In the end, I didn't come here just for you. Hearing this, Yu was stunned again and asked, Didn't senior brother Kaoj come to the deepest part of the sword prison specifically to find me? Kaoj answered briefly, That was one reason. For another, I wanted to see when the thing hiding inside Elder Lu Yu's body would come out. He looked towards where Yu Song was standing. The guy now made no effort to hide his scheme and cackled. As expected, nothing escaped Sect Master Lu's eyes. To think you knew I wasn't Lu Yu long ago but held back from exposing me for so long. A figure separated from Yu Song's body, and Yaching revealed her true form. She greedily sized up her prey. He's truly worthy of being the handsome man I'm about to devour. The sky was blood red. Yu said angrily, Demon cultivator, you have some nerve daring to trespass into my sword sect's forbidden grounds. Seeing this, Kaoj placated him. She didn't just dare to come, she also possessed a sword sect elder. What? Linlong hovered in the air, threateningly. It seems nothing can truly be hidden from Sect Master Lu's eyes. Her presence was imposing, her voice resonant. This body is indeed Elder Lu Yu's. I merely took the opportunity to invade and occupy his body. However, it's not exactly possession. With a surge of anger, a soul flame burned in Linlong's hand, a symbol of her dominion. Elder Lu Yu is still alive. It's just that his spiritual sense is trapped by the illusion in the 5th stage and he can't escape. Her smile gradually twisted, revealing the mad ecstasy of one who wielded destructive power. It was as if to say, if you kill me, then Elder Lu Yu will die with me. Seeing Lin Long like this, Yu Yu couldn't help but roar, "How dare you?" The two stood there watching quietly. She replied calmly, "But then again, after the fierce battle you just had, can you really kill this venerable?" Lin Long ignored them, flaunting her power with taunts. "Don't be fooled by my charming appearance. This venerable is a top figure in the Zaiwi Association." His heart trembled. And Yu Yu froze for a moment. He had just fought a muddled battle with senior brother Kaoj, and though the details were hazy, he had used almost all his strength. The spiritual energy he had left was not enough for another fight. After calming himself, Yu Yu turned to Kaoj. Seeing him motionless, the situation seemed to be worsening. Senior brother Kaoj must be just like me. His spiritual energy depleted. As the situation gradually changed, Kaoj, who had been quiet for a long time, stood up without a trace of fear. "I was wondering what kind of devious tricks you had. So you just parasitized Elder Lu Yu's body to wait for this venerable spiritual energy to be exhausted. No wonder your plan was full of flaws and showed no intelligence at all. Perhaps you're not some top figure, just a low-level member of the Zaiwi Association." Seeing their tenacious wills, Lin Long's resentment grew. Enraged, every move she made, every frown and smile was like an invitation to death, both enchanting and ice-cold. "But from what I know, if a human cultivator's spiritual energy is depleted, they can't even handle a low-level exotic beast with just sword skills. Why must you put on such a brave front, Sect Master Lu? Still, such a handsome face as yours is truly a pity, but this venerable can peel it off, salt it, dry it, and make it into a flesh tool to carry around." Kaoj smiled smugly. Everything was going according to his plan. "Strange. How do you know this venerable is putting on a brave front?" In the blood-red hellish sky, a dazzling power erupted in her palm. "In that case, there's no need for more words. If you want to play tricks, you can play them in the underworld. My good little soul, come out." Lin Long's power erupted and a black vortex opened like the mouth of an abyss. At the center of the vortex a floating skull emerged. From within the dark vortex the massive skull hovered high, its eye sockets glowing as its great maw gaped open like an abyss, ready to devour the two who dared to challenge her authority. As that power gradually descended, Yu Yu was filled with panic. It's a special legacy spell. This person's realm is at least at the 7th heaven of the 6th realm or higher. Senior brother Kaoj, be careful beside him. Kaoj still stood tall, ready for battle. Not the 7th heaven of the 6th realm, but the great perfection of the 6th realm. Her exotic beast is even more extraordinary. Demon Cultivator Yaching Exotic Beast Nether Malevolent Soul. System notification messages flashed continuously before his eyes. Demon Cultivator Yaching Level 70, Great Perfection of the 6th Realm. Special Ability, Zaiwi Soul Melding Art. It allows her own soul to leave her body and parasitize another's. When the parasitized person's body and soul fluctuate, she can occupy their spiritual body and control them while remaining unharmed herself. Note: other than divine soul attacks, Exotic Beast Nether Malevolent Soul Level 70, Great Perfection of the 6th Realm. Description: B-grade Ghost Type Exotic Beast. Special Ability: can activate and absorb malevolent and foul chi to strengthen itself. It can also control things transformed from malevolent chi and enhance its power to control them. The skull appeared. It was nauseating, so terrifying that the very air seemed to freeze. This place is filled with malevolent chi and that exotic beast specializes in manipulating malevolent and foul chi. I must kill it first or it will be very troublesome if left alone. Yu Yu prepared for battle. Holding his longsword, he cast a spell. "Alright then, I'll deal with it. Martial nephew Yu Yu, don't make a move." Hearing this, Yu Yu stopped and whipped his head around to look, but he didn't know if the voice was real or a hallucination from his heavy injuries. "Martial Uncle Lu Yu, you're awake." Lin Long's power was out of control, causing the skull to sway before plummeting to the ground. She watched this scene and sneered, her laughter filled with mockery. "This Yu Yu is so easy to fool. The Venerable's sword attendant is nothing special." As soon as she finished speaking, Kaoj fell silent, his mind a complete mess. He could only stand there, lost in his chaotic thoughts. How does this kid have an inner demon? Even without one he's like this. It's a common flaw of hot-blooded protagonists. This kid really checks all the boxes. The skull twisted and deformed. Then in the blink of an eye it transformed into a giant monster. It roared, its massive arms sweeping through the air and smashing down violently. "My good little soul, awaken all the malevolent spirits slumbering underground." At its command, souls revived one after another, their hollow eyes all turning in one direction. They raised their hands and then flew along the same trajectory as if controlled by an invisible force. Souls flew over one by one, merging into the giant monster's body. Amidst an earth-shattering roar, its whole body glowed, gradually turning a deep blue. Then it soared into the air, shining like a sacred demonic light. Watching this scene, the two below looked up in despair, their eyes filled with terror. Pleas for mercy caught in their throats. His body was tattered from the spell's attack, but Yu Yu still managed to kneel steadily, his lips trembling as he uttered weak words. "No, I have to stop it. This is where the malevolent spirits slain by past sword venerables are gathered. If these spirits are controlled by it, the consequences will be unthinkable." The monster's spell spread and strands of energy wrapped around his body, gradually tightening. Yu Yu curled up, powerless to resist. "Don't move." Lin Long stood on high, flaunting her power at the bound Yu Yu, her voice echoing throughout the space. Yu Yu still looked up at Lin Long, his gaze cold and unyielding. "After I devour Sect Master Lu, I will slowly savor you. Although you're not as handsome as he is, you are still to my liking." Even with all his strength he could not break free from the cold binding threads that were tightening around him. A sense of powerlessness washed over him, and Yu Yu could only turn to look behind him at what was once his last hope. Damn it, if only I hadn't fought so desperately with Senior Brother Kaoj and exhausted all my spiritual energy. How could I have let this thing invade me? Senior Brother Kaoj, you should go. As long as you find the exit, you can teleport to the entrance immediately. In that moment, Kaoj appeared cold and imposing. A great sword plunged deep into the ground behind him, dust blurring his young silhouette. This ability is indeed quite good. Those scattered malevolent spirits can actually gather again. Impressive, very impressive. What is Senior Brother Kaoj doing? Doesn't he know the situation is critical? He just waved his hand gently, a soft yet intimidating motion. It made him pause for a moment. You lie down first. I'll come save you in a moment. I'm going to watch the show for a bit. Ignoring everything that was happening, she did not stop. The spell in her hands grew more violent, emitting an even more terrifying energy than before. Death is at your door, yet you're so leisurely, Sect Master Lu. In that case, I'll let you watch to your heart's content. My good little soul, seize their souls, enhance yourself, and control the army of malevolent spirits. In the blink of an eye, the blue hue had transformed into another color. The energy vortex grew stronger, its suction increasing to a terrifying degree. Thousands of souls revolved around a giant crimson orb, their wails echoing as the red light reflected, making the entire space seem as if it were on fire. From a distance, a hand's long and sharp fingertips gradually became visible, having turned bone-chillingly cold at some point. Looking at the scene before her, the corner of her mouth lifted in a slight smile, clearly very pleased with the power she had created. My good little soul is nothing like the exotic beasts you've encountered before. In its hands, the power of all malevolent spirits will be doubled. The monster's mouth opened like an abyss, mercilessly devouring every soul. Seeing this, Lin Long was pleased, a smile touching her lips. Once Lu Kaoj lost his spiritual energy, he would be bitten to death by these malevolent spirits. Go die now. Kaoj's expression darkened at the sight. Lost my spiritual energy, so what? A system upgrade. Gradually he activated his power, erupting in a dazzling light. When the souls saw the light appear, they immediately stopped in their tracks. Level up by 1, second heaven of the 6th realm. Sword chi burst from the dazzling sword and a golden light shot out from Kaoj's body. I've been playing along with you for so long, it's about time for the harvest. Lin Long was greatly shocked. She was terrified, unable to believe what she was seeing. The act is over. You, what's going on with you? How did you suddenly break through? I've never seen such a thing in the 6th realm. Kaoj was satisfied, a mocking smile on his face as he looked at her. I was just trying to reap a few more leeks. Don't overthink it. I'll be quick, just bear with it. Kaoj stood behind the two figures, perhaps pondering the sorrow in his heart. As I've made my way here, I've discovered something that annoys me greatly. Every guardian monster has a gray name above its head. This means they aren't in a hostile faction. They don't even count as monsters. In the freezing air, the warriors formed from ice crystals exuded a murderous aura, freezing even the surrounding air. In other words, killing them not only yields no experience points, but also no quest completion rewards. It makes me feel like I came here for nothing. I've been freeloaded on by this kid, Yu. In the churning sea of blood, a dark figure slowly emerged, its entire body radiating a crimson killing intent as if it would set the entire space ablaze. The blood-red sword spirit carrying the destructive aura of blood and fire has awakened. This makes someone like me, who always takes advantage of others, feel very displeased. Blood-red sword spirit, LV-70. It wasn't until this girl appeared that she finally brought me a tangible benefit. The possessed Lu Yu ran happily towards Kaoj. He looked at her figure. She was actually a red-named entity. The system was already displaying clearer character information. Meanwhile, the possessed Lu Yu was still happy, unaware of what was happening. The huge reward for clearing this instance. She actually delivered herself right to my doorstep. In the dim shadows, a cold gaze pierced through. Behind Kaoj, the possessed Lu Yu still maintained a fake smile, but the atmosphere between them was suffocatingly heavy. The memory of the monster resurfaced in his mind as clear as if it had happened yesterday. But I really didn't expect her to bring me such a huge surprise, turning all the malevolent spirits on this 7th level into red-named wild monsters. The exotic beast, nether malevolent soul in the sky, countless souls circled like phantoms. Their wails echoed, chilling one to the bone. One must know, the lowest level malevolent spirits here are at least level 60, each with nearly 10 million experience points. The elite ones can even exceed 10 million. Kaoj witnessed all this, his wish fulfilled. The corner of his mouth lifted in a smug and arrogant smile. This time the tide has turned. It's not her stepping on me, but me stepping on her. Lin Long's mouth fell open, her eyes wide, unable to believe what she was seeing. In her panic, a hot tear slid down her cheek. What on earth is wrong with that guy, Lu Kaoj? His expression has changed again. That's clearly the look of someone who sees us as prey. The situation is clearly in my favor. How dare he act like this? She pointed forward without hesitation, commanding the souls to attack at once. Little soul, don't hold back. Use your full strength to kill that guy. I keep feeling like something is wrong with that guy. Lin Long's breakthrough was already beyond common sense. She couldn't give him time to breathe. Countless souls swarmed forward like a dense cloud of black insects, gradually devouring all the monsters they had released to fight. Kaoj stood, sword in hand, ready to meet the challenge with a dignified air. Yu stood in the distance, and though he was bound, his gaze remained fixed on the scene. Yu, watch carefully. I will only teach you this once. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu was surprised by the situation. Senior Brother Kaoj, at a time like this, what does he still want to teach me? Streams of spiritual energy circled around Kaoj, every ancient rune emitting a dazzling light. At that moment he was like a deity in control of absolute power, before whom all things would bow. Ascension, activate. With a world-shaking roar, golden light erupted, engulfing the entire crimson space. Waves of energy surged and powerful cyclones violently tore through the sky. In the midst of that chaos he emanated a dazzling light, countless spiritual seals burning fiercely around him. At that moment Yu was terrified to realize a sense of awe rising in his heart. He couldn't help but clench his fists, clearly feeling the chasm-like difference in strength between them. So when Senior Brother Kaoj fought me, he wasn't even using his full strength, so he has already walked so far on his own path. At this time countless brilliant stars filled the crimson sky as if the apocalypse was nigh. Senior Brother Kaoj taught me, not to follow another's footsteps, but to walk my own path. At this moment Yu recalled the teachings echoing in his mind. The Sword Venerable had also said that sooner or later he would have to walk his own path. Then, behind him, a green light flickered and spread as if his entire figure was enveloped in a sacred aura. My own path in the vast space. As light and formation swirled, his mind suddenly became clear amidst 1,000 principles. My own path, my own path. Just then, Yu sat cross-legged and began to cultivate with his artifact, surrounded by countless circling souls. My own path, I understand. At that moment he seemed to see the true meaning of the Sword Tao. To see the journey of his many years of cultivation. His latent power burst forth, a flame-like light rising and weaving streams of spiritual light around Yu's figure. This is my sword, this is my path. Two souls met. In that instant of destiny the world was left with only blue and red, fusing pride and determination. Loyalty sword, increases defense effect by 30. A defense-oriented sword move. Filial piety sword, increases attack effect by 30. An attack-oriented sword move. Benevolence sword, increases agility effect by 30. An agility-oriented sword move. Righteousness sword, increases damage effect by 150. A life-risking sword move requires using the first 3 moves and for one's own health to drop below 50. Yu's aura was magnificent, like a blue flame burning across the sky, and even the space around him seemed to tremble with this peerless power. Golden light rose behind him, streams of sword chi threatening to tear the sky apart. What's going on? Why is Lu Kaoj so strong? Is this guy really a sword cultivator? His figure appeared imposing and suffused with a blue light as he walked over. Sword in hand, Lin Long saw the power before her and couldn't believe her eyes. She was too shocked to speak, thinking, what's with this guy now? Wasn't his spiritual energy already depleted? Yu, holding a burning fire sword, broke through all obstacles with tenacity and fearlessness. I will defeat you. I will not get in Senior Brother Kaoj's way. I have already found my sword Tao amidst the sky full of light. On the battlefield of memory the two faced off like two eternal flames, ready to erupt at any moment and burn away all boundaries. Very good. Then let this Senior Brother test your Tao. In a whirlwind of light and power, the battle fiercely erupted, pushing his will to its limit, unshakably linked by the bonds of fate. The sensation made Kaoj tilt his head slightly, as if pain were the very fuel that ignited the latent power in one's soul. That kid's spiritual energy seems to have changed. He's about to break through. How is it that this kid has an epiphany every time I beat him up? He has a breakthrough. Could it be that the so-called protagonist constitution is really just being a masochist? The more you abuse me, the stronger I get. Yusong flew high into the air to challenge Yu. He raised his hand and mocked. I have never used the Sword Venerable's sword domain. Today I'll test just how strong a 6th realm sword cultivator really is. In a swirling vortex of spiritual energy, Yusong stood at the center of the storm as a pillar of green light erupted, a smile of contempt and excitement on his lips. This sword domain is very interesting. It can actually convert my spiritual energy into spiritual sword shadows. Within my domain, it's like the great sword sealing formation, allowing me to control it as I please. The entire space seemed to explode as under Yusong's sword spiritual energy transformed into countless rays of light. Weaving together, he said, first let this venerable test the power of this sword domain. As the final burst of energy erupted, will and power merged, sweeping through everything in a slaughtering annihilation divine light. Faced with the scene before him, Yuzong was panicked, unable to believe it. What's going on? Why did that move have no effect at all? The flames burned, spinning more and more violently. Yu shouted in a powerful voice, form without substance, you are not Martial Uncle Lu Yu, so you do not know what his sword is or what his domain is. In the blood-red sky, spiritual energy churned like ocean waves. Yu charged forward, his sword light dazzling as it tore through space. If you don't even know what the sword in your hand is, what right do you have to use Martial Uncle's sword? Get out of Martial Uncle Lu Yu's body. The golden sword light was like a colossal pillar splitting heaven and earth, its edge carrying the weight of the righteous path, the sound of benevolence and righteousness and the majestic light of 1,000 souls. The sword of loyalty, filial piety, benevolence and righteousness. The sword's edge swept past, leaving behind trails that tore through space. Yuzong cried out in pain as blood flowed. He lightly stroked the edge of his blade, a metallic sound long and drawn out as if responding to a challenge. This kid Yu has actually comprehended a new sword move, and it's a move I've never seen before. How interesting. A faint smile touched his lips, a mix of disgust and amusement. He drew his sword. The sound like the tearing of the sky. That's perfect. This is where I end it too. Fragments glittered, scattering across the crimson sky as a golden light erupted. Keoj stood steadily in the center of the sea of blood surrounded by light. As the dust settled, a series of dry mechanical sounds arose as the system began to react. Killed Malevolent Spirit LV-63, obtained 6 million experience, 300,000 experience points. Killed Malevolent Spirit LV-64, obtained 6,400,000 experience. Killed Malevolent Spirit LV-66, obtained 6,600,000 experience. Killed Malevolent Spirit LV-62, obtained 6,200,000 experience. Killed Malevolent Spirit LV-67, obtained 6,700,000 experience. Killed Malevolent Spirit LV-69, obtained 6 million experience. Killed Exotic Beast Nether Malevolent Soul LV-70, obtained 1 million experience points. Keoj seemed satisfied and content. In the glow of that golden power, aside from the Nether Malevolent Soul, the experience points from the other monsters were quite ordinary. But fortunately, there were a great number of them. A mocking laugh came from behind him. Keoj turned his head and saw Lin Long sitting there leisurely. You can't kill me. If you kill me, the owner of this body, Lu Yu, will die a horrible death, and I will just return to my own body. After her taunt, Yu pointed his sword at her. The threat sent her into a panic. Yu sternly pressed his sword against the neck of Yaching, who was trembling and crawling on the ground. You'd better think this through. Killing a sword sect master is a serious crime for you people. The scene displeased Keoj. He strode forward and questioned coldly, startling them both. Yu, if you can't bring yourself to do it, then get out of my way. At this moment, Keoj's eyes turned cold, filled with an endless, terrifying, killing intent as he blurted out, "Let this venerable do the killing." Yu quickly stepped forward to block him, pleading, "Keoj, senior brother Keoj, don't be reckless. Striking now will only harm Martial Uncle Lu Yu." His eyes darted away, not daring to look directly at him. "I know senior brother Keoj would bear the crime of me killing a fellow sect member, but we can definitely find a better way." Yaching sat on the ground and sneered. "Lu Keoj, if you have the guts, then kill me. Go on, kill me. This body isn't mine anyway. Killing him is the perfect way for me to escape." After listening to them, his face darkened at the thought of bearing the blame for someone else killing a fellow sect member. Keoj retorted with some dissatisfaction, You stop thinking about such strange things. Besides, since when is it your place to lecture me on whether I'm being reckless or not? Watch carefully. This sword technique does not harm the physical body, it only slays the divine soul. A glint flashed in Keoj's eyes as he looked at Yaching. This venerable will also demonstrate. A giant figure appeared behind him. His natal divine ability, the soul-slaying sword. Only then did Yaching look up in terror. What? How could a sword cultivator have a divine soul-type natal ability? What on earth is going on with Lu Keoj? Keoj's phantom slashed down and immediately Yaching's soul flew out of Lu Yu's body. Yu's eyes widened, and he exclaimed, "Senior brother Keoj actually has a divine soul ability. Just how many more skills does he have that I don't know about?" His phantom restrained Yaching's soul with its power, making her roar unwillingly. "Lu Keoj, if you have the guts, kill me quickly. Torturing people like this, you sword cultivators, are unworthy of being called the righteous path." Her face twisted in torment, yet she still yelled defiantly. "Such a painful method is even worse than us demon cultivators." Yu stood beside him, his face filled with worry. "Senior brother Keoj, why is she in so much pain? A moment ago she was relying on Martial Uncle Lu Yu's body, threatening us to stay alive. Why is she so eager to die now?" Keoj replied calmly. "The reason is simple. If a strike on the body is physical damage, then a strike on the divine soul is dozens of times more true damage." He asked blankly. "Physical damage? True damage?" Keoj closed his eyes in thought. Once there was a monkey unafraid of heaven and earth, yet it was tricked into wearing a golden fillet. When someone chanted the incantation, it would roll on the ground in pain. Now that I think about it, that golden fillet must have released divine soul damage. After hearing Keoj's explanation, Yu was even more confused. A monkey with a golden fillet rolling on the ground. Senior brother Keoj's explanation is making me more confused the more I hear it. Keoj controlled the phantom with his hand. It was about time. He extended 2 fingers and pointed forward. Yaching's soul was violently ejected from Lu Yu's body, completely driven out. Yu watched intently. Her divine soul had been severely damaged. Without a physical body, it could be shattered at any moment. Keoj raised his hand and collected Yaching's soul. She couldn't die yet. Her divine soul was of great use. The two looked at the glowing ring, and Yu couldn't help but wonder what use her divine soul could possibly have. Thinking of something, Keoj unconsciously clenched his fist. Lu Yu was an elder of the sword sect after all. How could a demon cultivator like her possibly sneak into the sword sect and parasitize Elder Lu Yu's body? Only with the help of a traitor within the sword sect could she have done it. Yu had a sudden realization. So that's how it is. As expected of senior brother Keoj, he sees things so clearly. The two turned to look at Lu Yu, who was still kneeling on the ground. "We should leave this place at once." But Elder Lu Yu doesn't seem to have escaped the illusion yet, and Deacon Chin Tai should still be trapped on the 5th level. Yu gravely stated the risks. The illusion on the 5th level creates an object of one's reverence, or perhaps an illusion of something one has always desired. One can only escape by defeating the illusion, but even exceptionally talented seniors have been trapped in this stage, unable to advance. Yu Yu's expression was hesitant. Defeating an enemy is easy, but defeating oneself is hard. His mood immediately sank. It's all my fault. If it weren't for me, Martial Uncle Lu Yu and Martial Uncle Chin Tai wouldn't have risked entering the 5th level. Kaoj couldn't stand his attitude and turned his head to scold him. What the hell are you sad about? If he can't wake up, then we'll just help him wake up. Yu Yu was at a loss, not knowing what to do. How do we help him wake up? Even if you hold him back, the person he reveres might be some great senior. Or it could be someone he loves. Both are very difficult to break. Kaoj quickly revealed his plan. Next, I will send my divine sense into his illusion. You will continue to stand guard for me. This greatly startled Yu Yu. How is this possible? Yu Yu raised his hand to stop him. Senior brother Kaoj, if you send your divine sense into the illusion, you might get trapped inside as well. The malevolent spirits here have only been temporarily repelled. They will gather again. At that time, if your physical body is damaged, you will be trapped in the illusion forever. Unable to escape, Kaoj ignored his words and raised his hand towards Lu Yu. An illusion that can trap this venerable has never existed in this world. Wait here. This venerable will be right back. Knowing he couldn't be persuaded, Yu Yu still tried, shouting, Senior brother Kaoj. His divine sense gradually flew into Lu Yu's head. Kaoj followed the light into his mind. Elder Lu Yu, I'm not familiar with him. I wonder who he reveres and loves. Suddenly, the figures of 3 blurry men appeared, making him frown slightly. If this old fellow's illusion contains the 3 superpowered figures of the Sword Sect, that would be a bit troublesome. Kaoj went straight into the depths of his divine sense, but it's just an illusion. If I could really fight the phantoms of these 3, it would be quite exhilarating. A dazzling light obscured his figure. This kind of person's train of thought is truly terrifying. Kaoj walked into a field of verdant green. Elder Lu Yu's divine sense illusion actually had such beautiful scenery. Who on earth was the person he was thinking of? Suddenly, a strange sound came from nowhere. Kaoj unconsciously turned his head towards the source of the sound. A scream? No, that's not right. Although the scream was tragic, it carried a sense of pleasure and joy. He stared, his eyes wide with disbelief. This old fellow. In front of Kaoj was Lu Yu, tied to a tree by Jing Ning as expected of Deacon Jing. The magic tool she refined is truly powerful. I have already surrendered to you. He angrily recalled the image of her holding a whip. The person he revered and longed for. It was Jing Ning again. What kind of game was this? Truly audacious. No wonder that old fellow was reluctant to leave. She fiercely whipped the man tied to the tree. Senior brother Lu, you are so weak. Don't blame me then. He wore an expression of enjoyment. And despite his body being covered in wounds, he still pleaded, Please, junior sister, whip me. A figure in a black hole appeared in the sky. Lu Yu was still immersed in the pleasure of being whipped, but Kaoj's face had turned grim. Then this venerable shall grant your wish and whip you hard. Yu Yu slashed at a malevolent spirit with his sword. The spirit reformed. I've already killed them all, yet this place can still be so calm. I wonder if senior brother Kaoj has found Martial Uncle Lu Yu. Kaoj suddenly frowned, startling him. Senior brother Kaoj's expression has changed again. It's like the expression he had when he was hitting me. He was surprised to see Lu Yu shaking his head nonstop, and Martial Uncle Lu Yu looked like he was being beaten. He was even more shocked when he saw Kaoj angrily raise his fist. What's going on? He was dumbfounded when he saw Lu Yu spit blood. Martial Uncle Lu Yu is spitting blood. Lu Yu trembled all over, complaining, What is this thing that has disturbed this old man's beautiful dream? Yu Yu repeated blankly. Beautiful dream? The two stared at each other, which startled Lu Yu. Holy crap. Someone's here, and it's even Yu Yu. Lu Yu quickly stood up and coughed a few times. The illusion on the 5th level was actually an extremely fierce battle. Hearing this, Yu Yu thought he had misheard. His face was filled with speechlessness. Martial Uncle Lu Yu, you change your tune so quickly. Yu Yu bowed and reported, Martial Uncle, this isn't the 5th level, it's the 7th. This sentence completely stunned Lu Yu. The 7th level? He looked around curiously. The malevolent aura is so thick, this is indeed not the 5th level. To think that I, Lu Yu, could actually reach the 7th level of the sword prison. A feat that many of my martial brothers could not achieve in their entire lives, yet I have done it. The people of the world have left a saying, everyone's joys and sorrows are different. For some it is as easy as lifting a hand, while for others it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. He scratched his head blankly. Is coming to the 7th level something to be so happy about? Isn't it easy to pass the 7th level? Opposite him, Lu Yu couldn't stop smiling. From now on everyone will have to respect me. I am a sword Dao master who has broken into the 7th level of the sword prison. Perhaps I can even be considered the 5th of the 5 great swords. After a while, Lu Yu asked in confusion. By the way, martial nephew Yu Yu, how did I get to the 7th level? I clearly remember that Deacon Chin Tai and I were still on the 5th. Yu Yu hesitated, finding it hard to speak. This matter. Kaoj stood behind Lu Yu with a grim face. Stop being confused about these things. We must go to the 5th level to find Chin Tai as soon as possible. He walked silently ahead, with Yu Yu following seriously behind. Senior brother Kaoj is right, we must rescue Martial Uncle Chin Tai as soon as possible. Martial Uncle Lu Yu stopped thinking about it. He felt guilty, thinking, how could I have no impression at all? What did the 6th level look like? If someone asks, won't I be exposed? Also, why does he feel like he holds enmity towards him? Lu Yu recalled his murderous face and couldn't help but shiver. The 3 of them walked into a dim room. A person was sitting not far away. Yu was stunned to see martial uncle Chin Tai meditating. Could it be that he has already broken the illusion himself? Chin Tai gradually opened his eyes. You're finally here. Since everyone is here, let's leave the sword prison quickly. Also, Lu Keaj, I have something to tell you. Lu Yu and Yu cupped their hands and bid farewell. In that case, senior brother Keaj, we will take our leave first. Right. See you outside. Only Keaj and Chin Tai were left in the room. What do you want to say? Chin Tai said seriously. I only trust you because you are not a disciple of my sword sect. Don't let any sword sect disciple know about this. You must promise me first, then I can tell you. Keaj stood with his hands behind his back and replied calmly, if you trust this venerable, then speak. If you don't, then don't. After hearing his words, Chin Tai, after much thought, had no choice but to close his eyes and accept it. Forget it. In the divine sense illusion, I encountered the phantom of sect master Li Suifeng. He is my idol, one of the 4 great swords. It was impossible for me to defeat him. But at this moment, Chin Tai's tone became serious. He had confronted that phantom for a long time before finally mustering the courage to swing his sword at him, but unexpectedly, with just one strike, he remembered the scene vividly. The sect master was stabbed by me, but he was like a deflated bag. I could clearly feel that. The strength of the person in the illusion was identical to the real person. Keaj frowned and guessed. Are you saying that the sword sect's master, Li Suifeng, has a problem? Chin Tai quickly shook his head and denied it. I don't know, but it's definitely not normal. Something big might have happened in the sword sect. I don't dare to trust anyone in the sword sect right now, so I can only tell you this. Keaj then turned around. Let's go. This venerable knows what to do. Chin Tai immediately saluted. Yes, after speaking, he seemed to realize something. Why did I salute a junior? Keaj was still standing there, lost in thought. That Li Suifeng, one of the 4 great swords, the sect master of the sword sect and also Chen Chi's master, was like a bag pierced by a single sword strike. The origin of the phantoms in this illusion seems to be not so simple. What on earth is going on? He thought silently. Could Li Suifeng be the traitor hiding in the sword sect? But is he really the traitor? Keaj's face instantly turned grim, a huge figure standing behind him. What reason does he have to betray the sword sect? Keaj glanced at Chin Tai, his heart full of doubt. Is what Chin Tai said true? Outside the cave, Ning Ying said worriedly. You brat, luckily you're fine, otherwise your master would have been worried to death. It's good that you're back. Yuru bowed and said, thank you for your concern, martial aunts. Just then a loud shout was heard, and everyone turned to look. You audacious fellow, Nanwei angrily leapt down and scolded. While my father is in seclusion, you dare to make such a mess? Do you know how many people are worried about you? She held a giant sword to his neck, making Yulu stammer. Senior sister Nanwei, Keaj and Chin Tai walked out together. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, as expected of the officially designated couple. It seems their relationship has become much closer, but little brother you still need to work harder. He smiled lecherously, thinking of a girl's figure after all. Your big brother has already conquered the city 1 step ahead of you. She stepped forward and cupped her hands towards Keaj. Thank you, Sect Master Lu, for saving my junior brother. If Mo Gate has any need in the future, I, Li Nanwei, will definitely do my utmost to help. He leaned out halfway and teased. He saved Yu. What does that have to do with you? Keaj's words made both Nanwei and Yu blush. Seeing this, Ning Ying pursed her lips and smiled. Little Yu and little Nanwei have grown up. Chin Tai also nodded in agreement. It's good to be young. Lu Yu looked at her with envy. Yes, it's good to be young. Suddenly, the ring on Keaj's hand lit up and he raised his question. Aunt Ning, Senior G, I wonder if you two know the soul-searching technique. We encountered an attack from a demon cultivator in the sword prison this time. Ning Ying and Chin Tai were stunned and asked in unison, the sword prison is a forbidden area of our sword sect. How could a demon cultivator have snuck in? Keaj summoned Yaching's soul. It's just like this, but this demon cultivator parasitized Elder Lu Yu's body and entered the sword prison. I suspect someone in the sword sect is colluding with the demon cultivator. Otherwise, this would be impossible. So I want to ask you two to use the soul-searching technique to search her soul. Then we will know everything. After hearing this, Lu Yu was completely dumbfounded. What? So I was brought to the 7th level by being parasitized? Ning Ying closed her eyes and cast a spell with 2 fingers. The soul-searching technique requires a living person to search within their soul. We must hurry. She released a stream of power that shot straight towards Yaching, probing her quickly. First, she had to completely control her divine soul before she could begin the search. Yaching's soul trembled, her mouth agape. In an instant, her soul seemed to dissipate. Suddenly, Ning Ying's power was severed in 2. Yaching's soul exploded along with it. Nanwei cried out in worry. Aunt Ning, what's wrong? Ning Ying was a little scared. Her soulless body had been killed by someone, and her divine soul had turned into death chi, making it impossible to perform a soul search. Yu gritted his teeth in anger. How could a demon cultivator commit such atrocities against their own kind? Truly inhumane. Chin Tai pondered and made his own guess. I'm afraid her body has already been eaten. Demon cultivators are just that evil. Keaj glanced at Chin Tai. It was a pity. If he could have performed the soul search, he might have been able to find out if Chin Tai was the traitor. This way, he could also judge whether what he said was true or not. He said nothing, just continuously observing Ning Ying and Chin Tai. For so many years, Aunt Ning had treated him and little Lizzie like her own children. If something happened to her sword sect, little Lizzie would go mad. I still have to find a way to root out the traitor in the sword sect sooner rather than later. Keoj didn't want to waste any more time here, so he bowed and said, if this matter is over, then this junior will take his leave. But there were no clues now, and he had been away from the mountain for too long. Xinyan and little Lizzie would have opinions. Ning Ying raised her hand slightly and suggested, Keoj, stay for a few days. Aunt Ning has some things she wants to show you. He was a little curious. Aunt Ning, what is it? This was the first time Aunt Ning had asked him to stay at the sword sect. It must be something that would benefit him. She quickly explained, it's our sword sect Sword Abyss, the resting place of the sword sect's divine swords from all generations. Perhaps there will be an opportunity for you there. I have already asked the sect master and he has agreed. The other three were stunned to hear this. To actually let an outsider enter the Sword Abyss. The sect master actually agreed to this. That is the resting place of divine swords from all generations. If chosen by a sword spirit, one's natal sword might be upgraded by a level, or even awaken a sword spirit. Chin Tai laughed triumphantly. Does he dare disagree? It's not easy for us sword cultivators to produce a prodigy. If my sword sect doesn't help, are we to wait for others to help? Keoj happily cupped his hands. Thank you, Aunt Ning. Thank you, Senior G. He squinted his eyes with satisfaction. This trip was truly not in vain. Just Aunt Ning alone was already a great help. And now there was Old Man G as well. Life was getting better and better. Ning Ying turned and instructed, Nanwei, take Keoj to the guest room. Yu just got out of the sword prison, so let him rest well first. Nanwei immediately replied, yes. Yu also cupped his hands and expressed no objection. Yes, Aunt Ning. Ning Ying and Chin Tai watched the young people leave. To be able to have a demon cultivator parasitize Elder Lu Yu's body without anyone knowing, this traitor must have a significant background. Her hands were clenched tightly. Besides the sect master, the sword venerable, and her senior brother, there are a total of 12 head elders. I wonder which one it is. Chin Tai let out a laugh, breaking the tense atmosphere. Perhaps it's me. Hearing this, Ning Ying retorted, if it were senior brother G, then the great calamity of Qingzhou would have arrived. Why bother with this traitor act? Chin Tai stroked his beard and nodded. Junior sister Ning understands me best. Suddenly his face darkened. Whether they were traitors or not, since they wanted to hide, their strength must not be underestimated. If this old man catches them, all I need to do is draw my sword. Time flew by, and a few days later, Keoj suddenly spat out blood. He reached out and touched his chest, feeling it. He had thought the pain would stop after he leveled up, but the more he advanced with the chi-drinking Jew, the more pain he felt. It was strange, even though he had reached level 99, it still hurt a lot. Although the experience points it provided were less than what he got from dual cultivation with Xinyan, every little bit counted. Someone came to announce from outside the door. Senior brother Keoj, master asked me to take you to the sword tomb. Can we leave now? Keoj quickly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a sense of vigilance rising in his heart. He had never heard this voice before. It was not an acquaintance. He walked out and opened the door to see a girl standing outside. Qingping pays her respects to senior brother Keoj. He looked her up and down with a puzzled expression. The other sword sect disciples all call me Sect Master Lu. Why do you call me senior brother? Who is your master? She politely explained. Master told me to call you that. She said, senior brother Keoj is one of us, no need to be polite. Master has some matters in the sect today. So she sent me here to take senior brother Keoj to the Sword Abyss. After hearing this, Keoj vaguely guessed, you are Aunt Ning's disciple? Reporting to senior brother Keoj, Qingping lowered her eyes and replied, yes. A golden light suddenly flashed in Keoj's eyes. This was the first time he had seen Aunt Ning's disciple. Systems Advanced Sensing, let's see what Aunt Ning values in them. A detailed information panel appeared which made him feel utterly helpless. This was the first time he had seen Aunt Ning's disciple. Systems Advanced Sensing, let's see what Aunt Ning values in them. System error, information beyond scope has been detected. Do you want to view it? Keoj was greatly surprised to hear this. Could it be that Aping has some secret? The system quickly reported S-rank hidden information. Solve the puzzle. Aping's background has a 30 chance of obtaining a contention grade magic tool. Keoj was stunned. There really was something good. S-rank hidden information, to actually be able to obtain a contention grade magic tool. Excellent, excellent. So Aunt Ning had given him a great opportunity. Qingping saw that he was silent and didn't dare to look directly at him. Senior brother Keoj, can we set off now? Keoj immediately agreed. All right, now was not the time. Since there was hidden information, there would be a chance sooner or later. As they flew, Keoj said, let's go then. Qingping quickly shouted, senior brother Keoj, I haven't learned how to fly yet, and master has never bestowed a flying magic tool upon me. He turned his head in surprise. It seemed Aunt Ning was truly biased towards him and little Lizzie, not even giving her own disciple a flying magic tool. In the sky, the two stood on a giant leaf. When they were almost there, Qingping finally spoke. Senior brother Keoj, ahead is the Sword Abyss Peak. Ahead were two peaks standing opposite each other, emitting a glow from the Sword Abyss Peak. He smiled lightly and sighed. As expected, it's different. The sword condensation power within has almost solidified into a physical entity. The two soon landed at the foot of the mountain. Qingping immediately bowed and saluted. Seniors, this junior is Aping. I asked the seniors to allow senior brother Keoj to go up the mountain. He tilted his head to look at her, his face full of questions. Is this necessary? Isn't this just simple superstition? Qingping looked up and explained. Although the seniors of past generations have passed away, the spirit swords are not yet dead. If we don't get their consent, we can't enter. If we force our way in, I'm afraid we'll anger the senior sword spirits. Keaj couldn't help but exclaim. Interesting. He stomped his foot hard and a sword flew out from under the ground, startling Qingping into shouting. Senior brother Keaj, you can't show your sword, she shouted in a panic. Junior Liu Keaj, I have come to ask for guidance from the seniors. Oh no, oh no! In the sky, countless swords fell like rain, and each sword revealed a soul circling around the mountain peak. Qingping's face turned pale with fright. Senior brother Keaj, you've angered the seniors. But he just curled his lip into a smile. This is exactly what I wanted. To ascend the sword abyss, how can a respectful attitude be enough? They are all divine swords that have fought in blood and fire. If I don't make them submit, they won't take me seriously. On a distant mountain peak, a person picked up a teacup. The woman spoke softly. Junior sister Ning is truly audacious to actually be willing to let her only disciple ascend the dangerous sword abyss mystic peak with an outsider. The woman held the teapot and cleverly reminded, it's not safe here, you know. Ning Ying sat opposite and evaluated seriously. Keaj is not an outsider. This time, letting Aping follow Keaj, perhaps she will also have some opportunities. Aping has been to the sword abyss once before, but unfortunately she gained nothing. She looked outside, hoping that this time Keaj could help that child gain something. The woman turned her head and smiled. I've long heard that you have a nephew named Liu Keaj who is closer to you than a real son. Now it seems it's true. What disciple's opportunity? She's just a page girl following your nephew. Ning Ying sipped her tea. Senior sister Chu, don't talk nonsense. Keaj is different from your disciple. He is the future of the sword Dao. Both senior brother Sword Venerable and senior brother Ji praise him endlessly. It is only natural to help him. The woman also became a little expectant. Then I really want to see what kind of person this prodigy Liu Keaj you speak of is. A blue light suddenly flashed in her eyes. The woman saw Keaj's tall figure, and this posture alone was amazing. The woman's cheeks instantly flushed red. In all these years of cultivation, I have never seen such a handsome man. She coughed a few times in embarrassment, unable to be swayed by beauty. What if he's all flash and no substance? I'll just take one more look at him. At this moment, Keaj was exuding a murderous aura. Aping, come up the mountain with me. Qingping stared at him blankly. Me too, but master only instructed me to lead the way for senior brother. Keaj tilted his head slightly and said bluntly, if Aunt Ning told you to follow me, then she wants me to bestow a fortune upon you. If you don't follow, you will be the one who loses out. Qingping hesitated after hearing this. But although her master didn't say it explicitly, she had mentioned letting her train with senior brother Keaj. The last time she went to the sword abyss she gained nothing. If she went again, even if she only got a natal sword embryo, it would be a great opportunity. She stared intently at Keaj's gradually receding back, and a resolute expression gradually appeared on Qingping's face. I'll go with him. Since there's an opportunity, I must seize it, otherwise I will never be able to take revenge. With every step he took, the black energy pushed back every sword. Keaj suddenly realized these sword spirits were so ferocious when they appeared. Why don't they dare to attack me now? He observed the 2 rows of motionless swords. These things were a welcoming party arranged on both sides of the road. Qingping was a little scared. Senior brother Keaj, you may not know. These are all divine swords. The sword spirits are buried here, and they have all come to stop us from going up the mountain. If I were to go up the mountain alone, they would have attacked and driven me away long ago. The other swords were still circling in the air. Keaj asked doubtfully, then why aren't they attacking? Qingping could only give a dry laugh. Of course it's because senior brother Keaj's presence is too strong, making them not dare to attack. Keaj's voice carried a hint of mockery. Sword condensation is on this mountain. Where else could be weaker than this? Despite this, Qingping still reminded him from the side. Senior brother Keaj, don't be careless. The sword abyss mystic peak has a total of 4 layers, namely the bronze sword layer, the silver sword layer, the gold sword layer, and the divine sword layer. Each layer is different. The bronze sword layer is the burial place of deceased 6th realm senior swords. The silver sword layer is the burial place of deceased 7th realm senior swords. The gold sword layer is the burial place of deceased 8th realm senior swords. As for the highest divine sword layer, it is the burial place of seniors who have broken through to the 9th realm throughout the ages. She looked up at the highest level of the mountain. Qingping's face was full of longing. Since ancient times, only the black bamboo forest lineage has been able to ascend that mountain peak. For ordinary disciples like us, the highest we can reach is the gold sword layer. Keaj was speechless after hearing this. Why are these names so similar to cat names? But I roughly understand it now. The higher you go, the stronger the sword spirits. Suddenly a cold air current swept towards the 2 of them. What is this? If the higher you go, the stronger the sword spirits, then let's not dawdle here. I can't be bothered to look at the bronze sword layer. He used his power to carry Qingping and fly towards the mountain peak. She was shocked and commented, this is the power of heaven and earth. Senior brother Keaj can actually withstand the heavenly Dao's spirit awakening. I just don't know how many awakenings he has. 3 is already very impressive. If he has 5, then he is a prodigy among prodigies. In front of the 2 were 5 red dots. Qingping's mouth continued to hang open in surprise. Senior brother Keaj, be careful, those are the 5 strongest sword spirits of the bronze sword layer, each was the personal sword of a former prodigy senior. On the other side the woman was also surprised and put her hands on the table. The 5 strongest swords of the bronze sword layer have all been drawn to block them. Although they have lost their masters and their realms have been lowered, each is at the 5th realm. Moreover, they can use sword formations to attack, which will cause some trouble for Kaoj, a junior at the 2nd heaven of the 6th realm. Ning Ying raised her teacup to her lips, her tone very calm. I'm afraid they don't even have the right to make that kid take a second look. At the mountainside, Kaoj's eyes turned golden again. Systems Advanced Sensing. 5 imposing generals clad in armor appeared, each general representing a sword. He became silent after hearing this. This name is even more exaggerated than that one. This one is even more illusory than that one. But is this all the strength they have? Supreme heavenly pride, world-shaking, heaven-slaying slash. What kind of fantasy-loving senior gave it this name? The 5 generals stood around the two, startling Qingping into a pale-faced panic. Oh no, senior brother Kaoj, they're about to form the sword formation master mentioned. Kaoj seriously moved forward and held up 2 fingers, a normal attack. A stream of black energy quickly broke through the formation. The 5 generals also hurriedly flew back to the mountain peak. Qingping was dumbfounded. It's broken just like that, he just calmly comforted her. Don't be so scared, watch carefully and learn well. Dazed, she could only reply, yes, senior brother Kaoj. Over on Ning Ying's side, she finally put down her teacup. Senior sister Chu, how is my Kaoj? Senior sister Chu held her teacup and pondered, having received the question. It's a bit interesting, but after all that's just the bronze sword layer. Any of our sword sect disciples who break through to the 6th realm could have done what he just did. The woman picked up the teacup in her hand, full of anticipation. But the silver sword layer is different. There are very powerful sword spirits there, nurtured from rare great perfection 6th realm sword embryos. After all, one of the masters of those swords was above those 5 generals. They were all head elders who had stepped into the 7th realm in their lifetimes. Speaking of which, the swords of my master and yours are also on that layer. Ning Ying frowned slightly. Yes, you've been dead for over a decade now. But we still haven't found any trace of that demon cultivator. She thought of the several people in the association. After searching for so many years, all they knew was that the enemy was a Ziyan 2nd rank of the Zeui Association. The Ziyan were divided into 3 ranks. The Ziyan 1st rank was second only to one person in the Zeui Association, standing above thousands. The Ziyan 2nd rank were powerful, dominating their regions. The special abilities of the Ziyan 3rd rank were also not to be underestimated. Yaqing was a Ziyan 3rd rank. The woman calmly comforted Ning Ying. Junior sister, don't be anxious, we have plenty of time. The great calamity of heaven and earth is coming. Our Qingzhou sword sect and the Zeui Association will have a battle sooner or later. We will definitely be able to find the enemy then. I sincerely hope so. But speaking of which, our master was a weapon refining sword cultivator. So her sword is also very special. If that little disciple of yours can gain the favor of that sword, it might be a great opportunity. Suddenly the woman's face turned panicked. Ning Ying, look at the mountain peak. What is your nephew doing up there with your disciple? Seeing the woman's panicked expression, Ning Ying was very puzzled. Senior sister, what are you so flustered about? She immediately looked over and couldn't help but stand up in surprise. What is that kid doing up there with aping? On the other side, Kaoj had brought Qingping to the mountain peak to choose a sword. Do you want this one? This sword is called Rivers Flowing Endlessly. She was so scared she quickly shook her head. Senior brother Kaoj, don't do that. That's a senior's divine sword. We can't just pull them out like radishes. He calmly stuck the sword back. It seems you don't like it. Then I'll pick another one for you. Kaoj looked around boredly, commenting, although the quality of the divine swords on this layer are all blue-grade sword embryos, their names are too ridiculous. Something about pure as ice and jade. There was unstoppable momentum, eloquent tongue, irresistible force, easily solved and growing thinner by the day, each one unique with strange and bizarre names that dazzled Kaoj compared to the bronze sword layer below. These swords in the silver sword layer were truly worthy of their names, but what was even stranger was that Aunt Ning had not even refined a natal sword embryo for her own disciple. Kaoj watched Qingping panically bow to every sword. Seniors, please don't blame me. Please don't blame me. He couldn't help but think to himself, in my Mogate, let alone for me and little Lizzie. Even the sword embryos for the disciples were all personally refined and bestowed by Aunt Ning. Kaoj closed his eyes and sighed. Aunt Ning is so biased. I should be a little nicer to this junior sister. The sword embryos here are all blue-grade and many have sword spirits. It's just right to choose one for her. I'm afraid she wouldn't be able to handle a sword from a higher layer. He reached out, wanting to draw a sword. Aping, what do you think of this jade-colored sword? I'll pull it out for you. She stopped him in panic. Senior brother Kaoj, don't pull it out randomly, but he gripped the hilt tightly. In an instant, a small storm formed around the sword. Qingping continued to panic. Oh no, senior brother Kaoj, be careful. Senior Ning's sword is angry. A soul holding a sword charged straight at Kaoj. He waved his hand and the soul spat blood and flew out. Get lost, he turned to her with the sword. Aping, this sword even has a sword spirit and it's jade-colored. Doesn't it match your name Ping perfectly? She was now covered in sweat. Senior brother Kaoj, I really don't need it. The woman witnessed all this and was a little angry. That kid pulls out senior's swords like he's pulling out radishes. Ning Ying could only give a dry laugh and explain. Kaoj occasionally does things that are beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Seeing Qingping's refusal, Kaoj seriously stuck the sword back. Although this sword is not bad, its name doesn't really match yours. It's truly not suitable. This longsword is very beautiful, named thoroughly tempered. The meaning is not bad either, but those sandbox players will definitely come up with a whole new understanding of it. Qingping's voice rang out decisively. Senior brother Kaoj, please stop fooling around like this. But he just tilted his head coldly. What do you mean? Being stared at by him, Qingping felt very nervous. Buried here are all the divine swords of our seniors. We juniors should be respectful and not treat them as playthings. Even if senior brother Kaoj is very strong, they are still our sword Dao seniors. Hearing this, Kaoj smiled. So that's how it is? You treat them like this. No wonder you don't dare to ask for anything, but do you know what they as swords want? Qingping answered cautiously. They want respect. Kaoj walked past the swords, revealing, no, they want the one who holds the sword to be able to fight a good battle with them. A sword is a weapon, born for battle. Without a warlike heart, how could a sword spirit be born? If there's no will to fight, why would they all jump out and rub their fists together the moment they see someone coming up the mountain? Qingping was speechless. She could only look up, but the sunlight shone on Kaoj, and he asked, if you still don't believe it, do you dare to make a bet with me? You will use a humble attitude to awaken these sword spirits, and I will use a combative attitude to awaken these sword spirits. Let's see who they will respond to and how they will respond. The woman smiled broadly and exclaimed, interesting, truly interesting. Qingping immediately proposed without hesitation. All right, senior brother Kaoj, I'll bet with you, but if I win, you can no longer be so rude and disrespectful to the sword spirit seniors here. He observed the swords. If I win, you will take a sword from this mountain and go down. Qingping clasped her hands tightly. All right, it's a deal. She suddenly knelt down. I'll go first. Qingping put her palms together and looked up at the sky. May all the sword seniors please hear me. This junior is the sword sect disciple Qingping, and today I have made a bet with senior brother Kaoj. She kowtowed towards the rows of swords. May all the sword spirit seniors please respond to this disciple's wish. Not a single sword in the sword formation moved. She looked up confused. Why is this happening? Kaoj reached out and picked up a sword. Then it's my turn now. Kaoj summoned a black power. Those here who dare to fight me, Kaoj, please show yourselves. Rows of swords flew into the air, and on each sword stood the soul of a general, leaving Qingping very confused. Seniors, why is this happening? Qingping was dumbfounded. They all really came out. Each general's soul held a sword and struck a pose. Qingping's eyes widened as she looked at them. The sword spirit seniors have all drawn their swords. Are they going to attack together? Senior brother Kaoj judged proudly. It seems I've won. Kaoj stood up straight, not backing down in front of the many souls. Wait until I defeat them first. Then I'll choose a good sword for you. Seeing the scene before her, Ningying was filled with worry in her heart. This child, Kaoj, the woman marveled. He actually awakened all the spirit swords of the entire silver sword layer. In that mountain, the strongest spirit sword possessed the strength of the great perfection of the sixth realm. The woman revealed a wicked smile. That well-proportioned and tall body, I wonder if it can withstand it? Hearing this, Ningying was also speechless. Senior sister Chu, Kaoj is a junior, the woman argued forcefully, somewhat unreasonably. So what if he's a junior? I've heard that I pledged my life to him the moment I saw him. I don't have a Dao companion, and we both cultivate the sword Dao, so what's wrong with that? Ningying directly exposed her. Dual cultivation without a Dao companion. Who doesn't know that senior sister uses underhanded means? Let's not even mention it. The woman couldn't refute it, her face flushing with anger as she stood up. Junior sister Ning, very well, you dare to slander your senior sister, just you watch me. Suddenly, the spirit mountain let out a violent tremor that spread through the air, creating a considerable sound wave. Fortunately, senior sister Yi Ren and Ning Ying were highly skilled and could stand firm even nearby. The people at the foot of the mountain were immediately alarmed, and they discussed among themselves, what happened? Did the enemy invade? The sound seems to be coming from the sword abyss. Suddenly, magical circles surrounded the mountain peak, enveloping it. It was divided into two separate and inaccessible spaces. The people below were even more confused. The sound seems to have stopped. Could it have been a strange illusion? I think I really heard an explosion. Ningying and Yi Ren were the masters of those magical circles. Ningying let out a sigh of relief. Good sword, lucky I used the silence incantation in time, Yi Ren also admitted. This kid Kaoj really makes a big fuss, Ningying urged anxiously. Quickly, see how it is. Yi Ren, on the other hand, was leisurely as if watching a play. That kid is so handsome. In the air, amidst the chaotic battle of all the silver swords, Kaoj's swordsmanship was decisive and precise, defeating them one by one. Kaoj's figure gradually became visible, making Yi Ren exclaim in admiration. So fast, this is how a divine sword should be. Qingping was timidly hiding behind a rock. Above was a chaotic scene, and she looked up, her eyes filled with admiration. This is the true style of a prodigy. This feeling of Qingping's was no longer just a matter of sect mates. She didn't know if Aping would ever meet such a stunning man in her life again. Unknowingly, Kaoj had become the white moonlight of someone's life. The sound of swords clashing still echoed throughout the space. A moment later, Kaoj had cleared the sky and all the silver swords had returned to the mountain. He spoke respectfully. Kaoj, thank you seniors for your guidance. Qingping's eyes widened in amazement. In just a dozen breaths, senior brother Kaoj has defeated all the spirit swords of the silver sword layer. I'm afraid even senior brother Yu couldn't do that. Kaoj landed on the mountain peak and called out, Aping, come up. Qingping poked her head out, confused. Me? She walked forward shyly. Senior brother Kaoj is there something you need? Kaoj sincerely pleaded with the silver swords. This junior sister of mine, although her aptitude is ordinary, her heart is excellent. Is there any senior willing to descend the mountain with her and experience the mortal world? He affirmed with certainty. With her character she will definitely not tarnish the reputation of any senior. Only then did Qingping understand her senior brother's intention, and she was moved to tears. So senior brother Kaoj wanted to ask for a sword for me, but the only response to Kaoj's plea was silence. Qingping was slightly disappointed. She was used to it. Sure enough, how could a spirit sword once held by a genius senior take a fancy to us? Suddenly a sword flew out from the rock. Kaoj exclaimed, aping, it seems it has chosen you. Qingping was also very surprised. Yi Run and Ningying watched from a distance and couldn't help but be surprised. Is it fate? It's really it. The sword floated in front of Qingping, emitting a soft green light. The blade was pieced together from two parts of different forms, exuding an unconventional aura. It requires the combination of all sensory powers, not just physical strength. Seeing the shape of the sword, the sisters Yi Ren and Ningying immediately recognized it. Their master's divinely crafted natal sword had actually chosen this child. Qingping held the sword in both hands and Kaoj kindly instructed her. This sword is also very special. The sword seems to contain countless agility and dexterity, but the sword spirit is extremely weak. The previous owner of this sword was probably a weapon refining master, not a sword Dao expert. Hearing this, Qingping was overjoyed. That's a real coincidence. My master is also a weapon refining master. When I go down the mountain and refine it, I, aping, will have a natal sword too, Kaoj replied calmly. All right, then you can go down the mountain. Hearing this, Qingping was stunned for a few seconds. She held the sword and asked doubtfully, Senior brother Kaoj, you don't need me to go up the mountain with you. Kaoj turned around and continued to walk up. Even I feel it's dangerous. You go down and wait for me. That way I won't have to be distracted protecting you. Go. After speaking, he leapt up, not giving Qingping another chance to ask. She called out from behind, Yes, senior brother Kaoj. Watching Kaoj's departing figure, Qingping felt a little confused. At first she was a little reluctant to follow senior brother Kaoj, but now she was extremely reluctant to part with him. She didn't know why. After Kaoj left, he immediately began to plan his next move. The strongest spirit sword here is already at the great perfection of the 6th realm. According to the pattern of this dungeon, I'm afraid the strongest in the gold sword layer will be at the great perfection of the 7th realm. I haven't dealt with such a powerful enemy yet, so it's better to be safe. He glanced at the system panel that had opened at some point, and the system's warning was impossible to ignore. The system panel flashed red, warning of something ominous. Intermediate Dungeon S, Danger Level, 3 stars. But Kaoj's thoughts were extremely confident. He grinned, 99 chance to activate a fortunate encounter. I don't need to share this one. If there are benefits later, I'll just share them with that kid. The higher they went, the more the space where the mountain peak met the sky became twisted and fantastical. Kaoj flew up without hesitation. He drew his sword and judged. Is this the barrier of the gold sword layer? Watch this venerable shatter it with a single sword strike. Suddenly, the barrier opened on its own as if welcoming Kaoj, which surprised him. The barrier actually opened by itself. On the other side, Ningying was still watching Kaoj's every step. If he continued forward, he would enter the gold sword layer. Yi Ren also chimed in. It's been a long time since I've seen such a genius. Impressive, very impressive. There was a hint of regret in her tone. But from now on, with the strength of our divine sense, we can no longer see what's happening inside the gold sword layer. That layer holds the personal swords of all the prodigy seniors of the 8th realm from the sword sect's history. Unable to observe any longer, Ningying's heart was filled with worry. Even if Kaoj doesn't find an opportunity, I hope the child can leave that place safely. The barrier opened, leading Kaoj to a flat area. The gold swords were silent, not a single one moved. Kaoj looked around. Why haven't these spirit swords come out to fight me? He looked up at the sky and shouted, Hey, have the seniors awoken? Junior Kaoj has come to offend you all. The response to Kaoj was a dazzling ray of light shooting from the top of the inverted mountain peak. From that light, a magical staircase descended to where Kaoj stood. Kaoj's eyes were filled with confusion. What is this, then? A majestic voice echoed through the air. This venerable has been waiting for you for a long time. If you have the courage, ascend the stairs and enter our divine sword peak. The scene shifts to a gloomy sky, where flocks of crows blotted out the sun, adding to the sense of desolation. At the highest point of the peak, some swords were stuck in a rock wall bound by chains. This is the Sword Sect's Azure Sky Peak, the supreme peak, the residence of the Sect Masters. A voice sounded, Kaoj of Mo Gate has already reached Divine Sword Peak. My esteemed Sect Master, aren't you afraid that Kaoj will encounter that thing? In a pitch-black room, an intricate magic formation was laid out. Two blurry, identical shadows sat facing each other. The voice continued, If its existence becomes known, I'm afraid it will be quite troublesome, won't it? Sitting in a chair, the shadow mocked, You went to great lengths for that thing, even using 10 divine and spirit swords from the Sword Sect's ancestors to merge and nourish it. If it gets destroyed by that Kaoj, you'd feel a little heartbroken, wouldn't you? The other person, maintaining a meditative posture, was none other than Li Suifeng. He interrupted, Be quiet, this venerable has reached a critical moment. Suifeng supported his body, enduring the pain from the magic covering him. As long as I sever his emotional ties, this venerable's strength will soar again. This body will be able to break through the cultivation restriction set by that person. Seeing this, the shadow laughed even louder. It's just severing one of the 3 corpses, yet you're making it seem like a heavenly tribulation. How ridiculous, my great sect master, that thing on Divine Sword Peak. Don't you care about it? Suifeng roared angrily. Shut up, a mere Lucaage from the lower 100 sects will only become its nourishment when he reaches Divine Sword Peak. At the same time his body began to split in 2, the process was extremely draining. Suifeng gritted his teeth and endured it bit by bit until the other part had completely separated. The moment it was complete, the magic formation lit up accompanied by Sufeng's pained screams. The separated slime-like substance began to squirm incessantly. Suifeng panted, finally success. After half a year in seclusion, this venerable has finally succeeded. From the slime a strange human figure gradually solidified, eventually forming a lean and strong male body. Suifeng was very satisfied. This is one of your 3 corpses, and it is indeed handsome. The humanoid figure had hair and a pair of eyes that were light red and very unique. He looked around and then spoke. Who am I and who are you? The scene shifts back to the mountain peak. Ningying tried to probe with all her senses, unsure of how Lucaage was faring in the gold sword lair, but she couldn't feel the slightest fluctuation of spiritual energy, and moreover, I have a bad feeling, Yiren guessed. Perhaps a senior spirit sword has taken a liking to him and is having a deeper exchange with him. He might even be enjoying himself in there. Little sister, don't worry. Ningying watched Yiren's wild gestures and thought to herself, do you even hear the ambiguous things you're saying? On Lucage's side he was walking up the magical staircase step by step. The same sentence repeated endlessly. This venerable has been waiting for you for a long time. If you have the courage, ascend the stairs and enter our Divine Sword Peak. Lucage's expression gradually darkened amidst the incessant voice. He guessed irritably, is there a broken record in the gold sword lair? Ever since this staircase descended it had been repeating that sentence non-stop. Even if he didn't answer, it wouldn't stop. This was clearly mental pollution. Lucaige tried to restrain himself, thinking, when I get there, this venerable will immediately smash your broken record. The voice continued to drone on. This venerable has been waiting for you for a long time. If you have the courage, ascend the stairs and enter our Divine Sword Peak. Lucaige finally stepped onto the last stair. He walked straight into the beam of light and shouted, shut up, this venerable has arrived. Suddenly, the sight before him made Lucaige stop in his tracks, shocked. He hadn't expected to step onto a vast, endless expanse of water. In the distance, a small figure was curled up, sitting in one spot, still repeating that annoying sentence. This venerable has been waiting for you for a long time. If you have the courage, ascend the stairs and enter our Divine Sword Peak. Suddenly, the strange fellow turned his head. When he saw Lucaige, his eyes immediately brightened. Lucaige, I'm talking to you. Were you the one shouting? He secretly observed the creature before him. What is this thing? It looks human, but it's not. A special spirit sword, but it clearly feels like a living being. It didn't answer immediately, just blinked its eyes, then suddenly jumped up, ecstatic like a child. Good, someone's finally come up. This venerable was about to die of boredom. Its appearance was very strange, with blood-red eyes and uneven sharp teeth like a beast's. Lucaige looked at it with confusion. Are you the spirit sword of this place? It immediately waved its hand in denial. Spirit sword? I'm not a spirit sword. The spirit swords are in the lake. Follow me, I'll take you to see them. With that, it dove into the water to lead the way. Quick, follow me, I'll take you to see them. Lucaige immediately became wary. This guy seemed to have something wrong with his head, or perhaps he was playing dumb, deliberately luring him into the water. Suddenly, it popped its head out of the water. Why aren't you following me? Are you afraid to get in the water? Lucaige also splashed into the water. What's there to be afraid of? He thought to himself. I'll wait and see. On this Divine Sword Peak of the Sword Sect, besides spirit swords, there shouldn't be anything else. The strange creature led the way and Lucaige enveloped himself in a bubble, following behind. He considered all sorts of possibilities. If there really was nothing else, then this guy was probably a pawn placed here by the traitor. The strange creature suddenly stopped and called out, Look, those are the spirit swords. Lucaige looked in the direction it was pointing and was stunned. What is this? Before him were spirit swords imprisoned by magical chains. What was going on? Looking at these swords, he tried to make sense of it all. According to Aping, Divine Sword Peak held the personal swords of all the deceased Ninth Realm Sword Venerable Seniors. But the spiritual energy these spirit swords emanated was completely beyond his expectations. Even without their masters, they should at least be powerful 8th realm spirit swords. Why are they so weak, and who locked them up? The strange creature waved its hand, showing off to Lucaige smugly. Look, those are the spirit swords you all talk about. Every day I just absorb their spiritual energy here, and it's so boring. Good thing you came, Lucaige asked in surprise. You absorb their spiritual energy here every day? It also revealed. Of course, I don't just absorb their spiritual energy, I also absorb some of their memories. It's all incredibly boring stuff. If you want to hear, I'll tell you. Hearing this, Lucaige also remembered. So this guy was the GU King placed here to absorb the spirit sword's spiritual energy. It was like someone was using the Sword Sect's tens of thousands of years of Sword Dao accumulation to refine a GU. The GU King continued to tell stories with great interest. For example, this sword, it once fought against 4 Ninth Realm Great Demon cultivators with its master. That master, in order to protect the people of a nation, fought to the death with all his might, but he also killed 4 peak Ninth Realm Great Demon cultivators. Truly impressive. Suddenly, a spirit sword appeared out of thin air, filled with rage, with only a sliver of spiritual energy left. Are you bringing up these old matters to humiliate this venerable? If you have the guts, then give this venerable a quick death. Lukeaj was extremely shocked. It was a spirit sword that could actually speak, but it was already weakened to the extreme. Before he could say anything more, the Gu King viciously stomped on the spirit sword. It angrily rebuked, "You shut up, don't scare my new friend." Then the Gu King grew playful and thought, "Right, I should call everyone out to meet my new friend, right? The other 9 spirit swords, come out for me." It waved its hand, creating a powerful vortex over the spirit swords. Under the impact, the spirit swords shook violently, and then the soul of each master appeared beside their respective sword. The Gu King clapped excitedly. "See that? The spirit swords are all here. This venerable is never stingy with good friends." It enthusiastically demonstrated for Lukeaj. Watch how I absorb their spiritual energy. Once you get it, you can absorb some too. It's very nourishing." The Gu King opened its huge maw and monster-like tongue, and spiritual energy began to be sucked into its mouth bit by bit. The spirit swords had their spiritual energy drained. Struggling in pain but unable to resist, Lukeaj's face turned ashen. He reached out and summoned his sword, a crushing, killing intent and all his rage emanating from him. Lukeaj roared, "Stop, this venerable is not your friend." Lukeaj's sword tip was pointed straight at the Gu King, his voice low. "But the god of death who has come to take your life." With Lukeaj's sword pointed at it, the Gu King just scratched its head blankly. "Take my life? But we're friends. I can even share the spiritual energy of these spirit swords with you. Why do you want to kill me?" Lukeaj righteously accused it. "The spirit swords you're draining are all heroes who once protected Qingzhou and Tianquan with their lives. Yet you treat their souls as playthings, even offering them to others. You deserve to die." The Gu King scratched its head awkwardly, looking guilty. "Oh, so you're angry about this? How about this then? I won't invite you to absorb their spiritual energy anymore." Then it loosened its cloak, revealing many maws hidden on its back. "I'll just suck them dry myself. Let them become dregs that sink to the bottom of the lake." Its body was no longer that of a boy. The Gu King grinned menacingly. "From now on you'll stay here and play with me." As soon as its words fell, the mouths on its back began to drain all the spiritual energy, and the spirit swords gradually weakened. The spirit swords were being drained intensely, wailing in agony. Lukeaj could stand it no longer. He brandished his sword and charged. "I'll kill you." Lukeaj's sword tip was as ferocious as a fire dragon, as if it would devour this strange Gu King whole. Perhaps from being soaked in water for so long, the Gu King's brain had gotten waterlogged too. It looked at Lukeaj's fire dragon with extreme excitement. So fun, I like it." The collision of this power shattered the original tranquility of the lake, shook the vast sky, and alarmed all of heaven and earth at the foot of the mountain. The ground also shook violently, pebbles bouncing ceaselessly. The sword cultivators were panicked. "What's happening? The ground is shaking. Could it be an earthquake? Impossible. Our sword sect has great powers. How could we be affected by an earthquake?" Everyone began to guess. Could a great power be fighting within our sword sect? On the other side, the tea tray was also in disarray. Ning Ying and Yi Ren were closer, so they felt the tremors more intensely. Ning Ying was puzzled. Is this commotion caused by Lukeaj?" Yi Ren guessed boldly. "Could he be fighting the strongest spirit sword in the gold sword layer? How audacious!" The two quickly regained their balance, and Ning Ying suggested, "Quickly, use the stabilization art to steady the situation. Causing such a commotion will surely create panic within the sword sect." But the moment they activated the magic formation, the powerful pressure shattered it. Ning Ying was momentarily panicked. "What's happening?" Yi Ren explained. "It's too strong. The mere aftershock of the spiritual energy shattered both our spells." Meanwhile, the tremors attracted many sword cultivators. They all flocked towards the spirit mountain. "What's happening on Sword Abyss Peak?" "It's a fluctuation of spiritual energy. Someone is fighting in the Sword Abyss. I seem to remember today is the day Lukeaj, the sect master of the lower 100 sect Mogate, ascended the mountain. It's that prodigy. Let's go have a look." Seeing the crowd surging over from the distance, Ning Ying was filled with worry. "This is bad. Many people have been attracted. A large crowd can easily lead to chaos. If Kaoj obtains an opportunity in the Sword Abyss and is seen by someone with ill intentions, they will surely spread rumors to the sect master. At that time, Kaoj and even the entire Mogate will be in trouble. It's a pity Senior Brother G has already gone down the mountain on business. Senior Brother Sword Venerable is still in seclusion. If either of them were here, they could definitely suppress this commotion." Suddenly, a huge magic formation opened, surrounding the mountain peak, accompanied by a majestic voice. Ning Ying's eyes widened in astonishment. Who made a move? Yi Ren was also curious to be able to quell this disturbance so easily. Could it be that Senior Brother G has returned? From the distance, a familiar figure was approaching the peak. Yi Ren and Ning Ying were pleasantly surprised. "It's the sect master. I actually forgot that the fourth of the four great swords, Sect Master Li Suifeng, could also do this." Suifeng walked forward and instructed, "You two continue to observe the situation on Sword Abyss Peak. Leave the rest to me. Lukeaj is the prodigy of our generation of sword cultivators. The great calamity is approaching. He must not come to any harm." Ning Ying and Yi Ren replied in unison. Yes, they were secretly impressed. No wonder they let an outsider like Lukeaj ascend the mountain. "Sect Master Senior Brother truly values you highly. Sect Master Senior Brother has never been one for beautiful women, but he has always cherished talent. Suifeng turned around and smiled coldly. Lu Keaj, can you still leave this mountain alive in the face of the extremely ferocious sword beast that this venerable has meticulously cultivated? He thought proudly of the Gu King. This was a ghost beast created by burying 10,000 people alive, then selecting the last one to survive and having it absorb the death chi and ghost chi of the remaining 9,999. Now it had also absorbed the spiritual energy of 10 sky-supporting divine sword spirits and was about to become an extremely ferocious sword beast. Suifeng had already calculated it all. In another half-year it would reach the 8th realm, although it was only at the 6th realm now. Killing a 7th realm cultivator was no longer a problem. Lu Keaj, you can only blame your own bad luck. Hatred surged in his heart, and Sufeng's eyes grew dark. This venerable has never forgotten the grudge against Kier. Underwater on the body of the sword, Gu King carried a sword and said with elation, "Amazing, amazing. I'm so happy. You are only at the 6th realm, yet you can force this venerable to use a sword. You are truly amazing, very suitable to be this venerable's playmate." At this moment Keaj had dispersed his spiritual energy incarnation and asked in a deep voice, "What on earth are you?" He looked down mockingly. "The title this venerable. Are you even worthy of using it?" The Gu King scratched its chin and said in confusion, "The person who taught me this venerable was that man. The next time he comes, should I ask him who this venerable is?" Keaj immediately understood who he was. He seized the opportunity. Perhaps he could use this fool to dig out the true culprit behind the scenes, but there was indeed something wrong with this foolish Gu King. Who is he? I don't know. Keaj wasn't too disappointed either. He swung his sword again and a solid sword chi spread out as expected. This venerable cannot place hope on someone with low intelligence. The Gu King didn't take his words to heart either, and he swung his sword back excitedly. Fun, the sword chi is so powerful. The two swords collided and the Gu King was sent flying backward, which made him even more excited. Amazing, I can't block it. Keaj also found it difficult. Although he could knock him back, he couldn't cause any substantial damage. This guy's defense is very high. System, use advanced sensing. He opened the system to search for more information. Extremely ferocious sword beast, level 65. Special ability is to control the 10 divine swords whose spiritual energy has been absorbed. This meant that this creature was neither human nor ghost. Woven from resentment and ghost chi, it was a type of evil art called human Gu, capable of reaching the 8th realm and becoming a scourge. Keaj was somewhat surprised. He had never known about the evil art human Gu in his previous life. A new notification popped up from the system. Keaj had an ominous feeling. More news? The red notification was opened. Special NPC detected. The main quest, Qingzhou's King of Hades sword, has been automatically activated. Progress 46.8. Keaj was shocked after reading it. The King of Hades sword actually has a main quest. He clearly remembered that in his previous life, Ning Jianshan was the final boss of the King of Hades sword, and this progress hadn't changed after the Spirit Sword Mountain incident. Could it be another butterfly effect I've caused? Instantly, those spirit swords began to shake continuously. Combining the information he had just read, Keaj immediately realized, it's coming. The demonic threads loosened and wrapped around the Gu King's 4 limbs. Looking at the chains before him, the Gu King's eyes were filled with pride and he changed his tune. "You're so powerful, this venerable will have to get serious too." The system officially notified. The boss extremely ferocious sword beast is level 65, and its danger level has been raised to 4.5 stars. Main quest, King of Hades sword, divine sword's ferocious soul has started. Chapter 448. A smile crept onto Keaj's lips. "As expected of me." The Gu King scratched its head and asked in confusion, "As expected of you what? Is there a fun game?" Keaj slowly swung his sword to the side. "Nothing, this venerable is just lamenting that only such a butterfly effect is worthy of this venerable. Since your danger level is already so high, then this venerable no longer needs to hold back." A powerful spiritual energy emanated from him, and a golden lotus symbolizing the heavenly Tao bloomed under Keaj's feet. He activated the ascension formation, illuminating the entire lake. The Gu King giggled while manipulating the demonic fire. "You look so fun like this, let's play first." The 10 spirit swords immediately shot straight towards Keaj at an astonishing speed. The great lake was lit up once again, and the spirit swords used their meager spiritual energy to resist the control of the demonic fire. They urgently tried to dissuade Keaj. "Junior, leave this place quickly, it is controlling us. You will not be its match. Go quickly. Tell the current sword venerable, let him avenge us." "Yes, don't throw your life away here for nothing," Keaj asked frankly. "Junior does not understand. Why would you seniors be willing to be controlled by this evil person?" One of them explained in pain, "This chain can imprison souls, so we—" Before it could finish, the alien Gu King roared, striking the demonic fire violently while muttering something. "Come and play." He arrogantly swung the chains. "You can't escape this time, my friend." The 10 spirit swords once again shot straight towards Keaj. The female spirit sword cried out in alarm. "Junior, go quickly, you can't dodge this move." Keaj's gaze was firm. "Since I can't dodge it, then this venerable will not dodge." The fire dragon was summoned again, its form even more powerful. Its eyes flickered with light, fearlessly charging at all the incoming swords. Sword Abyss Peak was usually quiet, but today it was turned upside down. Suifeng had already left far away, but he could still see that mountain. He guessed. It seems they are fighting. Suddenly, a shadow appeared on Sufeng's arm and asked curiously, if that sword beast is killed, will Lord Sect Master feel heartbroken? Sufeng said with certainty. The one who will die can only be Liu Keaj, the shadow echoed playfully. I hope so, otherwise if we capture another 10,000 commoners, the sword venerable will find out. Sufeng's tone was proud, as if he controlled everything. So what if he finds out? The me of today is no weaker than him. Shadow showed a curious expression again. Then your 3 corpses, you're just letting him go like that? Sufeng had already made his arrangements. He is the emotion of this body of mine. Emotions are the most complex of things. Perhaps he will become a great help to us in the future, the shadow said sarcastically. Then I shall wait and see. Sufeng didn't mind either. He quickened his pace to leave. No need to watch anymore. This venerable already knows the outcome. On the temple roof, the sisters Yi Ren and Ning Ying still watched Sword Abyss peak. Ning Ying's face had not relaxed for a second. She pondered. Ever since Lord Sect Master used the stabilization art, there has been no movement from Sword Abyss peak. I wonder how Keaj is doing, Yi Ren comforted softly. Our strength is unable to see the situation within the gold sword layer. Junior sister Ning, don't frown anymore. Little handsome Lu has a charmed life. Underwater, the Jiyu King laughed loudly and praised. As expected, you are very powerful. After blocking the 10 spirit swords, Keaj already had some scrapes on his body. He replied, you are also very strong. The Jiyu King seemed extremely confident, because this venerable has 10 divine swords and you only have 1 without a sword spirit. By the way, do you know the difference between having a sword spirit and not having one? Since he could learn a bit more, Keaj agreed. Wanting to hear the details, the Jiyu King was also not stingy. I'm only telling you because you're my good friend. He lowered his head, hands clasped in front of him, and emphasized each word. If a sword has a sword spirit. The Jiyu King's voice was like a howl, revealing an air of certain victory, then it will never be broken. Moreover, if the soul is connected to the sword wielder, the wielder can achieve a state of unity between human and sword. His eyes flickered with light, and at the same time, those spirit swords were also controlled. The Jiyu King leisurely described, the feeling of unity between human and sword is truly wonderful, fulfilling, satisfying, and exhilarating. He became more and more excited as he spoke. And this venerable can also devour their souls. The 10 seniors you respect will all merge with this venerable. As if victory was already in his grasp, the Jiyu King confidently boasted, this venerable can no longer be injured. So fun, Keaj thought silently. Its aura had indeed grown stronger again. 10 times stronger than before. In his ascended state, he could no longer kill it instantly. If this dragged on, those senior sword spirits would be completely fused with it and would never awaken. A pure attack was already meaningless against it. Watching the benefactors of Qingzhou and Tianquan being forcibly controlled by chains, he thought to himself that he was out of time. Keaj slowly adjusted his breathing. Not getting a response, the Jiyu King became a little anxious. What's wrong? Am I too strong? Did I scare you? Keaj's spiritual energy changed from gold to red, and he said in a deep voice, no, this venerable is just giving himself a mental pep talk. Keaj's demeanor completely changed, his eyes filled with a terrifying killing intent. By killing you in a single breath, all outcomes will be clear. The Jiyu King laughed disdainfully. Kill me in a single breath? Right now, this venerable has 10 great spirit swords and the boundless resentful spirits and ghost chi have merged into one. You think you can do it? His words inadvertently revealed another flaw. Keaj immediately noticed. You said resentful spirits and ghost chi. The Jiyu King froze, stiffening for a few seconds as it tried hard to recall. Did I say that? Resentful spirits and ghost chi. Resentful spirits and ghost chi. A terrifying memory suddenly flooded the Jiyu King's mind. Before his eyes was a scene of humans and ghosts mixed together, their screams and painful howls making even a madman unable to hold back tears. Strange, what is this feeling? I seem to have remembered something. At that moment, Keaj had unknowingly appeared in front of the Jiyu King. The Jiyu King suddenly became exceptionally panicked. Wait a moment. I've remembered some things, but no matter how he argued now, he could not stop Keaj's wrath. A single sword strike, decisive and furious, evil must be eradicated, root and stem. In the bustling market, the sound of vendors hawking their wares rose and fell. Candied haw, big sweet candied haw, rouge, high-quality rouge. Come and have a look, hot buns, freshly steamed buns. A little boy held up a skewer of candied haw, smiling happily. Come and catch me. If you catch me, I'll give you a piece. Memories flooded his mind, one scene lingering for a long time. I used to live in a quiet and peaceful small town, and the people in the town were very friendly. I remember that day. The sun was shining brightly, and the children were playing and clamoring under the trees. Stop, don't run. A blurry white-robed scholar looked out curiously. At that time I was reading a book and a group of children ran past the door. Seeing their happy faces, my heart was also very happy, but just then he came, and the townspeople whispered excitedly, look at the sky. Is that a cultivator lord? Why would he appear here? He can fly too. That's a very powerful cultivator lord. Could there be demons and ghosts in our town? Cultivator lords all exorcise demons and evil. He must be here for a reason. Everyone's face was filled with joy, standing up with admiring eyes. Cultivators are all good people. Everyone thought so, including me. Until a black shadow floated high in the distant sky facing the marketplace. That person's eyes were wide, filled with danger. Then I'll choose you. He executed a move and violent explosions erupted below the marketplace. The commoners below screamed in terror. Help, what on earth is happening? Is it a demon? Grandma, don't crush me, don't press too hard. Father, mother, save me. Husband, husband, where are you? Child, hold on to mother's hand. Help! That black-haired person stretched out his hand in terror, trying hard to call for help. The commoners looked at the cultivator floating in the air with resentment. Didn't they say cultivators are all good people? Why? The black-haired person gradually grew exhausted, his eyes closing amidst the shouts of the crowd. I don't know how much time passed. There were dead people everywhere around me. I was about to die too. They were all people from the town. We were very familiar, but now they were all stiff, emitting the stench of decay. His face was covered with wounds, his breathing became difficult, but he could still feel the danger approaching. That was what he was about to become. I thought I was going to die until I saw him. He appeared before me like an evil ghost. Only then did that cultivator descend, stepping on the hand of the person on the ground. His whole body was surrounded by a red liquid, exceptionally terrifying. The black-haired person stared at him and with difficulty asked, Why did you do this? The cultivator's eyes flashed with light as he observed him intently. You are the only survivor, so it will be you. Waves of deep red chi poured into the black-haired person's mouth along with his words, containing the death chi, ghost chi, and resentment of all the dead. Accept this new life that belongs to you. When the Jiu King woke up, tears streamed down his face. I remember everything. Kaoj stood motionless, watching its headless body still struggling. A moment later, a golden sparkling system panel appeared, announcing the kill of the extremely ferocious sword beast. A screen displayed the progress and rewards line by line. Main quest: Qingzhou's King of Hades sword, progress increased by 8, current progress 54.8. Killed extremely ferocious sword beast, obtained 2,200 experience points. Kaoj panted heavily, his hand gripping his sword tightly, a look of exhaustion on his face. After ascending, my body still feels drained. This thing is even more powerful than Xinyan. He looked at the palm of his hand, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly in a smile, but it seemed he was beginning to understand how to control this state. As long as he maintained it for a reasonable amount of time, the world in his eyes would no longer twist and change. Then Kaoj grinned, clenching his fists in excitement. If that's the case, then I'll just treat Ascension as a flash skill. Activate it, kill the opponent instantly, and then turn it off. Wouldn't that solve everything? A status skill turned into a burst skill, truly worthy of this venerable's peak understanding. He turned to look at the Jiu King, which was emitting a black aura, feeling very puzzled. But when I killed it, it seemed to have said something, but that's not important anymore. Evil is evil, and it must be slain. Kaoj frowned, completely immersed in his own thoughts again. But the Sword Abyss is a vital place for the Sword Sect, the resting place of the natal divine swords of all the Ninth Realm great powers of past generations. Who could possibly be nurturing this scourge there? After a moment, he gently shook his head, a faint smile on his face. Could it be the Sword Sect's master, Li Suifeng? The system panel displayed a line-by-line progress report. The progress of the Qingzhou's King of Hades sword quest had already exceeded 50. The 50-stage reward would be settled in 48 hours, and the contribution was being determined. Kaoj looked at the announced rewards on the screen with excitement. The instance reward, it's finally here. This time there's even a contribution evaluation. I killed this sword beast myself, so doesn't that mean I have 100 contribution? The system continued to display. The contribution for this stage is Mogate Lu Kaoj 100, other players 0. He showed a satisfied smile and spoke. My contribution is 100. The system still has some conscience. I'm very satisfied this time. I'm really looking forward to it. This means all the settlement rewards are mine. Others can only get the base experience points. The Qingzhou players were surprised and sent countless messages. Lu Kaoj was very satisfied, but the Qingzhou players were in an uproar. Kaoj's players also emerged one after another, fiercely fighting back. He cupped his hands and looked at the sword spirit souls before him, saying, Seniors, you have suffered. This junior will help you open these chains. Kaoj immediately slashed at the chains. After being freed, the sword spirits cupped their hands in a salute one after another. Thank you, young friend, thank you. We can never repay this great kindness. Thank you, young friend, for saving us. He didn't linger any longer and politely bid farewell. Seniors, you have been greatly weakened by this incident and must rest well. This junior will take his leave now. Then Kaoj quietly turned and left, his mind filled with thoughts no one could have anticipated. Didn't they say there was an opportunity in the Sword Abyss? This venerable has helped you all so much. Aren't you going to show some appreciation? A little slower. This venerable's move is called playing hard to get. The sword spirits looked at each other and began to praise him non-stop. This kid's temperament and aptitude are both excellent. Not bad. One of them quickly reached out and called out to stop Kaoj. Young friend, please stay, we have more to say. He stood in a corner where no one could see him, grinning and shouting in his heart. Playing hard to get succeeded. Kaoj immediately turned around, his expression changing in an instant, putting on an upright appearance as he cupped his hands and asked, Seniors, is there something you need help with? The man in green spoke on behalf of the sword spirits. Young friend, you have an extraordinary talent. We old fellows have some things we'd like to give you, please accept them. He and the others raised their hands high, took out half of their spiritual energy and pointed it towards Kaoj. We will extract a portion of our spiritual energy and give it to you, young friend. You have a fateful connection with us, and this spiritual energy has already fused with our true strength. We hope you will treat it well. Kaoj stared blankly as a stream of magic flowed into his protective circle. At that moment, the system panel displayed a level assessment. A legendary sword spirit is being nurtured. Level assessment SSS. Special note. touch to obtain. Kayaja's eyes widened. He looked at the winding magic circle in surprise and blurted out, This is too precious, he thought to himself. This assessment is truly worthy of a top-tier sword spirit nurtured by the sword spirits of Ninth Realm divine sword masters from all generations. The man in green said, We old fellows are very happy in our hearts to be able to meet someone as outstanding as you, to have you in the sword Dao. Kayaj bowed his head and cupped his hands in a salute. Mo Gate Lu Kayaj. Thanks all seniors for bestowing this spirit. He extended his hands towards the dazzling source of spiritual energy before him. An SSS rank assessment, this was unheard of. I thought S rank was the highest, it seems that's not the case. Kayaj gently touched it, his heart full of anticipation. Let's see what kind of legendary sword spirit will be born to be worthy of this venerable, a powerful source of magic descended from the sky and landed on the sea. Kayaj's eyes widened and he blurted out in disbelief. This sword spirit can even do this? A red magic circle appeared. Sword spirit could slay other sword spirits. Then a green magic circle appeared. The sword spirit could summon other sword spirits, and finally a blue magic circle. The sword spirit could control other sword spirits. After the 3 sword spirits with different functions were presented, the system panel displayed, Please make a choice. You have 60 seconds to think. The countdown begins. Kayaj rested his chin on his hand, looking at the 3 sword spirits before him with hesitation, muttering to himself, Slaying sword spirits, controlling sword spirits, summoning sword spirits, these 3 abilities can all be powerful in their own right. But the system panel continued to count down. Countdown 32 seconds, countdown 31 seconds. He held up 2 fingers, thoughtfully expressing his greater interest in summoning sword spirits for little Lizzie and the disciples. The time on the screen continued to tick down. Countdown 22 seconds. Kayaj pointed his hand towards the green sword spirit. After receiving his choice, the system immediately notified, Congratulations on obtaining a sword spirit that can summon other sword spirits. At this moment, a sword surrounded by green spiritual energy appeared. Kayaj curled his lips into a smile, then raised his hand and pointed at the sword spirit, thinking that Bu1 had already changed, but this rune must be the bridge for the sword spirit. A dazzling golden light flashed in his eyes as he activated his heavenly eye, advanced sensing. Let's see what's going on with Bu1 now. Information about this sword quickly entered Kayaj's eyes. Bu1 purple grade mid-class, sword embryo. Purple grade mid-class has advanced, current level 60. Experience needed for next level 7,809,505. Sword technique damage bonus 90. Next level 91.5. Special effect water affinity activated. When the divine sword is imbued with water, damage increases by 15 and the sword's weight is reduced by 15. Special effect demon slaying activated. Damage dealt to demon clan exotic beasts increases by 10. Sword spirit has awakened. Current awakening progress 1. Owner, Lu Kayaj. Kayaj's mouth fell open and he blurted out in surprise. Just by fusing with the sword spirit, the sword embryo has advanced from high grade to purple grade mid-class on its own. Amazing, the sword technique damage bonus has increased from 1 per level to 1.5 per level, a direct 50 increase. And now Bu1 can be leveled up. He picked up the hilt and carefully examined every part of it. The sword spirit's awakening progress was at 1, which meant that this sword spirit in nurturing was still a growth type. Kayaj's face became radiant, and he reached out to gently touch the blade, suggesting, Why don't we summon the sword spirit and take a look? He solemnly pointed the sword forward and shouted, Bu1 appear. A thought suddenly popped into Kayaj's head. Since it has already fused with Bu1, then this sword spirit will also be called Bu1. Streams of magic flowed along the blade and then spread into the water. In an instant, a little girl with a red mole on her forehead hidden by white hair appeared. A few blurry divination sticks appeared behind the white smoke. The sword spirit Bu1 kept her eyes tightly closed and held a divination box, paying no attention to her surroundings. Kayaj moved closer to Bu1, his mouth spitting out countless questions. Is this the sword spirit Bu1? Is this one progress related to her growth? He rested his chin on his hand, clicked his tongue and then said with frustration, I didn't expect them to give me not a subordinate I can order around, but a child I have to raise from a young age. Tisk, a sudden sound caught Kayaj's attention. His face grew tense, his brows furrowed, and he secretly sensed that this sound was directed at this venerable. Kayaj extended 2 fingers, controlling the sword to fly towards where the sound had come from. This thing actually isn't dead yet. The sword sped through the water like a bolt of lightning. The resentful one of Death Chi widened its eyes, opened its mouth, and bit down on Kayaj's sword, roaring in anger. We cultivators must all die. Resentful one of Death Chi. Level 65. Description. A terrifying monster containing extremely heavy resentment formed from the condensation of countless resentful energies. A piece of information about it appeared. Resentful one of Death Chi, level 65. Description. A terrifying monster containing extremely heavy resentment formed from the condensation of countless resentful energies. A trace of doubt flashed in Kayaj's eyes. Not a sword beast, a system has identified it as a new monster. Does this thing have a hidden plot? The Death Chi carried extreme hatred as it growled fiercely. It was you cultivators. You killed all of the more than 10,000 people in our town. I will make you pay the price. Kayaj hesitated slightly, casting a sympathetic gaze. It seems it had suffered greatly in the past. Mortals can distinguish between demon cultivators and cultivators, so if it's so certain, it must not have been done by a demon cultivator. But which righteous path cultivator would treat human lives so lightly? The death chi charged at him recklessly, its mouth letting out an extremely angry scream. I want you to die, aha. Keoj frowned, quietly looking at it, feeling a little regretful. It's a pity it's already a resentful spirit and can no longer be communicated with. I can only kill it first, maybe the system can extract something from it. At that moment the Bu-1 sword in its mouth flickered with a green spiritual light. The little girl appeared, opened her arms and hugged the death chi's head tightly as if trying to soothe it. Keoj's face was stiff, looking at Bu-1 with confusion. Bu-1, it cried out aggrievely. Kill ah! The entire head of the death chi was covered by the green magic source, causing its voice to gradually quiet down. Kill ah! 2 streams of tears flowed from the corners of its eyes. After Bu-1 had awakened its mind, Bu-1 opened its small mouth and calmly devoured the death chi bit by bit. Keoj looked at the little girl with a round belly and thought in amazement, this thing has already swallowed that entire head, what's wrong with it? It won't explode, will it? He squinted his eyes and let out a helpless sigh, so it was just full. Then Keoj reached out and took the sword that the little girl had transformed into. The system panel suddenly popped up a reward notification and asked a question. Sword Spirit Bu-1 has gained 5 growth, current awakening progress 1.5. Sword Spirit Bu-1 has devoured a sword spirit and obtained a special hint. Does the host wish to read it? Keoj looked at the screen carefully and gradually understood how to cultivate Bu-1. So this was the way to awaken it. All it had to do was eat some monsters. It could even get special hints from eating monsters. The system opened to view and the entire space was surrounded by a golden light as it made a clicking mechanical sound. Reading, loading new scene. Keoj held the sword in his hand and thought in surprise. This special hint even needs to load a new scene? Loading a scene means creating an illusion. He floated in the air watching people struggling to squeeze against each other in a stream of red magic. A drop of sweat rolled down Keoj's face, his eyes flashing with terror. So many people, this way of dying is being buried alive. His gaze was quickly drawn to a black-haired man with his head lowered in the crowd. Keoj's brows furrowed slightly as he walked forward to assess him. He is the extremely ferocious sword beast. Back then he was just a young boy. Keoj looked at the cultivator's figure and thought grimly, someone's coming. This place is shrouded in a mist. It seems he is the culprit who buried these 10,000 people alive. The black-haired man opened his mouth wide, letting waves of black chi rush into it. Keoj frowned, faced with the scene of 10,000 people being buried alive, and then using the resentment, death chi and ghost chi of these 10,000 dead to refine him into a ferocious creature. This guy really deserves to die. He clenched his hands tightly, watching the system screen gradually finish playing the event. Keoj pursed his lips tightly, his heart filled with anger. To think there is such a degenerate among the higher-ups of the sword sect. He was a little regretful that he couldn't see the cruel cultivator's face clearly. It's a pity I can't see this guy's face, but I'm sure he's a high-ranking member of the sword sect. Keoj frowned and looked into the distance. Otherwise it would be impossible to raise it here, he wondered and asked himself again. This is a huge matter. The perpetrator's methods are cruel, completely devoid of morality. Should I tell Aunt Ning about this? Keoj clenched his hands tightly and tilted his head back, surfacing from the water. Let's not mention it for now. It's safest if Aunt Ning doesn't know. Besides, we still don't know that person's identity. If I say something, it will only cause more trouble. Suifeng crushed the teacup on the table with his hand. He shot up from his seat, his anger at its peak, and gritted his teeth. Keoj. He actually dared to kill the sword beast this venerable painstakingly cultivated. Suifeng looked at the blue soul in front of him with suppressed anger. It threw its head back and laughed loudly, then complained, "Didn't you say he was nourishment? How come he's been eaten by the nourishment now? Ridiculous, truly ridiculous." He lowered his head, a dangerous light flashing in his eyes, thinking, since he has ruined this venerable's good deed, and this venerable will let him have a taste of this too. The blue soul looked at Suifeng curiously and asked, "What do you want to do?" He picked up the teacup, poured water into it, and then slowly proposed his plan. As far as this venerable knows, Logate currently has many disciples out training. Suifeng held a cup, the reflection of the black-haired man in it, a cold sneer playing on his lips. It would be perfectly reasonable for Lu Keoj's eldest disciple to be besieged and killed by demon cultivators from the Zeui Association while out training. The blue soul stood with its hands behind its back and asked doubtfully, "But didn't a Ziyan third rank from the Zeui Association just die in the sword prison? Why do you think they would help you? Do you remember that woman named Yaching? Tisk, tisk, she wasn't bad looking." Suifeng lifted the teacup and took a sip, explaining, "My relationship with the Zeui Association. You wouldn't understand, but she will definitely help me." The old man moved closer to Suifeng, his face full of curiosity. "It seems our Lord Sect Master still has secrets that even I don't know about. It really makes one curious." He glanced at the blue soul and reminded it grimly, "You and I have only known each other for 3,000 years. 3,000 years ago my name was not Li Suifeng." Sharp rocks pierced the sky under the bright moonlight. "The Zeui Association of Qingzhou at a certain secret ritual altar," a voice spoke. "Luckily we discovered it and acted in time, otherwise that Lu Keoj might have already learned of this location." Yaching knelt on the ground, her eyes glaring menacingly. "I'm afraid several of our moles in the sword sect have already been rooted out." Yaching recognized a few of them. Yahei, a Ziyan third rank of the Zeui Association, glanced at her and sized her up. So her death was meaningful in a way. Yahuan, another Ziyan third rank, chimed in. That's right, but she was our sister after all. Are we just going to let her die like that?" He folded his arms, his brows furrowed, and declared, "This debt will naturally be settled with Liu Keaj of Mogade." Yahuan stood with her hands on her hips in agreement. "That's right, it should be blamed on him." The Zeui flower suddenly lit up. Yahe looked up at it and said, "The Zeui flower, that's a message from Lord Zixon." Yahuan showed a brilliant smile and took the Zeui flower, guessing, could it be a new instruction? She looked at the text that gradually appeared, her interest piqued. Liu Keaj's eldest disciple, how interesting. Yahuan gently picked up the Zeui flower and said with confusion, "Lord Zixon actually wants us to go together to kill that cultivator named Hetting. But he's just a minor 5th realm cultivator. Does it really require both of us?" Yahe stuck out her long tongue, drooling as she reminded them, "Liu Keaj's disciple cannot be underestimated. Since our sister died because of him, let's start by taking a little something back from his disciple. Liu Keaj's disciple must be delicious to eat." Patches of white clouds drifted leisurely across the sky, and the gentle sunlight shone into Keaj's room at the Sword Sect Liu Keaj's rest chamber. Ning Ying looked at him in surprise and asked, "So you ascended Divine Sword Peak smoothly and even received the blessing of 10 Divine Sword Spirits?" Yu's mouth hung open, utterly shocked. "Even I haven't been to Divine Sword Peak. How did senior brother Keaj do it so smoothly?" Keaj took a sip of tea and answered coolly, "Of course it was smooth. Did you expect me to go through 3 trials and 9 tribulations just to get up there?" He thought to himself. "First off, I won't mention being bestowed with a sword spirit, since I haven't even sensed the sword spirit on Yu's sword yet. If he knew I already had one, I'm afraid his schizophrenia would act up again." Yi Ren looked at Keaj with a dazed expression and teased, "With Keaj's charming looks, I'm sure those senior sword spirits would have liked him too. Is it any surprise that he ascended the peak smoothly? As for martial nephew Yu not being able to ascend the peak, it must be because a divine sword in the gold sword layer had already bestowed its blessing upon him in advance." Qingping looked at him happily and continued, "Martial Aunt Chu is right. Senior brother Keaj is amazing." She was filled with gratitude. "Senior brother even went out of his way to help me find an opportunity. I really don't know how to thank him." Yi Ren suddenly blinked and asked, "Keaj, I wonder, do you have a Dao companion?" As soon as she asked, everyone stared at her in shock. Keaj's face turned green and his body stiffened. He thought, "What is this old woman trying to do to me?" Ning Ying complained, "My Keaj already has a Dao companion, Sister Yi Ren. You should just give up." Yi Ren smiled like a flower, grabbed her arm and added, "Junior sister Ning, don't be so heartless. Keaj is the perfect candidate for my dual cultivation technique. Little Keaj, would you mind having one more Dao companion?" Ning Ying shouted loudly. "You shut up," she smiled sweetly and suggested, "Keaj, consider me." Keaj squinted and drank his tea, pretending not to know anything, thinking, "To think there are sword cultivators in the sword sect who practice dual cultivation. It takes all kinds to make a world." Keaj's eyes grew pensive as he opened his mouth to take a sip of tea. Sure enough, it's better not to tell them about these things for now. After all, who knows how long these peaceful days will last. After a moment he placed the teacup on the table. Keaj suddenly stood up, clasped his hands behind his back and bid farewell. "Since everything is settled, this junior will take his leave. There are still many matters at Mogate that I must return to handle as soon as possible." Ning Ying agreed, though a trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. "All right, we'll see you off." She looked at him, lost in thought. "This child is the master of a sect. Keaj has grown up, I can't keep him here any longer." Keaj stood on a leaf boat, cupped his hands and said his goodbyes. "Everyone, farewell." Yu looked up at him and voiced his thoughts. "Senior brother Keaj, after seeing your sword domain, I've had an epiphany. When we meet again, I want to face you with my complete sword domain. I hope. Keaj smiled brightly and repeated his question with great interest. "You hope that this venerable will fight you without holding back?" Yu answered firmly. "That's right." He turned to leave, activating a wind spell, and accepted his words gracefully. "All right, until we meet again. This venerable will knock you soundly on the head then." Qingping's eyes widened as she looked at Yu in confusion and asked, "Senior brother Yu, why is your neck tilted?" He clutched his neck and stammered, It's nothing." Keaj stood on the leaf boat, soaring through the clouds. This trip to the sword sect had been quite fruitful. Setting aside the SSS rank sword spirit, the experience points gained from killing those ferocious spirits alone were considerable. A faint smile touched his lips as he gazed into the distance, thinking excitedly, "In another 2 days the 50 settlement reward for the Qingzhou main quest will fall into my hands again." Keaj propped up his chin and grinned. Sure enough, having someone up there makes things convenient. He was completely unaware that at this moment, Keaj himself was already the very convenient person up there in the eyes of some. In the kitchen, the flames in the wok flared up as the conversation split into 2 parts. In the few days Keaj was away, a lot had happened at Mogate. For example, Yu stood behind Xinyan and yelled, "Sister Xinyan, put out the fire quickly." She frantically grabbed the lid to cover the wok. "How do I put it out with the power of heaven and earth? I don't know." Yu squeezed her eyes shut, opened her mouth and gathered a source of magic. "I know." Then she released a stream of spiritual energy towards the blazing wok in the kitchen. The flames grew even more intense. "Why can't I blow it out? The fire's getting bigger." Keaj stood on the leaf boat, gliding past the white smoke, his gaze fixed on the continuous mountain range in the distance. He put a hand to his forehead and looked at the kitchen where Yu and Xinyan were cooking, muttering, "Little Lizzie and Xinyan, seeing that I haven't been back for so long, are they planning to burn down the sect and leave?" The fire blazed, thick smoke billowing. What was partially super was Lucage's power of heaven and earth. Kayaja's face was stiff as he said in disbelief. So you were just trying to cook a few dishes, not trying to burn the house down? Shinyen and Yuer sat on the floor and answered in low voices. Yeah, she looked at Kayaj with a pitiful, aggrieved expression. Brother, you weren't here, so we just wanted to learn to cook a few dishes to impress you when you got back. Shinyen explained. The last time I made fish soup it was a total failure. I wanted to try harder. The elders said, to be a wife one must have good culinary skills. He asked with a helpless and puzzled look, why do you two need to learn how to cook? Kayaj reached out and helped Yuer and Shinyen up, saying gently, don't listen to those old men's nonsense. My Kayaj's Dao companion doesn't need to know how to cook. This venerable knows how. You just need to eat. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. He glanced at Yuer's mockery. She folded her arms, her cheeks puffed out, and roared angrily in her heart. Damn it, this public display of affection is stuffing me full. Although I don't dislike sister-in-law Shinyen at all, but this way Kayaj smiled. He gently stroked Yuer's head. As for my little Lizzie, you have even less need to learn. Your brother is here. She pouted and made her demand. You said it. You have to cook for me and Sister Shang for a lifetime, not a month, a day, an hour, or even a quarter of an hour less. Kayaj smiled brilliantly, rolled up his sleeves and asked thoughtfully, tell me, what do you two want to eat today? Yuer and Shinyen followed him into the kitchen, calling out their favorite dishes. Sweet and sour pork ribs, steamed mandarin fish. In the gradually aging years, if one could always eat so leisurely, it would be a good thing. Unfortunately, darkness was descending. The bright moonlight rose in the night sky, shining into Kayaj's courtyard. A sparkling golden system panel displayed a message. Qingzhou main storyline 50 stage reward countdown 5 seconds. Kayaj sat cross-legged, focused on the screen before him, lost in thought. It's been 2 days since I returned to the sect. Tonight is the moment to receive the reward for killing the sword beast. The activity from the Eye of Chaos has subsided for now. But that doesn't mean it has gone dormant. The great calamity is coming, and increasing my strength is the top priority. The system continued to count down second by second. Qingzhou main storyline 50 stage reward countdown 0 seconds. Distributing rewards, base reward, all Qingzhou players receive 500,000 experience points. Kayaj's advanced main storyline base reward has arrived. It's actually 500,000 experience points. All the Qingzhou players excitedly and worshipfully cheered Kayaj's name. I can finally level up too. This is great. Long live Sect Master Lu. It's awesome to be a Qingzhou player. On the other side, players from other regions gloomily asked themselves, what is the protagonist of our continent doing in this entire Tianquan realm with its 4 vast continents? Is Kayaj the only protagonist? A bald man clenched his fists, tears streaming down his face as he sighed. I'm so jealous. Why wasn't Kayaj born on our continent? You guys in Qingzhou, stop showing off. Can't you be a little kinder? Mo Dongfang was grilling fish, looking at their excitement with great confusion. Why are those outer sect junior brothers and sisters so happy? Did they find a new mystic realm to be this excited? A gentle smile appeared on his face as he thought, this training mission was assigned to me by Sect Master Uncle. I brought these outer sect junior brothers and sisters out, so I must ensure their safety. If we encounter danger in a mystic realm as their senior brother, I must be at the forefront. Whether by chance or by fate, no one expected it. Ever since Mo Dongfang accepted Kayaj's mission, he had been leading players out on training excursions. He had just randomly found a spot at the foot of a mountain to rest, but unexpectedly discovered a mystic realm. This was the charm of a child of fortune. Even grilling fish could lead to treasure. The system panel displayed the reward, base reward. All Qingzhou players receive 500,000 experience points. Kayaj smiled with satisfaction, his hand on his knee, and mentally commented, not bad. As the main quest progresses, the base reward experience points also increase. 500,000 express is enough to raise the level 20 and 30 players in Qingzhou by several levels. After all, the players are an important part of this venerable's combat power. It won't do if they're too weak. Other text appeared on the screen, now calculating Kayaj's contribution reward contribution for this stage 100. Kayaj was full of anticipation, his eyes glued to the system. Here it comes, my exclusive reward. Soon the rewards were displayed one by one on the screen. Reward obtained. Advanced attribute point draw ticket X1. Note, a minimum of a blue grade attribute can be drawn. Reward obtained. Contention grade sword technique clue X1. Note, following the clue is guaranteed to lead to a contention grade sword technique. He froze, countless black lines running down his face. You've got to be kidding me. Is this damn system getting more and more stingy? Giving me 3 attribute point draw tickets would be one thing, but it's only giving me a clue for a contention grade sword technique. You cheapskate, can't you be a little more generous? The system seemed to know of Kayaj's complaints and immediately turned red, urgently asking, do you wish to not claim the reward? Entering destruction countdown 10 seconds. 10. Kayaj's mouth fell open, each tick of the system's countdown booming like thunder. Are you for real? He immediately shouted, claim. Subsequently, the system received consecutive messages claiming reward. A golden light flashed, obscuring his vision. Immediately after, a sword technique manual and 3 draw tickets were gifted by the system, displaying reward claimed successfully. Hope you like it. Kayaj complained, you still have the nerve to say you hope I like it, cheapskate. He skipped the gift and touched the draw ticket with his index finger. Whatever, I'll draw first and see what attribute points I can get. 3 spheres named Heaven and Earth Affinity X1 Physique X1 and Sword Dao Aptitude X1 appeared dazzlingly. Kayaja's eyes lit up and he gave a thumbs up with both hands full of passion. 1 purple, 1 red, 1 blue. And they're all ones I need. System is generous. The system displayed a mocking emoji on the screen. Kayaj half closed his eyes, his hands spread open to feel the flow of spiritual energy from the 3 light spheres. After this round, my Sword Dao Aptitude is now at 7 points. The boost to physique is also very useful, as it will increase my health and defense. His eyes shone, his entire body surrounded by a powerful magical flow. And the most useful one is still Heaven and Earth Affinity. After this boost, this venerable now has 6 points in Heaven and Earth Affinity. Yuer, Xinyan, Luo Bing and Choer were all amazed, each filled with anticipation. She looked at the pillar of spiritual energy shooting up from Kayaj's courtyard and mused, "What has brother comprehended now? He's been getting stronger and stronger lately." Yuer clenched her fists and said to herself, "For the sake of Mo Gate, I must also work hard." She then lay down on her bed, pulled the covers over herself, hugged her pillow and fell soundly asleep. Since I have to train hard, I must first get a good night's sleep. In the blink of an eye, Yuer sank into a deep oblivious dream. A faint aura drifted before her. Subconsciously, Yuer walked towards a blurry figure in the distance. The figure, partially hidden in the mist, commented, "You've arrived earlier today than before." She put her palms together and sincerely expressed her thoughts. "The great calamity is coming. Yuer wants to protect brother, to protect Mo Date, so I had to come early." The man stood on a giant flower, his back to her, his voice carrying from afar, "The great calamity, counting the time, it should be about now." Kayaj sat in his courtyard, looking at his arms with a brilliant smile on his face. "My Sword Dao Aptitude has increased my sword technique damage by 10. My physique has increased my health and defense by 10, and I'm already level 62. This growth rate was astonishing." He gently swiped through the blue spiritual energy, pondering, "But after my Heaven and Earth Affinity reached 6 points this time, I've had a new sensation. It's as if I can feel different emotions from different kinds of water." Kayaj frowned and pursed his lips, commenting, "This ability is truly strange. After all, there's water everywhere, and in some places with water, you don't need this ability to feel the owner's emotions." He waved his hand to disperse the spiritual energy, thinking, "I'll test it with Xinyan in a bit. For now, I'll open this clue. A purple-grade sword technique. Right now, I only have an offensive sword technique, the Qingqingman, which only advances and never retreats. Having one more would be a good thing." Kayaj opened the sword technique panel and immediately saw countless locations displayed, a look of extreme joy on his face. "Oh, the clue is a coordinate in the southwestern region of Qingzhou, quite far from Danqing Peak." Kayaj propped his chin on one hand and rested his head on the other, thinking, "The strongest sword sect in the southwest region is a sect ranked 3rd. In the upper 100 sects, how could there be a contention-grade sword technique there? Perhaps it's a ruin or a mystic realm of some sort, or even," he calculated something and revealed a cunning smile, "a Zawi Association stronghold. In that case, there will be plenty of fish. I can get the sword technique, gain experience points, and boost my reputation at the same time. Just the thought of it makes my mouth water." Kayaj stood up and looked at the moonlight outside his window. "But for now, I'll go to Xinyan's place. On such a beautiful night, the matter of finding a sword technique can wait a few days." Under the night sky in a room, Xinyan let out a few embarrassing cries. By the shore of Qingzhou's endless sea, jagged rocks and rippling green waters filled the scene. Yahuan sat by a rock and asked Yahe with confusion, "Brother, why did Lord Zixin want us to wait here by the endless sea first?" She turned to look at Yahe, who was spitting out fish bones, and continued, "Shouldn't we immediately go and avenge Yaqing by finding that heading?" Yahe frowned and glared at Yahuan, scolding, "Are you a pig? Where is that heading? Do you know? Since Lord Zixin told us to wait here, she must have her reasons. Why waste your breath?" She looked at Yahe silently, her face full of defiance, thinking,